My wife, suspecting I was cheating, agreed to participate in the TV show, unveiling the other half as part of the program. She teamed up with the producers and secretly installed 100 cameras in our home to broadcast my every move. Her goal was clear: to catch me in the act of infidelity. However, instead of exposing an affair, the broadcast unintentionally revealed my hidden identity. It turned out I wasn't just the ordinary programmer I seemed to be. I was the top scorer in the national exams and an honorary professor at a prestigious university. For 5 years of marriage, I had carefully hidden my achievements, preferring to live a quiet and low-profile life. But now, keeping the truth hidden was no longer an option. As soon as Luo Qingju dropped our daughter off at kindergarten, I decided I had time. I sent a voice message to a woman I had arranged to meet. "My wife has left for work, come over quickly." On the other end of the line, I heard a cheerful voice. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Her quick response clearly showed that such meetings had long become a routine for us. While I went about my business, my wife was already watching everything live. I had no idea that her hands were trembling and her face was growing paler, a mix of rage and heartbreak. Her gaze was fixed on the screen, watching me talk to the woman. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded with comments. "Does your husband cheat on you often? Inviting someone over who can come in 5 minutes, it must be a neighbor." 5 minutes after my message, there was a knock at the door. Viewers in the live chat held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. When I opened the door, a beautiful woman entered the apartment. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her perfectly fitting business skirt emphasized her elegant figure. Her confident stride and sharp gaze immediately drew attention. She confidently walked into the room and sat down on the couch next to me. "How?" she said, looking into my eyes. "I'm tired of hiding. When can I be with you openly?" "In a month," I replied calmly, meeting her gaze. "Then I'll tell my wife everything." Meanwhile, my wife was watching with a dark expression. She gritted her teeth so hard they nearly ground together. Her heart was breaking with betrayal and sorrow. The chat was ablaze with comments. Is he really planning to leave her for this woman? But the real shock came when the woman suddenly asked, "Are you sure you'll tell your wife? Does she know that you were the top scorer in the national exams and an honorary professor at Tsinghua University?" I smiled slightly. "In a month, she'll know everything."
"I think your wife will be utterly shocked," Jiang Yu said with certainty. "Your wife is just an ordinary person. If she finds out you're an honorary professor at Tsinghua University, how could she not be surprised?" Xinhao smiled but said nothing in response. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat room, viewers began raising new questions. Why does this feel so real? Someone should look into this. It's easy to verify the national top scorers. Xinhao is 28 this year, which means he would have taken the exams about 10 years ago, around the age of 18. Just check the national top scorers from that time. Before long, some viewers in the livestream began digging through the internet. In the production van, director Zhang also started searching online. 3 minutes later, Director Zhang stared at the information displayed on his computer screen, his whole body trembling with shock. He exclaimed, "It's true. Xinhao was the national top scorer in 2012. The information on the screen was shared directly to the livestream, and countless viewers were now staring at it. Holy crap! No way! What the heck? Xinhao was the 2012 national top scorer. Oh my god, this is insane. He's actually the national top scorer. No joke, I looked it up too. It's real." Even Lin Churin, who was sitting nearby, was stunned. Her wide, sparkling eyes fixed on the screen. Xinhao really was the national top scorer? With such an impressive background, he's been working as a programmer? Isn't that a waste of talent? Director Zhang continued digging into Xinhao's background. He found a TV interview conducted by a news station in 2012 after Xinhao had achieved his top scorer status. In the video, the reporter asked Xinhao, "How does it feel to be the national top scorer?" Xinhao's response was calm and composed, "I don't feel anything special. It was expected. I was a top student in elementary school, and in middle school too. Except for Chinese, my scores in all other subjects were always perfect." The reporter was left momentarily speechless. At that moment, countless viewers in the livestream also watched the 10-year-old interview. Whoa, that's insane. Except for Chinese, he always scored perfectly in every subject? Incredible. If he lost points in Chinese, it must have been in the essay section. Legendary. I'm speechless. This guy has real skills, no arguing with that. Back in the production van, Luo Qingxue was dumbfounded.
She stared at the information about Chin Hao on the screen in the old interview footage. Her mind was reeling.
The husband she had been married to for 5 years turned out to be the national top scorer? Yet, the evidence was right there, undeniable. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, she had no choice but to accept it. Beside her, Lin Churan looked as curious as a child. She turned to Luo Qingxue and asked, "You've been married to Chin Hao for 5 years, and he never mentioned being a top student before?" Luo Qingxue thought hard but couldn't recall a single instance. She firmly replied, "He never said he was a top student, and he definitely never mentioned being the national top scorer." Lin Churan and director Zhang were stunned. The national top scorer. Anyone with such an honor would surely brag about it at least a little, right? Especially during courtship, wouldn't they flaunt it to impress their partner? But Chin Hao? Not even a single word about it. The livestream chat was full of similar discussions. If I were the national top scorer, I'd definitely show off a bit. Chin Hao didn't even brag once.
Yeah, if it were me, I'd flaunt it to my girlfriend, make her admire me.
This guy is unbelievably low-key. Doesn't everyone have a little vanity? Chin Hao hasn't mentioned it to Luo Qingxue in all these years? Is he some kind of saint with zero vanity?
Maybe it's like he said in the old interview, being the national top scorer wasn't a big deal to him.
He saw it as an expected result.
At this point, the livestream had 400,000 viewers, and most were in awe of Chin Hao. Not only did Chin Hao have undeniable talent, but he was also humble and modest, completely devoid of vanity.
Just for this, he earned widespread admiration. The livestream viewers soon turned their attention to another topic. So the national top scorer thing is confirmed. Can someone check if Chin Hao is really an honorary professor at Longhua University? Yeah, someone look it up. Is he really an honorary professor there? I just checked online.
To become an honorary professor at a university, you need to make significant contributions to academia. If Chin Hao really is an honorary professor at Longhua University, that's insane. Back in the production van, Lin Churan said, "I actually know a professor from Longhua University.
Let me call him and ask."
The livestream viewers were now glued to their screens, waiting to hear whether Chin Hao was truly an honorary professor. Lin Churan scrolled through her contacts and made a call.
A few seconds later, a middle-aged man's voice answered.
He sounded like he was in his 50s.
"Miss Lin, what a surprise to hear from you. What's the occasion?"
Lin Churan responded politely, "I need a small favor from you." The man on the other end was straightforward.
"Go ahead. If it's something I can help with, consider it done."
Lin Churan asked, "It's nothing major. I just wanted to confirm if there's an honorary professor at Longhua University named Chin Hao."
"Do you know him?"
The man on the phone murmured to himself, "Chin Hao.
Chin Hao. The name rings a bell. Hold on, let me check."
Lin Churan said, "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble."
The man chuckled. "It's no trouble at all."
The sound of typing came through the speaker.
It seemed he was searching an internal database. After about 2 minutes, the man said, "Found it. Longhua University does indeed have an honorary professor named Chin Hao. He was appointed 5 years ago. Judging by the photo, he looks quite young."
Since the call was on speakerphone, everyone in the livestream heard it clearly.
"Holy crap! No way! He's actually an honorary professor at Longhua University? I'm losing my mind. First the national top scorer, now this. Unbelievable."
The livestream audience was collectively stunned.
Back in the van, Luo Qingxue was equally shocked. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Her husband of 5 years was an honorary professor at Qingbei University? Was this even real? Luo Qingxue turned to Lin Churan and asked, "Can you ask him to send a photo of Chin Hao? Maybe it's just someone with the same name."
Lin Churan nodded and relayed the request.
"Professor Chen, could you send me a photo of Chin Hao? Just to confirm it's him."
The man laughed and replied, "Sure, no problem. I'll send it to your WeChat shortly."
Lin Churan thanked him. "Thank you so much." The countless viewers in the livestream were all waiting anxiously.
As long as the photo turned out to be Chin Hao, it would 100% confirm that he was indeed an honorary professor at Qingbei University.
2 minutes later, Lin Churan's phone chimed with a notification.
The middle-aged man had sent a message.
It was a freshly taken photo. The photo clearly showed Chin Hao. Holy crap! No way! It really is Chin Hao. This is insane.
The national top scorer confirmed, and now his honorary professorship at Longwei University is also verified.
What kind of legendary figure is this Qin Hao? He's only 28.
Oh man, I almost forgot, Qin Hao is just 28 years old. To already be an honorary professor at Longwei University, the most prestigious university in the country.
Unreal.
In the production van, Lin Sharon was slightly shocked, but overall, she managed to stay composed. After all, despite her young age, she was already a top-tier celebrity, having earned over hundreds of millions. She had met plenty of extraordinary people and brilliant young talents. However, most of the promising young men she had encountered were either second-generation rich kids or young actors. Meeting someone like Qin Hao, who achieved such academic success entirely through his own efforts, was a first for her. Director Zhang, seated nearby, was also stunned. He had originally thought this episode would simply be entertaining, perhaps uncovering whether Qin Hao secretly stashed money or cheated on his wife. He had never imagined that the Qin Hao they were investigating had such an impressive identity.
Luo Qingxue, sitting off to the side, was utterly shocked and at a complete loss.
She had been married to Qin Hao for 5 years. She thought she knew him well, but now she realized he had been hiding such a major part of his life.
That bastard. Luo Qingxue clenched her teeth, cursing silently.
She was Qin Hao's wife.
They were married. A husband and wife should be honest with each other.
They should trust each other.
But Qin Hao,
he had kept such an important secret from her.
Did he even see her as part of his life? Or did he think his achievements weren't a big deal? Or maybe he had a compelling reason for keeping them hidden? Judging from earlier interactions, it seemed like Qin Hao had other identities he couldn't openly disclose.
Zhang Yu had tried to get more information from him, but Qin Hao had refused to say anything. It felt as though some aspects of his identity were truly confidential. In the live stream chat room.
Have you guys noticed something? Doesn't it seem like Qin Hao has other hidden identities? It's like he can't reveal them. Now that you mention it, yeah.
It really does seem like he's hiding something else.
Let me guess, world's richest man? The viewers were now wildly speculating.
Their curiosity was fully piqued, and they were desperate to know what other identities Qin Hao might be hiding.
Back in the live stream,
Zhang Yu looked at Qin Hao's calm expression and sighed helplessly.
Forget it, forget it.
There's no point in asking.
Even if I do, you won't tell me. Just tell me this, will I finally know all your secrets in a month? Qin Hao nodded lightly. In a month, I won't hold anything back.
In a month, not only would his status as a national scholar and his research achievements be revealed, but many other things as well. For example, the fact that he had developed an HIV vaccine. Or that he had created a drug capable of curing most types of cancer.
And so much more. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Alright, I'll wait for that day. I just hope your hidden identities don't disappoint me. After all, I've been curious about you for 5 years. Qin Hao chuckled at her enthusiasm and asked, what if my real identity ends up disappointing you?
Zhang Yu responded seriously, if you disappoint me, I'll want to beat you up. Qin Hao was speechless.
Really?
Of course.
Zhang Yu said shamelessly.
It's like when I'm in bed with my husband, and I'm really in the mood, but then he suddenly fails.
I'd want to kick him out of bed.
Qin Hao was at a loss for words. The livestream viewers burst into laughter at their exchange.
This woman is hilarious.
She says whatever comes to mind. Her relationship with Qin Hao must be special.
Even if they're not lovers, they're definitely close. Ha, well, it's out now, the whole world knows her husband doesn't perform. LMAO, I wonder if her husband is watching this livestream. Wait, am I the only one who noticed she's married? What a pity. I thought she was my goddess.
Turns out, she's taken.
Ha, isn't that even better? Didn't you hear her complain about her husband? Step aside, let me take over.
In the production van,
Luo Qingxue had been consumed by thoughts of Qin Hao's identity.
But when she heard Zhang Yu's conversation with Qin Hao, her face instantly darkened. Even though it was clear Zhang Yu wasn't Qin Hao's lover and that Qin Hao hadn't betrayed her, the fact that they were a man and a woman alone together, chatting so openly, made her deeply uncomfortable. She was Qin Hao's wife.
And now, she was furious. That bastard. Luo Qingxue cursed silently. We're married. Married people should keep their distance from the opposite sex.
She had already decided that when they got home, she would make a fuss, give Qin Hao a hard time, and make him shower her with attention until she was satisfied.
Back in the live stream,
Zhang Yu looked at Qin Hao and said, I want to have a state banquet for lunch.
At least 5 dishes and a soup.
Xin Hao smiled faintly.
When have I ever not cooked something delicious when you visited?
Hearing this, Zhang Yu grinned with satisfaction.
I ordered the ingredients ahead of time. They'll be delivered at 9, she added. Zhang Yu's main purpose for visiting wasn't just to chat or hang out. It was to eat Xin Hao's cooking. For years ago, she had her first taste of Xin Hao's food and was completely hooked. According to her grandfather, Xin Hao's culinary skills were on par with the president of the National Banquet Chefs Association. In some dishes, he even surpassed the president. Simply put, eating Xin Hao's cooking was like experiencing the best cuisine in the country, bar none. Xin Hao sighed.
He had earned the title of God of Cooking from a special system. After marrying Luo Qingxue, he chose not to reveal his cooking skills, fearing that if he did, he'd end up being the one cooking all 3 meals every day.
Cooking itself wasn't exhausting,
but the process, from buying ingredients to washing, chopping, and finally cooking, was time-consuming. Occasionally cooking was fine, but doing it every day would be too much. So, after they got married, he decided to hide his culinary talent. Even so, he often used takeout as an excuse to secretly prepare meals for his wife and kids. He thought that cooking occasionally wouldn't be too tiring. But he hadn't expected to be pestered by someone as shameless as Zhang Yu. She insisted on coming over to eat at least once a month. Xin Hao said to her, "Get some more ingredients for the dishes.
I'll cook lunch for my wife and kids this afternoon."
Hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes revealed a hint of envy, and she said sourly, "Your wife is so lucky.
If only my husband could cook like you, that would be great." Xin Hao was left speechless. At this moment, the livestream chat was bustling with activity. Chat comments.
Wow, listening to this woman talk to Xin Hao, it seems like his cooking is really amazing.
Unbelievable. Top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam, an honorary professor at Longwei University, and now it seems he's also an incredible chef. If he were my husband, I'd slap myself during an argument just to stop the fight. Inside a business van. Lin Churen glanced at Luo Qingxue with curiosity and asked, "Does your husband cook really well?" Luo Qingxue's expression turned cold as she remembered something.
Gritting her teeth, she said, "We've been married for 5 years.
I always thought my husband couldn't cook.
One time, he made a dish and put way too much salt in it. It was so salty it was inedible.
After that, I never let him cook again."
Lin Churen froze for a moment after hearing this. Based on the conversation between Zhang Yu and Xin Hao, it seemed like Xin Hao's cooking skills should be excellent.
But now, Luo Qingxue was saying that his cooking was awful. Quickly, she thought of a possibility: if Xin Hao could cook but pretended not to. There could only be one explanation. Xin Hao was avoiding the chore.
Meanwhile, the live stream became even livelier.
Chat comments. "Ha, this is just like me. Before I got married, I was a chef, but I never told my wife. Even now, she's the one cooking every day, ha. I'm a woman, and I can cook decently.
But my husband has thought I can't cook for over 10 years of marriage, so he's always been the one cooking."
Smirk. Seeing the chat, Luo Qingxue's face turned even colder. Damn Xin Hao. Luo Qingxue cursed in her heart, fuming with anger.
When they were dating, she had been completely open with Xin Hao. She shared all her secrets, including her skills and talents.
She never hid anything, never played any games. But Xin Hao. He hid the fact that he could cook.
Because of this, she had been stuck cooking for 5 years. Luo Qingxue glared at the livestream feed, where Xin Hao was currently on screen, feeling infuriated.
She made up her mind.
Once this episode of the show was over, she'd make Xin Hao cook every single day for the rest of their lives.
Until death. The audience noticed Luo Qingxue's expression and started teasing. Chat comments.
Poor Luo Qingxue, married for 5 years and stuck cooking for 5 years. Judging by her expression, she's already thinking about how to punish Xin Hao.
Punish him? Now that's exciting.
As the audience chatted and joked, some grew curious about Xin Hao's culinary skills. After all, Xin Hao was not only a top academic achiever but also an honorary professor at Qingbei University. With such a strong ability to learn, his cooking skills should be exceptional too, right?
Chat comments. It's almost 9 o'clock.
I really want to see Xin Hao cook.
I wonder how good his cooking actually is.
Not only were the viewers curious, but Lin Churen, director Zhang, and Luo Qingxue were also intrigued.
Luo Qingxue especially wanted to know just how good Xin Hao's cooking was.
As time ticked by, 9 o'clock arrived.
A delivery driver knocked on the door.
Shinhao opened it and received a large bag of ingredients.
Looking at the food, Shinhao said to Jianyu, "Time's a bit tight.
Let's just make some simple dishes: boiled cabbage, wensi tofu, lion's head meatballs, and donpa pork."
"Alright," Jianyu replied happily.
Although she wanted to eat more elaborate banquet dishes, she understood that some recipes required a lot of preparation time, which they didn't have. Without saying much, Shinhao carried the ingredients to the kitchen. He started by washing the vegetables and then moved on to the first dish, wensi tofu. Placing a block of silken tofu on the cutting board, he picked up a knife and began slicing the tofu into fine threads. Wensi tofu is a test of knife skills. It requires cutting the tofu into 5,000 fine strands.
Even a small mistake could ruin the dish. The live stream audience was once again in awe. Chat comments: "Wow, those knife skills are insane. It's like he's a professional chef. Amazing."
Inside the business van, Luo Qingxue watched Shinhao's knife skills and felt her teeth grinding in frustration.
"Bastard! Scoundrel!" she cursed inwardly.
Although she wasn't a professional chef, after cooking for so many years, she could tell from Shinhao's movements that his culinary skills weren't just passable, they were excellent. He had clearly been lying to her all along about not being able to cook. Next to her, Lin Churin found the situation amusing and teased, "Now that you know your husband can cook and has been lying to you all these years, what are you going to do?"
Luo Qingxue's face turned frosty, and she said coldly, "Once this show ends, I'll make him cook every single day for the rest of his life."
Hearing this, the livestream audience burst into laughter.
Chat comments:
"Ha, I can already imagine how miserable Shinhao's life will be. 3 meals a day, every day, forever. Poor Shinhao doesn't even know that his wife has uncovered his secret."
Ha ha.
In the livestream feed, Shinhao was still busy in the kitchen. After slicing the tofu, he moved on to slicing chicken into fine strips, which also required precision.
Jianyu walked into the kitchen and watched Shinhao cook.
To her, it felt like watching a performance, almost like an art form. While cooking, Shinhao said, "As always, the dishes must be ready by 10:30, and everything must be eaten and cleaned up by 11:30. My wife gets off work at 11:30, so we can't risk her suddenly coming home."
Jianyu rolled her eyes. "Got it." The livestream audience burst into laughter again. Chat comments: "This feels like an affair. If we didn't know the truth, Luo Qingxue would definitely think Shinhao was cheating if she saw this. Yeah, it totally looks shady. Easy to misunderstand."
Inside the business van, Luo Qingxue heard Shinhao's words and couldn't help but laugh in anger.
Afraid she'd suddenly come home? Fine. She decided to mess with him. Next to her, Lin Churin noticed Luo Qingxue's mischievous look and chuckled. "Qingxue, are you planning to mess with Shinhao?" Luo Qingxue nodded. "Once he's finished cooking everything, I'll call him and say I'm coming home soon." Lin Churin imagined the scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. If Shinhao and Jiangyu were just about to eat and Luo Qingxue suddenly announced she was coming home, they'd definitely panic. In the kitchen, Jiangyu suddenly thought of something and said to Shinhao, "The other day, I heard my grandpa mention that the president of the Dragon Nation Chefs Association once competed in cooking with you. He even admitted that your skills surpassed his by a bit." Shinhao remained calm and replied indifferently, "That did happen. But when he said my skills were slightly better than his, he was just being modest. If you ask me, our levels are about the same." "That's already amazing," Jiangyu said, looking at Shinhao with admiration. He was the top scorer in the National College entrance exams, an honorary professor at Qingbei University, and now, he had cooking skills comparable to the president of the Chefs Association. On top of that, he was handsome. In the livestream chat, "The president of the Dragon Nation Chefs Association? Isn't he the top figure responsible for state banquet dishes? Is this for real? The president of the Chefs Association is at the pinnacle of the culinary world. And Shinhao's cooking is on par with his? How would we know? You'd have to taste their dishes to find out whose is better. I don't buy it. Shinhao isn't a professional chef. No matter how good he is, he can't be on the same level as the president." Agreed. Cooking takes years of practice and constant learning. Shinhao's main job is in cooking, so he can't have the practical experience to match someone like the president of the Chefs Association. The viewers found it hard to believe. The idea seemed too far-fetched. Even in the business van, Lin Churin and Luo Qingxue were skeptical. No matter how good Shinhao's cooking might be, it didn't seem possible for it to rival the president of the Chefs Association. In the live stream,
Shin Hao continued cooking quietly while Jiang Yu watched from behind, chatting with him occasionally. The viewers kept their eyes glued to the screen, observing Shin Hao's every move.
Chat comments.
Even though I doubt Shin Hao's cooking can match the president's, his knife skills and overall technique seem better than most chefs I've seen. Yeah, watching him cook is like watching an artist at work.
You wouldn't even want to eat it because it's so beautiful.
Shin Hao worked steadily, and by 10:30 a.m., the dishes were ready. They looked vibrant, aromatic, and mouth-watering enough to make anyone's appetite surge. At the dining table, Shin Hao served 2 bowls of rice and sat down.
He glanced at Jiang Yu and said, "Hurry up and eat. Finish quickly and leave."
Jiang Yu rolled her eyes and replied leisurely, "Your wife isn't coming home for lunch. What's the rush?" Shin Hao looked at her seriously and said, "You must leave before 11:30. Even though she's not supposed to come back, sometimes she shows up unexpectedly."
Jiang Yu was speechless. "Even if she sees us, it's not a big deal, right? We're just having a meal together. It's not like we're doing anything wrong."
Shin Hao raised an eyebrow and replied, "We're innocent, but my wife has to believe that too."
Jiang Yu. "Fine, I'll eat quickly." Jiang Yu relented.
In the business van,
Luo Qingxue picked up her phone and called Shin Hao.
In the middle of eating, Shin Hao saw the incoming call from his wife and immediately felt a sense of foreboding. He answered, keeping his tone calm, "Hi, honey. What's up?" Luo Qingxue said, "The power went out at the office, so I'm getting off work early.
I'll be home in 10 minutes to cook lunch. Don't order takeout."
Hearing this, Shin Hao froze and panicked. His wife was coming home.
"Alright, got it," Shin Hao said. Luo Qingxue added, "I'll be home in about 9 minutes. Shin Hao's heart raced even more.
"Got it. I'll wait for you to cook when you get back," he said hurriedly before ending the call. He then turned to Jiang Yu, who was still eating, and said urgently, "Stop eating.
My wife will be here in a few minutes." "What?"
Jiang Yu was startled and instantly flustered. If Luo Qingxue saw her and Shin Hao eating alone together, no matter how innocent it was, she wouldn't believe them. Shin Hao quickly packed the food into containers, handed them to Jiang Yu, and said, "Take these and leave, quickly." Okay. Jiang Yu grabbed the bag of containers, put on her shoes in a hurry, and left in a flash. Shin Hao then rushed to clean up, washing the dishes and airing out the room. Within 3 minutes, he had tidied up everything and sat on the couch, breathing heavily. He glanced at the clock and sighed in relief. Close call. In the live stream chat. "Ha, I can't stop laughing. This looks exactly like a scene from a love affair. Ha ha. Legendary." The woman said earlier that it wouldn't matter if they got caught, but she ran out faster than anyone else. Ha ha. In the business van, Lin Charan and director Zhang were laughing as well. Luo Qingxue, meanwhile, had a satisfied smirk, enjoying a sense of revenge. But it wasn't enough. She picked up her phone and called Shin Hao again. Shin Hao, seeing another call from his wife, felt confused but answered, "Honey, where are you?" Luo Qingxue replied, "Oh, the power's back at the office. My manager told me to return to work, so I won't be coming home after all." Shin Hao felt like he'd been trampled by a herd of wild horses. This was too much. "Alright, I understand," Shin Hao said, trying to sound calm. "Okay, have lunch by yourself. I'm hanging up now." Luo Qingxue ended the call. After hanging up, Shin Hao clenched his fist and waved it triumphantly. In the live stream chat. Shin Hao must be feeling so defeated right now. He worked so hard to cook those dishes, but barely got a bite. This episode is gold.
In the business van, Luo Qingxue was in high spirits.
Shin Hao had brought another woman home for lunch, even if it was innocent. Still, it made her uncomfortable. Now, seeing his panicked reaction, she felt much better. Director Zhang was thrilled as well. The episode had gone beyond expectations. The livestream audience had exceeded 500,000 viewers, and the numbers were still climbing. Director Zhang smiled at Luo Qingxue and said, "On the first day of the show, we learned that your husband was a top scorer in the college entrance exams, an honorary professor, and an excellent cook. Judging by this, he might be hiding even more secrets. Maybe we'll uncover them in the next few days."
Luo Qingxue couldn't help but feel curious after hearing that.
What else was her husband hiding? Even Jiang Yu didn't seem to know. If it was about hiding his status as a top scorer in the college entrance exams or as an honorary professor at Longwei University, that could be explained by Shin Hao simply not caring about those titles. Hiding his cooking skills could be explained by his reluctance to cook every day.
These all made sense. But if he was hiding something else, what could the reason be? Not only was Luo Qingxue wondering, but Lin Churen and director Zhang were also speculating.
Countless viewers in the livestream were trying to guess what other identity Qin Hao could be hiding and why he would hide it.
Analyzing it from every angle, it seemed unreasonable. The world's richest man? The richest man in Manhwa? Impossible. How old was Qin Hao? Only 28 years old.
Based on the earlier conversation between Zhang Yu and Qin Hao, it seemed like he had been hiding his identity for 5 years. 5 years ago, Qin Hao was only 23 years old. At 23, he had just graduated from college. We can't guess now, so let's slowly uncover Qin Hao's secrets, Lin Churen said with a smile.
In the live stream, Qin Hao sat on the sofa, looking conflicted. He was a little hungry.
He wanted to cook something simple for himself but was afraid Luo Qingxue might suddenly come home.
If Luo Qingxue found out he could cook, he was certain she would make him cook every day. Would she, after cooking for 5 years, continue to cook once she knew he could?
Qin Hao sighed, feeling torn. After some hesitation, Qin Hao picked up his phone and sent Luo Qingxue a message.
Wife, are you coming home for lunch?
In the business van, Luo Qingxue received the message and felt puzzled.
Why was he asking? Did Qin Hao have something planned? Luo Qingxue, what's up?
Qin Hao, if you're coming home for lunch, we can eat together.
If not, I'll order takeout. Luo Qingxue, staring at the message, seemed to guess something. She replied, maybe I'll come back. Qin Hao, can you be clear? Are you coming back or not? Luo Qingxue sent a confused emoji. Why do you need a clear answer? If you're hungry, just eat first. Qin Hao was exasperated. Qin Hao, fine, I'll order takeout. Luo Qingxue, okay.
Qin Hao glanced at the clock. It was now 10:40 a.m. His wife's lunch break started at 11:30 a.m.
Her office wasn't far from home, just a 10-minute drive.
That meant if she did come home for lunch, she'd arrive around 11:40.
1 hour is plenty of time.
Qin Hao thought to himself. He decided he would cook one dish, eat, and clean up within an hour. Qin Hao immediately went to the kitchen and started making stir-fried pork with vegetables.
In the business van,
Lin Churen smiled at Luo Qingxue.
Your husband's cooking again. Do you think he calculated the time and figured he could finish cooking and eating before you get off work? A faint smile appeared on Luo Qingxue's lips. I think so too. In the live stream chat, Qingxue, are you planning to do what you did before, call Qin Hao right when he finishes cooking and say the power went out at work? If you do that, Qin Hao's going to lose it.
Luo Qingxue looked at the chat comments and chuckled.
Just as you guessed.
She had already decided that once Qin Hao was almost done cooking, she'd call to scare him.
Carrot.
He lied to her about not knowing how to cook and made her cook for 5 years. He deserved a little payback. About 8 minutes later, the dish seemed nearly done. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue immediately called Qin Hao. In the kitchen, Qin Hao saw the call from his wife, and his face turned pale. This couldn't be good news. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hao stepped out of the kitchen and answered in a calm tone, Honey, what's up?
Have you eaten yet? Luo Qingxue asked. Not yet. Why?
Qin Hao immediately had a bad feeling.
Luo Qingxue, the power went out again at the office. I'm already on my way home. I'll be there in about 2 minutes. I'll cook when I get back. Qin Hao almost cursed out loud. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
His wife would be home in 2 minutes. Got it, Qin Hao replied calmly. After chatting briefly, he hung up and quickly started cleaning up. The stir-fried pork was already plated. Qin Hao decided that when his wife arrived, he'd claim the dish was takeout. If she asked about the takeout container, he'd say he threw it away. Wait. Qin Hao suddenly realized. The kitchen garbage bag still had trash in it. He needed to take it out to make his story airtight. If there was trash but no takeout container, wouldn't his wife get suspicious? Qin Hao grabbed the garbage bag and headed downstairs. Just as he reached the bottom, he saw a car pulling into the parking space. The driver got out. Hi, honey, Qin Hao said naturally, tossing the garbage bag into the bin.
Luo Qingxue walked over with a smile. Are you hungry?
Qin Hao shook his head, smiling warmly.
Not really.
Right after you called, the takeout I ordered arrived. I just got stir-fried pork.
Luo Qingxue nodded.
I'll make 2 more dishes.
Okay. Jin Hao naturally took her hand as they walked to the elevator. Back in the apartment, Luo Qingxue headed to the kitchen. Because she had a tiny camera on her collar, everything had been broadcasted to the livestream. In the livestream chat, Jin Hao is truly the top scorer. Everything is flawless, even taking out the garbage to avoid suspicion about the missing takeout container. Genius. To avoid cooking, he's acting like a spy. I wonder how Qingxue will deal with him. If I were her, I'd make my husband cook every day to make up for the 5 years I cooked alone. In the kitchen, Luo Qingxue began investigating. First, she lightly touched the bottom of the pan. It wasn't warm at all. Normally, the pan would still retain some heat after cooking, even if rinsed with water. At the very least, it should be slightly warm. But this pan was completely cold. On top of that, the kitchen was spotless, with no traces of water or food. Everything had been cleaned perfectly. Well played, Jin Hao. Luo Qingxue cursed inwardly. No wonder she hadn't suspected anything in their 5 years of marriage. Jin Hao handled every detail flawlessly. Luo Qingxue cursed Jin Hao in her heart for a while before starting to cook. Even though she was reluctant, she couldn't reveal that Jin Hao could cook just yet. For now, she had no choice but to handle the cooking herself. I need to find an opportunity to expose him. As she cooked, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but reflect. She realized that although she hadn't known Jin Hao could cook, she had eaten food he prepared before. It was just that every time, Jin Hao claimed it was takeout. Feeling deceived, Luo Qingxue was slightly annoyed. However, when she thought about how Jin Hao had often used takeout as an excuse to cook meals for her, her frustration dissipated a bit. While cooking, her mind wandered to other things. Her husband was the top scorer in the National College entrance exams. He was also an honorary professor at Longwei University. These two identities were already confirmed. On top of that, he cooked delicious food, was tall and handsome, and physically strong. Not to mention, Jin Hao was truly incredible and treated her well. She realized that her husband was almost impossibly perfect. Thinking of this, Luo Qingxue's lips curved into a sweet smile. In the live stream, countless viewers noticed Luo Qingxue smiling and began commenting. Luo Qingxue looks so beautiful when she smiles. That smile is so sweet. Is she daydreaming about something? If Jin Hao were my husband, I'd smile like that every day too. He's a top scorer, an honorary professor, tall, handsome, and a great cook. Any woman would be overjoyed to be with a man like him. Such a goddess, and she's already married. Some viewers tried to find faults in Jin Hao but couldn't pinpoint a single one, at least not yet. After a while, Luo Qingxue finished cooking. She made 2 dishes, stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, and smashed cucumbers. With the stir-fried pork Jin Hao had prepared earlier, there were now 3 dishes in total. "Hubby, get the rice and utensils," Luo Qingxue called from the kitchen. Hearing this, Jin Hao immediately served the dishes and rice. The two of them sat down to eat. Luo Qingxue took a bite of the stir-fried pork, savoring the flavor. Her appetite was immediately whetted. At that moment, she wanted to expose Jin Hao's cooking skills and make him cook for her every day. But after thinking it over, she decided against it for now. She couldn't reveal this secret on the show, she'd have to find another opportunity later. "Eat more," Luo Qingxue said, placing food onto Jin Hao's plate. Jin Hao looked up to find Luo Qingxue gazing at him with a blissful expression. Seeing this, Jin Hao couldn't help but smile faintly. Looking at her, he said, "Wife, we've been married for 5 years now. How do you feel these 5 years have been?" Luo Qingxue thought about the past 5 years and smiled sweetly. "I've been very happy." Jin Hao grinned self-assuredly. "Of course. Anyone who married me would be happy." Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes and snapped, "You're so full of yourself." "It's true, though," Jin Hao said seriously. "Think about it, don't women like tall, handsome men? I meet all those criteria, don't I? Plus, I'm loyal to you and never fool around. And I'm strong, picking you up is as easy as lifting a pillow. Where else could you find someone like me?" Luo Qingxue's cheeks flushed red. Normally, she wouldn't have been embarrassed, but this was being live-streamed. So many viewers were watching. "Just eat your food." Luo Qingxue glared at Jin Hao, trying to change the subject. In the live-stream chat, "Oh my, Jin Hao is strong. OMG. OMG. I can't believe it. Just imagining it is kind of overwhelming. Why is such a good man already married? I'd love to experience it just once. Find out where Qin Hao lives. I'll pay any price to meet him. Even the male viewers were shocked. Wow, incredible. I can't help but imagine my goddess Luo Qingxue with Qin Hao every day. Sorry, I shouldn't, but I can't stop. Amazing. Luo Qingxue is so lucky.
In the production van outside the community, director Zhang heard Qin Hao's comments about his strength and Luo Qingxue's reaction, and he was convinced Qin Hao wasn't exaggerating.
As a man, Zhang couldn't help but feel envious.
Next to him, Lin Churan was equally stunned. Since it was a live stream, her reaction was caught on camera, and her face turned slightly red with embarrassment.
In the chat. Ha, Lin Churan, why are you blushing? This is a classic celebrity moment, I recorded it. Lin Churan, you're not falling for Qin Hao too, are you?
Lin Churan covered her face with one hand, trying to stifle her laughter. She composed herself and said, "Don't be ridiculous. I haven't known Luo Qingxue for long, but we're already friends." Her response only fueled the chat further.
Friends' husbands are even better. Ha, if you become best friends with Luo Qingxue, Qin Hao would be your best friend's husband.
Lin Churan was at a loss for words. Back at the table, Qin Hao was slightly puzzled.
Why would Luo Qingxue be embarrassed by what he said? They'd been married for 5 years. What hadn't they talked about before? He didn't dwell on it too much, though.
Instead, he placed more pork on Luo Qingxue's plate, smiling contentedly. He loved these quiet, happy moments and hoped their life could always be this way. After they finished eating, Qin Hao said to Luo Qingxue, "I'll do the dishes."
Do you want to freshen up?
Luo Qingxue blushed again and glared at him.
No. I want to rest for a bit this afternoon. All right, Qin Hao said with a grin. I was just thinking of pampering you a little more. Get lost. Go do the dishes. Luo Qingxue snapped, her face red with embarrassment.
This was still being live-streamed. She regretted coming home for lunch. Now, all of Qin Hao's quirks were on full display for the world to see. Qin Hao chuckled and went to clean the dishes.
In the livestream chat. So envious. Their life is just too perfect. Ah, youth. When will I get to experience such a wonderful man?
After Qin Hao finished cleaning up the dishes, he sliced some watermelon and brought it out.
Each of them took a piece and began eating.
After taking a couple of bites, Luo Qingxue looked at Qin Hao and said, "Hubby, I want to buy a house." Qin Hao paused for a moment, then looked at her and asked, "Why do you want to buy a house?"
Our 180 square meter home is more than enough, isn't it? Luo Qingxue's expression turned a bit serious.
She looked at Qin Hao and said, "The house is for our son."
Qin Hao was visibly surprised. He looked at Luo Qingxue and asked anxiously, "Are you pregnant?" Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. "Not yet. But didn't we say before that we want to have a son?
If we do, we'll need to prepare a house for his future marriage."
Qin Hao nodded. All right, let's buy it next month.
By the 1st of next month, his identity would be revealed, and he wouldn't have to hide anything from Luo Qingxue anymore.
When the time came, he would buy not just one house but two. One for their future son and one for their future daughter. Perfect.
Seeing that Qin Hao agreed, Luo Qingxue started calculating the costs.
A 120 square meter, 3-bedroom apartment should be enough. It'll probably cost around 1.5 million. I've got 650,000 in my account. Qin Hao nodded lightly.
Luo Qingxue continued, "We can use 600,000 for the down payment and leave 50,000 for living expenses."
Qin Hao nodded again. Luo Qingxue calculated further.
Participating in the Exploring the Other Half show would earn her 100,000 in cash. However, she wouldn't receive the money until the show ended at the end of the month. By next month, she would have around 750,000 in her account. With 750,000, they could pay the 600,000 down payment and keep 150,000 for living expenses, mortgage payments, and emergencies. They would need to keep some money in reserve.
Luo Qingxue sighed softly. Qin Hao noticed and asked, "What's the sigh for?"
Luo Qingxue lazily leaned back on the sofa and said, "If we didn't plan on having a son, we wouldn't need to prepare a marriage house for him. Without that expense, life would be a lot easier. But now, since we want a son, we have to prepare a marriage house, which means we'll have to budget carefully in the future." Qin Hao looked at her and said, "We don't have to have a son."
"No way." Luo Qingxue replied firmly, her expression serious. "Among the 3 great filial duties, failing to continue the family line is the greatest failure. I can't let the Qin family lineage end with you. If they only had a daughter, she would eventually get married.
And when that happened, any children she had would take her husband's surname. This would mean the Chin family line would effectively end. Chin Hao smiled and shook his head. Silly, these days, it's common for families to have only one daughter. Many of those daughters, when they marry, keep their household registration in their maiden family's name and have two children, one with the father's surname and one with the mother's surname.
Hearing this, Luo Qingxue froze for a moment. That was true.
If their daughter had two sons, one could have the surname Chin. But then she thought of something and shook her head.
What if our daughter doesn't have two sons? We can't force her to keep having children, can we? I'd rather just have a son myself. Besides, I'd love to have a son anyway. That way, we'd have both a son and a daughter.
Chin Hao was speechless. Fine, then we'll have a son, Chin Hao said, pulling Luo Qingxue into his arms. His tone turned gentle.
How about now?
Luo Qingxue blushed slightly.
Let's wait until we buy the house. If I get pregnant now, things will get too hectic. Chin Hao nodded. Alright, then we'll buy a house next month.
Oh, by the way, honey, I've taken on more projects recently. From now on, I'll be making at least 30,000 a month. I'll hand over 25,000 to you every month.
Really?
Luo Qingxue sat up straight, her eyes lighting up with excitement.
30,000 a month.
Plus her 10,000 monthly income, their household income would be over 40,000 a month. In that case, buying a house wouldn't feel so overwhelming.
Would I lie to you?
Chin Hao smiled at Luo Qingxue, his heart aching slightly. Earlier, when Luo Qingxue was calculating their finances so meticulously, worrying about the down payment and their future expenses, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. At this moment, Luo Qingxue threw her arms around Chin Hao in a tight hug. With their combined income exceeding 40,000 a month, even having a son wouldn't strain their finances too much. Previously, she had wanted to have a son and buy him a marriage house, but doing so would have meant scrimping and lowering their quality of life. Additionally, with aging parents who might eventually need medical care, she felt the need to set aside money for emergencies. Thinking about all the future expenses had made her anxious, which was why she had signed up for exploring the other half.
She hadn't expected to be selected. Now, she could earn 100,000 from the show.
As for the show's exploration of Chin Hao, she hadn't thought much of it at first, assuming there was nothing noteworthy about him.
She just wanted the 100,000.
After the show ended and she got the money, she planned to tell Chin Hao everything. She believed that when Chin Hao learned she had earned 100,000, he would be thrilled. After all, 100,000 was no small amount. In the live stream chat, the mood shifted. At first, I was envious of Chin Hao and Luo Qingxue, thinking they were too perfect.
But now, seeing Luo Qingxue worrying about buying a house, I realize they're just ordinary people too.
Sigh, housing prices these days are so high.
If it's a necessity, it's better to buy sooner rather than later. I feel for them. This is real life.
In the production van outside the neighborhood, Director Zhang said, I remember when Luo Qingxue signed up for the show, she called almost every day to ask if she'd been selected. Now it's clear she really needed the money, especially this 100,000. Hearing this, viewers began commenting again.
Luo Qingxue is such a good person.
As someone who's seen a lot, I can tell beautiful women like her could easily make money if they wanted to. The fact that she stays grounded and principled is rare.
She's genuinely great.
Damn, Chin Hao is so lucky to have married such an amazing woman.
In the live stream,
Chin Hao and Luo Qingxue hugged for a while. Chin Hao whispered gently into her ear, go take a nap.
You still have work at the office this afternoon. Stay with me, Luo Qingxue said.
Alright, Chin Hao replied. The two of them went to their room to rest. Since there were no cameras installed in the bedroom, the livestream lost sight of Chin Hao and Luo Qingxue for a while. The viewers, however, didn't leave the stream. Instead, they stayed in the chat, talking amongst themselves. It wasn't until 1 p.m. that Luo Qingxue and Chin Hao reappeared. Hubby, I'm heading to work, Luo Qingxue said gently, looking at Chin Hao.
Moa.
Chin Hao kissed her on the cheek and replied warmly, go ahead.
I'll order from that takeout place you like for dinner. We can eat together when you're back.
Luo Qingxue smiled sweetly, picked up her bag, and left. She went downstairs, got into her car, and drove to a secluded spot outside the residential area. After parking, she entered the production team's van.
In the live stream chat, Qingxue, don't you have work? Or did you take leave? Luo Qingxue smiled and replied, I took 5 days of annual leave. Oh, I see. But doesn't that mean after 5 days, you'll have to go back to work? Will we not see you in the stream then? Yeah, it wouldn't feel the same without you in the stream. Luo Qingxue laughed softly, it's fine. I can always take personal leave if needed.
Hearing this, the viewers felt relieved.
As long as Luo Qingxue would still appear in the stream, they were happy.
In the live stream feed, Xinhao sat on the sofa, picked up his phone, and dialed a number.
He put the call on speaker and placed the phone on the table.
Then, he grabbed an orange and began peeling it.
The call connected, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Professor Qin, is there something you need?
Xinhao smiled faintly. You're the chairman of a company.
What could I possibly order you to do? The man's tone remained respectful. Don't say that, Professor Qin. The company is where it is today all because of you. Xinhao sighed. Let's not talk about that.
The usual routine, send me a fake chat on WeChat and transfer 50,000 yuan to me. The man agreed without hesitation, understood.
He then asked curiously, Professor Qin, you're obviously very wealthy. Why haven't you told your wife?
Xinhao replied calmly, in a month, I'll tell her everything.
Then we won't need to fake these chats anymore.
The man laughed and said, if your wife finds out how much money you have, she'll probably be too shocked to sleep for days. Xinhao chuckled.
Maybe. After chatting for a bit longer, they hung up the call. The live stream chat exploded. What the heck? It looks like Xinhao's hidden identity is about to come to light. Whoa! Did Xinhao just talk to a company chairman?
Why is a chairman speaking to him so respectfully? The chairman even called him Professor Qin and agreed to send money in fake chat logs without question. Damn, judging from the call, Xinhao seems really wealthy.
But why is he hiding this from Luo Qingxue?
That's his wife. In the production van, director Zhang and the popular actress Lin Churan were both stunned. They had thought that the show's exploration might lose steam after a strong start.
Instead, it dropped a bombshell. Xinhao was rich. A company chairman spoke to him with such deference? Now they were dying to know what kind of professor was Xinhao. Qingxue, have you ever seen your husband's bank balance?
Lin Churan asked curiously, looking at Luo Qingxue.
Luo Qingxue shook her head, still in a daze. Her husband was wealthy? A company chairman treated him so respectfully? And even faked chat logs for him? She couldn't wrap her head around it. If her husband was so rich, why hadn't he told her? Why wait until next month to reveal it? In the live stream,
Xinhao was now chatting with someone on WeChat, but it wasn't clear what the conversation was about.
He was fake chatting. The chat read, Chairman Zhang, I have a project for you, fixing a game bug. Once it's done, I'll pay you 100,000 yuan. I'll transfer 50,000 upfront. Xinhao, what type of game? Chairman Zhang, a mobile tower defense game. Chairman Zhang, how long will it take to fix? Xinhao, 3 days. Chairman Zhang, alright, I'll transfer 50,000 now. The rest after it's done. Xinhao, okay.
Chairman Zhang then transferred 50,000 yuan to Xinhao, who immediately took a screenshot of the conversation and sent it to Luo Qingxue.
Xinhao's message to Luo Qingxue.
Honey, I just took on a project that'll earn 100,000 yuan. The client transferred 50,000 up front.
I've sent it to you.
He then transferred the 50,000 yuan to her. Luo Qingxue stared at the chat screenshot and the bank transfer notification.
Luo Qingxue was speechless.
Director Zhang and Lin Churan, who were beside her, also saw the chat log. So that's why Xinhao faked the chat to show it to Luo Qingxue.
Xinhao sent another message.
Honey, don't stress too much about the money for our son's marriage house. With our combined income, even with a mortgage, we'll be able to pay it off in no time. Luo Qingxue stared at the message, her mind momentarily blank. If she hadn't just seen Xinhao's phone call with the mysterious chairman in the livestream, she might have been moved to tears. Her husband was worried about her and didn't want her to stress about money. But she had seen the call.
She knew Xinhao was rich. Bastard. Scoundrel. Damn Xinhao.
Luo Qingxue cursed him furiously in her heart. She had been stressing about money to buy their son's marriage house for so long, checking house prices almost daily.
Xinhao sent another message. Honey, where are you? Luo Qingxue snorted lightly and replied, just got to the office. You're amazing, hubby. Kiss emoji. Xinhao replied. Grinning emoji, your husband's always amazing. Luo Qingxue, eye roll emoji, Xin Hao. How about rewarding me tonight? Smirk emoji. Luo Qingxue, get lost. I have work to do. Talk later. Xin Hao. Alright, I'll wait for you tonight.
Next to her, Lin Churan felt a pang of bitterness.
She had been fed dog food, displays of affection, multiple times today. She couldn't take any more.
Director Zhang, on the other hand, was fine, he was already married, after all.
In the live stream chat. Help!
I'm drowning in dog food. The dog food's not the issue, I just want to know how many secrets Qin Hao is hiding.
Why does he even need to hide things from his wife? Yeah, it's getting more mysterious.
I looked up honorary professors at Longwei University, and it turns out they don't even get a salary.
It's more of a title than anything else.
I have a feeling Qin Hao has a major background. Even a company chairman treats him so deferentially.
More and more people were becoming curious about Qin Hao. How much money did he have? And where did it come from?
In the production van, Lin Churan turned to Luo Qingxue with curiosity and asked, Qingxue, you've been married to Qin Hao for 5 years.
Has he been working from home this entire time? Luo Qingxue nodded.
My husband hasn't worked outside the home for the past 5 years. He rarely leaves Jiangnan City, and even when he does, it's only for a few days at most.
Luo Qingxue's words triggered a wave of speculation among viewers.
5 years ago, Qin Hao was only 23 years old, just a fresh university graduate. At that age, being a top scorer in the college entrance exams and an honorary professor at Qingbei University was already impressive. But if he was also wealthy, how could that be possible?
A wealthy heir? In the live stream chat. Qingxue, what do Qin Hao's parents do for a living? I was going to ask the same thing. Is Qin Hao a second-generation rich kid?
If not, it doesn't make sense for him to have so much money after working from home for 5 years. Luo Qingxue saw the comments and, with a slight change in expression, replied, My father and mother-in-law run an 80-square-meter supermarket. They've been running it for over 10 years, so my husband isn't a rich heir. At most, he comes from a modest middle-class family.
Her response led the viewers to speculate further. What kind of job could allow someone to work from home and make so much money? Writing novels?
But except for a handful of top authors who earn tens of millions annually, most writers don't make that much.
Illustrating comics? That didn't seem likely either. In the chat. Does your husband write novels or illustrate comics? Could he be a live streamer?
If he were popular, surely someone among the tens of thousands of viewers here would recognize him.
Luo Qingxue couldn't help but laugh at the guesses. Your imaginations are impressive.
I'm certain my husband doesn't write novels, illustrate comics, or work as a live streamer. If he did, I'd notice, and there'd be no reason for him to hide it from me. The viewers racked their brains for more ideas. Among freelance jobs that earn big money, those are the main ones.
If Qin Hao isn't doing any of those, where is his money coming from? Could it be illegal income? Don't say that, it might actually be true. Think about it, why would Qin Hao hide it from Luo Qingxue?
Maybe the money's not clean, and he doesn't dare tell her.
Whoa, now that you mention it, it does seem possible. Qin Hao is a top scorer with a high IQ.
If he were doing something illegal, it wouldn't be far-fetched.
Yeah, I think it could be illegal.
Otherwise, there's no reason for him to hide it from Luo Qingxue.
Luo Qingxue's face paled as she read these comments. Was her husband earning money illegally? How could that be?
In her heart, she didn't want to believe it. Qin Hao was such an upright person, always kind, sunny, and with a great temperament.
How could someone like him do anything illegal? Seeing Luo Qingxue's frightened expression, Lin Churan quickly comforted her. Don't listen to their wild guesses. They're just speculating.
Lin Churan then turned to the livestream and said, Stop making baseless guesses.
You're scaring Qingxue.
Also, think logically, during that phone call earlier, the mysterious chairman addressed Qin Hao as Professor Qin and said the company owed its success to him.
That means Qin Hao was very important to the company.
Director Zhang chimed in, I agree with Lin Churan.
The money Qin Hao earned should be coming from that company.
The viewers thought about this and found it plausible.
In the chat. But if the money's legitimate, why would Qin Hao hide it from Luo Qingxue? Exactly.
I just want to know why Qin Hao is keeping it a secret from his wife. When Qin Hao's identities as a top scorer and an honorary professor were revealed, it made sense that he didn't mention them to Luo Qingxue because he didn't care about those titles.
But if he's wealthy, why hide it?
Lin Churan smiled and added, think carefully about that phone call. The chairman was also confused. He asked Qin Hao why, despite being wealthy, he was keeping it from his wife.
It's not just us, it's a mystery to him too. Director Zhang nodded.
The chairman knows Qin Hao is wealthy, which means he knows where the money comes from.
So we can rule out the possibility that the money is illegal. The viewers were somewhat convinced by this reasoning but still felt perplexed and frustrated. In the chat, my 150 IQ brain can't figure out why Qin Hao is hiding this. My head is about to explode. I just can't figure it out. Luo Qingxue let out a sigh of relief.
She had been truly terrified by the earlier speculation that her husband was involved in illegal activities. For a moment, she even thought about forfeiting the show's 100,000 yuan and ending the livestream entirely. Fortunately, the viewers' speculation had shifted to another direction. Looking at the livestream feed, Luo Qingxue's eyes were filled with confusion. She had been married to Qin Hao for 5 years and thought she knew him well.
But now, she was starting to feel like she didn't know him at all.
Qin Hao was like a puzzle, a mystery she couldn't solve. In the livestream feed,
Qin Hao was reclining on the sofa, leisurely eating an orange while watching TV.
He appeared relaxed and content. The reason he staged the fake chat and transferred 50,000 yuan to Luo Qingxue was simply because he couldn't bear to see her worrying about money. But Qin Hao wasn't an ordinary researcher. He was an academician who had developed multiple cutting-edge technologies critical to the nation. Until he received official clearance, he couldn't reveal a single word about his work, not explicitly, not implicitly. He wasn't allowed to disclose that he was a researcher, as even a small hint could lead to speculation. Only those directly involved, who had undergone extensive vetting, knew of his true identity, and even they only knew parts of it. One more month, Qin Hao thought to himself.
5 years of marriage, it's okay to wait one more month.
Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang.
He glanced at the screen and answered the call. Qin Hao laughed. Uncle Wang, what made you think of calling me?
The voice on the other end chuckled.
Qin Hao, it's been a while since we've seen each other. I've missed you. How about I come over tomorrow, and we have a drink?
Qin Hao chuckled.
Uncle Wang, if you want my cooking, just say so. Uncle Wang laughed heartily. Alright, I won't hold back, then. The two chatted for several minutes before ending the call. In the Jiangnan City Patrol Chief's office, Wang Jigua, the caller, leaned back in his chair with a faint smile and muttered to himself, exploring the other half? Interesting.
A short while ago, he had received instructions from higher-ups to visit Qin Hao tomorrow and subtly reveal part of his identity on the show. He only knew that Qin Hao had developed a cure for cancer. He was certain that once the world learned of Qin Hao's achievement, it would cause a global sensation. However, his orders were not to fully expose Qin Hao's identity, just to make an appearance and boost the show's popularity.
Qin Hao was unaware of all this. He leisurely ate an orange while watching TV, living a relaxed and comfortable life. In the livestream chat,
someone's visiting Qin Hao tomorrow, and he called the person Uncle Wang.
Qingxue, do you know this Uncle Wang? Ha, will it be like that woman earlier, saying something shocking and revealing another one of Qin Hao's identities?
Luo Qingxue read the comments and tried to recall but eventually said, I've never heard of anyone called Uncle Wang. Lin Churan, sitting beside her, looked at her with some exasperation.
How many of Qin Hao's acquaintances do you even know? Luo Qingxue thought for a moment and replied, I've met some.
At a class reunion 2 years ago, I met about 20 of Qin Hao's classmates, but I can't remember what they look like anymore.
Lin Churan facepalmed and asked, what about Qin Hao's friends? How many of those do you know? Luo Qingxue answered confidently, just one, but that friend is living abroad now.
Lin Churan was curious.
If Qin Hao's only friend is overseas, doesn't that mean he's usually bored at home? Luo Qingxue nodded, a trace of concern in her voice. That's why I always come home right after work. I don't want him to feel lonely.
When I have days off, I spend time with my husband and our daughter. Lin Churan was speechless. Well, that sounds like a dull life, but, Lin Churan continued, it seems Qin Hao has plenty of friends.
You just don't know about them. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue's expression turned colder.
There was Jiang Yu from earlier. And now, there was this Uncle Wang, who had just called Qin Hao. It seemed like they were both very familiar with Qin Hao, yet she knew nothing about them.
In the livestream chat, Qingxue, I feel bad for you.
Your husband keeps everything from you, his identity, his past, the people he knows, you know nothing. Honestly, Jinhao hiding so much from his wife is really unfair.
Exactly. What kind of identity requires him to hide it from his own wife? A spy? That doesn't make sense either. If he were a spy, how could he be home all the time? Luo Qingxue read the comments and felt a pang of grievance. She was Qin Hao's legitimate wife. They even had a child together. She had been completely open with Qin Hao, but him? He hid everything from her. Even his friends, she only knew of one. Let's wait and see. My husband said he'd tell me everything next month. If his explanation isn't convincing, I won't forgive him so easily.
Luo Qingxue said coldly, her tone firm. Some viewers in the livestream started stirring things up.
Qingxue, when you say you won't forgive him easily, does that mean you'll divorce him? Or will you stop letting him touch you? Sleep in separate beds? Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes at the comments and replied irritably, you're overthinking it. Divorce is out of the question, and we won't sleep in separate beds. At most, I just won't talk to him. The tens of thousands of viewers collectively sighed. That's what you call not forgiving him easily? Just ignoring him?
In the livestream feed,
Qin Hao was still sitting on the sofa, eating peanuts while watching TV, looking completely at ease. The viewers couldn't help but envy him. Damn, this is the life, beautiful wife, lovely daughter, and he spends his days relaxing, watching TV. This is too good to be true. Yeah, some women online complain about being housewives, saying it's exhausting and that they lose themselves. Honestly, I don't get it. Those women are just being dramatic. With automatic washing machines and robot vacuums these days, what's so hard about being a housewife? Cooking 3 meals a day? Do men have it easier? Damn, I wish I could be a stay-at-home husband. It looks so comfortable. Luo Qingxue glanced at the comments but didn't say anything.
Her attention was focused on Qin Hao in the livestream. 5 years of marriage, and he claimed to be a programmer working from home. But where was the work? All she saw was him eating peanuts, snacking on sunflower seeds, and watching TV. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Qin Hao had tricked her too thoroughly. It wasn't until 3 p.m. that Qin Hao finally got up and went to the kitchen. Their daughter had told him that morning that she wanted food from a certain takeout place, which, of course, meant she wanted his cooking. Their daughter loved chicken, so Qin Hao decided to make chicken hot pot. First, he wiped the clay pot clean with a towel, then added the chicken hot pot sauce he had prepared himself. He placed the chicken pieces into the pot, stirred them evenly, and let them marinate for half an hour. While waiting, Qin Hao peeled 8 cloves of garlic, sliced some onions, and prepared a block of tofu, celery, dried bean curd, and vermicelli. With all the ingredients ready, he waited for the chicken to finish marinating. When the chicken was ready, he placed the clay pot on the stove, added onions, garlic, celery, and dried bean curd, then covered it and let it simmer over medium heat. At the same time, Qin Hao began preparing another dish, sour fish soup. Both were simple homemade dishes. The viewers watched as Qin Hao expertly deboned the fish, his knife skills leaving them in awe. Those knife skills are amazing. That woman earlier said the president of the Dragon Nation Chefs Association once competed with Qin Hao and admitted Qin Hao's skills were slightly better. Is that true? There's no way to verify that. Even if Qin Hao is an honorary professor at Qingbei University, how would he have the chance to meet the president of the Chefs Association, let alone compete with him? Yeah, this can't be proven. Let's drop it. The viewers discussed the topic briefly before moving on. In the production van, Lin Churan turned to Luo Qingxue and asked curiously, your husband cooks under the guise of ordering takeout. You've been eating his food for 5 years. How does it taste? Luo Qingxue replied, it's delicious. In our first year of marriage, my husband ordered takeout once, and I was amazed. It was the best food I'd ever had, even better than what I'd had at restaurants. From then on, I often asked him to order from that place. Now I know it was him cooking all along. Lin Churan looked puzzled. Didn't you ever ask where that restaurant was? Luo Qingxue's face darkened. I did, and I even went to that place. But every time, it was closed. My husband said the owner was laid back and only opened occasionally. Over the years, I've passed by that place many times, and it's always closed. Now I suspect that so-called restaurant is actually run by my husband. Luo Qingxue grew increasingly suspicious. After all, the restaurant had been open for 5 years, yet every time she visited, it was closed. But whenever her husband ordered food from that restaurant, he could always get it. What was even more suspicious was that Qin Hao didn't use a food delivery app to place his orders, he contacted the owner directly via WeChat.
The transaction records and chat logs all looked legitimate.
She had even added the owner's WeChat account herself, but every time she sent a message, the owner would take a long time to reply. Next to her, Lin Churan froze in surprise.
Qingxue, are you saying the restaurant might actually belong to Qin Hao? Luo Qingxue's tone was cold as she replied, my husband doesn't use a delivery platform. He contacts the owner directly on WeChat. Lin Churan asked again, did you add the owner on WeChat?
I did. Luo Qingxue said through gritted teeth. But every time I sent a message, the owner would take forever to reply. Lin Churan was stunned and started analyzing out loud. So, this restaurant has been open for 5 years, but every time you passed by, it was closed. When you messaged the owner, they always replied late.
Yet Qin Hao could order food from them easily.
She continued, now that we know your husband might be wealthy, opening a restaurant would be easy for him. It's entirely possible that he owns the place.
In the live stream chat, I'll bet anything that the restaurant belongs to Qin Hao.
Think about it, a restaurant that's been around for 5 years but is never open.
Why would the owner keep paying rent if they didn't want to run it?
If they didn't want the restaurant, they could have shut it down and let another business take over.
But for 5 years, it stayed a restaurant.
That's very suspicious.
I agree.
It has to be Qin Hao's restaurant. This is genius. Qin Hao didn't want to cook every day but still wanted his wife and kid to eat well, so he opened a restaurant just to keep up the act.
What a mastermind. Truly impressive. Hey, production team, why not investigate and see if the restaurant actually belongs to Qin Hao? Yeah, let's confirm whether it's Qin Hao's. Seeing the barrage of comments, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but feel tempted.
After all, this was still just speculation. She wanted to know the truth herself. Director Zhang noticed the strong demand from the audience and immediately decided to take action. He smiled and said, all right, I'll look into it. I'll call someone at the Market Supervision Bureau to ask. I happen to know someone there. Let me give them a call. Turning to Luo Qingxue, he asked, where is the restaurant located, and what's it called?
Yu Restaurant on Jianyang Middle Road, Luo Qingxue replied. Director Zhang nodded and quickly made the call.
The call was answered promptly. Director Zhang got straight to the point, Old Lu, I need a favor.
Can you check the registered owner of a restaurant on Jianyang Middle Road called Yu Restaurant?
The person on the other end, Old Lu, responded, oh, I remember that restaurant well. It's been open for 5 years, but every time I patrol that area, the place is closed. I've always wondered what the owner is thinking, paying rent but never opening.
Director Zhang asked, do you remember the registered owner's name?
Old Lu replied, I do. I've called him a few times to ask about the situation. His name is Qin Hao, and he's pretty young, around 20-something. Director Zhang had the call on speaker, so all 500,000 viewers in the livestream heard it clearly.
In the chat. Holy crap!
It really is Qin Hao's restaurant.
Unbelievable. He went to this extent just to fool his wife. I'm in awe. Legendary.
Qin Hao is truly a genius. He opened a non-operational restaurant just to maintain this act for his wife.
Incredible. This guy is amazing. Hats off to Qin Hao.
In the production van, Lin Churan was utterly dumbfounded. She considered herself well-traveled and experienced, having met all sorts of people.
But this?
This was her first time encountering someone like Qin Hao.
To maintain his act for his wife, he opened a restaurant that doesn't even operate? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Next to her, Luo Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gritting in frustration.
Qin Hao. Her dear husband.
To deceive her, he had gone to such absurd lengths. She thought back to all those times she chatted with the restaurant owner, asking them to prepare food, only to receive delayed replies or excuses like we're not open today. Now she knew it was all Qin Hao's doing.
Bastard. Scoundrel. Damn Qin Hao. Luo Qingxue cursed him silently, feeling like a complete fool.
Qin Hao had played her for years, and she had fallen for it every single time.
She was furious. In the chat.
Poor Qingxue, completely played by Qin Hao.
Yeah, it's like she's been made to look like a fool.
Well, it's not her fault.
Who would ever suspect their husband would open a fake restaurant just to avoid cooking while still feeding his family? Exactly.
It's not that Qingxue is foolish, it's that Qin Hao's methods are next level.
Only someone as brilliant as a top scorer could pull this off. Truly next level. Qingxue, didn't you say earlier that you knew your husband inside and out? I remember that too.
At the start of the show, Qingxue was so confident, saying she knew everything about Qin Hao and that the production team wouldn't find anything interesting.
Now look, she's been completely exposed. Reading these comments, Luo Qingxue became even angrier.
She thought back to the start of the show when she had boldly declared that she knew everything about Qin Hao and that the production team wouldn't uncover anything surprising.
And now?
It was only the second day of filming, and she felt like a fool, completely outplayed by her husband.
Bastard! Luo Qingxue swore to herself.
She was determined to make Qin Hao pay tonight.
In the chat, Qingxue, can you tell us how Qin Hao managed to win you over? Or should I say, how he tricked you into marrying him? Yeah, did he fool you in any other way? Like tricking you into staying over or something?
Luo Qingxue read the comments and thought back to how she had been tricked terribly by Qin Hao the first time. Qin Hao had claimed to live alone and said he was bad at keeping his place tidy, even sending her photos of a messy, disorganized room. Feeling sorry for him, she went to his place to help clean up.
The result?
She fell for his trap completely. Qin Hao had deliberately messed up his room just to lure her over. The livestream viewers were very curious about how Luo Qingxue and Qin Hao got together.
During their first time getting a hotel room, was Luo Qingxue proactive, hesitant, or tricked by Qin Hao?
Luo Qingxue glanced at the chat but didn't respond to the question. After a while, the chicken hot pot and sour fish soup were ready. Qin Hao checked the time, it was time to pick up their daughter from school. He left the house. With Qin Hao gone, the livestream no longer showed him, prompting viewers to speculate.
In the chat, where's Qin Hao going at this hour? Could it be for some secret business? Should the production team follow him to find out?
Luo Qingxue calmly explained, he's gone to pick up our daughter.
He'll be back in about 20 minutes. Oh, that's all?
I thought it was something mysterious, but he's just picking up his kid from school.
Now I'm really curious about who this Uncle Wang visiting Qin Hao tomorrow is. Since he's called Uncle Wang, he must be at least 45 years old, right?
Probably. Still, it feels odd that Qin Hao, being so young, would hang out with someone that much older.
Not really.
In workplaces or factories, it's common for people to eat and chat with someone 20 years their senior.
Luo Qingxue looked at the chat. She was curious about Uncle Wang too.
In their 5 years of marriage, Qin Hao had never mentioned him. As time passed, it was soon 5:30 p.m., the time when Luo Qingxue would usually get off work. She turned to Lin Churan and director Zhang.
I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow.
All right, they replied with smiles. When Luo Qingxue got home, little Qin Shiyu, who had been sitting on the sofa, happily ran up to her and said, "Mommy, Daddy ordered chicken hot pot and sour fish soup."
Luo Qingxue ruffled Qin Shiyu's hair, a faint smile on her face.
But deep down, she grumbled to herself.
Ordered takeout? Yeah, right, it's obviously your dad's cooking. Daughter, your dad has fooled the two of us so badly.
Qin Hao walked over and smiled at Luo Qingxue.
Dinner's ready. Luo Qingxue smiled back but couldn't help sneering inwardly, keep acting. You're really good at it. Unaware of Luo Qingxue's thoughts, Qin Hao went to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. Luo Qingxue served the rice.
Once the three of them sat down to eat, Qin Shiyu happily devoured the food. Luo Qingxue, on the other hand, looked at Qin Hao and casually asked, "Hubby, why is it that whenever I message the restaurant owner asking for food, they either take a long time to reply or say they're not open, but whenever you order, they always cook for you?" Qin Hao smiled naturally and looked at her as he replied. However, he carefully observed her reaction, wondering if she was suspicious.
Seeing nothing unusual in her demeanor, he explained, that's not always the case.
Sometimes, when I try to order, the owner also takes a long time to respond.
The owner has 2 WeChat accounts and only logs into the work one when the restaurant is open.
It's normal for them to reply late.
Luo Qingxue nodded. I see. That owner is really laid back, running the restaurant so casually.
I was even thinking of ordering food from them for lunch tomorrow at the office, to share with my coworkers. Hearing this, Qin Hao took out his phone, opened WeChat, and called the restaurant owner's account. After a few rings, no one answered. Qin Hao hung up and said, "The owner didn't pick up.
They're probably not logged into this account. We'll just have to wait and see."
Luo Qingxue sighed but internally thought, he's really putting on a show so convincing. If I didn't already know the truth, I might have believed him.
In the livestream chat. Wow, he's acting so well. What a waste of talent, he should have become an actor. Men's words are lies, all lies.
If men could be trusted, pigs would climb trees.
LOL, isn't this exhausting? Pretending like this every day? I don't think it's exhausting, it's actually pretty entertaining. On screen, Shin Hao and his family ate dinner.
Afterward, Shin Hao cleaned up the dishes while Luo Qingxue sat on the sofa with Qin Shiyu, watching cartoons. The scene made the viewers envious. A warm family, a wife and kid, and a cozy home. Life may be simple, but it looks so happy.
Yeah, this is true happiness. It makes me want to get married too.
I want to get married too, especially if it's to someone like Shin Hao.
Handsome, good at cooking, what more could you ask for?
In the production van, Lin Churan felt a pang of envy. Even though she was a popular actress, dating was nearly impossible. Her company forbade her from dating, fearing she'd lose fans. But her contract was nearing its end. Once it expired, she wouldn't renew it, then she'd finally have her freedom.
Back in the livestream feed. After cleaning the dishes, Shin Hao sat on the sofa and draped an arm over Luo Qingxue's shoulders. He said softly, "Why don't you and our daughter go take a bath?" Luo Qingxue glanced at him. "I don't feel like it tonight."
"Why not?"
Shin Hao asked, puzzled. 3 days ago, Luo Qingxue's period had ended.
Normally, this would be a time when she'd be interested. She didn't seem tired either, everything seemed normal.
Luo Qingxue just replied indifferently, "I just don't want to." Shin Hao nodded slightly, though he was still confused. "We've been married 5 years, and every time after your period."
Before he could finish, Luo Qingxue covered his mouth with her hand. Flustered, she glared at him.
"Our daughter is right here."
She might not understand now, but when she's older, she'll remember this and figure it out.
Shin Hao was baffled. "Alright, fine.
Then I'll say it in a way she won't understand." Before he could finish again, Luo Qingxue quickly covered his mouth, her face turning red with embarrassment.
"Enough.
I'm taking our daughter to the bathroom," she said hastily, dragging Qin Shiyu to the bathroom. Shin Hao sat there, confused.
Was that really necessary?
Shaking his head, he went to the bedroom's bathroom to take a shower himself. At that moment, the livestream chat was in chaos.
In the chat. "Wow, internet slang is about to get an update.
What a talent, just when I thought going home to check was suggestive enough, this guy takes it to another level." Suddenly, the livestream feed froze, leaving only the camera inside the production van.
In the chat. "What the heck? Did the stream stop? Ugh, why cut it off now?"
Inside the production van, Lin Churan received a message from Luo Qingxue, saying they were ending for the day because she and Shin Hao needed some personal time in the evening. After reading the message, Lin Churan smiled and addressed the viewers.
"That's it for today.
Qingxue and her husband also need some free time."
The livestream audience wasn't happy about it. Just as things were getting interesting, the stream ended?
Sensing their discontent, Lin Churan added, "You've been watching the livestream all day, take some time to rest tonight.
Tune in tomorrow to see if we discover anything new. We're ending the stream here. See you tomorrow."
A short while later, Lin Churan shut down the livestream. Afterward, she turned to director Zhang, voicing a concern.
"Shows like Exploring the Other Half risk violating privacy during live streams.
For example, the woman who came to Qin Hao's house for dinner earlier, if she sued us." Director Zhang smiled lightly. "The production team has already considered these scenarios. Don't worry, it'll be handled properly.
It won't affect you."
Lin Churan nodded, choosing not to press further. She figured the production team's solution likely involved monetary compensation.
But what if the other party was someone powerful, someone who wouldn't care about money? The next morning.
After breakfast, Luo Qingxue told Shin Hao, "I'm taking our daughter to kindergarten and then heading to work." Shin Hao nodded, looking at her.
"Will you be home for lunch?" Luo Qingxue. "I knew it."
She had guessed that Shin Hao would ask this question. He just wanted to confirm whether she'd be home at noon.
If she were coming back for lunch, the so-called Uncle Wang definitely wouldn't visit.
She thought back to the past 5 years of their marriage. There had been so many times when Shin Hao asked her the same question. Now she was beginning to suspect that every time he asked, it was because someone was coming to visit, and he was hiding it from her. Feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment, she kept her expression neutral and replied, "I won't be home.
There's some leftover food in the fridge. Just heat it up or order takeout."
"Got it," Shin Hao responded with a smile.
"Let's go, sweetie, time for school." Luo Qingxue smiled at her daughter. Qin Shiyu waved to Qin Hao. Bye, Daddy. Bye-bye.
Be good at kindergarten and listen to your teacher, Qin Hao said, ruffling her hair.
With that, Luo Qingxue and Qin Shiyu left. As soon as they stepped outside, Luo Qingxue's expression darkened.
She snorted coldly. Qin Hao has been deceiving me for 5 years.
Let's see who's visiting him today. In the live stream chat, Qin Hao just asked if Luo Qingxue would be home for lunch. He's obviously checking.
If she were coming back, that Uncle Wang guy definitely wouldn't show up.
Why is he hiding this, though? I still don't get it. Exactly. If it's just a normal friend visiting, what's there to hide? This whole thing is so mysterious. I can't wrap my head around it.
Many viewers were puzzled. From what they had seen so far, Qin Hao clearly had money. That wasn't a problem, as long as it was earned legally.
But why hide it from his wife?
Then there was this Uncle Wang, as well as the woman Jiang Yu from before.
Why was Qin Hao hiding all this from Luo Qingxue?
In the livestream feed,
Qin Hao picked up his phone and called Wang Zhigua. The call connected quickly. Uncle Wang, what time will you arrive? Qin Hao asked.
Probably around 10 a.m., Wang Zhigua replied with a chuckle.
I've got a few things to wrap up first. All right. Wang Zhigua laughed and added, good thing it won't interfere with your cooking. Qin Hao.
After chatting for a bit, they hung up. Qin Hao then went to the kitchen to start prepping ingredients, marinating the necessary ones so he could cook right on time.
At 9:30 a.m., Wang Zhigua finished his tasks at the Night Patrol Bureau and drove to Qin Hao's home.
As he drove, he couldn't help but feel confused. Yesterday, he had received instructions from his superiors to make an appearance in the livestream to add to Qin Hao's mystique. Wang Zhigua guessed that his superiors wanted to use this entertainment format to subtly reveal Qin Hao's breakthrough in cancer research, ensuring it gained widespread attention. But one thing puzzled him. How did his superiors even know that the Exploring the Other Half team was featuring Qin Hao? So far, it seemed like Qin Hao himself wasn't aware he was being livestreamed. And as for Luo Qingxue, she clearly knew nothing about Qin Hao's true identity and couldn't possibly have informed the higher-ups.
So how had they found out so quickly? Could Qin Hao be under 24-hour surveillance? Wang Zhigua shook his head. That seemed unlikely.
While Qin Hao's contributions in curing cancer were monumental, it didn't warrant round-the-clock protection. Shaking off the thought, Wang Zhigua figured it must have been a coincidence. Soon, Wang Zhigua arrived at Qin Hao's residential complex, parked his car, and took the elevator up to Qin Hao's apartment. When he knocked on the door, Qin Hao opened it with a smile. Uncle Wang, Qin Hao greeted. Wang Zhigua smiled back, changed into indoor slippers, and joked, the bureau's been busy lately, so I haven't had time to come mooch off a meal. Today, I'm here to eat to my heart's content. Qin Hao chuckled. I've made 6 dishes, plenty to eat.
Wang Zhigua sniffed the air. Just the smell alone is making me hungry. I could eat your cooking every day.
Qin Hao's expression turned serious.
Please don't. I've already had to pretend I can't cook so my wife doesn't make me cook every day. Wang Zhigua burst out laughing. Even if I wanted to eat here daily, it wouldn't be possible. Today's just a lucky break.
Once I retire and stop being the Night Patrol Bureau Chief in Jiangnan City, I'll come here every day to eat.
As soon as Wang Zhigua revealed his title, the livestream chat exploded. In the chat. What the heck? Night Patrol Bureau Chief? Whoa! 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 No way! Uncle Wang's identity is this impressive? This is insane.
Inside the production van, Director Zhang was stunned.
He knew shows like Exploring the Other Half often risked invading privacy.
Live streaming someone without consent was already a legal gray area. The production team had anticipated such risks, planning to resolve issues with money if necessary.
But now? Are you kidding me? This isn't something money can fix.
Lin Churin, standing nearby, was also taken aback.
Uncle Wang is actually the chief of the Night Patrol Bureau in Jiangnan City?
Just yesterday, she had been thinking about how Exploring the Other Half might easily infringe on others' privacy during its livestream.
Director Zhang had reassured her that any issues could be resolved with money. But what if the person involved didn't care about money and had significant influence?
Lin Churin glanced at Director Zhang and saw that he looked visibly flustered.
In the livestream chat. It's over.
This show might be forced to shut down.
Exactly. Programs like this already skirt the line with privacy violations.
If it were just Qin Hao being streamed, that would be fine, but now you've included someone so influential.
Look at the director, he's panicking.
The director looks terrified. Director Zhang glanced at the chat while keeping an eye on Uncle Wang in the livestream.
He was in a panic. What do I do? What do I do? Stop the stream? Or continue?
If they stopped now, the losses would be enormous. He had spent 10 million yuan just to bring in the popular celebrity Lin Churan as a guest. If the show stopped broadcasting now, it would be a disaster.
But if they didn't stop, this Uncle Wang.
Director Zhang's mind raced, two opposing thoughts battling within him, one urging him to stop, the other to continue. His head throbbed as the dilemma raged on.
Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided, we continue. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences.
Besides, there's no solid proof yet that this Uncle Wang is actually the Night Patrol Bureau chief. He reasoned that if Uncle Wang's identity turned out to be real, he could apologize and offer compensation afterward.
It shouldn't be too big of a problem. And anyway, Uncle Wang's identity hadn't been confirmed yet. The viewers in the livestream quickly caught on to this and began commenting. It's easy to confirm Uncle Wang's identity.
People in such positions have publicly available information.
Just look it up online. Right, I'll search now. Jiangnan City, right? Director Zhang also began searching online. He typed, Night Patrol Bureau Chief, Jiangnan City. Soon, the results led to Baidu Baiki, China's equivalent of Wikipedia. The page revealed that the current Night Patrol Bureau Chief in Jiangnan City was named Wang Zhigua. His profile included a photo.
Director Zhang compared the photo with the Uncle Wang in the livestream and felt his face grow pale.
It was real. Uncle Wang's identity was genuine. Damn it!
Director Zhang cursed inwardly.
Wasn't Xinhao supposed to be a programmer? A homebody? How does he know someone like Uncle Wang?
The livestream viewers who had also searched for Uncle Wang's identity started flooding the chat.
It's true. Uncle Wang's identity is real. Holy crap! Director, you're in trouble now. Director, are you scared yet? Didn't the director say he'd take responsibility for all the consequences?
Director Zhang's nerves were fraying, but he didn't stop the livestream. In his mind, while this situation might involve a privacy violation, it shouldn't be too severe.
Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue was completely stunned. Uncle Wang is the chief of the Night Patrol Bureau? How does my husband know someone like him? And why has he been hiding this from me?
As shock washed over her, confusion took hold.
What other secrets was her husband hiding? In the live stream,
Xinhao brought out the dishes and said with a smile, Uncle Wang, if you want to eat my cooking in the future, you might have to visit the capital.
Wang Zhigua paused mid-bite, startled. The capital? Why?
I'm planning to move there, Xinhao replied with a light laugh. I'll buy a house there, though I'll still visit Jiangnan every year.
Wang Zhigua frowned slightly. Why move to the capital? Isn't Jiangnan City good enough?
It's a tourist city, slow-paced, perfect for retirement. It is nice, Xinhao said with a chuckle but didn't elaborate further.
Wang Zhigua only knew a fraction of Xinhao's true identity.
Next month, when Xinhao's identity was officially revealed, moving to the capital would likely become necessary. There was no other choice. He had developed multiple pieces of critical national technology, national treasures that many foreign powers would covet. Staying in Jiangnan City would pose risks to his family's safety, and he didn't want to take that chance. That said, the final decision would depend on the situation.
In the livestream chat, Xinhao is moving to the capital next month. Houses there cost a fortune.
A decently sized one could easily cost tens of millions.
No kidding.
If Xinhao's planning to buy property in the capital, he must have over 30 million yuan.
Otherwise, how could he afford it? Inside the production van, Lin Churan turned to the bewildered Luo Qingxue and asked curiously, has your husband mentioned moving to the capital before? Luo Qingxue was still in a daze. Uncle Wang is the chief of the Night Patrol Bureau.
And now Xinhao says he's moving to the capital to buy a house.
But I know nothing about any of this. Xinhao has never told me. Her confusion deepened. Is this even the same husband I've been married to for 5 years?
Since the start of the show, she had felt increasingly unfamiliar with him. The image she had of her husband no longer matched reality.
Her husband was supposed to be an ordinary man, a programmer. So why? Why is he the national top scorer? Why is he an honorary professor at Qingbei University? Why does he have so much money? Why is a company's CEO so respectful to him? And why does he know someone as influential as Uncle Wang? Qingxue?
Lin Charan called again, seeing Luo Qingxue lost in thought.
Snapping back to reality, Luo Qingxue looked at her. What is it? Lin Charan repeated her question. Did your husband ever mention moving to the capital?
No, Luo Qingxue replied softly, shaking her head. She drifted back into silence, lost in her thoughts.
Is this even the Qin Hao I know?
Watching Luo Qingxue's dazed expression, Lin Charan sighed inwardly. Luo Qingxue had been married to Qin Hao for 5 years, thinking she knew him well.
But now,
any woman in her position would likely feel just as bewildered upon discovering their husband was nothing like they had imagined.
In the chat. Poor Qingxue.
Yeah, she's had it rough, being lied to like this.
Men are all liars.
But honestly, Qin Hao seems really impressive.
Some viewers began reflecting on Qin Hao's qualities. He's definitely remarkable.
His looks are outstanding, and his achievements, national top scorer and Qingbei honorary professor, are enough to boast about for a lifetime. Judging from what we've seen, he probably has a net worth of at least 30 million yuan. And now he's close to someone as high profile as Uncle Wang. His connections are top-notch.
Agreed.
Qin Hao is truly exceptional.
He excels in every aspect.
Luo Qingxue stared at the livestream comments. The audience was all praising how outstanding her husband was.
On any other day, hearing others compliment her husband would have made her happy. But now, she didn't feel even a hint of joy.
Instead, she felt a bit inferior. Apart from her good looks and a bachelor's degree from Jiangnan University, a 211 university, so decent, her family was just middle class. Overall, she wasn't doing poorly, but it all depended on the comparison. Compared to Qin Hao, she felt she fell far short.
Luo Qingxue couldn't stop herself from overthinking. When I get older and lose my youthful beauty, will Qin Hao still want me? Would he?
Before, she would have confidently told herself that Qin Hao would never do anything to betray her. But now, she wasn't so sure.
The livestream comments showed some viewers' curiosity. Qingxue, what's your education background? Qingxue, what does your family do? Qingxue, what kind of job do you have?
Luo Qingxue's mind buzzed as she read the questions.
Why were they asking her this now? Did they think she wasn't good enough for Qin Hao?
No matter what, we're already married, and we have a 4-year-old child. She took a deep breath, calming herself, then smiled faintly and replied, I graduated with a bachelor's from Jiangnan University. My parents run a small shop, nothing fancy.
The viewers quickly responded. Graduating from Jiangnan University is pretty good, it's a 211 university. Not bad at all. Qingxue, don't feel inferior.
Someone as exceptional as Qin Hao is extremely rare. Seeing the supportive comments, Luo Qingxue felt a little better.
In the live stream, Wang Jigua was enjoying the meal.
He glanced at Qin Hao and complimented, this is the best food I've ever had.
Not even the high-end restaurants can compare.
If you became a chef, you'd probably earn at least 50,000 yuan a month. Qin Hao chuckled.
I've never considered being a chef. It's too exhausting, working day and night.
Plus, the hours wouldn't align with my wife and kids' schedule.
I want to spend more time with them. Hearing this, Wang Jigua praised him again, not bad.
After 5 years of marriage, you're still so devoted to your wife. You're quite the family man. Qin Hao smiled lightly and said nothing. Wang Jigua wasn't wrong, he did love his wife and value his family. But there was another reason he wanted to spend as much time with them as possible. Next year, he would be returning to his work. 5 years ago, after developing multiple critical national technologies, Qin Hao had intended to continue working on new projects. However, Minister Li had persuaded him otherwise. At the time, Minister Li told him, you're already 23. It's time to find a girlfriend.
If you keep working non-stop, who knows when you'll get around to settling down? Hearing this, Qin Hao thought it made sense.
So, he returned to Jiangnan City, began living a more normal life, got married, and had a child. The past 5 years of marriage had been incredibly fulfilling for him. But now, with his identity about to be revealed, the change was necessary. Since he'd soon be resuming his work, it was better for Luo Qingxue to know the truth so he could work without worry. Qin Hao smiled at Wang Jigua and said, Uncle Wang, eat as much as you can. Don't leave leftovers, or I'll have a hard time explaining it to my wife.
Wang Jigua laughed. Don't worry.
I skipped breakfast and came hungry, I'll finish everything. After a couple more bites, Wang Jigua glanced at Qin Hao and chuckled.
Your wife still knows nothing about your past, does she? Xin Hao nodded lightly. He had hidden it well. Plus, Luo Qingxue was a bit of a romantic, trusting him completely and letting her guard down around him. That made it easier to keep things from her. Wang Zhigui laughed. If your wife finds out you're the national top scorer and an honorary professor at Qingbei University, won't she be stunned? Xin Hao chuckled. It's not that big of a deal. Those are pretty average titles. Wang Zhigui was speechless. Those are average? Well, compared to Qin Hao's other achievements, they were. After all, curing cancer was an extraordinary accomplishment. Wang Zhigui looked at Qin Hao, curious. Do you plan to hide the truth from your wife forever? Qin Hao shook his head and replied calmly, I'll tell her everything next month. Wang Zhigui paused, surprised. You'll tell her everything? Qin Hao nodded. Hearing this, Wang Zhigui couldn't help but feel confused. 4 years ago, he had signed a confidentiality agreement regarding Qin Hao's work on curing cancer. At the time, he wondered why such an achievement needed to be kept secret. It wasn't like it was a military weapon. Now, it seemed that the higher-ups were planning to publicize Qin Hao's accomplishments. The fact that Wang Zhigui had been instructed to appear on the show and Qin Hao's statement about revealing everything suggested as much. Even so, Wang Zhigui couldn't shake his confusion. Why did curing cancer need to be a secret in the first place? After finishing the meal, Wang Zhigui smiled. Let's clean up together, 2 people will be faster. Qin Hao laughed. Uncle Wang, just rest. I'll take care of it. It won't take long. Despite this, Wang Zhigui still helped with the cleanup. After 10 minutes, they were done. Wang Zhigui patted Qin Hao's shoulder with a smile. Xiao Hao, I've known you for 10 years now. Back when you became the national top scorer, you made Jiangnan City proud. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The two chatted for a while before Wang Zhigui excused himself, saying he had other matters to attend to. In the livestream chat. So Uncle Wang met Qin Hao because of the national top scorer achievement. That explains how they know each other. But from what Uncle Wang said earlier, he clearly knows more about Qin Hao's other identity. I thought he might reveal it, but nope. Damn, I just want to know what Qin Hao's other identity is. Why all the secrecy? Inside the production van, director Zhang's thoughts diverged from the viewers. He was debating whether to stop Wang Zhigui and apologize in person. After much internal conflict, he stepped out of the van and called one of the show's investors. Director Zhang, the show has hit a snag. Before he could finish, the investor interrupted, I know. Just focus on your job. I'll handle the rest. Director Zhang, alright. Hanging up, Director Zhang felt a wave of relief. If the investor said it could be handled, then there shouldn't be any issues. Meanwhile, back in the van, Luo Qingxue was still watching the livestream feed of Qin Hao. From what Uncle Wang had said earlier, it was clear Qin Hao had another identity. But what is it? No matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Qin Hao was the only one left in the room. He boiled a kettle of water, sat on the sofa, brewed himself a cup of tea, and turned on the TV, looking relaxed and at ease. The countless viewers in the livestream focused on Qin Hao. While many envied his laid-back lifestyle, they felt he was too much of a homebody, with no apparent hobbies or interests. Some viewers started posting comments. Qingxue, is your husband a homebody? He's been at home for the past 2 days. Yeah, he seems very reclusive. Does he have any hobbies? In the van, Luo Qingxue sighed softly and replied helplessly, my husband is quite a homebody. He rarely goes out, and even groceries are ordered online. Next to her, Lin Charan imagined staying at home all day and felt like it would suffocate her. She wouldn't be able to bear it. The viewers reacted to Luo Qingxue's comment. Your husband is impressive, such a homebody, yet he knows so many powerful people. I'm always out and haven't met a single one. Being a homebody has its benefits. If my husband were as handsome as Qin Hao and always out playing, I'd feel uneasy. Come on, aren't we supposed to be discussing Qin Hao's hidden identity? What's there to discuss? Just guessing? Let's let things unfold naturally. Although the viewers were curious about Qin Hao's other identity, it was impossible to guess without more information. Luo Qingxue glanced at the comments without responding. Her eyes remained fixed on Qin Hao in the livestream feed. The more she looked at him, the more confused she felt. If it weren't for everything that had happened over the past 2 days,
Xinhao seemed no different from an ordinary person, staying at home every day and picking up their child at school. But after the events of these 2 days, she felt even more bewildered. On the sofa, Xinhao lay there watching TV. He was a bit bored. But if he went out, he'd feel even more bored. Without his wife and child accompanying him, there wasn't much fun to be had. On top of that, because of his identity, there was always a group of people protecting him 24/7 in secret. Being watched while trying to have fun outside made him feel uncomfortable. After some thought, Xinhao decided staying at home was better, even if it was dull. When boredom struck, he often wanted to chat with someone. And the person he thought of was, of course, someone he missed. Xinhao picked up his phone and sent a message to Luo Qingxue. "Xinhao, wife, are you coming home for lunch?" The viewers saw Xinhao typing and immediately perked up. Who's Xinhao messaging? Whoa, who's Xinhao contacting now? Could it be another big shot? Cough, cough, Luo Qingxue said in the van. "You're overthinking. My husband is messaging me." The camera focused on Luo Qingxue's phone. Luo Qingxue, not coming back. What's up? Xinhao, I miss you, grinning face. Luo Qingxue, sweat face, are you that bored at home? Xinhao, yeah. Luo Qingxue, why don't you go out for a walk? Xinhao, walking alone isn't much fun. Luo Qingxue, what do you want to do then? Xinhao, not sure. Just chatting with you feels nice. Luo Qingxue, sweat face, we've been married for 5 years. Aren't you tired of me yet? Xinhao, not at all. Luo Qingxue, really? Xinhao, cold sweat, don't overthink it. I mean it. Luo Qingxue, but what if you keep things stable at home while playing around outside? Xinhao, sweating, no way. That's impossible. Luo Qingxue, why not? People say most men keep their households steady while indulging elsewhere. Xinhao, not me. I swear. Luo Qingxue, alright, I'll believe you this once. Seeing their chat, the viewers couldn't help but feel envious. Damn, suddenly getting hit with dog food. I'm jealous. I married someone I didn't love, and now I often think about my ex and the happy times we had. Too bad those days are gone forever. As a single person, this makes me want to find a partner. Ugh, as a single person, this feels like a critical hit. Luo Qingxue glanced at the comments, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Just then, Xinhao's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered. Xinhao, Elder Jiang. A cheerful voice came from the other end. My granddaughter says Jiangnan City has great scenery and lots of tourist attractions. I'll be there tomorrow. I'll stop by your place for some tea. Oh, and a friend gifted me some De Hong Pao tea, I'll bring half for you. Xinhao, what time will you arrive tomorrow? I'll pick you up at the airport. No need. I was hoping to give you time to cook us a meal, Elder Jiang chuckled. It's been over a year since I last had your cooking. Xinhao, chuckling, alright, I'll prepare a meal and wait for you. Elder Jiang added, by the way, Zhang Yu will be coming with me. He's been in the capital handling some matters and thought he'd come to Jiangnan to relax. Hearing the name Zhang Yu, Xinhao smiled. I'll prepare a few more dishes for you both. Great. We'll be looking forward to it, Elder Jiang replied. After chatting for a bit, they hung up. The viewers bombarded the livestream with comments. We can't hear the other side of the call, but Xinhao mentioned going to the airport. Sounds like another friend of his. Could it be another big shot? Not everyone Xinhao knows can be a big shot. That would be too far-fetched. In the van, Luo Qingxue felt even more confused. Another visitor? Would Xinhao tell her about it? As time passed, it was soon 5:30 p.m., Luo Qingxue's usual time to get off work. Some viewers began speculating. So someone's coming to see Xinhao tomorrow. Will he tell Qingxue about it or keep it a secret again? He'll probably keep it a secret. They've been married for 5 years, and she only knows one of his friends. Reading the comments, Luo Qingxue felt uncomfortable. She had a strong feeling Xinhao would keep it from her again. Later, Luo Qingxue went home. Acting as if nothing was amiss, she prepared dinner in the kitchen. After the family of 3 ate, they went about their usual evening routine, bathing, chatting, and then going to bed. The viewers, realizing the livestream had ended for the day, also turned in early, eager to recharge and watch tomorrow's events unfold. The next morning, Luo Qingxue spoke to Xinhao as usual. I'll drop off our child and then head to work. Xinhao nodded and looked at Luo Qingxue. Will you be coming home for lunch? Luo Qingxue smiled faintly.
I won't be back for lunch. Just reheat the leftovers and make do with that. I'll cook something nice for dinner. Jin Hao nodded with a smile, secretly relieved.
Fortunately, his wife wouldn't be home for lunch. Otherwise, he'd have to come up with another excuse. Soon after, Luo Qingxue left with Qin Shiyu.
In the elevator, Luo Qingxue felt a pang of discomfort.
Although she had already guessed that Qin Hao wouldn't tell her about today's visitors, it still hurt when her suspicions were confirmed. However, remembering that Qin Hao had promised to tell her everything next month eased her feelings slightly. Not long after Luo Qingxue left, Qin Hao picked up his phone and sent a message.
Qin Hao, deliver ingredients for the 9-dish A-set meal. Everything needs to be fresh. About 10 seconds later, he received a reply. Delivery person, okay, it'll arrive in half an hour. Half an hour later, the ingredients arrived.
Qin Hao took them into the kitchen to wash and prep them.
Meanwhile, the livestream audience watched him cook while posting comments.
At 10 a.m., two figures emerged from Jiangnan City's airport. One was an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in a traditional Chinese tang suit, exuding a vibrant and energetic aura. The other was a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing glasses, looking composed and professional.
Grandpa, Uncle Zhang.
At that moment, a tall figure jogged toward them. The elderly man saw her and chuckled.
You've been in Jiangnan City for 5 days, haven't you?
I bet you've been freeloading meals at Qin Hao's place again. The tall figure, Zhang Yu, looked exasperated.
What are you talking about? I only went there once.
And that one time, his wife suddenly came home, and I was so scared I barely ate a few bites before I packed the food and ran.
Thinking about that day made Zhang Yu feel frustrated.
It felt like she was sneaking around, even though she wasn't. The elderly man, Elder Jiang, chuckled, and even Zhang Yu, the middle-aged man, couldn't help but laugh. Let's go to Qin Hao's place, Elder Jiang said with a smile. Zhang Yu froze, staring at her grandfather in confusion.
Grandpa, we're going to Qin Hao's house now?
Elder Jiang chuckled. I spoke with Qin Hao yesterday.
He's probably busy in the kitchen right now. What? Zhang Yu was stunned. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me earlier?
If I'd known, I wouldn't have booked a restaurant with my friend. The food's already prepared, and my friend's waiting there.
Elder Jiang was briefly taken aback.
He hadn't realized his granddaughter had already made plans.
Why don't you eat with your friend first? Zhang Yu was on the verge of fainting.
If she had known they were going to Qin Hao's place, she wouldn't have booked a restaurant. She would have just gone to Qin Hao's house to eat. Now her friend was waiting at the restaurant, and she had to go. Fine, I'll drop you and Uncle Zhang off at Qin Hao's place first, Zhang Yu said, frustrated. Half an hour later, Zhang Yu dropped her grandfather and Zhang Yu off at Qin Hao's apartment building and left. Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu exchanged a glance before heading to the elevator. In the live stream, viewers were growing restless. Bored, they watched Lin Churan and Luo Qingxue in the van, appreciating their beauty as a way to pass the time.
Where are the guests? Why haven't they arrived yet? The wait is endless. We've been watching Qin Hao cook all morning.
It's already 10:40, and the guests still haven't shown up. Lin Churan noticed the complaints in the comments and reassured them with a smile.
Hang in there. It's almost 11 a.m. They should be here soon. The audience sighed.
Just then, they heard knocking on the livestream.
Qin Hao walked out of the kitchen to answer the door. The viewers perked up instantly. Finally! I've been waiting since 8 a.m. for this. This took forever.
In the van, Lin Churan, Luo Qingxue, and director Zhang all became alert, eagerly watching the screen. In the livestream, Qin Hao opened the door to reveal two figures. One was the middle-aged man in the suit, who exuded the air of a successful businessman. The other was the elderly man in a tang suit, who gave off an extraordinary presence. Professor Qin, it's been a while, the middle-aged man, Zhang Yu, said with a cautious demeanor.
Bowing slightly, he extended his hand and lowered his posture. The viewers immediately started commenting. This guy looks like a successful businessman. Why is he being so humble in front of Qin Hao?
He bowed and offered his hand first.
He's clearly lowering himself.
In the van, Lin Churan stared at Zhang Yu, feeling he looked familiar but unable to place him.
Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue watched curiously, thinking the businessman seemed like a subordinate reporting to his superior.
In the livestream, Qin Hao looked at Zhang Yu's humble demeanor inside.
You don't have to do this.
You're 20 years older than me and the chairman of a company managing tens of thousands of employees.
Why act like this?
As he spoke, Qin Hao shook Zhang Yu's hand and helped him up.
The comments exploded. What? Chairman? That guy is a chairman? A chairman managing tens of thousands of employees? That's a massive company. Why is a chairman acting so deferential to Chin Hao?
In the van, Lin Churan was stunned. She had met many CEOs and professors in her career, but never had she seen a chairman bow to a professor. Especially not a chairman of such a large company. Director Zhang was equally dumbfounded. What kind of professor could command this level of respect from a chairman? As for Luo Qingxue, she was even more confused. Over the past few days, she had come to realize her husband was mysterious and impressive. But seeing a chairman bow to Chin Hao was still a shock. This wasn't like the interaction with Police Chief Wang from before. At least with Wang, it felt like an elder interacting with a younger friend. But this chairman acted like a subordinate greeting his superior. The middle-aged man, Zhang Yu, still looked uneasy. His gaze toward Chin Hao was complicated, with a mix of respect and deep gratitude. In Zhang Yu's heart, Chin Hao wasn't just someone he admired, he was his benefactor, his entire family's savior. 4.5 years ago, Zhang Yu's daughter was diagnosed with cancer. Despite undergoing all the advanced treatments available, the doctors ultimately told him that her time was limited, 6 months at the shortest, a year at the longest. As a father, Zhang Yu was helpless, watching his daughter suffer without being able to save her. At the time, he was in utter despair. Then, he heard news that gave him a glimmer of hope. A medical experiment was looking for 100 cancer patients to participate in a drug trial. This experimental drug was specifically designed for cancer treatment. Zhang Yu learned that the drug's mechanism worked by completely cutting off cancer cells' access to nutrients from the human body, effectively starving the cells to death and achieving a cure. When he heard this explanation, it sounded plausible. Without hesitation, he signed the consent form for his daughter to participate in the clinical trial. After undergoing treatment with the experimental drug, something miraculous happened. His daughter's cancer was completely cured. Within half a month, all the cancer cells had disappeared. Later, Zhang Yu learned that the person who had developed the drug and solved the problem of cancer was named Chin Hao. Moreover, the subsequent mass production of the drug was handled by Chin Hao's company. From that moment on, Zhang Yu began interacting with Chin Hao directly. He felt both admiration and deep gratitude for Chin Hao. He admired Chin Hao for achieving such an incredible scientific breakthrough at such a young age. And he was grateful that Chin Hao's drug had saved his daughter's life. Without it, his daughter would have been lost to him forever. Professor Chin, thank you for saving my daughter. Zhang Yu's tone was solemn as he looked earnestly at Chin Hao. Chin Hao sighed and said with a hint of helplessness, "You say this every time we meet." Zhang Yu was momentarily speechless. It was true, he thanked Chin Hao every single time they met. But that was because he only saw Chin Hao about once every 6 months. And every time he saw him, the memories of what had happened 4.5 years ago would come rushing back, as vivid as if it had just occurred. Each time, Zhang Yu couldn't help but express his gratitude once again. In the livestream, the audience finally understood why Zhang Yu acted so deferentially toward Chin Hao. It was because Chin Hao had saved his daughter's life. No wonder. In the livestream, Zhang Yu looked at Chin Hao and said sincerely, "Professor Chin, if it weren't for you solving the problem of cancer, my daughter would have passed away 3 years ago. You saved my daughter. You're my family's benefactor." Zhang Yu's words instantly caused the livestream to explode with comments. What? Chin Hao cured cancer? Is this for real? Curing cancer? This is too unbelievable. 4.5 years ago, how old was Chin Hao? No way, is this really true? The viewers were in disbelief. They vividly remembered that 4 years ago, a world-shaking announcement had been made: cancer had been cured. And it wasn't just for specific types of cancer, it covered all cancers. The news shocked the entire world. In Manhwa, Dragon Country, people were not only stunned but also thrilled and proud because the person who had cured cancer was one of their own, a homegrown scientist from their country. The only regret was that the identity of the person or research team behind the breakthrough had never been disclosed. And now, they were being told that the person who had solved cancer was Chin Hao. 4 years ago, Chin Hao was only 24 years old. To cure cancer at the age of 24 was simply beyond belief. In the van, Luo Qingxue was utterly stunned. Her husband had cured cancer? How come she didn't know about it? What's more, she had been married to Chin Hao for 5 years. Cancer had been officially cured 4 years ago, during which they were already living together. While Chin Hao had occasionally left home, he spent most of his time at home. How could he have conducted cancer research?
It wasn't like they had any research equipment at home.
Next to her, Lin Churan was equally dumbfounded.
Jin Hao had cured cancer? That was too outrageous to believe.
Even Director Zhang, sitting nearby, found it difficult to accept.
It seemed far too improbable.
Sure, Jin Hao was a national college entrance exam top scorer, which meant he was exceptionally intelligent. But no matter how smart someone was, curing cancer at the age of 24 seemed utterly impossible. The livestream viewers were abuzz, with some beginning to question the authenticity of the claim.
Honestly, is this a hired actor by the production team? Are they just trying to create a dramatic effect?
Yeah, I'm starting to think this might be staged.
If this reality show is scripted, then it's just pointless.
Many viewers suspected the show was fake and that Zhang Yu was just an actor hired by the production team. Director Zhang noticed the growing skepticism in the comments and felt helpless.
He swore internally he hadn't hired any actors. He addressed the audience directly. Let me assure you, we didn't hire any actors. Just think about it, even if our production team was incredibly resourceful, do you think we could get the police chief involved? That's simply impossible.
The viewers paused, considering his point.
It was true that involving someone like Police Chief Wang would be beyond the production team's capabilities.
Gradually, more people started to believe Director Zhang's words. In the livestream, Jin Hao looked at Zhang Yu with a hint of exasperation.
I'm a researcher. Solving cancer or tackling challenges like it is just part of my job.
Zhang Yu remained serious and replied, regardless, you're my benefactor.
My family's benefactor.
Jin Hao cited Zhang Yu's words and said helplessly, alright, let's stop talking about this.
Sit down, let's chat. Zhang Yu nodded and sat down with Elder Jiang. Jin Hao brewed 2 cups of tea, handed them to the 2 guests, and smiled at Elder Jiang. How long do you plan to stay in Jiangnan City?
Elder Jiang sipped his tea and smiled gently.
At most 3 days. After all, I'm still the president of Longwei University.
Once I retire, I'll be able to travel wherever I want, whenever I want. Elder Jiang's words instantly set the live stream ablaze.
What the? The president of Longwei University? This old man is the president of Longwei University? Are you kidding me? This is insane.
Wow, they just casually drop a bombshell like this? Viewers were stunned. The revelation that this elderly man in traditional Chinese clothing was the president of Longwei University completely overshadowed the earlier surprise of Police Chief Wang's visit. In the van, Lin Churan was visibly shocked. As a famous actress, she had encountered her fair share of influential people, but she had never crossed paths with someone as prominent as the president of Longwei University. Beside her, Director Zhang was equally stunned and even more frightened. If this man was truly the president of Longwei University, then things were about to get very serious. How could a reality show like Exploring the Other Half livestream someone of this stature without permission? Terrified, Director Zhang quickly began searching online to confirm whether the elderly man was indeed the president of Longwei University. He wasn't alone, countless viewers were also scouring the internet for information. Finding out whether the elderly man was the president of Longwei University was easy. Such information was publicly available. Within half a minute, countless viewers had checked the data and were overwhelmed. According to the information, the president of Longwei University was named Jiang Changdong. And there was a photo of him. Comparing the photo to the man in the livestream, they looked identical. The livestream chat erupted. It's true. The elderly man is the president of Longwei University. I just checked, it's him. No doubt about it. Viewers were astounded. The idea that the president of Longwei University would visit Jin Hao in person was almost too incredible to believe. In the van, Lin Churan stared at the information she had found, her face filled with shock. She had never imagined that Exploring the Other Half would end up live streaming someone of this caliber. This wasn't just a big deal, it was monumental. It made Police Chief Wang's appearance yesterday seem trivial in comparison. Beside her, Luo Qingxue was so stunned she instinctively covered her mouth. The president of Longwei University was close friends with her husband? As for Director Zhang, his reaction was even more dramatic. He wasn't just shocked, he was terrified. If Police Chief Wang's appearance had left him shaken, then Elder Zhang's presence was enough to scare him out of his wits. Panicking, Director Zhang jumped out of the van and called the show's investors. The call was answered immediately. In a trembling voice, Director Zhang stammered, "The president of Longwei University is..." Before he could finish, the person on the other end interrupted, "I know. Keep broadcasting."
Just focus on doing your job. Don't worry about the rest, I'm watching the live stream closely. Director Zhang felt slightly relieved but still asked nervously, are you sure this won't cause any problems? We're talking about the president of Longwei University here. The voice on the other end remained calm. I said it's fine. Just do your job. Alright, got it, Director Zhang replied, still shaken. He wanted to say more, but the call was abruptly ended. While he was still apprehensive, the investor's reassurance gave him some confidence. But he couldn't help wondering, just how powerful were these investors? Could they really handle someone as influential as Jiang Chenggong? Back in the livestream chat, speculation was rampant. I have a feeling Qin Hao really did cure cancer. Think about it, everyone who visits him seems to know about some hidden aspect of his identity. Yeah, it's starting to look like Qin Hao really did solve cancer. If this old man is the president of Longwei University, that practically confirms it, doesn't it? Most viewers now believe that Qin Hao had cured cancer, though the idea that he had done so at the age of 24 was still mind-boggling. In the van, Luo Qingxue was still struggling to process everything. She had been with Qin Hao for the past 5 years. If he had cured cancer, how had he done it? He spent most of his time at home. Without any research equipment, how could he possibly conduct such groundbreaking work? In the livestream, Qin Hao, Jiang Chenggong, and Zhang Yu continued chatting as they ate. At one point, Zhang Yu stood up, raised his glass, and said seriously to Qin Hao, Professor Qin, thank you again for saving my daughter. This toast is for you. Qin Hao sighed, stood up as well, and clinked glasses with Zhang Yu without saying a word. After taking a sip, they both sat back down. Qin Hao then raised his glass and said, over the years, I've troubled you a lot, always asking you to fake chat with me on WeChat to fool my wife. Zhang Yu chuckled. Qin Hao had indeed asked him to fake conversations for years to maintain the facade of a legitimate income source. The two clinked glasses again before resuming their conversation. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, viewers were piecing things together. So this is the mystery CEO Qin Hao was fake chatting with before. Poor Qingxue has been so thoroughly deceived. In the van, Luo Qingxue was stunned. So for the past 5 years, her husband had been faking conversations with the CEO to deceive her? As the realization hit her, she couldn't help but feel a mix of shock and disbelief. Yet the bigger question remained, had her husband really cured cancer? If he had, how had he done it while spending most of his time at home? There were no research facilities, no equipment. Could he really have achieved such a feat through sheer mental effort alone? Back in the livestream, Qin Hao looked at Zhang Yu and asked, are you staying in Jiangnan City for 3 days with Elder Jiang? Zhang Yu shook his head. I have to head back to Dong Province tomorrow afternoon. There's still a lot of work at the company that needs my attention. But once I retire as chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group, I'll have more time to visit you. His words immediately piqued the curiosity of the viewers. The president of Longwei University had already been identified, but Zhang Yu's identity remained a mystery. Soon, countless viewers began searching online for information about the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group. Zhang Dao immediately began searching online, typing furiously as his heart pounded. He prayed silently that this wasn't yet another high-ranking figure. 30 seconds later, Zhang Dao's face turned pale. He had found information about Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group. Dongzhou Pharmaceutical wasn't a private company, it was a state-owned enterprise. The chairman's name was Zhang Yu. The information also included photos of Zhang Yu. Zhang Dao compared the images to the Zhang Yu in the livestream. They were identical. Damn it! Zhang Dao's body trembled slightly. This was yet another high-level figure. Why was he so unlucky? What kind of show was this exploring the other half turning into? Every guest they encountered was someone far beyond his reach. Zhang Dao considered calling the investors to ask if the show should continue, but then remembered that the boss of the investors had been watching the live stream closely. If they needed to shut it down, they'd definitely call him first. With that thought, his nerves settled slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Churan and Luo Qingxue were also looking at the information online. Both were deeply shocked. Everyone visiting Qin Hao seemed to be someone extraordinary. Look at this, Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group is the company producing the cancer medication. Lin Churan suddenly said. Zhang Dao and Luo Qingxue quickly focused their attention on the details. Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group was responsible for the mass production of Cancer Begon, the cancer treatment drug that had stunned the world 4 years ago. The viewers in the livestream also noticed this connection. Their hearts trembled. What did this mean?
It practically confirmed that Qin Hao was indeed the person who had conquered cancer. With both the president of Longwei University and the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical present, their authority alone was proof enough. Qin Hao is incredible. Unbelievable. Total respect. Qin Hao, you're amazing. Countless viewers were in awe. For someone in their early 20s to solve a problem of global significance like cancer was simply unprecedented. There was no one else like him in the world. In the van, Lin Churan felt genuine admiration for the first time. At just 28, she had already earned over 100 million yuan. While impressive, it was nothing on a global scale. But Qin Hao, at only 28, he had already achieved a world-changing milestone. She felt she was not only outclassed by Qin Hao but also that no one her age in the world could match his accomplishments. Luo Qingxue was equally shocked. Although she still had some doubts, everything so far pointed to the fact that her husband had indeed conquered cancer. Apart from her shock and lingering questions, she couldn't help but feel a growing sense of pride. Her husband was truly extraordinary. In the live stream, Qin Hao, Zhang Chenggong, and Zhang Yu continued chatting over their meal. Zhang Chenggong looked at Qin Hao with a smile and said, "What do you think your wife's reaction will be when she finds out you conquered cancer?" Qin Hao imagined the scene and chuckled. She probably wouldn't believe it. "We've been married for 5 years, and she's always thought I was just a programmer. If I suddenly tell her I was the one who conquered cancer, she'd likely question how I did it. After all, she thinks I've been working from home all this time. She'd wonder where I conducted my research, especially since our home doesn't have any research equipment." Zhang Yu and Zhang Chenggong couldn't help but laugh. "So, where did you conduct your research?" Qin Hao smiled. "There's another apartment in this building that I use exclusively for research. Once my wife leaves for work, I head there." In the van, Luo Qingxue suddenly understood. So there was another apartment. That's where Qin Hao had been conducting his research all along. Back in the live stream, the three continued chatting. Zhang Chenggong looked at Qin Hao with admiration and said, "I've lived most of my life, but you're the most remarkable young person I've ever met. At 24, you conquered cancer. Few at your age devote themselves entirely to scientific research." Qin Hao shook his head modestly. Everyone has their own ambitions. Some people want to make money, some want fame, and others prefer a simple life. Even in research institutions, there are still a few people my age who are fully dedicated to research. Zhang Chenggong nodded and asked, "What's your ambition?" Qin Hao smiled briefly, then grew serious. His voice became firm. "My ambition is simple. I want to make healthcare accessible to everyone. I want to end the suffering caused by illness. I want to." Halfway through his sentence, Qin Hao stopped himself, realizing that he couldn't reveal certain things to Zhang Chenggong and Zhang Yu. While they knew he had conquered cancer, they were unaware of his other research achievements. Until he received approval from his superiors, he couldn't say a word, neither explicitly nor implicitly. Zhang Chenggong and Zhang Yu were deeply moved by Qin Hao's words. In this era, how many people's ambitions were solely focused on alleviating human suffering and ensuring healthcare accessibility? Not many. Especially not someone as young as Qin Hao. For a moment, both men felt Qin Hao's greatness. Unlike those in the pharmaceutical industry who pursued profit, Qin Hao's vision was pure and selfless. In the live stream, the viewer count had already reached 700,000. Hearing Qin Hao's words, many felt genuine respect and admiration. Some viewers, especially those who had previously been obsessed with celebrities, began to re-evaluate their values. They realized that the true heroes weren't the stars they had idolized but people like Qin Hao, who quietly worked to make the world a better place. In the business car, Lin Churan looked at Qin Hao in the live broadcast with a deep sense of respect in her eyes. At first, when she learned that Qin Hao was a top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination and an honorary professor at Qingbei University, she merely thought he was impressive. Later, when she discovered that Qin Hao had conquered cancer, she felt even more admiration for his remarkable achievements at such a young age. But now, hearing Qin Hao say that his ideal is simple, to ensure everyone can afford treatment and no one suffers from illness, she found him truly great. Director Zhang felt the same. At this moment, he sincerely admired Qin Hao. Beside them, Luo Qingxue was deeply moved. Qin Hao's words overturned the image of him in her mind. She had never imagined her husband had such ideals, had taken action long ago, and had already achieved them to some extent. At this moment, she felt that Qin Hao was truly great, standing even taller in her heart. She even had the urge to bow down to him in reverence.
As for the live broadcast room, it was flooded with comments. Thousands of messages per second scrolled across the screen. Some began to send unified comments. Respect to Professor Chin. Respect to Professor Chin. Respect to Professor Chin. The audience in the live broadcast room sincerely typed these comments. Chin Hao made them feel admiration from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, they became his fans, even fanatical ones. In the live broadcast, John Lao stood up, raised his glass with a serious expression and respectful eyes, and said solemnly, "Professor Chin, I toast to you with this glass of wine." Beside him, Zhang Yu also stood up, raising his glass with a similar expression, and said in a deep voice, "Professor Chin, I must also toast to you." Seeing their seriousness, Chin Hao felt slightly embarrassed. He quickly stood up and said, "Please, sit down and talk. There's no need for this." But Jiang Lao shook his head and said firmly, "Just for your words, Professor Chin, I must toast to you." Jiang Lao even changed his tone, addressing Chin Hao with the respectful and formally calling him Professor Chin. Normally, he wouldn't act this way, but after hearing Chin Hao's words, he couldn't help but feel immense respect. Chin Hao, seeing this, felt helpless. He raised his glass, looked at Jiang Lao and Zhang Yu, and said sincerely, "Jiang Lao, Chairman Zhang, you both also serve the people and contribute to our nation. I toast to you as well." With that, Chin Hao drank a full glass of liquor in one go. Seeing this, Jiang Lao and Zhang Yu also drained their glasses of liquor. Afterwards, the three of them made similar expressions, smacking their lips at the spiciness. Once they sat down, they began to chat casually. Jiang Lao looked at Chin Hao with curiosity and asked, "Professor Chin, when did you start having such an ideal?" Beside him, Zhang Yu also looked at Chin Hao with curiosity. Recalling the past, Chin Hao said, "To be precise, it was when I was 16 years old. That year, my mother was hospitalized. I went to the hospital every day and saw a lot of heartbreaking things in the inpatient department." As he reminisced, Chin Hao continued, "I remember seeing a man in his 30s with late-stage lung cancer. The hospital had issued him a critical condition notice. His wife and children knew he had only a few days left and were crying in grief." He added, "I also saw a young woman in her 20s diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors said it was treatable, but it required a huge amount of money." The young woman, upon hearing the cost, broke down. She didn't want to burden her family and eventually jumped from the 6th floor of the inpatient department. At this point, sadness flickered in Chin Hao's eyes. There are many diseases in this world. Some can be cured without great expense, while others require significant costs. How many people, after being diagnosed with cancer, end up bankrupt trying to afford treatment? And how many people can't even scrape together enough money, even if they were to bankrupt themselves? Even with money, some illnesses are simply incurable. Jiang Lao and Zhang Yu fell silent upon hearing this. Having lived longer, they had witnessed even more tragedies. In the past, there were many who couldn't afford treatment. Some families used up all their savings to treat illnesses. Others chose to take their own lives to avoid burdening their loved ones. Such stories were common. Reflecting on this now, it was deeply saddening. In the business car, Luo Qingxuet and Lin Churan listened to Chin Hao's words, their eyes glistening with tears. Though young, both had seen people around them lose their lives to illness or witnessed families shattered by disease. Thinking about it was heartbreaking. Meanwhile, the live broadcast had 700,000 viewers. Among them, some had experienced cancer themselves, or had family members or loved ones battling it, or had even lost someone to it. Hearing Chin Hao's words, many couldn't help but recall their own experiences or memories of those close to them who had suffered from cancer. "My wife was diagnosed with late-stage cancer 4.5 years ago. If only she could have held on for another half year, until the cancer drug was mass-produced, she might still be alive. Darling, I miss you. The kids miss you too. I hope you're happy in heaven. I'll come to see you in a few years. My grandfather died of cancer. He was very good to me, and I loved him deeply. After his diagnosis, my uncles refused to pay for his treatment. My family couldn't afford it alone. After my grandfather passed, we cut ties with them completely. I was lucky. When I was diagnosed with cancer, the news about the breakthrough had just come out. Soon after, I used the new treatment and have been cured for years now. If it weren't for that breakthrough, I'd probably have been dead for a long time. My family was the same. My grandmother had cancer, and we just couldn't afford treatment. In the end, she passed away. Cancer treatment used to cost a fortune. Thanks to Professor Chin, now it's much cheaper. For only 10,000 yuan, you can be cured. Including hospital fees, it's probably less than 20,000.
Among the audience, countless viewers who had directly or indirectly experienced cancer knew how terrifying it was. Like a blood-sucking parasite, it drained families financially. The pain of chemotherapy was also unbearable. At this moment, many couldn't stop thinking of the past, recalling their loved ones and moments they had shared. Some couldn't hold back their grief and began crying bitterly. In the live broadcast. After a moment of reflection, Elder Jiang looked at Qin Hao and asked, "Was it from that moment that you decided to conquer diseases, to ensure everyone could afford treatment and no one would have to suffer from illness anymore?" Qin Hao gently shook his head. "At that time, I only had some thoughts about conquering diseases, wanting everyone to afford treatment and live free from suffering, but those thoughts weren't very strong back then." As Qin Hao recalled, he said, "Later, I searched online for information about cancer and other diseases. I discovered that some medicines could treat illnesses more quickly and safely, but those medicines had been discontinued and replaced with others. The replacement drugs were slower and might not even cure the illness." At this point, Qin Hao's expression grew colder, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. In a deep voice, he said, "The reason those faster-acting drugs were replaced was because certain pharmaceutical companies believed that curing patients too quickly wouldn't make them enough money. Instead, they promoted slower drugs that required multiple courses of treatment, enabling them to earn more profits." Hearing this, both Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu's expressions turned serious, and anger flashed in their eyes as well. Having lived long lives, they were aware that some highly effective medicines had been discontinued and replaced by less effective drugs requiring longer treatment courses. Some capitalists, in their greed for profit, had blackened their hearts completely. Qin Hao's words resonated deeply with many viewers in the live broadcast. "Damn it! I remember when I was a kid, there was a cold medicine that worked after just 2 pills, and the cold was almost gone the next day. But that medicine disappeared from the market long ago. When I grew up, I learned it was replaced by some greedy pharmaceutical companies. Damn them! Filthy capitalists!" "Exactly. I remember an ointment from when I was little that healed you in 2 days. Now we have pills and external creams, and it takes over half a month to recover. If only everyone were like Professor Qin. To those heartless companies, I have just one thing to say. Filthy capitalists." The live broadcast was filled with curses. Those who had experienced such injustices poured out their anger. Even viewers who hadn't experienced it or were unaware of these things before felt furious upon hearing this. In the live broadcast, Qin Hao continued, "From that moment, I made up my mind, if I ever had the chance, I would develop the best and most affordable medicines. I not only want everyone to afford treatment, but I want them to be cured. More importantly, I want to drive those heartless pharmaceutical companies out of business so they can no longer exploit people's hard-earned money." "Good." Elder Jiang couldn't help but clap his hands. Although he was old and no longer as passionate as he once was, hearing Qin Hao's words made his blood boil. Zhang Yu also applauded vigorously, looking at Qin Hao with eyes full of admiration. As for the live broadcast, the comments were unanimous. "Well said. Let's bankrupt those heartless pharmaceutical companies. Well said. Let's bankrupt those heartless pharmaceutical companies." In the business car, Luo Qingxue stared at Qin Hao on the screen with a strong urge to bow down in reverence. She wanted to rush home, clean herself up, and serve Qin Hao wholeheartedly. Beside her, Lin Charan and director Zhang were filled with immense respect for Qin Hao. Both felt they had become his loyal supporters. In the live broadcast, seeing Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu clapping so enthusiastically, Qin Hao finally calmed down, feeling a little embarrassed. Elder Jiang, Chairman Zhang, let's sit down and talk," Qin Hao said, slightly sweating. He hadn't expected such strong reactions from them. Elder Jiang looked at Qin Hao with deep respect and said, "Having someone like you in the Dragon Nation is a blessing for our country and its people." Qin Hao was a little embarrassed. "Elder Jiang, you're overpraising me." "Not at all," Elder Jiang shook his head. "If you hadn't conquered cancer and lowered the cost of medicine, just think, how many families would have gone bankrupt trying to treat illnesses? How many people would have taken their own lives to avoid burdening their families? And how many would have suffered endlessly from pain?" Beside him, Zhang Yu nodded seriously. "Indeed, conquering cancer and lowering medicine costs, Professor Qin, you truly deserve those words. You are a blessing to the Dragon Nation and countless people." Qin Hao opened his mouth to respond but suddenly found himself unsure of what to say. Zhang Yu added, "A few years ago, many imported drugs were prohibitively expensive and not covered by medical insurance. If someone needed imported medicine for treatment, it was nearly impossible for an average family to afford it. Elder Jiang nodded. Imported medicines were extremely costly, they still are. I have an old friend with rheumatoid arthritis who needs lifelong injections of biological agents. Each injection of the imported drug costs several thousand yuan.
For an ordinary family, affording such expensive treatment is out of the question. Qin Hao nodded slightly. He knew about rheumatoid arthritis and autoimmune disease that couldn't be cured and required lifelong medication. Most patients took oral immunosuppressants.
Regarding such immune diseases, Qin Hao had already made up his mind. After completing research on 2 other major projects in the coming years, he planned to tackle immune disorders. When cancer hadn't yet been conquered, imported cancer drugs were extremely expensive. A single box cost around 10,000 yuan, and it would only last for half a month, Zhang Yu said, his expression darkening. At that time, domestic cancer drugs weren't as effective as imported ones, and foreign pharmaceutical companies set exorbitantly high prices.
Mentioning the high costs of imported drugs, Elder Zhang's face also showed a trace of anger.
Foreign pharmaceutical companies took advantage of us and set sky-high prices. Back then, we had no choice but to accept it.
However,
Elder Zhang's tone shifted as he looked at Zhang Yu, then at Qin Hao. In recent years, several diseases have been conquered, and drug prices have dropped significantly, especially the cancer drug developed by you, Qin Hao, which nearly wiped out similar foreign drugs.
Zhang Yu added, so, Professor Qin, you truly deserve those words. You are a blessing to the Dragon Nation and countless people. If possible, I hope you can conquer even more diseases.
Hearing this, Qin Hao looked at Elder Jiang, then at Zhang Yu. His expression grew more serious, and he said firmly, I will conquer more diseases.
I will bring down medicine prices.
I will ensure that overpriced medicines disappear completely from the Dragon Nation. Since that year, when he was 16 and saw so many families shattered by illness, he had silently made up his mind. He would conquer more diseases.
He would ensure everyone could afford treatment. He would ensure no one would suffer from illness anymore.
In the live broadcast room, countless viewers reacted to Qin Hao's words, filling the chat with comments.
Professor Qin is a blessing to the Dragon Nation and its people. Professor Qin, you're amazing. Professor Qin, you're amazing.
In the business car, Lin Churan felt shaken as she looked at Luo Qingxue and advised, Qingxue, you must take good care of Professor Qin, so he can focus on his work. Director Zhang nodded in agreement, adding, a man like Professor Qin, who is doing great things, needs a supportive wife to look after him. The viewers in the live broadcast heard Lin Churan and Director Zhang's words and immediately began posting similar comments, urging Luo Qingxue to take care of Qin Hao. Qingxue, you must take good care of Professor Qin. His work is for the benefit of all people. Please don't let trivial matters distract him.
Exactly, you must serve Professor Qin well. His work requires focus and concentration. Even small quarrels should be avoided whenever possible.
Take care of Professor Qin. His work is mentally taxing, so make sure to keep him happy and relaxed both mentally and physically. Luo Qingxue, hearing Lin Churan and Director Zhang's advice, and seeing the flood of comments in the live chat, all suggesting she take care of Qin Hao, felt a little strange. Although she had already planned to care for Qin Hao and not let daily trivialities distract him, she now felt even more compelled. Nearly everyone was urging her to look after him.
It felt odd.
Luo Qingxue glanced at the live broadcast and smiled. Don't worry, I will take good care of my husband.
Hearing this, the viewers responded with relief. That's good. Now we're reassured.
Qingxue, let me give you some tips on how to take care of Professor Qin.
You should buy a few sets of interesting outfits, like nurse uniforms, CEO outfits, or fairy costumes. They're not expensive, just a few dozen yuan per set.
Luo Qingxue saw this comment and ignored it. She already had over 20 such outfits at home and didn't need to buy more. At this moment, the live broadcast room's atmosphere lightened a bit. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, some people were quietly making phone calls.
Brooke, one of the viewers said while watching the broadcast, I figured out who cracked the cancer problem. On the other end of the line, Brooke's expression sharpened, and he quickly asked, who is it? The viewer smirked slightly. Transfer 500,000 to my account first, and I'll tell you. Brooke's eyes narrowed as he replied slowly, fine. But I hope what you're saying is true. If it's a lie, you know the consequences.
The viewer chuckled.
Don't worry, it's true. A moment later, 500,000 yuan appeared in the viewer's account. Brooke said, now, you can tell me. The viewer replied with a laugh, his name is Chin Hao. He's 28 years old and lives in Jiangnan City, Su Province. Search for the show Explore Your Other Half on any short video platform, and you'll find the live broadcast. Hearing this, Brooke scoffed, his tone turning icy. 28 years old? You expect me to believe a 28-year-old cracked cancer? Especially when cancer was conquered 4 years ago. Are you telling me he did it at 24? Do you think I'm an idiot? Brooke was furious, convinced he'd been tricked. A 24-year-old solving one of the world's toughest problems? In his mind, anyone who could conquer cancer must be between 40 and 65 years old. The viewer replied calmly, what I'm saying is true. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. With that, the viewer hung up. Similar situations were happening in various parts of the country. At first, people didn't believe it, but after spending some time in the live broadcast room, they began to realize it might actually be true. After all, the elderly man in traditional Chinese clothing was the president of Qingbei University. The man in a suit was the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group. Just their presence was enough to lend credibility to the claim that Chin Hao had conquered cancer. Soon, hidden figures began contacting higher-ups. Those higher-ups, upon learning the news, immediately issued orders, get close to Chin Hao secretly. Offer him an annual salary of $100 million and invite him to develop other disease treatments. The upper echelons were desperate to recruit Chin Hao. He was incredibly young. With such achievements at his age, he had the potential to conquer even more diseases in the future. And every disease he conquered could bring profits measured in trillions. Back in the live broadcast room, Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu were slightly drunk. After downing a glass of liquor earlier and taking several more sips, the alcohol was starting to take effect. Both had good alcohol tolerance, so they were only about 30% drunk. As for Chin Hao, he also felt a little tipsy. He stood up and went to his bedroom, retrieving 3 pills from a drawer before returning. He handed 1 pill each to Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu. What kind of medicine is this? Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu asked curiously. Chin Hao smiled lightly. It's a sobering capsule. It can neutralize alcohol in the body within half an hour. Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu were stunned. Then, looking at Chin Hao with shock, they exclaimed, after taking this pill, we'll be completely sober in half an hour? Chin Hao nodded. More or less. Damn. Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. A sobering pill like this, with such a powerful effect. Sobering up completely in just half an hour? In the live broadcast, countless viewers were also shocked. What the hell? This is incredible. Wow. Professor Chin, you're amazing. Professor Chin is incredible. Professor Chin is incredible. Please, where can I buy this? I work in nightlife and have to drink a lot every day, almost to the point of vomiting. I'm begging, where can I get this? Many viewers instinctively assumed Chin Hao had developed the capsule himself. Some thought it might be something he bought elsewhere, though they'd never heard of a sobering capsule before. In the business car, Lin Churan and director Zhang's eyes lit up. Such an incredible sobering pill. As a popular actress and a director, both frequently attended social events that involved drinking. With this pill, they could drink as much as they wanted without worrying about getting drunk. Both of them were eager to know where the pill was sold. In the live broadcast room, Elder Jiang looked at Chin Hao in shock and asked uncertainly, did you develop this sobering capsule? Chin Hao smiled. Just something I worked on in my spare time. Damn! Zhang Yu exclaimed. Damn! Elder Jiang echoed. A state enterprise chairman and the president of Qingbei University rarely used words like damn, but hearing Chin Hao's response, their shock could only be expressed with those words. The countless viewers in the live broadcast room felt as if a heavy stone had struck their hearts upon hearing that Chin Hao had personally developed the sobering capsule. They were deeply shaken. Amazing! I'm impressed. Something you just casually tinkered with? And it's called a little gadget? If this sobering capsule were mass-produced, imagine how many people would buy it. Every household would need a box. Professor Chin is incredible. Professor Chin, you're amazing. Among the viewers were some major business owners, including a few pharmaceutical company executives. Hearing about the sobering capsule's powerful effects, many couldn't help but have certain thoughts. If they could get their hands on the formula and production methods for the sobering capsule, it alone could bring them enormous profits. After all, the sobering capsule isn't a one-time use medicine. Every day, how many people drink alcohol? Every day, how many people get drunk?
Especially now that driving under the influence is prohibited. If there were sobering capsules, people could drink even if they were driving. The potential profits were enormous. In the business car, Lin Churan and director Zhang were both deeply shaken. They couldn't believe that Qin Hao himself had developed this medicine.
Lin Churan was eager to get some sobering capsules and looked at Luo Qingxue with a pleading expression. "Qingxue, could you sell me a few capsules?" Luo Qingxue was so shocked that she was momentarily at a loss.
Her husband not only conquered cancer but also casually came up with a sobering capsule in his free time. He spoke about it as if it were no big deal. But she knew very well that if this medicine were put on the market, its sales would be astronomical.
"Qingxue?"
Lin Churan called her again after seeing her lost in thought. Luo Qingxue snapped back to reality and said to Lin Churan, "I'll check when I get home.
If I find any, I'll bring some for you tomorrow morning."
Next to her, director Zhang shyly chimed in, "I'd like a few capsules too."
Luo Qingxue chuckled. "Alright, I'll check at home tonight."
The viewers in the live broadcast room heard Luo Qingxue's response and started posting comments, all wanting sobering capsules.
"Qingxue, I want sobering capsules too.
I'm my boss's secretary, and I often have to drink on behalf of my boss at social events.
It's awful. If only I had sobering capsules. Ah, I want some too."
Seeing the comments, Luo Qingxue spread her hands helplessly and said, "There's nothing I can do. I don't think there are many sobering capsules at home." The viewers were disappointed but quickly started making strong suggestions.
"We strongly recommend putting sobering capsules on the market. Yes, this medicine needs to be launched as soon as possible. It would truly benefit humanity. I feel like hospitals' emergency departments could really use this.
Some people drink so much they're on the verge of death.
With sobering capsules, the chances of saving them would probably increase significantly." Luo Qingxue saw the comments and replied, "That's something my husband has to agree to. Also, the show is still ongoing and won't end until the end of the month. My husband doesn't know we've been live streaming him.
I'll bring it up with him next month."
Some viewers became curious after hearing her response.
By the way, the fact that Professor Qin conquered cancer is already widely known. He'll probably find out he's been live-streamed in a day or two. Yeah, with how fast information spreads nowadays, even if Professor Qin doesn't usually browse short videos, some browser notification or news pop-up might tell him. He'll probably find out soon. In the business car,
director Zhang laughed softly after seeing the comments. Professor Qin might not find out about the livestream anytime soon. We've blocked viewers from the local area, so people in Jiangnan City can't see this broadcast. One viewer responded, "But what if a browser notification or news segment on TV pops up and he happens to see it?"
Director Zhang froze for a moment after seeing the comment. That's right, such a big revelation, exposing the person who conquered cancer, would definitely make the news. If it ended up on the news and Qin Hao saw it, the show wouldn't be able to continue.
But on second thought, it wouldn't be a loss.
After all, they had already uncovered the fact that Qin Hao was the one who conquered cancer. And now, there was also the sobering capsule. Everything worth exposing had already been revealed. Even if they continued filming Qin Hao afterward, there probably wouldn't be much left to expose. Director Zhang chuckled and said, "If Professor Qin finds out he's been live-streamed, it'll just mean the first season of Explore Your Other Half has ended successfully. So far, this season has been very rewarding." The viewers agreed with this reasoning but still wanted to continue observing Qin Hao.
"As long as we can keep watching Professor Qin, that's enough." In the live broadcast room,
hearing Elder Jiang and Zhan Yu both exclaim "damn," Qin Hao was momentarily stunned, finding it quite amusing.
Elder Jiang, at his age, and as the president of Qingbei University, actually said "damn." And Zhang Yu, a national enterprise chairman, also said it.
In Qin Hao's impression, Zhan Yu was a calm and composed person, so hearing him say "damn" was truly surprising. "Take the medicine first," Qin Hao said, pouring warm water for the two of them before taking a capsule himself. Elder Jiang and Zhan Yu immediately took their capsules as well. Previously, they were about 30% drunk. Now, the alcohol was starting to hit harder, pushing them to 50%. After taking the capsule, Elder Jiang and Zhan Yu carefully monitored how they felt. At first, there was no noticeable effect.
But after 10 minutes, Elder Jiang exclaimed in astonishment, "I feel much more sober now."
Same here, Zhang Yu said, equally shocked. "I was about 50% drunk before, but now I feel like I'm only 10% drunk." Elder Jiang nodded and looked at Qin Hao with even more admiration.
"Professor Qin, you're amazing. He gave Qin Hao a thumbs up. Qin Hao felt slightly awkward. To him, the sobering capsule was just a small thing he came up with in his spare time. Compared to the cancer treatment he developed, it seemed insignificant. He didn't think it was anything particularly impressive. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, was filled with even greater respect for Qin Hao. He asked, "Professor Qin, do you plan to mass-produce the sobering capsule?" Qin Hao nodded lightly. "It can be mass-produced. This medicine has plenty of practical applications." Hearing this, Zhang Yu was delighted. Qin Hao added, "We can discuss the specifics of collaboration next month." "Alright," Zhang Yu replied. The viewers in the live broadcast room were thrilled to hear that the sobering capsule might soon be mass-produced and sold in pharmacies. "I work in nightlife. Finally, I won't have to feel so awful from drinking every day. I'm in business and have too many social events. One time, I drank so much that I got a stomach perforation and almost didn't make it. If sobering capsules hit the market, I'll buy 100 boxes at once." The viewers in the live broadcast room were all excited. If the sobering capsules were to hit the market, many said they'd buy 10 boxes at once, or even more. With these sobering capsules, who would fear drinking? Drink as much as you want. It doesn't matter how much. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Qin Hao, Elder Jiang, and Zhang Yu were still chatting. They chatted until 1 p.m., at which point they had nearly finished their conversation. Qin Hao said, "I'll tidy up the dishes." "No need." Zhang Yu quickly stood up and looked at Qin Hao with a serious expression. "Professor Qin, I'll handle the dishes." Qin Hao smiled awkwardly. "How can I let you? Cleaning up the dishes doesn't take much time." But Zhang Yu didn't give Qin Hao the chance, immediately starting to clean up while saying, "You and Elder Jiang keep chatting. Didn't Elder Jiang bring some Dahong Pao tea? He should brew some for us." Elder Jiang chuckled and said to Qin Hao, "You sit down. Let Zhang Yu handle the dishes. I'll brew a pot of tea, and the three of us can enjoy it together." Seeing that Zhang Yu had already started tidying up, Qin Hao felt a bit embarrassed, but since it had come to this, he couldn't say much more. He simply said, "I'll get the tea set." After Qin Hao brought over the tea set, Elder Jiang began preparing the tea. Having been a tea enthusiast for many years, Elder Jiang's tea brewing skills were excellent. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu had already gone to the kitchen to wash the dishes. In the live chat, comments began to flow. "Chairman Zhang is so considerate. What a great guy. If only I were Professor Qin. Dahong Pao. Damn. I'll probably never get to try that tea in my lifetime. I've always heard Dahong Pao is amazing. I wonder what it tastes like. Is Dahong Pao better than soda?" The viewers started casually chatting about the tea. In the business car, Lin Churin curiously asked Director Zhang, "Have you ever tried Dahong Pao?" Director Zhang, watching the broadcast, couldn't help but swallow and said, "I've never had it. The production of Dahong Pao is so limited. Even though it has a set price, it's not something money can easily buy. I'd love to taste it just once." Lin Churin also swallowed, craving it. Even as a celebrity worth hundreds of millions, she had never been able to drink Dahong Pao. She wondered what it tasted like. "Qingxue, you're lucky," Lin Churin said enviously to Luo Qingxue. "That Dahong Pao belongs to Elder Jiang, and he'll likely leave some for Qin Hao before he departs." Luo Qingxue was also tempted. Though she had never tasted Dahong Pao, its reputation preceded it. It was said to be not only expensive but also almost impossible for ordinary people to purchase. A while later, Qin Hao, Elder Jiang, and Zhang Yu were enjoying the tea. Watching them in the live broadcast, viewers couldn't help but swallow. The scene was tantalizing. Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID before answering. "Qin Hao, Chairman Shin, what brings you to call me?" On the other end, Chairman Shin chuckled, "Professor Qin, I just got off the plane and arrived in Jiangnan City for some business. I'll finish up today, and I was thinking of visiting you tomorrow. Would that be convenient?" Qin Hao felt a little exasperated. What's been going on these past few days? Every day, someone comes to visit him, and he has to cook meals. First, it was Zhang Yu, then Uncle Wang, followed by Zhang Yu's grandfather, Elder Jiang, and Zhang Yu. And now, the chairman of Westlake Pharmaceutical Group, Shen Xiao, was coming. Qin Hao replied, it's fine. Elder Jiang and Chairman Zhang are here as well." On the other end, Chairman Shen sounded puzzled. "Elder Jiang? Chairman Zhang?" Qin Hao chuckled. Elder Jiang is the president of Qingbei University.
As for Chairman Zhang, you should know him, he's the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group. Hearing this, Chairman Shen was surprised. I didn't expect Zhang Yu to be there as well.
Great, I'll visit you tomorrow morning. Xin Hao smiled. Alright, see you tomorrow.
After chatting for a bit, they hung up.
Zhang Yu curiously asked, who was that? Xin Hao smiled. Shen Xiao. You should know him, right?
Oh, it's him, Zhang Yu said with a chuckle.
We're old acquaintances.
Elder Jiang, on the other hand, didn't know Shen Xiao and remained silent. Xin Hao sighed lightly and said, I've been married to my wife for 5 years, and for those 5 years, I've been lying to her, saying I don't know how to cook.
I just didn't want to end up cooking every day. And now, these past few days, I've been cooking non-stop. Zhang Yu quickly said, why don't we go to a fancy restaurant tomorrow? That way, you won't have to tire yourself out.
Xin Hao waved his hand with a smile.
Guests are guests.
I'll make sure to host properly.
Besides, restaurant food isn't as good as what I cook myself.
Honestly, this setup is nice at chatting, relaxing, enjoying a simple life. Then I'll be looking forward to another feast tomorrow, Zhang Yu said with a laugh. He had to admit that Xin Hao's cooking was truly delicious.
Even though it was just simple home-cooked food, the flavors surpassed those of many high-end restaurants. Elder Jian laughed as well. Looks like I'll get to enjoy another meal too. Xin Hao smiled. By 5 p.m., Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu understood that Xin Hao was keeping some things hidden from Luo Qingxue. They decided it was better not to say too much without higher-level approval, to avoid unnecessary speculation from Luo Qingxue. Xin Hao handed his car keys to Zhang Yu. Take my car back. See you tomorrow morning.
Alright, Zhang Yu said with a smile, taking the keys.
Xin Hao walked them downstairs and watched as they drove off.
Returning home, he sat on the couch and brewed another pot of de hong pao to enjoy at his leisure.
Just then, his phone rang again.
Glancing at the caller ID, Xin Hao saw it was Deanly. Whenever Deanly called, it was usually about something important.
Xin Hao answered and got straight to the point. Deanly, is there something urgent?
On the other end, Deanly chuckled lightly.
Professor Qin, I'm calling to formally notify you of something.
Please prepare yourself mentally.
Xin Hao's expression grew serious. Deanly, what's the notification? Deanly's tone also became more solemn.
I've received instructions from higher-ups. Early next month, in October, your identity will be publicly revealed, and at the same time, for space carriers will be officially unveiled. Xin Hao was momentarily stunned. On October 1st, his identity would be revealed, along with the unveiling of the 4 space carriers. The engines used by stealth fighters were developed by him. The space carriers were also his creation. However, since their completion, the space carriers had never been made public and had remained classified. The space carrier is a type of strategic national weapon, inspired by aircraft carriers, commonly referred to as carriers. Aircraft carriers at sea can carry fighter jets and are accompanied by various warships, forming a carrier battle group. They are essentially mobile military bases. The downside, however, is their slow speed. The space carrier not only addresses the issue of slow mobility but also achieves extremely high speeds. A space carrier can operate outside the atmosphere and, in a vacuum, reach speeds of Mach 25. This means it can circle the Earth in just 90 minutes. The space carrier is also equipped with stealth fighters, laser cannons, and other technologies, effectively making it a high-speed mobile military base. Xin Hao could already imagine the global shock that would follow once the space carriers were officially unveiled. On the phone, Minister Li continued, 15 billion people in the Dragon Nation will witness it all. Xin Hao couldn't help but picture a stunning and unforgettable scene in his mind. The space carrier is massive, with a length of 1,000 meters. Especially when all 4 space carriers appear simultaneously, the visual impact will be astonishing. Minister Li's tone turned solemn.
Professor Qin, you've been working quietly for 10 years. On that day, the entire world will know your name.
Xin Hao remained silent. He hadn't developed these strategic weapons for fame or recognition. If given a choice, he'd prefer to keep a low profile, avoiding a situation where he couldn't go out without being recognized by everyone. Still, he understood the higher-ups had their considerations.
Since they decided to reveal his identity, he would cooperate.
In his heart, he did want to show off a little, not to the whole world but to his wife. He wanted to see Luo Qingxue's shocked and awestruck expression, imagining her bowing down to him in admiration. Thinking about his clueless wife, The more he thought about it, the cuter she seemed. He looked forward to seeing her reaction when she learned the truth. Shin Hao chatted with Dean Lee for about 10 minutes before ending the call. In the live broadcast room, the comments section was lively. Viewers, noticing Shin Hao's changing expressions during the call, grew increasingly curious about who he was talking to. When Professor Chin first answered the call, he seemed serious. Then he looked like he was deep in thought, and later, he smiled for no apparent reason. What's going on? I don't know who he's talking to, but his expressions are priceless. He went from serious to lost in thought to suddenly smiling, like he thought of something happy. I thought Professor Chin's identity was already fully exposed. Why does it feel like there's more to it? There shouldn't be anything else. As amazing as Professor Chin is, considering his age, conquering cancer must have taken a lot of time. Plus, developing the sobering capsule would have required even more effort. Most viewers believed there wasn't much else to reveal about Shin Hao. They continued watching the broadcast, eager to see his reaction when he discovered he'd been live-streamed by the program crew. They were also curious about how Luo Qingxue would serve Shin Hao when she got home tonight, maybe even if she'd prepare some romantic outfits. In the business car, Luo Qingxue was already planning how to take care of Shin Hao tonight. She couldn't wait to get home. Hearing Shin Hao say earlier that he wanted to make healthcare affordable and relieve people from the pain of illness had profoundly affected her. In her heart, Shin Hao had become truly extraordinary. She even felt a desire to bow down to him in reverence. But it wasn't even 5:30 yet. If she went home too early, Shin Hao might ask why she was back so soon. Wait. Time felt excruciatingly slow to Luo Qingxue. Every second felt like torture. Some viewers in the live broadcast noticed Luo Qingxue's impatience and started teasing her. Qingxue, you seem really eager to get home. Ha, Qingxue, are you feeling super proud of Professor Chin right now and full of excitement? Seeing the comments, Luo Qingxue cleared her throat, trying to look more composed. You're overthinking. I just want to go home and cook a few more dishes. Luo Qingxue said. But the viewers didn't believe her at all. They were convinced she wanted to go home because she missed Shin Hao. In the live broadcast, Shin Hao was sitting on the couch, sipping tea. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off at home, as if something was missing. Frowning slightly, the feeling grew stronger. What exactly was missing? He took another sip of tea, swallowed it, and then his expression suddenly changed. The child. Shin Hao abruptly put down his teacup, realizing he'd forgotten something important. Every day at 3:30 p.m., he picked up his daughter from kindergarten. But now it was already past 5 p.m. In a panic, Shin Hao grabbed his phone to call his daughter's teacher. Just then, he saw a message Luo Qingxue had sent at 3 p.m. She had written that their daughter would be staying at her grandparents' house tonight. Seeing the message, Shin Hao slapped his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, his in-laws had picked up their daughter. Shin Hao quickly replied to Luo Qingxue, sweating emoji, I just saw your message and remembered I forgot to pick up our daughter from school. The live broadcast viewers noticed Shin Hao's sudden change in expression, as if something major had happened, and then saw him urgently pick up his phone to contact someone. They were curious. Shin Hao, usually calm, seemed unusually flustered. What's going on with Professor Chin? Who's he texting? Looks like something serious happened. Luo Qingxue, meanwhile, received Shin Hao's message and felt exasperated. In truth, she had been exasperated earlier when Shin Hao forgot about their daughter. Thankfully, she had already contacted her parents that afternoon to have them pick up the child. She had planned to spend the evening taking good care of Shin Hao. With their daughter around, it would have been harder to relax and focus on him. Glancing at the live chat comments, Luo Qingxue said helplessly, my husband messaged me because he just remembered he forgot to pick up our daughter. The viewers burst into laughter. Ha, I thought it was something serious. Is this child even his biological daughter? Where's the child now? Didn't the kindergarten teacher call the parents? Luo Qingxue laughed and said, my parents picked her up. She's staying at their house tonight. The viewers reacted with even greater amusement. I get it. Ha ha. Ha, totally understood. Looks like tonight's going to be intense. Luo Qingxue saw the viewers in the live broadcast teasing her, but surprisingly, she didn't blush or feel embarrassed. Perhaps after these days of live streaming, she had already gotten used to so many people watching her. Besides, she'd been married for 5 years, what was there to be embarrassed about?
Luo Qingxue was very straightforward and didn't avoid the subject.
She said to Director Zhang and Lin Churen, "When I get home, I'll block the camera feed." Director Zhang smiled, "Alright."
Lin Churen gave her a knowing look. Luo Qingxue responded silently.
At 5:40 p.m., Luo Qingxue got out of the car, walked to a hidden spot where her car was parked, and drove it into the residential area. When she got home, Xinhao stood up from the couch and looked at her curiously.
"Did your parents miss our daughter?" Luo Qingxue chuckled softly and pressed the blocker.
The live broadcast feed immediately disappeared, leaving only the view inside the business car.
Viewers started complaining. "That's it? Are we cut off because we can't pay for the rest? I can pay." Alright, everyone, it's over. Time to disperse."
Lin Churen smiled and said, "We've been live all day.
Everyone's a bit tired. Let's call it a day. Have a good rest tonight, and we'll see you in the live broadcast room tomorrow."
The live stream was then turned off. At that moment, Luo Qingxue hugged Xinhao tightly. Xinhao immediately felt something was off and quickly realized why their daughter had been picked up by her grandparents. It was all part of his wife's plan. "Honey, I missed you," Luo Qingxue said softly, her gaze full of affection for Xinhao.
"What's going on?"
Xinhao asked, feeling puzzled.
Luo Qingxue didn't answer.
Instead, she kissed him directly.
Xinhao thought.
At 7 p.m., Xinhao and Luo Qingxue finally got up.
Luo Qingxue was in a great mood and spoke gently to Xinhao. "Honey, you rest for now. I'll cook dinner."
Xinhao sat on the couch, still confused. His wife had been so passionate today.
Was it because their daughter wasn't home, so she didn't have to hold back? That must be it. The next day, 8 a.m.
After breakfast, Luo Qingxue got ready to head to work. Before leaving, she kissed Xinhao sweetly and said gently, "Honey, I'm heading to work now." Xinhao patted her head and smiled, "Alright, I'll miss you." Luo Qingxue gave a long hum and said, "Kiss me, and then I'll go." Xinhao leaned in and kissed her lightly on the lips.
Luo Qingxue discreetly pressed the blocker and waved goodbye. "I'm off. I'll miss you too."
Xinhao smiled as he watched her leave. After the door closed, Xinhao sat on the couch and thought about last night and this morning, smiling happily. The moment Luo Qingxue deactivated the blocker, there were already 300,000 people in the live broadcast room. The live stream had been running, but earlier it only showed Lin Churen and Director Zhang.
Now that the feed included Xinhao's home, viewers flooded the comment section. "Professor Qin's smile is so cute. I admire him. Professor Qin, are you tired from last night? Tired or not, does it matter? What man wouldn't enjoy that kind of tired?"
Professor Qin's smile is really charming, so approachable and down-to-earth. He doesn't feel distant or unapproachable at all.
Exactly. He's so relatable. Unlike some people who earn just 10,000 yuan a month and act like they're better than everyone else. A while later, Luo Qingxue entered the business car.
Lin Churen noticed how happy she seemed and how radiant she looked. With a teasing smile, Lin Churen asked, "Qingxue, you're glowing today. What kind of tonic did you have?"
Luo Qingxue remained silent. The viewers in the live broadcast started to chime in. Luo Qingxue ignored them.
She picked up her phone and sent a message to her mother, "Pick up my daughter this afternoon. She'll stay with you for the next 2 days."
Her mother replied almost instantly, "What's going on between you and Xinhao? Did you two have a fight?" Luo Qingxue, "No, we didn't fight.
I just want our daughter to stay with you for a couple of days."
Her mother, "Oh, I get it." Smirking emoji.
Seeing this, Luo Qingxue felt a little embarrassed. Her mother clearly had the wrong idea, though it wasn't entirely untrue. Her mother sent another message, "You're not getting any younger.
If you're thinking about a second child, it's best to start soon." Luo Qingxue.
Her mother, "You're married.
What's there to be shy about? Besides, I'm a woman too.
If you want a second child, try for a big, healthy boy so you'll have both a son and a daughter."
Feeling slightly awkward, Luo Qingxue replied, "Got it." Her mother, "Alright. Tomorrow's Saturday, and you're not working.
Bring Xinhao over to our place.
I'll cook something nutritious for both of you." Luo Qingxue, "Okay."
She put away her phone and began to think. At 28 years old, she was still healthy.
Having a second child now wouldn't be a bad idea. Having made up her mind, Luo Qingxue sent Xinhao a message, "Honey, do you want a son?"
Xinhao replied almost instantly, "Are you thinking about a second child?"
Luo Qingxue, yes, I want another one to make the house livelier. Qin Hao, alright, let's have one. Luo Qingxue, I told my mom. Our daughter will stay at my parents' tonight. Also, my mom wants us to go to her place tomorrow. She said she'll cook something nutritious for you. Qin Hao, sweating emoji, alright. Luo Qingxue, MHM.
She put down her phone. Viewers in the live broadcast noticed Luo Qingxue and Qin Hao exchanging messages and became curious.
What are they talking about? Tell us. Luo Qingxue glanced at the comments and smiled. It's nothing. Tomorrow's Saturday, and I'm not working. My mom invited me and my husband to her place. The viewers became even more curious. Qingxue, is your mom pretty? Yeah, if you're this beautiful, your mom must be stunning too. Middle-aged women can be very attractive, but only if they're good-looking. If they're not, then forget it. Luo Qingxue laughed.
My mom is quite pretty and very graceful.
My dad said she had a lot of suitors back in the day.
Hearing this, the viewers grew even more eager to see what Luo Qingxue's mother looked like.
Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Qin Hao picked up his phone and called Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang, why don't you and Chairman Jiang come over for some breakfast?
On the other end, Elder Jiang chuckled, we've already eaten breakfast. Zhang Yu and I are heading to your place now.
Alright, Qin Hao replied, chatted for a bit, and then hung up. After putting away his phone, Qin Hao went into the kitchen to get busy. First, he washed the vegetables, then cut them, and marinated the meat that needed marinating. By 10 a.m., he could start cooking right away, which would save a lot of time. At this moment, Elder Jiang and Chairman Jiang arrived. Qin Hao brewed a pot of tea and smiled as he asked Elder Jiang, Zhang Yu didn't come?
Elder Jiang chuckled. She thought it would be odd for a young person like her to have lunch with us older folks, so she didn't come.
She went to hang out with her friends instead.
Qin Hao was a little speechless. He was still young himself. Next to him, Zhang Yu laughed and said, before I came, I called Xin Xiao. He should be arriving shortly.
Qin Hao nodded lightly. Zhang Yu curiously asked, Professor Qin, how do you know Xin Xiao?
Zhang Yu had met Qin Hao because he was the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group, which mass-produced the cancer drug Qin Hao developed.
But as for Xin Xiao, although he was the chairman of Westlake Pharmaceutical Group, Qin Hao hadn't developed any other drugs, so how did they meet? Qin Hao smiled. I met him at a banquet.
He happened to come to Jiangnan City for some business and decided to drop by to see me. There were some things Qin Hao couldn't say too much about, but everything would be made public on October 1st.
Zhang Yu nodded.
After returning home yesterday, he had also spoken to Xin Xiao, who mentioned that he was in Jiangnan City for business and planned to visit Qin Hao. However, Zhang Yu still felt there was something odd about Xin Xiao, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. It must be Xin Xiao, Zhang Yu said with a smile, standing up.
Elder Jiang also stood up.
Qin Hao smiled as he walked to the door and opened it. Standing before him was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, wearing glasses and a warm smile. Professor Qin, it's been a while, Xin Xiao said with excitement and enthusiasm. In his left hand, he carried 2 transparent gift boxes containing 2 ginseng roots, while his right hand extended for a handshake. Qin Hao shook his hand and smiled.
It has been a while. Come in and have a seat. I've brewed a pot of De Hong Pao tea. Let's try it together.
Xin Xiao was momentarily stunned.
De Hong Pao?
He'd only had De Hong Pao once before, and that was because someone else shared it with him. Once inside, Xin Xiao saw Zhang Yu and hugged him warmly before exchanging pleasantries. Let me introduce you, Qin Hao said with a smile.
This is Jiang Changgong, the president of Qingbei University. Hearing this, Xin Xiao enthusiastically shook hands with Elder Jiang. I'm Xin Xiao, chairman of Westlake Pharmaceutical Group.
Elder Jiang smiled.
I heard about you from Zhang Yu yesterday.
Let's all sit down and chat, Qin Hao said with a smile. The group sat down, chatting while sipping tea. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live broadcast room were impressed but no longer overly shocked. Knowing that Qin Hao had conquered cancer, it didn't seem surprising that he had connections with influential figures like National Enterprise Chairman.
Professor Qin's connections are incredible.
This is the advantage of being in elite circles, you get to know all kinds of powerful people, which makes things much easier when problems arise. But Professor Qin earned his place in the elite circle through his own abilities.
There's nothing to envy or be jealous about.
As long as you're capable, you can enter not just elite circles but even the very top tier.
Some viewers became curious and asked Lin Churan. Charan, which circle do you belong to? You're probably in the elite circle too, right? Isn't that obvious? Lin Charan is a top celebrity worth hundreds of millions. The people she interacts with must also be rich or powerful, so she's definitely in the elite circle. Lin Charan, seeing the comments, gently shook her head and smiled. Actually, as a celebrity, I'm not entirely in the elite circle, but I'm not in the middle tier either. Let's say I'm halfway into the elite circle. Although she was a star with many fans and connections, she was still not quite at the level of the true elites in business and politics. The viewers were surprised to hear this. If Lin Charan wasn't considered fully in the elite circle, then who was? Seeing their confusion, Lin Charan laughed and explained, in the entertainment industry, I'm in the top tier. But in the broader business elite circle, I'm just average. With this explanation, the viewers began to understand and didn't dwell on the matter further. They continued watching the broadcast. In the live stream, the four men were sipping Da Hong Pao and chatting. Shin Xiao looked at Zhang Yu and curiously asked, "How did you meet Professor Qin?" Zhang Yu chuckled. "Like you, I met him at a banquet." Zhang Yu couldn't disclose the true reason. Without approval from higher-ups, he wasn't allowed to reveal a single word. Shin Xiao nodded, then smiled mysteriously. "When I talked to you on the phone last night, I said I met Professor Qin at a banquet, but that was a lie." Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and gave Shin Xiao a puzzled look. "Why would you lie to me?" Shin Xiao grinned and said, "Because I signed a confidentiality agreement. I'm not allowed to reveal anything about Professor Qin. However..." Chairman Qin Hao interrupted, his tone turning stern. Without authorization from higher-ups, no hints or disclosures were allowed, whether direct or indirect. Mentioning the confidentiality agreement was enough to make people speculate. Technically, Shin Xiao had already violated the agreement, which was a serious matter. Hearing Qin Hao's tone and seeing his stern expression, Shin Xiao froze. What was going on? Why did it seem like Professor Qin was unaware of the situation? Last night, around 8 p.m., Shin Xiao received a call from higher-ups, informing him that the confidentiality agreement he signed years ago had been lifted, and he could now speak openly about it. If the higher-ups had no objections, why did Professor Qin? Unless the higher-ups hadn't had time to inform Qin Hao yet. Next to them, Zhang Yu and Elder Jiang were shocked by Shin Xiao's mention of the confidentiality agreement and Qin Hao's serious reaction. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through their minds. If Shin Xiao had signed a confidentiality agreement related to Professor Qin. Shin Xiao was the chairman of Westlake Pharmaceutical Group, which produced many drugs. In recent years, Westlake Pharmaceutical Group had mass-produced two groundbreaking drugs that shocked the world. One was a vaccine to prevent HIV. The other was a drug that could cure AIDS. The developers of other drugs had all been publicly acknowledged, except for the person who conquered AIDS, they remained anonymous. Could it be? Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu felt a shiver run through them. A terrifying yet almost unbelievable thought took root in their minds. Could the person who conquered AIDS be Qin Hao? If that were true, Qin Hao's capabilities were utterly astonishing. Qin Hao conquered cancer and AIDS? And most importantly, how old is Qin Hao? He's only 28 years old. At this age, being able to conquer cancer and develop a sobering capsule was already incredibly rare and impressive. But to say that Qin Hao also conquered AIDS, could he still be considered human? Wouldn't that make him practically divine? The two men glanced at Qin Hao, then at Shin Xiao. Although they desperately wanted to confirm whether Qin Hao was the one who conquered AIDS, knowing something they weren't supposed to could bring them trouble. Shin Xiao was still a bit stunned. He looked at Qin Hao uncertainly and asked, "Professor Qin, didn't you receive the notification?" Qin Hao frowned slightly. Notification? He had received some notifications, but they didn't seem related to this. Seeing Qin Hao's reaction, Shin Xiao realized he hadn't been informed yet. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Shin Xiao had been informed. Shin Xiao said, "Last night, I received a call from higher-ups. They said the confidentiality agreement about your work on AIDS had expired, and I could now disclose that you were the one who conquered it." Shin Xiao's words hit Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu like a thunderclap, leaving their ears ringing. What did they just hear? Qin Hao really was the one who conquered AIDS. In the live broadcast room, the comments section exploded with messages as countless viewers were left stunned. AIDS had been conquered by Qin Hao. Previously, they only knew that AIDS had been conquered by domestic researchers 3 years ago, but the identity of the person behind it had never been revealed. But now they were hearing this? Qin Hao was the one who conquered AIDS.
AIDS, like cancer, was a global challenge. But cancer, at least, had early and mid-stage treatments that offered some chance of recovery, and even late-stage cancer occasionally saw miraculous recoveries.
AIDS, however, was completely different.
The HIV virus, being so primitive and simple, was also the reason it could replicate and mutate endlessly. In the past, over 200 AIDS vaccines were developed, but all of them failed during clinical trials. Then, 3 years ago, the Dragon Nation made a groundbreaking announcement: AIDS had been completely conquered. Initially, many people were skeptical, believing it was impossible.
But over time, more and more AIDS patients were cured, and the doubts gradually faded. Holy crap! This is insane. AIDS was also conquered by Professor Chin? Damn! This is unbelievable. Are you serious? If AIDS was really conquered by Professor Chin, he's too important. We absolutely need to protect him.
Professor Chin conquered cancer, AIDS, and even developed the sobering capsule.
He's irreplaceable. And he's so young, he might solve even more global problems in the future. Damn, I have chills. Is there really someone this incredible in the world?
In the business car, Lin Sharon and director Zhang were equally stunned, their scalps tingling.
Was Qin Hao just too incredible? Luo Qingxue was also deeply shaken.
AIDS had always been considered one of the world's greatest challenges. 3 years ago, when the news of its conquest was broadcast on television, short video platforms, and smartphone notifications, it was everywhere. At the time, she'd been curious and had looked into the history of AIDS, as well as the methods used to develop a vaccine and a cure. After learning about the complexities and the process, she realized just how difficult it was to conquer AIDS, far more difficult than she had imagined. And now she was being told that her husband was the one who conquered it. She felt shocked and confused.
Was her husband just too amazing?
Next to her, director Zhang was already searching the internet for Xin Zhao's background.
Based on what he had gathered so far, Xin Zhao was the chairman of Westlake Pharmaceutical Group. A quick search revealed that Westlake Pharmaceutical was the company that mass-produced the AIDS vaccine and cure.
Additionally, the photos of Xin Zhao online matched the man in the live broadcast exactly.
This was definitive proof that AIDS had indeed been conquered by Qin Hao. Director Zhang's scalp tingled as he addressed the live viewers.
I just looked up Xin Zhao's information.
He's indeed the chairman of Westlake Pharmaceutical Group. And yes, the AIDS vaccine and cure were mass-produced by Westlake Pharmaceutical. This confirms that AIDS was conquered by Qin Hao.
Many viewers also conducted their own searches and confirmed that AIDS had been conquered by Qin Hao. Everyone felt chills running down their spines.
Qin Hao was too incredible. Incredible. I'm convinced. Starting today, I'm a diehard fan of Professor Qin. Anyone who dares to insult him, I'll chase them down and insult them back. Incredible. I'm in awe. Professor Qin is truly a genius.
I beg the authorities to protect him at all costs.
The viewers continued flooding the comments section with fervent messages, growing more and more fanatical. In the broadcast,
Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu were shaken to their cores, unable to calm down for a long time.
Elder Zhang's body trembled, seemingly from overexcitement.
He looked at Qin Hao and said in a trembling voice, "Professor Qin.
I'm speechless."
Previously, Elder Jiang had admired Qin Hao and thought his aspirations were noble.
Now, he felt completely awestruck.
As the president of Qingbei University, Elder Jiang had made significant contributions, but compared to Qin Hao's scientific achievements, his own seemed utterly insignificant. He also understood that even if he were given another 50 years of life, he would still struggle to achieve anything like what Qin Hao had done. Beside him, Zhang Yu said nothing, but his expression and gaze were filled with profound admiration. Xin Zhao, seeing their reactions, couldn't help but feel a little shocked himself.
Was this really necessary?
He had been stunned when he first learned that Qin Hao had conquered AIDS, but he hadn't reacted as dramatically as Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu. Seeing their reactions, Qin Hao broke into a light sweat and said, "Calm down, both of you.
Take it easy."
Elder Jiang shook his head repeatedly. His hands trembled as he grabbed Qin Hao's hands and said, "Professor Qin." Before Elder Jiang could finish, Qin Hao helped him sit down and reassured him, "Elder Jiang, don't get too worked up.
It's not good for your health. Yes, I conquered AIDS, but I'm not as amazing as you think.
I built upon the work of countless researchers before me.
To be honest, this wasn't just my achievement.
Over the years, countless researchers contributed to our understanding of AIDS. I was merely standing on the shoulders of giants and took the final step."
Elder Jiang gently shook his head after listening. Professor Qin, you are too modest. Although past researchers gathered extensive data on AIDS through numerous experiments, why, despite all that data, were they unable to overcome AIDS? Why is it that only you succeeded in conquering it? Qin Hao was silent. After some consoling, Elder Jiang's emotions gradually calmed down. The group sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation.
Zhang Yu looked at Qin Hao with great curiosity.
Professor Qin, could you share your experience in overcoming AIDS?
Qin Hao glanced at the three of them, noticing their eager expressions. Taking a sip of tea, he finally began to speak leisurely.
When I first started this project, I reviewed all the available information on the subject.
But reading materials is one thing, it's another to observe firsthand. So, I arranged for 10 AIDS patients to be brought in. He continued, I observed the virus in their bodies, the replication speed of the HIV virus and its mutation rate. Both were beyond imagination. Once the immune system identifies the virus, it produces antigens to attack it.
By the time it reacts, the virus has already mutated.
Then the immune system is gradually destroyed, its response capacity slows down, and the virus keeps replicating and mutating rapidly. Eventually, the immune system collapses.
Elder Jiang, Zhang Yu, and Xin Xiao listened intently.
Qin Hao spoke slowly, as if casually chatting. He went on, in summary, the idea was to strengthen the immune system so that it can recognize HIV faster than the virus can replicate and mutate. At the time, this concept guided the development of the medication. The approach to creating a vaccine was different.
HIV mutations are entirely random, with no discernible patterns, so developing the vaccine took an immense effort.
Hearing this, Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu looked at Qin Hao with admiration. Although Qin Hao described it simply, the experimental process must have been incredibly complex.
Professor Qin, Elder Jiang began.
Stop, Qin Hao interrupted, waving his hand helplessly.
Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's chat about something else. Qin Hao seemed a bit overwhelmed by Elder Jiang's frequent exclamations of amazement.
Elder Jiang was speechless.
Meanwhile, in the livestream chat room, countless viewers were discussing Qin Hao and AIDS. Professor Qin is so humble.
It's hard to imagine someone who conquered 2 major global diseases being this modest.
If it were me, I'd be bragging endlessly. I like this kind of Professor Qin. You all lack life experience.
People like Professor Qin may appear modest and approachable on the surface, but deep down, they have a certain pride. It's just that this pride doesn't show in ordinary situations.
Exactly.
Humble yet truly competent people have an underlying sense of confidence. If someone claimed to surpass Professor Qin in his field, that hidden pride would surely emerge.
Amazing, man. By the way, out of the 700,000 viewers here, has anyone had AIDS?
Suddenly, the chat room shifted focus, with many asking if anyone had experienced AIDS. At this moment, some people began sharing their stories.
I had AIDS, but it's no big deal now, it's cured. It's a long story.
10 years ago, I had a fling with a very forward woman. She was attractive, and I thought I'd hit the jackpot.
Later, I found out she was being vengeful toward society.
If not for Professor Qin conquering AIDS, my life would have been over.
My experience is similar. Let me warn everyone to be careful when going out.
If you're not particularly handsome or rich, and someone you've just met is overly enthusiastic, you should be wary.
Be cautious. Thankfully, AIDS can now be treated, so it's not such a big deal anymore.
I got it from my boyfriend. I was only with him, but during a job medical checkup, I found out I had AIDS.
My boyfriend even accused me of fooling around. I was so angry and desperate back then. I even thought of ending my life. Thankfully, news of AIDS being conquered came out the next year.
I'm deeply grateful to Professor Qin, he gave me a new life.
My story's even worse. I was at an internet cafe and felt a sharp prick as soon as I sat down.
When I stood up, I saw a blood-stained needle on the chair.
The chat room, previously lively, suddenly fell silent.
One by one, viewers read these stories of people who had lived with AIDS.
Once the personal accounts stopped, the chat room became active again.
People who deliberately spread it should be sentenced to death.
It's too cruel.
I've heard before that some people, after being diagnosed with terminal illnesses, become twisted and seek revenge on society.
Be careful if you meet such people. Thank goodness Professor Qin conquered AIDS. Now people can go out without fear. Thank you, Professor Qin. What's wrong with you? Professor Qin didn't conquer AIDS just so you could party without worry. Respect to Professor Qin. Respect to Professor Chin. As several people began posting respect to Professor Chin, the chat room was flooded with similar messages. In the business vehicle, Lin Churan couldn't help but exclaim, "Qingxue, your husband is incredible." Luo Qingxue was silent. Her husband was indeed remarkable. She couldn't help wondering how Qin Hao's brain worked. At just 28 years old, he had already conquered 2 major global diseases and invented a hangover capsule. At 28, her achievements paled in comparison, earning just over 10,000 yuan a month, considered a good salary in Jiangnan City, but insignificant next to her husband's accomplishments. Meanwhile, on the live stream screen, Elder Zhang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller, his expression turning solemn. Stepping aside, he answered, "Director Zhang." On the other end, Director Zhang said, "Principal Jiang, the confidentiality agreement you signed 4 years ago expires today." Elder Jiang froze for a moment, then quickly replied, "Understood." After a brief exchange, he hung up. Less than 10 seconds later, Zhang Yu's phone rang. Noticing the caller, Zhang Yu's expression also turned serious. He stepped aside to answer the call. Elder Jiang looked at Zhang Yu, guessing that Director Zhang had also called him. 2 minutes later, Zhang Yu ended his call. He and Elder Jiang exchanged glances and asked simultaneously, "Director Zhang?" Elder Jiang nodded, realizing Zhang Yu's confidentiality agreement had also ended. This meant they could now tell Shen Xiao about Qin Hao's success in conquering cancer. At that moment, Qin Hao's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, stood up, and walked to the side to answer the call. "Qin Hao, Dean Li." On the other end, Dean Li got straight to the point. "Professor Qin, the fact that you've conquered cancer and AIDS no longer needs to remain confidential." Hearing this, Qin Hao furrowed his brow slightly. "Are these 2 matters to be officially disclosed to the public now?" Dean Li replied, "They'll be officially announced to the media on October 1st. After a brief exchange, Qin Hao ended the call, returned to his seat, and sat down. Elder Jian looked at him. "I just got a call from the higher-ups as well. They said the news about you conquering cancer can now be shared. The confidentiality agreement Zhang Yu and I signed years ago is no longer in effect." Hearing this, Shen Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He stared at Elder Jiang in disbelief. Cancer was conquered by Professor Qin? Elder Jiang chuckled lightly and said to Shen Xiao, "Zhang Yu and I have known about Professor Qin conquering cancer for a long time. But I wouldn't have known he also solved AIDS if you hadn't come today." Shen Xiao thought back to Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu's earlier exaggerated reactions when they learned Qin Hao had conquered AIDS. At the time, it seemed over the top, but now, knowing Qin Hao also conquered cancer, Shen Xiao finally understood their astonishment. "Shen Xiao, Professor Qin." He looked at Qin Hao, overwhelmed. Qin Hao was only 28 years old, yet he had solved 2 of the world's most significant medical challenges back-to-back. Seeing that Shen Xiao was about to react like Elder Jiang had earlier, Qin Hao quickly waved his hand. "Stay calm. Shen Xiao." Qin Hao changed the topic. "Have some tea." The group seemed to want to say more, but hearing Qin Hao's suggestion, they each sipped their tea instead. A moment passed. Elder Jiang looked at Qin Hao curiously and asked, "Now that there's no need to keep your breakthroughs on cancer and AIDS a secret, when do you plan to tell your wife?" Qin Hao thought for a moment before replying, "I'll tell her next month." If he told Luo Qingxue now, he'd need all kinds of proof. Otherwise, she'd think he was joking, which would be troublesome. Besides, there was no rush. On October 1st, Luo Qingxue would find out everything anyway. No need to hurry. Glancing at the time, Qin Hao said, "You all chat for a bit, I'll go cook." "Shen Xiao, sorry to trouble you, Professor Qin." Qin Hao chuckled. Why would it be trouble? Everyone has to eat. With that, Qin Hao headed to the kitchen and got busy. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat room began discussing the situation. Having seen Elder Jiang, Zhang Yu, and Qin Hao all receive calls, and overhearing mentions of confidentiality agreements, many realized that Qin Hao's identity had previously been kept secret. Comment 1, Director, you're in big trouble. Professor Qin likely didn't tell his wife, Qingxue, about conquering cancer and AIDS because he was bound by a confidentiality agreement. But now the show is live streaming him in full view of the world. Comment 2, the production team is definitely in trouble. If ignorance could be considered innocence and the livestream had Qingxue's consent, it might not have been such a big deal. But now big figures have appeared in the chat room, and things that shouldn't have been shown were broadcasted. Comment 3, by the way, how long would the director be sentenced for this kind of thing? The chat room erupted into speculation. These discussions left director Zhang pale-faced and trembling with fear.
Sitting nearby, Lin Charan saw the comments and immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Her expression turned pale as well, and she felt a growing sense of dread.
Luo Qingxue, didn't they just say my husband's breakthroughs in cancer and AIDS don't need to be kept secret anymore? It should be fine, right? She tried to reassure the others, though she herself wasn't entirely confident.
I'm stepping out for a smoke, Director Zhang said, his face ashen. He got out of the car, lit a cigarette to calm his nerves, and called the investors. On the other end, the investor, Mr. Su, picked up immediately as usual.
Director Zhang, trembling Mr. Su, have you been following the livestream? Mr. Su, calmly yes, I've been watching. It's no big deal.
While Professor Qin's breakthroughs in cancer and AIDS were previously confidential, the confidentiality agreements have just been lifted. As for other matters, I'll handle them.
Director Zhang, unsure are you sure? We livestreamed the president of Qingbei University and 2 state-owned enterprise directors.
This.
Mr. Su, still calm, I'll take care of it. Focus on your job. I've been keeping an eye on the livestream. Despite the reassurances, Director Zhang couldn't shake his unease. What if it couldn't be resolved? Director Zhang, Mr. Su, please give me a guarantee.
He wanted to say he wanted to quit, but the contract he signed with the investors meant he couldn't stop the show without their approval. Otherwise, it would count as a breach of contract, with penalties too severe for him to bear. After a minute of silence, Mr. Su finally replied, "This has been approved by the higher-ups. They want to use the livestream to boost Professor Qin's public profile."
Hearing this, Director Zhang was stunned.
His worries vanished instantly. So the livestream had been authorized by the authorities.
He excitedly responded, "Mr. Su, I understand now."
Mr. Su cautioned, "Don't spread this around.
I'm telling you because the higher-ups just gave permission.
They have their reasons. We just need to follow orders." Realizing this was top-down approval, Director Zhang felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He returned to the car, visibly relieved.
Lin Charan, still worried, asked, "Director Zhang, will everything be okay?"
Smiling, he reassured her, "I just spoke with the investor.
Mr. Su said it's fine. If Professor Qin's identity couldn't be disclosed, we'd be in trouble.
But since his breakthroughs don't need to remain secret, we're safe." After hearing this, Lin Charan finally felt somewhat relieved. If something did go wrong, as a guest of the program, she would also face consequences.
Luo Qingxue, sitting nearby, wanted to say something but didn't know how to start.
She had joined the show to earn 100,000 yuan. With that money, combined with her and Qinhao's savings, they could buy a marital home for their future son. The past few days of live streaming had gone far beyond her expectations. If the show had only live-streamed her husband, she could have explained everything to Qinhao. He would have understood that she joined the show for the money and wouldn't have blamed her. But over the past few days, people kept visiting her husband, and the visitors were becoming increasingly prominent figures. Initially, Director Zhang had assured her that if unexpected situations arose during the livestream, such as someone visiting Qinhao and appearing on camera, the production team would apologize in person after the show and offer compensation. However, this was no longer about compensation. The people visiting Qinhao were far too influential. Would they even accept such an apology? Perhaps, out of respect for her husband, they wouldn't make an issue of it. But Luo Qingxue still felt uncertain. She had thought about stopping the livestream, but she had signed a contract with the production team when she joined. If she unilaterally stopped the livestream, she would have to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Seeing that Luo Qingxue seemed to have something to say but wasn't speaking, Director Zhang asked, "Qingxue, if you have something to say, just say it." Luo Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then looked at Director Zhang and asked, "What if, after the show ends, the people who visited my husband don't accept the production team's compensation?" Director Zhang chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. This will be handled properly. If we weren't confident, we wouldn't have done this kind of show. Compensation won't be lacking, and we'll make sure they're satisfied." Now that Director Zhang knew the show had been approved by the higher-ups and understood their intentions, he was determined not to let the show be interrupted. He needed to reassure Luo Qingxue, who seemed to be considering stopping the show. Director Zhang continued, "Qingxue, think about it. Your husband conquered cancer and AIDS, but he's remained unknown until now. Do you want him to continue being unknown? Don't you want the whole world to know that your husband is the one who conquered AIDS and cancer?" He added, "I think this achievement should be known by every household.
The whole world should know. That's the only way to truly honor the dedicated researchers who make such enormous contributions to humanity. Countless viewers in the livestream chat room were moved by director Shang's words. Indeed, Jin Hao had solved two of the world's greatest challenges, making an immeasurable contribution to humanity. Someone like him remaining unknown felt deeply unfair. Comment 1, Qing Xue, the director is right. Professor Qin's name and his immense contributions to humanity should be known by everyone. Comment 2, Qing Xue, please don't stop the show. Comment 3, I'm begging you. I want to see Professor Qin every day. Comment 4, please don't stop the show. Hearing director Shang's words and seeing the numerous pleas from viewers, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but feel moved. She also felt that her husband, who had made such significant contributions, deserved recognition instead of remaining obscure. Perhaps keeping his identity secret before had its reasons. But now that it no longer needed to be hidden, she thought the show could help boost his visibility. Okay, Luo Qingxue nodded slightly. The livestream audience breathed a collective sigh of relief. The thought of not being able to see Professor Qin through the livestream had been hard to bear. Director Zhang, seeing Luo Qingxue agree, also let out a long breath of relief. At that moment, Director Zhang's phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. He glanced at it. It was a message from the investor, Mr. Su. Mr. Su's message: the original agreement between the production team and Luo Qingxue promised her 100,000 yuan in cash. Raise the amount to 10 million yuan. I'll personally cover this expense, but tell her it's from the production team. Director Zhang immediately understood. Mr. Su wanted to curry favor with Luo Qingxue. Winning her favor was essentially winning Qin Hao's favor. Director Zhang quickly replied, let's split it. I'll cover 5 million, and you cover 5 million. How about that? Mr. Su, deal. After putting away his phone, Director Zhang's face lit up with a broad smile. He also wanted to maintain a good relationship with Luo Qingxue. Looking at her, he said cheerfully, Qingxue, I just received a message from the investors. Due to the unexpectedly high popularity of the show, the original agreement to give you 100,000 yuan has been revised. The production team has decided to raise it to 10 million yuan. Luo Qingxue. Hearing this, she felt no excitement at all. Perhaps it was because, over the past few days, she had realized just how exceptional her husband was and that he seemed to be quite wealthy. The production team offering her 10 million didn't stir any particular feelings. Noticing Luo Qingxue's lack of reaction, Director Zhang hurriedly added, please don't decline. We're just following the contract. The agreement stated that if the show reached a certain level of popularity, the payment amount would increase accordingly. This clause had indeed been included in the contract. The production team had added it as a safeguard in case the show became wildly popular and participants felt dissatisfied with their original compensation. Luo Qingxue nodded. All right. Money didn't seem as important to her now. Her primary focus was on ensuring her husband didn't remain unknown. Hearing her agree, Director Zhang finally felt completely relieved. In the livestream chat room, viewers reacted to their conversation. Comment 1, this feels right. Giving just 100,000 for such a popular show would have been too little. Raising it to 10 million makes sense. Comment 2, the director knows what he's doing. If they only gave 100,000, the 70,000 people in this chat room would have torn the production team apart. Comment 3, it feels like they're trying to build goodwill with Qingxue. Am I right, director? Director Zhang ignored that comment. While he did want to maintain good relations with Luo Qingxue, even without Qin Hao's identity, the show's popularity would have justified increasing the payout, just not to this extent. As viewers continued watching and chatting, time passed, and by 11:30 a.m., Qin Hao had finished preparing the dishes. Elder Jiang and the others quickly went to help carry the dishes and serve the rice. Then, everyone sat down to eat and chat casually. At this moment, Zhang Yu looked at Qin Hao and asked a question that had been on his mind. Professor Qin, when you took on the AIDS project, did you develop the medication first or the vaccine first? Zhang Yu was curious. Normally, if a cure for AIDS had already been developed, there wouldn't be a need to create a vaccine. Elder Jiang also turned to look at Qin Hao. Xin Xiao, who knew the inside story, stayed quiet. He wanted Qin Hao to explain it himself. Qin Hao smiled lightly and said, I developed the medication first, then the vaccine. Strictly speaking, once the AIDS medication was created, there was no need to develop a vaccine. But I decided to develop the vaccine anyway, partly as a challenge,
and partly to earn more money.
Earn more money?
Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu were puzzled.
Wouldn't the AIDS medication alone be profitable enough?
At this point, Shen Xiao interjected with a laugh. Think back to how the AIDS medication and vaccine were launched.
At the time, the excuse was that AIDS medication couldn't be mass-produced, so it was supplied domestically first, while the vaccine, which could be produced in large quantities, was distributed globally.
Hearing this, Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu suddenly understood. The announcement of the successful development of both the AIDS medication and vaccine had been made on the same day. In the days following the announcement, the world was filled with skepticism.
Many accused the AIDS medication and vaccine of being scams.
Some even hurled insults, calling it nothing but a money-grabbing scheme. Later, Westlake Pharmaceuticals issued a statement saying that the AIDS medication was difficult to mass-produce and would only be supplied domestically for the next 10 years. As for international supply, it would depend on future circumstances. When the world learned of this statement, many ridiculed it, dismissing the AIDS medication as useless and claiming they wouldn't accept it even if it were given to them for free.
But as more and more AIDS patients were cured, the skeptics and critics gradually fell silent. From that day forward, there was a global outcry for Westlake Pharmaceuticals to mass-produce the AIDS medication.
In response, Westlake Pharmaceuticals issued another statement. Certain components of the AIDS medication were difficult to extract, making mass production impossible.
However, the AIDS vaccine could be mass-produced.
The world, though skeptical, had no choice but to settle for the vaccine. Initially, many doubted the effectiveness of the vaccine. To address this, Westlake Pharmaceuticals generously donated a batch of vaccines to various countries around the world. Each country received no more than 1,000 doses. After conducting trials with the donated vaccines, countries reported that the vaccine was 100% effective. The world went wild, with countries rushing to purchase the AIDS vaccine from Westlake Pharmaceuticals. Westlake Pharmaceuticals then publicly announced the price, 1,000 renminbi per dose. This sparked mixed reactions globally. Some accepted the price, while others thought it was outrageously expensive. Certain groups, unwilling to see a state-owned company from Manhwa, China, profit, attempted to reverse engineer the vaccine from the donated doses. All such attempts failed. With no other options, countries resigned themselves to purchasing the vaccine in bulk. Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu, recalling those events, felt immensely satisfied.
Let them doubt us. Let them insult us.
In the end, they still had to buy our vaccine, they thought.
Viewers in the livestream chat room were also reminded of those events from a few years ago. Comment 1, ah, well done. Thinking about it now is so satisfying. Comment 2, heh, I remember arguing online with those people back then.
They called our vaccine garbage.
I argued with them for almost a month, even I'm impressed with myself for that. Comment 3, those events were so satisfying. Westlake Pharmaceuticals must have made a fortune from the AIDS vaccine.
Comment 4, I remember the vaccine was free in China, which drove the rest of the world crazy.
Comment 5, yeah, that was a great move. 15 million free vaccines for China. In the van, Lin Charan and director Zhang were equally excited.
They had lived through those events, which initially felt infuriating because of the world's skepticism toward the medication and vaccine. But then, vaccines were distributed for free domestically, while the rest of the world had to pay 1,000 renminbi per dose.
Luo Qingxue laughed as well.
She had paid close attention to those events a few years ago. Now, learning that her husband was the one behind both the AIDS medication and vaccine, she felt an indescribable sense of pride and satisfaction. In the livestream, Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu gave Shen Xiao a thumbs up and said, smiling, that was brilliantly handled. Shen Xiao shook his head and smiled. He glanced at Qin Hao before saying, the real decision-maker behind all this was Professor Qin. Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu were momentarily stunned.
Did Qin Hao directly intervene in this matter?
Qin Hao explained, at the time, I couldn't stand their attitude. Plus, their overseas pharmaceutical companies were selling medications in China at much higher prices.
That's why I set the vaccine price at 1,000 renminbi per dose.
That price was perfect, Elder Jiang and Zhang Yu both said. They thought back to how foreign pharmaceutical companies had sold drugs in China. Medications with a production cost of 100 renminbi could be sold for tens or even hundreds of thousands of RMB. The mere thought was infuriating. If there had been domestic alternatives back then, those companies' exorbitant prices wouldn't have been tolerated.
Zhang Yu, curious, asked, what was the production cost of the AIDS vaccine?
Hearing this, Shen Xiao smiled broadly and held up 3 fingers.
Zhang Yu guessed, 30? Xin Xiao nodded, his smile widening. 30 RMB per dose, with a profit of 970 renminbi. That much? Elder Jiang was shocked.
A vaccine with a production cost of 30 renminbi had a pure profit of 970 renminbi per dose.
They had made a fortune. Zhang Yu, being the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceuticals, wasn't as surprised.
He was already familiar with the approximate production costs of various medications.
The livestream audience was stunned by Xin Zhao's revelation, with many exclaiming, "Wow!" The profits were enormous.
Considering that, aside from China, there were billions of people worldwide, even if only a fifth of them received the vaccine, Westlake Pharmaceuticals would have made an astronomical profit.
Comment 1, this is insane. Comment 2, Chairman Xin is impressive.
Comment 3, as impressive as Chairman Xin is, Professor Qin is even more so.
Comment 4, Professor Qin is a legend.
In the live broadcast room, there were over 700,000 viewers, not all of whom were from Manhwa, Dragon Country.
Some were from other countries.
When they heard Qin Hao and his companions talking, their expressions turned somewhat grim, and many felt angry.
A single vaccine only costs 30 yuan to produce. Yet it's being sold for as much as 1,000 yuan each. Thanks to the AIDS vaccine, Shihu Pharmaceuticals has made a fortune. And Shihu Pharmaceuticals is a state-owned enterprise.
This made them feel even more upset. Among the 700,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, there was a group of people who felt even more uncomfortable. These were individuals who had once been Longwa citizens but later emigrated to developed Western countries. Some had emigrated over a decade or even 2 decades ago, believing back then that life in the West was better, with superior living conditions in every aspect.
They thought Longwa was inferior in every way.
When they first emigrated, they felt proud, believing they were a step above. After living abroad for many years, they occasionally heard news about Longwa's development, but since they hadn't seen it firsthand, it didn't leave a strong impression. Recently, they had decided to return to Longwa to see for themselves if it was really as developed as the news claimed. But when they arrived, they were completely shocked.
Was this really the same Longwa from 20 years ago?
Seeing the hometown they had once abandoned now flourishing, they felt deeply uncomfortable. It was like breaking up with someone, only to find years later that the person you left behind was now living a much better life than you. The feeling was hard to swallow. What made it worse was that life abroad wasn't as great as they had imagined. Some regretted their decision, but they knew there was no going back. They could no longer obtain Longwa citizenship. To Longwa, they were now foreigners. And in the countries they had emigrated to, they weren't fully accepted either.
Many locals saw them as outsiders.
At this moment, in the live broadcast room's feed, Xin Hao and his group were eating and chatting, becoming increasingly animated as they spoke. Xin Xiao, who was a bit of a chatterbox and had had some baijiu, Chinese liquor, started setting the tone for the lively conversation. Xin Xiao laughed and said, "A few days ago, I saw some stats.
The AIDS vaccine has sold 3 billion doses so far. I think it's about time to stop selling it. The market is only so big, and some people are unwilling to pay for it.
After discussions with the company's higher-ups, we decided to stop selling the vaccine and instead focus on selling AIDS medications overseas."
Zhang Yu curiously asked, "How do you plan to sell the AIDS medication?" Xin Xiao chuckled and held up one finger to Zhang Yu and Jian Lao. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and guessed, 10,000? Xin Xiao smiled and nodded, 10,000 yuan for a box. To cure AIDS, you'll need 3 boxes.
Jian Lao thought for a moment, then looked at Xin Xiao and asked, "But with so many people overseas already vaccinated for AIDS, there probably won't be many buyers for the medication."
Xin Xiao nodded, "True, but the number of AIDS cases abroad is still significant, so there will still be plenty of buyers."
Zhang Yu, curious, asked, "How much does it cost to produce a box of medication?" Xin Xiao smiled, "Not much, just 530 yuan per box." Jian Lao and Zhang Yu were stunned for a moment. A production cost of 530 yuan and a selling price of 10,000 yuan meant a profit of over 9,000 yuan. Seeing their reactions, Xin Xiao laughed and said, "Overseas pharmaceutical companies sell drugs to us at even higher profit margins.
Selling for 10,000 yuan a box is already quite reasonable."
"Oh, and by the way, Professor Qin was also involved in setting the price," Xin Xiao said with a smile.
Xin Hao, sitting nearby, chuckled. The final price for the AIDS medication had indeed been approved by him.
Although the selling price was high, it was justified. After all, overseas pharmaceutical companies had sold their drugs to them at exorbitant prices. Although he was a scientist and believed that science should transcend borders, he also recognized that scientists themselves have nationalities. He was a scientist, but above all, he was a scientist of Longwa. In the live broadcast room, viewers reacted strongly to the pricing, and many began leaving comments.
This pricing is spot on.
10,000 yuan a box, 30,000 yuan to cure one person, it's still barely affordable.
If it were priced too high, some people wouldn't be able to buy it.
If it were up to me, I'd set the price at 100,000 yuan a box. I remember an incident a few years ago when an overseas pharmaceutical company sold us a drug with a production cost of just 200 yuan but charged us over 70,000 yuan for it.
They monopolized the market and exploited us. We should return the favor. Some overseas viewers were also watching the live stream.
When they heard how low the production cost was compared to the selling price, they became angry and started leaving comments.
The production cost is so low, yet the selling price is so high. Scientists who develop drugs to cure diseases should make them affordable for everyone.
I agree. The price should be around 600 yuan per box. Other viewers noticed these opposing comments, clicked on the profiles of those who made them, and realized they were overseas viewers.
They immediately began responding. Science may transcend borders, but scientists don't. Professor Qin is from Longwa. The fact that he developed the AIDS cure already makes a huge contribution to humanity. So what if the price is 10,000 yuan a box? Why don't you think about how your pharmaceutical companies sell their overpriced drugs to us? Selling at 10,000 yuan a box, deal with it.
In the production van, director Zhang noticed the heated debate and directly blacklisted those overseas accounts, kicking them out of the live stream. He then said, "I've already blacklisted and removed them from the stream."
The live audience wasn't happy about this. Why kick them out?
We should have roasted them first, made them furious, and then kicked them out.
I wasn't done arguing yet. Director, that's not fair. At least let us vent before you kick them out. People like that deserve a proper scolding. Director Zhang, sweating, didn't dare respond.
Back in the live broadcast room, Qin Hao and his group continued eating, chatting, and drinking.
Cheers to this cup. Zhang Lao raised a full glass of baijiu.
Zhang Yu also raised his glass, equally full. Cheers.
Qin Hao's glass was also brimming.
Seeing this, Xin Xiao was startled.
Wait. Don't. Baijiu is strong, take it easy.
The three of them exchanged glances and decided to tease Xin Xiao.
Qin Hao put down his glass and suggested, drinking by the glass is boring. How about drinking straight from the bottle?
Sure.
Zhang Lao laughed heartily.
I could drink 5 bottles of baijiu, Zhang Yu said with a grin. Xin Xiao was stunned.
Are you kidding me? Drinking straight from the bottle? And with baijiu? It seemed even Professor Qin liked to boast after drinking. Who would have thought that Qin Hao would actually bring out 4 bottles of baijiu?
Xin Zhao's face turned slightly pale in shock, but deep down, he still didn't believe it.
How could they possibly drink straight from the bottle? This was baijiu.
Especially since he had drunk with Zhang Yu before and knew his drinking capacity.
If Zhang Yu really drank baijiu straight from the bottle, even if he didn't end up in the hospital, he'd be half paralyzed.
Not to mention, they had already each drunk more than a glass of baijiu.
Qin Hao, Zhang Lao, and Zhang Yu each grabbed a bottle of baijiu, opened the caps, and then looked at Xin Xiao, who hadn't moved. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow at Xin Xiao. Why haven't you opened your bottle?
Xin Xiao looked at Zhang Yu's serious demeanor, as if he really planned to drink from the bottle, and still found it hard to believe. He couldn't help but suspect they were trying to scare him.
Fine, drinking from the bottle it is.
Xin Xiao removed the cap from his bottle.
Cheers, Qin Hao said with a smile.
Cheers, Zhang Lao and Zhang Yu echoed, laughing as they started drinking straight from their bottles. This scene left Xin Xiao completely stunned. They were actually drinking from the bottle.
This was crazy. It was baijiu. Drinking too much of it could cause serious problems. The live broadcast audience, seeing Xin Zhao's shocked expression, couldn't help but laugh, dying of laughter.
Professor Qin, Zhang Lao, and Director Zhang are all teaming up to scare Director Shen.
Ha ha.
Director Shen doesn't know that Professor Qin developed sobering capsules.
His scared expression is so cute. Impressive. Turns out Professor Qin also likes to play pranks. I always thought scientists were serious people.
In the production van, Lin Churan smiled and glanced at Luo Qingxue.
Your husband's quite amusing.
Luo Qingxue chuckled softly, watching the live broadcast where Qin Hao was on screen. Back in the live stream, in less than a minute, Hao and the other two each finished a bottle of baijiu. After putting their bottles down, they all looked at Hao. Hao, sweating slightly, stammered, "If I drink this bottle of baijiu, especially this quickly, I'll probably end up in the hospital." Zhang Yu chuckled, "I'll call 120, emergency services, for you." Hao was dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to discourage drinking? Seeing Hao hesitation, Hao smiled lightly and said, "Go ahead and drink. This is the perfect chance to try the sobering capsules I developed." Sobering capsules? Hao was momentarily dumbfounded. Judging by the name, it sounded like a drug that could quickly sober someone up. He glanced at Jiang Lao and Zhang Yu, who looked calm and composed. It was clear they already knew about the sobering capsules and had even used them before. No wonder they were so confident. No wonder they dared to drink straight from the bottle. Hao felt curious. Sobering capsules? Professor Qin had developed such an impressive drug. He decided he wanted to try them out for himself. Hao tilted his head back and started drinking straight from the bottle. Seeing this, Hao smiled lightly, then went into a room and brought out 4 sobering capsules, giving one to each person. Take the capsule when you start feeling the alcohol hit you. Experience its effects for yourself, Hao told Hao. Hao nodded. 5 minutes later, the alcohol began to hit, and it felt like he couldn't delay taking the capsule any longer. The longer he waited, the worse it would get. All 4 of them immediately took a sobering capsule. 10 minutes later. For the first 5 minutes, the alcohol effects intensified, with no sign of sobering up. But from the 10th minute onward, they could clearly feel the drug taking effect in their bodies. 20 minutes later. Hao looked at Hao in amazement. "Professor Qin, this drug is incredible." Hao smiled lightly. "This drug takes about 30 minutes to break down the alcohol in your system. Within 40 minutes, it can completely eliminate the alcohol from your body." Hearing this, Hao was shocked. Although Professor Qin was young, everything he had accomplished was truly astonishing. He had conquered cancer, tackled AIDS, and now developed sobering capsules. If the sobering capsules were released to the market, they would undoubtedly sell like crazy. Plus, this type of medication would have long-lasting demand. The live stream audience, witnessing the power of the sobering capsules, was amazed and eagerly hoped they would hit the market soon. Who knows when this drug will be available? With it, there's no need to fear drinking anymore. I work in nightlife, and being able to drink more means earning more. If I had this drug, my income would increase significantly. Even if it's released, it'll probably take a year or two. At the Jiangnan City Night Patrol Bureau office, Wang Jigua was watching the live stream. A few days ago, his superiors had asked him to visit Hao and appear on the live broadcast to boost Hao's popularity. At the time, he thought the goal was to publicly reveal that Hao had conquered cancer through the program. But after closely following the stream for the past few days, he realized Hao hadn't just conquered cancer but also AIDS, and now he had even developed sobering capsules. Hao's achievements left him deeply shaken. He also understood why his superiors were so quick to react as soon as the program began airing. Because Hao had conquered cancer and AIDS, someone like him would be under constant protection. Wang Jigua had no doubt that plainclothes officers were stationed nearby to protect Hao. Even Hao's wife, Luo Qingxue, their child, and his close relatives were likely under constant protection. Sighing deeply, Wang Jigua recalled a confidentiality agreement he had signed years ago when his superiors informed him that Hao had conquered cancer. His superiors had told him because Hao would be living in Jiangnan City long-term. At that time, they had tasked Wang Jigua with resolving any issues involving Hao, no matter how big or small. No wonder the higher-ups value Hao so much, Wang Jigua murmured, his eyes fixed on the live stream. In the live broadcast, Hao and his companions continued chatting. They talked until 3 p.m. when Jiang Lao reminded Hao it was time to pick up his child from kindergarten. Hao smiled lightly, "The kid is staying at her grandparents' tonight. There's no rush." Jiang Lao and the others nodded and continued chatting. By 5 p.m., Jiang Lao and the others decided it was time to leave since Luo Qingxue would be getting off work in half an hour. Before leaving, Jiang Lao asked Hao, "What's your plan for tomorrow?" Hao replied, "Tomorrow, my wife isn't working, so I'll be visiting my in-laws with her." Jiang Lao nodded. He had initially wanted to spend another day together but decided to let it go since Hao had other plans. The 3 of them then said their goodbyes and left. The house became quiet. Hao thought for a moment and decided to cook a nice meal for his wife, so she'd have something delicious to eat when she got home. He headed to the kitchen and started preparing 3 dishes before Luo Qingxue returned. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Xinhao finished preparing 3 dishes and sent Luo Qingxue a message. I ordered takeout from that place and heated it up. It'll be ready when you get home. In the van, Luo Qingxue received Xinhao's message and, for some reason, felt a pang of heartache. Ever since learning that Xinhao had conquered cancer and later AIDS, especially knowing that studying AIDS required direct contact with the virus, she couldn't help but worry. If he had accidentally become infected during the research, it would have been disastrous. In those days, AIDS was so terrifying that just hearing the name made people panic. And yet, her husband had come into contact with large amounts of the virus to develop the cure. Studying AIDS was extremely dangerous. Luo Qingxue looked at the message and replied, "Got it. I'm heading back now." Xinhao immediately responded, "All right. Drive safe. Luo Qingxue, kiss." After putting her phone away, Luo Qingxue told Lin Churan and director Zhang, "Once I get home, I'll end the stream." Both director Zhang and Lin Churan had no objections. Even the live stream viewers, upon hearing Luo Qingxue's decision, surprisingly had no complaints and instead showed their support. "Qingxue, take good care of Professor Qin." "Haha, how exactly are you going to take care of him?" Luo Qingxue glanced at the comments in the live stream and ignored them. After a moment, feeling it was time to leave, she said goodbye to Lin Churan and director Zhang and got out of the car. Before long, Luo Qingxue arrived home. The first thing she did was press the jammer to end the live stream. "Hubby." Luo Qingxue walked up to Xinhao and gently wrapped her arms around his neck. Xinhao naturally held her by the waist. "Mwah." Luo Qingxue gave him a light kiss on the cheek. Xinhao was momentarily speechless. Luo Qingxue slowly leaned in closer. Seeing this, Xinhao cooperated, and the two kissed. After a few minutes, Xinhao looked at Luo Qingxue and asked softly, "Shall we eat?" Luo Qingxue gazed at him and softly replied, "What about after dinner?" Xinhao hesitated. He thought back to when they were dating, recalling their first date, how he had been shy even to hold her hand, and how it had made him nervous yet happy. Those days were his first experience of being in love. Luo Qingxue was his first love, and he was hers. At the time, he was curious about her, about women in general. His biggest passion back then was scientific research, but he had also enjoyed exploring Luo Qingxue's personality. After marriage, both of them became more comfortable with each other, shedding the initial awkwardness. Thinking about those early days and then looking at Luo Qingxue now, he felt the difference was striking. After dinner, "Whatever you want," Xinhao said softly. His physical fitness was excellent, so handling his 28-year-old wife wasn't a problem. Luo Qingxue smiled gently in response. The two of them went to the kitchen, one carrying the dishes, the other setting the table. As they sat down, Luo Qingxue picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and held it up to Xinhao's mouth. Xinhao was stunned for a moment. While it wasn't unusual for her to kiss him or serve him food, feeding him directly was something she hadn't done in a long time. He ate the meat. Then Luo Qingxue picked up another piece of stir-fried meat and held it up to his mouth again. Xinhao, slightly sweaty, looked at her and asked, "Do you think I'm a child or something?" Luo Qingxue laughed and said, "Eat well so you'll have energy." Xinhao finally understood. So that's what this is about. What's been going on with his wife these past few days? The two ate slowly, spending over half an hour at the table. After the meal, Luo Qingxue said to Xinhao, "You go take a shower first. I'll clean up and then take one." "All right," Xinhao replied, heading to the bathroom and the bedroom. After washing the dishes and tidying up, Luo Qingxue went to shower as well. After her shower, she went to the storage room and found her wedding dress. She put it on and walked into the bedroom. Xinhao, seeing her in the wedding dress, froze for a moment. It's not their wedding anniversary today, is it? But then he quickly understood. The next morning at 9 a.m., the two woke up. As soon as she woke up, Luo Qingxue clung to Xinhao. Xinhao chuckled and said, "Get up. We still have to visit your parents later." Luo Qingxue hummed in agreement. The two got up and began their morning routines. After getting ready, they had a quick bite to eat. Xinhao then brought out a transparent gift box containing a wild ginseng root. "This is for your parents," Xinhao said. "It'll be good for their health." Yesterday, when Xinxiao visited, he brought 2 wild ginseng roots. Xinhao planned to give one to his in-laws and keep the other for his own parents. Luo Qingxue smiled and asked, "When did you buy the ginseng?" "Yesterday," Xinhao replied casually.
Luo Qingxue chuckled but didn't say more.
Carrying her handbag with one hand and holding Qin Hao's arm with the other, she left the house with him. After getting in the car, Luo Qingxue, sitting in the passenger seat, sent a message to Lin Charan, "You can start the live stream now." Lin Charan replied, "Got it." A few seconds later, the live stream began broadcasting again.
Viewers noticed the new footage was inside a car, with the camera apparently mounted on Luo Qingxue's collar. Whoa, outdoor live stream today. It's always been home streams before. Now it's outdoors.
Lin Charan, still in the van, smiled and said, "Today, Qingxue and Professor Qin are heading to visit their parents, Professor Qin's in-laws."
You've all been curious about what Qingxue's mom looks like, right? Well, you'll get to see her today.
The audience grew excited upon hearing this. Luo Qingxue was very beautiful, so they figured her mother, if well maintained, would also look great for her age. Some even speculated that she might have a special kind of charm. Previously, Luo Qingxue had mentioned that her mother was elegant and good-looking, which only heightened their anticipation. Sitting in the passenger seat, Luo Qingxue couldn't see the live stream chat and wasn't planning to check it today. The purpose of the stream was to boost Qin Hao's popularity and let more people know about his achievements in curing cancer and AIDS. Thinking about how amazing her husband was, Luo Qingxue felt proud. "Hubby, you're earning over 40,000 yuan a month now.
When you start making even more money, will you stray?" Luo Qingxue suddenly asked.
Qin Hao glanced at her.
"Why do you ask?"
"They say men turn bad when they get rich."
"I was just curious,"
Luo Qingxue said, watching him closely to see how he'd respond.
Qin Hao laughed. "Him, stray? Not a chance." It wasn't just that he wouldn't betray Luo Qingxue, he simply couldn't.
Even now, as he drove, the cars on either side of him, behind him, and even in front were likely arranged by his superiors to protect him. If he ever tried to stray, it would be nearly impossible.
"Why are you laughing? Why aren't you saying anything?" Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow.
Qin Hao glanced at her, shook his head gently, and said, "Don't worry, I will never do anything to betray you in this lifetime."
"Why not?" Luo Qingxue asked curiously.
Qin Hao replied calmly, "When I was in middle school, my homeroom teacher said something very realistic, and I've always remembered it. Over the years, I've seen how true his words are."
Luo Qingxue became even more curious.
"What did your teacher say?" Qin Hao said quietly, he said, "If relationships are based on profit, they will dissolve when the profit is gone.
If they are based on power, they will collapse when the power fades.
If they are based on authority, they will be abandoned when the authority is lost.
If they are based on emotion, they will cause hurt when the emotion breaks. Only relationships formed through mutual understanding can last long."
Qin Hao recalled his middle school homeroom teacher, who was a bit older and often gave them practical advice to keep them grounded.
His teacher's words left a deep impression on him. For example, when making friends, he would always think about how the friendship started. Was it based on profit, power, or something else? When he was 23, he returned to Jiangnan City.
His parents, worried that he still didn't have a girlfriend, arranged a few blind dates for him.
During those dates, he always felt uneasy.
The atmosphere was too deliberate and straight to the point, giving him the impression that as long as he had money and could fulfill the other person's expectations, they could be together without even forming a real emotional connection. At the time, he thought to himself, relationships built on money, power, or other material things would likely end once those things were gone. Later, while driving one day, he was rear-ended.
That was how he met Luo Qingxue.
Getting along with her felt natural and comfortable. They could chat, joke around, and talk about everything without any ulterior motives.
Their relationship was sincere.
He felt incredibly fortunate to be with her and cherished their relationship deeply. He would never do anything to betray her. Hearing Qin Hao's explanation, Luo Qingxue pondered for a while but still didn't quite understand what this had to do with whether or not Qin Hao would stray. Seeing her puzzled expression, Qin Hao smiled and said, "I value spiritual connection more than anything.
Purely physical attraction is meaningless to me.
It's only when the mind and body resonate together that it truly matters."
Luo Qingxue. How did the conversation suddenly turn in this direction? This was being broadcast live.
At that moment, the live stream viewers flooded the chat with comments.
"This conversation just sped up. I'm with Professor Qin on this. If there's no emotional connection, it's just meaningless. Impressive. Relationships based on profit will dissolve when the profit is gone. That's deep and makes so much sense."
In the production van, director Zhang felt a bit awkward hearing Qin Hao's words. He and Mr. Su, the investor, had each contributed 5 million yuan to Luo Qingxue. Logically speaking, even if the show's popularity was high, they wouldn't have given her 10 million yuan, 1 million at most. The reason for the 10 million yuan was to build a good relationship with Luo Qingxue, and more importantly, with Qin Hao. But Qin Hao saw through these kinds of transactional relationships too clearly. Their 10 million yuan probably wouldn't have much of an impact. Still, it wasn't entirely useless, it was at least a favor extended to his superiors. In the car, Luo Qingxue remained silent, reflecting on what Qin Hao had just said. She thought about how the production team was offering her 10 million yuan. At first, when director Zhang mentioned it, she didn't feel much about it. Maybe it was because, over the past few days, she had realized how amazing her husband was and how he seemed to be quite wealthy. Subconsciously, she had become indifferent to the idea of 10 million yuan. But thinking about it more carefully, even if the show was popular, would the production team normally be willing to offer her 10 million yuan? Definitely not. They'd probably offer 500,000 to 1 million at most. The decision to give her 10 million was likely an attempt to build a relationship with her. These kinds of interactions were all based on profit. She then thought about other things, such as workplace relationships or other connections, and realized that many of them were also tied to profit in some way. This made her value her family, her husband, her child, and her parents even more. She began to understand the meaning behind her husband's words more clearly. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of her parents' building. They went upstairs. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds after Qin Hao knocked, the door opened. Mom, Dad, Qin Hao, and Luo Qingxue said with smiles. Luo's father saw that his son-in-law and daughter had brought ginseng, and he scolded them, "There's no need to bring anything when you visit." Although he said this, his face was full of smiles. In his heart, he was happy his daughter and son-in-law were so filial. Luo's mother smiled lightly but didn't say anything. The group entered the house and started chatting. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream, seeing Luo Qingxue's parents, began commenting. Qingxue's mom is so beautiful. She's elegant and graceful, not like a businesswoman but more like someone from an academic family. Wow, this mother-in-law looks amazing. She must have taken great care of herself, she looks about 37 years old. Impressive. It's not just about maintenance, genetics play a role too. People who are beautiful when young tend to age gracefully if they take care of themselves. Qingxue's dad looks great too. In the live stream, Qin Xiyu, their daughter, walked out of her room. Seeing Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue, she cheered excitedly, "Daddy." "Mommy." Qin Hao smiled and picked up his daughter. "Did you miss Daddy and Mommy?" Hearing this, Qin Xiyu frowned slightly and said angrily, "What's the point of missing you? You never let me sleep with you." Qin Hao. "It's not that I don't want to, it's your mom who doesn't." Qin Xiyu climbed out of Qin Hao's arms and went to Luo's mother to complain, "Grandma, Daddy and Mommy don't let me sleep with them anymore. They always make me sleep alone and say they have important things to discuss at night." Luo's mother felt a bit awkward but also wanted to laugh. If it were just her daughter here, she might have laughed openly, but with her son-in-law present, it would be inappropriate. Luo's father didn't hear the conversation, he was busy in the kitchen. Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue exchanged glances, both feeling embarrassed that their daughter had revealed such a thing. The live stream viewers burst into laughter and filled the chat with comments. Dying of laughter. They discuss important matters every night, and now the little one's upset. Ha, adults need to be careful with what they say to kids. Look how awkward it is now. The atmosphere just got hilariously awkward. In the livestream, Qin Xiyu turned to Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue, huffed, and said, "If you won't let me sleep with you, I'll just sleep with Grandpa and Grandma from now on." Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue were both speechless. Qin Hao looked at Qin Xiyu and smiled, "From now on, Daddy and Mommy will sleep with you every night. Is that okay?" "Really?" Qin Xiyu looked at Qin Hao suspiciously. "Really?" Qin Hao smiled again. Qin Xiyu turned to look at Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue also smiled at her and said, "Really? That's more like it." Hearing this, Qin Xiyu climbed down from Luo's mother's lap and into Qin Hao's arms. Qin Hao smiled and held his daughter. Seeing this, Luo's mother couldn't help but smile as well. She only had one daughter and had always wished for her to have a good husband and a happy life. The first time she met Qin Hao, after observing him for a while, she thought he seemed reliable, steady, not easily distracted, and kind to her daughter. She believed he was someone her daughter could entrust her life to. Over the past few years, Her impression of Chin Hao had only improved. Luo's mother then remembered something and said to Chin Hao with concern, "You should go out more in your free time. At your age, you should have 3 to 5 close friends. Staying at home all the time must be boring." She knew Chin Hao was a programmer, one who worked from home and didn't need to report to an office. As far as she knew, Chin Hao didn't seem to have many friends and spent most of his time at home. She felt it wasn't healthy for someone young to isolate themselves like that. Chin Hao nodded lightly and replied, "I'll go out for a walk when I have time." He was just saying this to appease her. At his age, it was already hard to form deep friendships. Most people his age were pragmatic, and relationships often involved some degree of mutual benefit. He thought it was better to stay home, focus on his research, and do meaningful things. Luo's mother understood that Chin Hao was just humoring her and felt a bit helpless. In all her years, she had never seen a young man with such a narrow social circle. Hearing her mother's words, Luo Qingxue chimed in, "There's no need to force yourself to make friends. Just let it happen naturally." Luo's mother glanced at her and smiled, "You're already speaking up for your husband?" Luo Qingxue. She looked at her mother and hesitated, wondering whether to tell her about the program and everything she had learned. If her mom found out Chin Hao had cured cancer and AIDS, she'd be shocked, right? Luo Qingxue quickly made up her mind and said, "Mom, let's go to your room. I have something to tell you." Luo's mother looked at her daughter, sensing that whatever it was must be important if she wanted to talk privately and was even keeping it from Chin Hao. She nodded and followed Luo Qingxue into the bedroom. Once inside, Luo Qingxue locked the door. Seeing this, Luo's mother was puzzled. "What is it? Why the secrecy?" Luo Qingxue smiled and said, "What if I told you your son-in-law has cured cancer and AIDS? What would you think?" Luo's mother rolled her eyes at her and said flatly, "Don't be ridiculous. If you have something to say, just say it." Luo Qingxue was speechless. She knew her mom wouldn't believe her. "I'm serious," Luo Qingxue insisted, her expression becoming more earnest. She then explained how she had joined the program exploring the other half and described the events of the past few days during the live broadcast. Luo's mother still didn't believe her. She wasn't deeply familiar with her son-in-law but felt she understood him well enough. Even if she didn't know him well, it was hard to believe that someone just 28 years old could have cured cancer and AIDS. Especially since cancer was supposedly cured 4 years ago. At that time, Chin Hao would have only been 24. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers, seeing Luo's mother's disbelief, flooded the chat with comments. Wait till she finds out the truth. She'll be absolutely stunned. Luo Qingxue's mom really doesn't believe it. But honestly, who would? It's hard to imagine a 24-year-old curing cancer and AIDS. In the live stream, Luo Qingxue hesitated, considering whether to show her mother the live broadcast. But she realized that if her mother found out she was being live-streamed, she might feel uncomfortable. "I'll tell you again another time. Oh, and don't mention this to your son-in-law, or we won't be able to continue the broadcast," Luo Qingxue reminded her. "Ridiculous," Luo's mother replied dismissively, still not believing her daughter. Luo Qingxue. They spent the entire day at her parents' house and only returned home after dinner. Once home, Luo Qingxue took their daughter to bathe first. Chin Hao was about to head to the bathroom to take a shower when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he couldn't help but wonder if this person had come to Jiangnan City too. Chin Hao answered the call. "Chairman Chen, what made you think of calling me?" On the other end, Chairman Chen sounded slightly serious as he asked, "I'm in Jiangnan City for some business today. I've finished my work, and I'd like to visit you tomorrow if you're free." Chin Hao replied calmly, "You mean visit in name but spar in truth, right?" Chairman Chen was silent for a moment before replying in a slightly deeper tone, 5 years ago, I lost to you by 3 points. Over the past 5 years, I've made some progress and want to spar with you again." Chin Hao sighed inwardly. Since Chairman Chen was already in Jiangnan City, he would definitely stop by. "Alright, come over at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I'll send you the location on WeChat," Chin Hao said. Chairman Chen simply replied, "See you tomorrow." After hanging up, Chin Hao went to another bathroom to take a shower. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the viewers were abuzz with speculation after hearing Chin Hao's phone conversation. What's this about a visit being fake but sparring being real? Sparring in martial arts? Could it be that Professor Chin knows martial arts? What else could they be sparring over? If it's really martial arts, then Professor Chin is incredible. A scientist who knows martial arts, unbelievable. Wow, Professor Chin practices martial arts too. Impressive.
If it really is martial arts, I feel like Professor Chin might surprise us again. Surprise? Don't get your hopes up. Do you think Professor Chin is omnipotent? Excelling in one field is already extremely difficult. Becoming the best requires immense time and effort. It's almost impossible to master two fields. Even if he's not the best, I just want to see Professor Chin's martial arts skills. He's so handsome. If he knows Sanda or other combat sports, it'll make him even more charming. The livestream audience was still discussing, and Lin Churin, sitting in the van, couldn't help but feel curious as well. Could Chin Hao really know martial arts? Even if he did, he probably wasn't very skilled. About 30 minutes later, Luo Qingxue finished bathing her daughter. She sent a message to Lin Churin, "I'll end the livestream shortly." Lin Churin replied, "Alright. By the way, while you were in the shower, your husband got a call. Someone's visiting him tomorrow, apparently for a martial arts sparring session." Reading the message, Luo Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Sparring? Martial arts? In their 5 years of marriage, she had never seen Chin Hao practice martial arts. Besides, martial artists had a distinct aura, one different from ordinary people. Her husband didn't have the unique air of someone who practiced martial arts. Luo Qingxue replied, "Got it." Lin Churin followed up with another question, "Does your husband know martial arts?" Luo Qingxue confidently responded, "My husband is strong, but I can say for sure he doesn't know martial arts." After reading the message, Lin Churin became skeptical. If Luo Qingxue said Chin Hao didn't know martial arts, then he probably didn't. After all, there was no reason to hide such a thing from his wife. But then, what was this sparring about? Lin Churin sent another message, "Have you submitted your leave request?" Luo Qingxue replied, "Yes, I have." Lin Churin, "Good." Luo Qingxue then pressed the jammer to end the livestream. At this point, the livestream only displayed the interior of the van with director Zhang and Lin Churin. Lin Churin said, "I just asked Qingxue. Professor Chin doesn't know martial arts. I think it's probably true. If he did, there's no reason for him to keep it from Qingxue." Some viewers believed her, but most didn't. They began flooding the chat with comments. Qingxue also said at first that Professor Chin couldn't cook, but then he turned out to be amazing at it. Don't trust everything she says. You never know. Practicing martial arts isn't a big deal, and even doing it casually counts as knowing some. Seeing the audience's disbelief, Lin Churin could only say, "We'll see in tomorrow's livestream." After a while, the livestream ended. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Luo Qingxue said to Chin Hao as usual, "I'm taking our daughter to my mom's house first, then heading to work." Chin Hao nodded. It was Sunday, so their daughter didn't have school, and her grandmother was planning to take her shopping for clothes. "Bye, Daddy." Qin Shiyu waved at Chin Hao. Chin Hao smiled and watched them leave. Luo Qingxue drove her daughter to her mother's house. When they arrived, Luo Qingxue said to her mother, "Mom, what I told you yesterday about your son-in-law curing cancer and AIDS is true." Luo's mother was speechless. Seeing her mother's disbelief, Luo Qingxue took out her phone and opened the Exploring the Other Half program on a short video platform. She clicked into the live stream and showed it to her mother. When Luo's mother saw Chin Hao in the live stream, she froze for a moment. Then, noticing nearly 800,000 people were watching, she was stunned. "Mom, search for Exploring the Other Half on your phone and watch the live stream. You'll see that what I said is true." "I have to go now," Luo Qingxue said before leaving. Luo's mother was still dazed. She opened the short video app, searched for Exploring the Other Half, and entered the live stream. There were two camera feeds in the live stream. One was showing her son-in-law, while the other featured two people, a man and a woman. Lin Churin. Luo's mother immediately recognized the woman in the live stream. She was a popular actress whose TV dramas and movies she had watched, and she thought her acting was excellent. Luo's mother was shocked and confused. What was going on? Her daughter had mentioned joining the program Exploring the Other Half, saying it paid well. She also claimed to have learned through the livestream that Chin Hao had cured cancer and AIDS. She still found it hard to believe. How could her son-in-law have solved two of the world's greatest medical challenges? She looked at the comments in the live stream. Many were talking about Professor Chin. About 15 minutes later, Luo Qingxue returned and sat in the production van, watching the live stream. Meanwhile, Luo's mother, seeing her daughter appear on the screen, froze again. Downstairs at Chin Hao's building, a car had parked, and a man who looked to be in his early 50s stepped out. Dressed in a black suit with a slightly serious expression,
he glanced at the building. This is where Chin Hao lives.
He retrieved 2 gift boxes from the trunk and carried them upstairs.
A moment later, the man arrived at Chin Hao's door and knocked. In the live stream, Chin Hao heard the knock and immediately guessed who it was. He walked over and opened the door to see Chairman Chen, looking as serious as ever. Chin Hao smiled faintly. "It's been 5 years, and you're still so serious." Chairman Chen forced a smile, but it looked unnatural, almost as if he hadn't smiled in years and had forgotten how. Seeing this, Chin Hao shook his head.
"Forget it. Don't smile. Serious suits you better." Chairman Chen's expression grew even more solemn.
He entered the house, placed the gift boxes on the table, and sat on the sofa. Chin Hao brewed a pot of tea and poured Chairman Chen a cup. Chairman Chen looked at Chin Hao and said, "Compared to 5 years ago, you look more mature."
Chin Hao smiled.
"And you look exactly the same as you did 5 years ago."
Chairman Chen didn't respond. He picked up the tea, sniffed it, and raised an eyebrow.
"You know how to enjoy life, drinking Da Hong Pao." Chin Hao chuckled. "It was a gift from Principal Jiang." Chairman Chen froze slightly.
"Principal Jiang came to visit you?" Chin Hao nodded.
"He was here a few days ago and stayed for 2 days. Chairman Chen was surprised but didn't press further. He took a sip of tea, savoring it, then looked at Chin Hao.
"Are the ingredients ready?"
"They'll be delivered at 10 o'clock sharp," Chin Hao replied. Chairman Chen nodded slightly, then asked, "I've improved my cooking over the past 5 years.
How about you?"
Chin Hao smiled faintly.
"Not bad."
After a brief silence, Chairman Chen said, "You haven't had many opportunities to cook at home these past few years. For this sparring session, we'll stick to the home-style dishes you're familiar with."
"I won't take advantage of you." Chin Hao asked the question that had been on his mind, does winning or losing in cooking really matter that much? Chairman Chen's expression turned serious. "To me, it matters a great deal. I am the chairman of the Dragon Nation Culinary Association. If my culinary skills aren't the best in the country, what right do I have to hold this position?"
Nearly 800,000 viewers in the livestream were stunned upon hearing Chairman Chen reveal his identity. It was as though a heavy stone had struck their hearts, causing a wave of shock. This stern-looking man was actually the chairman of the Dragon Nation Culinary Association. Even those unfamiliar with the title immediately understood its significance. For those who knew what the chairman of the Culinary Association represented, the revelation was utterly astonishing. Holy crap! The chairman of the Dragon Nation Culinary Association. That's someone at the pinnacle of the culinary world, no question about it. Incredible. The very top of the culinary field. Let me explain what the title of Culinary Association Chairman means. The chairman is responsible for national banquet dishes, the kind of food served to the highest-ranking officials. Every major figure you can think of eats food prepared under their oversight. They also handle the meals for important foreign guests. After this explanation, viewers unfamiliar with the position were shocked. Didn't that mean the Culinary Association chairman regularly interacted with some of the most powerful people? But what was going on here? The chairman had just said that 5 years ago, he lost to Professor Chin in a culinary competition by 3 points. Didn't that mean Professor Chin's cooking skills surpassed those of the chairman of the Dragon Nation Culinary Association? Could that even be real? Some live-stream viewers believed Chairman Chen's identity without question, while others, newer to the stream, were skeptical about what they were hearing. Did anyone even verify this Chairman Chen's identity? How can you all believe it so easily? Isn't that a bit gullible? Exactly. This stream has tens of thousands of viewers. Are you all just plants? No one bothered to fact-check this Chairman Chen being the Culinary Association chairman? Longtime viewers scoffed at the doubters. They knew that Chin Hao had cured cancer and AIDS. Anyone visiting Chin Hao wouldn't need their identity verified, it was undoubtedly true. If you don't believe it, check for yourself. It only takes a few minutes to search online. Exactly. You newcomers don't know much about this. If you have questions, just look it up online. The newer viewers, annoyed by the condescending responses, began searching for information online. Meanwhile, Luo's mother also began searching online. Hearing Chairman Chen claim to be the Culinary Association chairman, she immediately suspected it was a scripted gimmick for the show. Although she didn't live with Chin Hao, she knew her son-in-law didn't cook and that when he did, the food was terrible. For the past 5 years, it had always been her daughter cooking. And now the stream was saying that this chairman Chen, claiming to be the Culinary Association chairman, had lost to Qin Hao in cooking by 3 points? She found this utterly ridiculous. If the chairman of the Culinary Association could lose to her son-in-law, then she herself could handle national banquet dishes and be the Culinary Association chairman. She searched online for Dragon Nation Culinary Association chairman.
Soon, detailed information about the chairman appeared. Name, Chen Ping. Date of birth. Life achievements and honors. Photographs of Chen Ping.
Luo's mother looked at the photos of Chen Ping and then at the man in the live stream. They looked exactly the same. Luo's mother felt as though her worldview had been shaken. If this was true, there was only one possibility: her son-in-law had been hiding his cooking skills. And the most likely reason for hiding his cooking skills was to avoid cooking every day. That's why he had lied to her daughter. Even so, she found it hard to believe. It was too incredible. Even if her son-in-law could cook, how could his skills surpass those of the Culinary Association chairman? By this time, many viewers had also searched online and confirmed that Chen Ping was indeed the Culinary Association chairman.
They were stunned. This was real? Some newer viewers started asking in the live stream, "What's going on with this Exploring the Other Half show? Why aren't any of you longtime viewers questioning the identities of these people?" The older viewers responded, "At first, we didn't believe it either. But after verifying it multiple times, we found out everything was true. Now we don't even bother questioning, it's easier to just trust it."
You newcomers might not know, but Professor Qin has solved 2 of the world's greatest challenges. He cured both cancer and AIDS.
The newer viewers, upon seeing comments claiming Qin Hao had cured cancer and AIDS, dismissed them outright. Are you kidding me? The people who cured cancer and AIDS would have to be at least 50 years old. How old is Qin Hao?
The skepticism continued, with some resorting to profanity.
You're being duped. I suspect this is all scripted. If the people who cured cancer and AIDS were revealed, why haven't we seen it in the news? Why hasn't it been all over other short video platforms? Exactly.
If Qin Hao really cured 2 global challenges and it was exposed, it would definitely be in the news. Even the longtime viewers started feeling uncertain upon reading these comments.
That's true. If Professor Qin really cured cancer and AIDS, why hasn't it been reported in the news? Why hasn't there been any official confirmation? It's as if no one knows about it.
In the production van, Lin Charan and Luo Qingxue, seeing the barrage of comments in the livestream, also felt puzzled. Lin Charan raised an eyebrow and said, logically, if Professor Qin's identity was revealed, it should have been in the news by now.
Luo Qingxue also felt confused. Something this significant not making the news?
It was too strange. Director Zhang coughed and explained, the production team recorded the livestream and tried uploading some clips to various platforms, but they've been stuck in review. After hearing this, some viewers shared similar experiences in the chat.
Same here. I recorded parts of the stream and tried uploading the highlights, but they've been under review for days. Mine's even weirder.
I posted the video to my social media, but no one liked or commented on it. At first, I felt sad, such huge news, and no one cared. Then I used a secondary account to check and found the video wasn't visible at all.
Same here. I posted the live stream video to my friend circle and my Qzone, but no one liked it. Me too. When I post other things, it's fine. But when I post about Professor Qin, even though the posts go up, no one can see them. As the comments piled up, more and more people mentioned that their attempts to share clips of the livestream were either stuck in review or invisible to others. Director Zhang, reading the comments, began to suspect that higher authorities were secretly controlling the situation. They might be worried that revealing Professor Qin's identity too soon would disrupt the livestream. If Qin Hao found out, he might refuse to continue the program. Perhaps the time for a formal announcement hadn't come yet, or maybe they wanted to continue broadcasting the livestream for a while longer. As for when the official reveal would take place, Director Zhang recalled Qin Hao mentioning during the livestream that he planned to explain everything to Luo Qingxue next month. He guessed that Qin Hao had received notice from the higher-ups and that the formal disclosure of his identity would likely happen then. In the livestream, viewers continued to discuss the issue, while on screen, Chairman Chen and Qin Hao were chatting casually. Chairman Chen suddenly sighed.
Seeing this, Qin Hao asked, "Why are you sighing?" After a moment of silence, Chairman Chen slowly replied, 5 years ago, after our culinary competition, I thought about grooming you to be my successor and reserving the position of chairman of the Culinary Association for you.
But now, it's no longer possible.
In fact, Chairman Chen had known Qin Hao for 9 years, back when Qin Hao was only 19. Even at such a young age, Qin Hao had been able to sit among top figures from various fields. These influential people treated Qin Hao like a junior, almost like their own child or even a national treasure. Chairman Chen had been puzzled back then. Why would so many people at the pinnacle of their fields treat a young man with such care? Over the years, he continued to see these influential figures regard Qin Hao as someone of great importance. Some even seemed to hold Qin Hao in awe. It wasn't until recent years that Chairman Chen finally understood. Qin Hao had conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease. When he learned of these achievements, he was utterly shocked. A young man like Qin Hao had solved so many global challenges. At that moment, Chairman Chen gave up the idea of making Qin Hao his successor. Qin Hao smiled faintly and said, "There are plenty of skilled chefs in the Culinary Association.
It doesn't have to be me." Chairman Chen said no more.
In his heart, Qin Hao was still the most suitable candidate for the next chairman of the Culinary Association. But if Qin Hao truly took on that role, it would waste his unparalleled talent. Qin Hao's brilliance belonged to the scientific research field, that was where he could shine the most. Chairman Chen looked at Qin Hao and said calmly, "This time, I came here for 2 reasons, to see you and to have a culinary competition with you."
Qin Hao nodded slightly. Chairman Chen, looking serious, asked, "In your opinion, what title would suit my culinary skills?"
Seeing how seriously Chairman Chen asked, Qin Hao also became more earnest.
"Culinary god. You deserve it." He wasn't exaggerating.
Qin Hao's cooking skills had been enhanced by a system that had granted him the title of culinary god. 5 years ago, during their competition, Qin Hao had already assessed Chairman Chen's skills and determined that he was worthy of the title. Hearing this, Chairman Chen felt a surge of pride. He, too, believed his skills merited the title.
But
Chairman Chen looked at Qin Hao and said, "You're 3 points better than me in cooking."
if I'm the culinary god, then what are you?
Qin Hao shook his head lightly and said, "Our skills are about the same. 5 years ago, I didn't feel that I was 3 points better, it was just your perception." Chairman Chen shook his head without speaking. During their competition, he was certain that Qin Hao had outperformed him in 2 dishes. Seeing that Chairman Chen still believed he was slightly inferior, Qin Hao felt helpless. Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he answered.
"President Zhao," Qin Hao said.
On the other end, President Zhao laughed warmly.
"Professor Qin, I'm in Jiangnan City today for some business. Tomorrow, I'd like to visit you if it's convenient. We can also discuss how to allocate your latest funds." Hearing this, Qin Hao perked up. "Sure. Come over tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. You still remember where I live, right?" President Zhao laughed. "Of course I do. I've been to your house many times over the years." Qin Hao smiled. "All right, see you tomorrow." After a brief chat, the call ended. Hearing Qin Hao refer to the caller as President Zhao, Chairman Chen was reminded of something he'd heard 2 years ago. At the time, some influential people had mentioned that Qin Hao was incredibly wealthy. From their astonished expressions, it seemed Qin Hao's wealth was beyond imagination. Later, Chairman Chen learned about Qin Hao's scientific breakthroughs, including curing cancer and AIDS. Qin Hao had wanted to donate his achievements to the nation, but the higher-ups believed that since Qin Hao had done all the research alone, the credit and benefits should belong to him. In the end, Qin Hao partnered with state-owned enterprises to produce and distribute the medications, sharing the profits. Chairman Chen didn't know the exact profit-sharing ratio, but even if Qin Hao only received 30%, the amount he earned would still be astronomical. Curious, Chairman Chen asked, "Just now, you mentioned President Zhao. Is it that President Zhao?" Qin Hao nodded lightly. Seeing this, Chairman Chen was slightly taken aback. That President Zhao was the head of the Dragon Nation Bank. It was rare for someone of his status to personally call anyone. Chairman Chen asked, "Would it be inconvenient to share how much money you have?" Qin Hao didn't think it was a big deal and replied after some thought, "Half a year ago, President Zhao mentioned that I have over 2 trillion yuan. Chairman Chen was shocked, taking a deep breath. 2 trillion yuan. That wasn't just assets, it was liquid cash. To think that Qin Hao had accumulated so much wealth. But considering the AIDS vaccine and other medications Qin Hao had developed, it made sense. Over the years, those medications alone could have easily brought in over 2 trillion yuan. The viewers in the live stream were stunned when they heard Qin Hao claim he had over 2 trillion yuan. Almost no one believed it.
Even longtime viewers thought it was too far-fetched, with only a few die-hard fans accepting it.
This is way too fake. Over 2 trillion in cash? Who in the world would dare brag like this? Ridiculous. Even saying a few billion would be fine, but several trillion? Do you even understand what 2 trillion in cash means? Even the current richest person in the world has just over 1 trillion yuan equivalent in assets. This is absurd. Such blatant exaggeration.
Many new viewers who had recently joined started mocking the claim, saying it was simply impossible. What made it even harder to believe was that Chairman Chen, the head of the Culinary Association, didn't show a shred of doubt and instead appeared shocked. This baffled the viewers, making some feel it was too much to take seriously.
Even the older viewers didn't argue back this time.
In their hearts, they also thought it was an over-the-top claim.
2 trillion? If that were true, Xin Hao would already be the richest person in the world. Elsewhere, Luo Qingshue's mother was also watching the live stream.
When she heard Xin Hao claim he had over 2 trillion yuan and even paused to recall the amount as if it were true, she felt utterly speechless. She was also surprised.
Her son-in-law actually knew how to boast.
In the past 5 years, this was the first time she'd seen this side of him.
In the van,
Lin Churan coughed lightly and said to the viewers, "Everyone, calm down.
Maybe Professor Qin was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Luo Qingxue quickly chimed in, "My husband was joking. How could he possibly have over 2 trillion yuan? If he really did, there's only one explanation: it would have to be in another currency."
Seeing some of the new viewers mocking her husband, Luo Qingxue hurried to smooth things over.
She felt exasperated. When did her husband start bragging like this?
Maybe it was just a joke between him and Chairman Chen.
The viewers finally settled down after hearing Luo Qingxue and Lin Churan's explanations. If it's converted to another currency, that makes more sense.
In some countries, even a cabbage costs billions.
Yeah, that sounds more reasonable. If it's in yuan, it's just too ridiculous. In the live stream, Chairman Chen collected himself and asked curiously, "With that much money, can you even spend it all?"
Xin Hao chuckled, "I can't. 2 years ago, I donated 1 trillion yuan to national defense.
Otherwise, I'd have over 3 trillion now.
Basically, wherever the country needs money, I donate it.
Having too much money is useless to me." Chairman Chen didn't know how to respond.
But putting himself in Xin Hao's shoes, if he had over 2 trillion yuan, he might also stop caring about money. After all, it would be impossible to spend that much in a lifetime. And since Chairman Chen's only passion was culinary arts, he had little interest in anything else. If he had tens of trillions, he'd probably donate it all to the country as well.
Keeping it for himself would be pointless.
The viewers were exasperated upon hearing Xin Hao claim that he had donated 1 trillion 2 years ago and would otherwise have over 3 trillion now.
Is he addicted to bragging? Does he really think anyone will believe this? In the van, Luo Qingxue coughed awkwardly and said to the viewers, "My husband is just joking. Don't take it seriously." Lin Churan also felt uneasy. What is going on with Professor Qin? If he said he cured other diseases, I'd believe it, but claiming to have trillions of yuan? That's just too much. Even the world's richest person only had a little over 1 trillion yuan, and that was after years of accumulating wealth. In the live stream, Chairman Chen and Xin Hao continued chatting casually until 10 a.m. when fresh ingredients were delivered. Chairman Chen inspected the ingredients and immediately became more serious. As a chef and the head of the Culinary Association, he took culinary competitions very seriously. "We'll make 3 simple dishes: seaweed egg soup, spicy shredded potatoes, and stir-fried pork intestines," Chairman Chen said. Xin Hao had been staying at home for the past few years, with limited opportunities to cook. Chairman Chen, on the other hand, had frequently practiced various cuisines and was much more experienced. To keep things fair, they would stick to simple home-style dishes. "All right," Xin Hao replied. "Let's start with the seaweed egg soup. I'm feeling a bit thirsty, so some soup will be nice." Chairman Chen nodded, and the two moved into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious, and the 2 men working together didn't feel cramped. Each of them took out a blowtorch and lightly roasted the seaweed. The viewers were confused. Why roast the seaweed? Won't it burn? Isn't seaweed egg soup just made by boiling seaweed? Why use a blowtorch? A professional chef in the comments explained, seaweed has a natural fishy smell. Roasting it with a blowtorch removes the smell and enhances its flavor, making the soup taste better. The viewers were enlightened. Wow, I've been cooking for over 10 years and never knew seaweed needed to be roasted. Feels like I've been wasting my time in the kitchen. Same here. First time hearing about roasting seaweed. Elsewhere, Luo Qingshue's mother was stunned. She had always thrown seaweed straight into the pot to boil. While it did have a slight fishy smell, adding ginger usually masked it. In the van, Luo Qingxue was also taken aback. She had been cooking for years and had never seen seaweed roasted like this before. In the live stream, Chairman Chen and Qin Hao finished roasting the seaweed almost simultaneously, then moved to their respective stoves to boil water and add the necessary ingredients. Once the water was boiling, they each used a slotted spoon to hold the seaweed while cooking it, ensuring it didn't stick to the pot. Some homemakers in the audience were puzzled. Why not just throw the seaweed directly into the pot? Why use a slotted spoon? Yeah, what's the point of this extra step? In the van, Luo Qingxue was equally bewildered. So much effort for a simple seaweed egg soup? Then she remembered that Qin Hao had occasionally cooked at home, claiming he wanted to test recipes. One of the dishes he made was seaweed egg soup. And now that she thought about it, his soup had always tasted much better than hers. After about half an hour, the spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried pork intestines, and seaweed egg soup were all finished. Chen Ping and Qin Hao brought the dishes to the table. Qin Hao smiled at Chen Ping and said, "Go ahead and try it first." Chen Ping didn't say anything, his expression slightly serious. He first took a sip of the egg soup he had made, then tasted the one made by Qin Hao. The flavors were evenly matched. Next, Chen Ping tried his stir-fried pork intestines, followed by Qin Hao's. The pork intestines were cooked to perfection, with excellent flavor. Finally, he tasted the spicy shredded potatoes. Chen Ping raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Hao. "Your turn." Qin Hao smiled and tasted each dish. Then he looked at Chen Ping and said, "The flavors are identical. Every aspect is spot on." Chen Ping nodded without saying much. This was just a simple culinary competition. Afterward, Chen Ping felt a sense of calm. 5 years ago, Qin Hao's cooking had been slightly better than his. Over the past 5 years, Chen Ping had made some progress in his culinary skills, but he felt he had reached his limit. Thinking about how Qin Hao hadn't had many opportunities to cook during these years, he concluded that his own culinary skills were now the best in the country. The two ate quietly, not talking much. Chen Ping was naturally not a talkative person. By 2 p.m., Chen Ping prepared to leave. He said to Qin Hao, "I have a flight at 5 p.m. I'll stop by to say goodbye to some people before heading back to the capital. If you ever visit, we can cook through every cuisine together." Qin Hao smiled lightly and agreed, "Sure." After chatting briefly, Chen Ping left. Qin Hao sat down on the sofa and took a sip of tea. When Chen Ping mentioned cooking every cuisine in the capital, Qin Hao wasn't interested. Just the thought of it made him feel tired. He enjoyed cooking daily meals occasionally, but the idea of cooking like a professional chef every day seemed exhausting. As he sat on the sofa for a while, Qin Hao felt the house was too quiet and a bit boring. He didn't have any special hobbies, wasn't interested in watching TV, and had already planned the research and designs for major projects. All that was left was to wait until next year to officially return to work and start the projects. With nothing else to do, he started missing his wife. Qin Hao sent a message to Luo Qingxue, "What are you up to?" In the van, Luo Qingxue saw the message and replied, "Working." "Qin Hao, I'm bored." Luo Qingxue, "Do something to keep yourself busy." "Qin Hao, when you're not here, I get really bored." Luo Qingxue, "What can I do?" "I'm at work." Qin Hao thought for a moment and remembered something. Last month, he had developed a medication that could enhance nerve sensitivity. The medication came in oral and topical forms and was specifically designed for wives who were indifferent to intimacy. To be precise, Qin Hao had developed the first version of this medication during the first year of their marriage. However, that version only increased nerve sensitivity by 2 times. The version he developed last month could enhance nerve sensitivity by 5 times. He wanted to test it. Qin Hao sent a message to Luo Qingxue, "Honey." "Luo Qingxue, what's up?" At that moment, the live stream camera was focused on Luo Qingxue's phone, so countless viewers could see her chat with Qin Hao. "Wow, married for 5 years and still this lovey-dovey. I feel attacked by this display of affection. Stop feeding us dog food." Seeing the live stream comments, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't her intention to show off her relationship, but since the live stream captured everything related to her husband, it was unavoidable. She hadn't expected Qin Hao to send such messages.
Just then, Xinhao sent another message. I bought some happy water, the enhanced version. It boosts nerve sensitivity by 5 times. Luo Qingshue's expression instantly turned flustered, and she quickly put her phone away. The viewers, noticing Luo Qingshue's panicked reaction, speculated wildly. What was this happy water? Wasn't happy water supposed to be a type of soda? But Xinhao mentioned an enhanced version that boosted nerve sensitivity by 5 times. The viewers put 2 and 2 together and suddenly became very animated, flooding the livestream with comments. Xingxue, that happy water isn't soda, is it? Holy crap! Xinhao is amazing. Where can I buy this medication? Buy? I have a feeling this was developed by Xinhao himself. Elsewhere, Luo Qingshue's mother was also watching the livestream. She couldn't help but think in that direction. Could such a medication really exist? After all, if there were drugs that could enhance pain sensitivity, it wasn't impossible for one to enhance nerve sensitivity as well. In the van, Luo Qingsue took a deep breath, trying to calm herself and appear as natural as possible. But the viewers wouldn't let it go, continuously speculating and asking questions. She felt increasingly awkward, as though a secret had been exposed. Most importantly, her mother might be watching the live stream. She was doomed. Luo Qingsue wanted to crawl into a hole and never come out. The viewers, noticing her reaction, became even more convinced that this happy water was real and that Luo Qingsue had used it. The live stream filled with comments. Qingsue, please ask your husband where we can buy this medication. I bet it was developed by Xinhao. Wow, if this is true, it's revolutionary. If Xinhao created it, he should get it to market ASAP. Feeling embarrassed, Luo Qingsue forced an explanation. What are you all thinking? My husband was just joking. The happy water he mentioned is just soda. It's tasty. Don't you like drinking cola? The viewers didn't buy it and responded in droves. Come on, Qingsue, no need to be shy. You've been married for 5 years, surely you've seen it all by now. Exactly. We're all adults here. Luo Qingsue was on the verge of breaking down. Her mom was probably watching this. After about half a minute, Xinhao noticed that his wife still hadn't replied and couldn't help feeling puzzled. He sent another message to Luo Qingsue, honey, where are you? Why aren't you replying? Hearing the WeChat notification, Luo Qingsue immediately knew it was her husband. But she didn't dare check. What if he sent another message that would make her collapse from embarrassment? She really might need to find a hole to crawl into. Luo Qingsue quickly got out of the car and sent a reply. I was busy just now. Got it. When Xinhao saw her message, a smile appeared on his face. Honey, enhanced by 5 times. Luo Qingsue. Seeing this, Luo Qingsue felt conflicted. On one hand, she was curious and looking forward to it. On the other hand, knowing that this private matter had been exposed to so many people in the livestream, especially her mother, made her feel incredibly awkward. How would she face her mother later? Luo Qingsue, got it. Xinhao, noticing her calm response, felt puzzled. This reaction wasn't right. By logic, his wife should be excited about trying a drug that could enhance sensitivity 5-fold. Xinhao, why are you so indifferent? Luo Qingsue, I'm not indifferent. After work, let's order takeout, eat quickly, and get it over with. You know what I mean. Xinhao laughed when he read her reply and responded, alright, we'll have dinner as soon as you're home, then rest early. Luo Qingsue, okay, let me get back to work now. Xinhao, alright. After finishing the conversation, Luo Qingsue returned to the car. By now, the live stream had exploded with comments. Viewers, men and women alike, were all asking questions. Qingsue, where can we buy this drug? Exactly. Is it something Professor Qin developed himself? At this moment, some pharmacy workers and doctors began explaining in the chat. Everyone, stop spamming for a moment. I'm a doctor, and I can tell you that there's no such product on the market. A lot of similar items are sold on online platforms, but they're fake and can cause allergic reactions. Don't buy recklessly. A pharmacy owner added, don't buy indiscriminately. From what I see, this happy water is likely something Professor Qin developed himself. Judging by the conversation, Qingsue seems to have used it and confirmed its effects. Hearing these explanations, many viewers became hesitant. If similar products were fake and had side effects, they wouldn't dare buy them. If they really wanted such a product, it seemed their only hope was to get it directly from Professor Qin. But the questions didn't stop. Qingsue, just tell us.
Everyone already knows about you and Professor Chin, so what's the harm? Yeah, you've been married for 5 years. Why be shy about it?
In the van, Lin Churan looked at Luo Qingxue and couldn't help but say, Qingxue, you should just explain.
Everyone already knows, and if you don't say anything, the viewers won't stop asking.
Director Zhang coughed and added, maybe it's better to explain.
Like Churan said, if you don't, the viewers will keep pressing you. Luo Qingxue glared at the two, exasperated. I think you two just want to know where to buy it yourselves, don't you? Director Zhang gave an awkward laugh. Of course he wanted to know where to buy it.
If such a product existed, it would certainly be interesting. Lin Churan blushed and smiled sheepishly.
The viewers noticed Lin Churan's expression and started teasing her. Ha, even Churan wants to buy it. But how would she use it without a boyfriend? Churan, need a boyfriend?
Lin Churan ignored the comments.
Luo Qingxue sighed helplessly.
Looking at the current situation, she realized that unless she said something, the viewers wouldn't stop asking. To put the matter to rest, she finally said, I've used the external version of this happy water.
My husband bought it, but I don't know where he got it.
The viewers perked up and flooded the chat with questions.
How's the effect? Yeah, how is it?
Luo Qingxue, no longer embarrassed, calmly replied, it's pretty effective. The viewers pressed further.
Ask Professor Chin where we can buy it. Yeah, find out where we can get it.
Feeling helpless, Luo Qingxue opened her WeChat and sent Qinhao a message, honey, where did you buy that happy water?
Qinhao replied almost instantly, why are you asking this?
Luo Qingxue, my colleagues want to know.
Qinhao, it might be hard to get.
The seller told me it was the last bottle, so.
Luo Qingxue read the message and immediately understood.
The happy water was something her husband had developed himself.
Hard to get? Last bottle? All excuses. She felt exasperated. What kind of strange things was her husband developing?
The viewers saw the chat between Qinhao and Luo Qingxue and quickly realized the truth. This product was developed by Professor Chin. Sigh, it's another product created by Professor Chin.
Do you think it will ever hit the market?
If Qinhao made it, it's probably impossible to buy. Lin Churan and Director Zhang both looked disappointed. Knowing that Qinhao had created the product meant it wasn't something they could purchase. Director Zhang smiled and said to Luo Qingxue, if you get a chance, ask Professor Chin if this can be mass-produced.
Luo Qingxue nodded.
She'd have to wait until the show ended and she had a proper conversation with her husband to ask. Time passed, and by 5:30 p.m., Luo Qingxue headed home. When she arrived, she found that Qinhao had already set a few dishes on the table and had served rice.
Dinner's ready, honey, Qinhao said with a smile.
Luo Qingxue smiled back and subtly pressed the jammer to turn off the cameras. Then she sat beside Qinhao. Honey, Qinhao said as he picked up a piece of stir-fried pork and brought it to her lips.
Open up.
Luo Qingxue opened her mouth, and Qinhao gently fed her the pork.
Have some vegetables, too.
Qinhao picked up some greens and fed them to her as well.
Luo Qingxue ate quietly.
Qinhao gazed at her tenderly, wrapping his left arm around her waist while using his right hand to feed her. He wanted to spoil her, ensuring she was fully satisfied. The thought of using the fivefold enhancement later and seeing her uncontrollably flustered filled him with motivation.
Luo Qingxue didn't say anything and cooperated with Qinhao the whole time.
Whatever he picked up for her, she would eat. Nestled in Qinhao's arms, she could feel the warmth of his body, which gave her a deep sense of security. Thinking about how her husband had developed so many medications, especially with such a noble ambition to make healthcare accessible to everyone and free people from the pain of illness, she felt completely captivated by his charm. At this moment, she had only one thought: whatever my husband says is right. If he tells me to go east, I'll never go west.
Whatever he wants to do to me, I'm his to command.
Honey, have another piece of meat, Qinhao said, holding a piece of food near Luo Qingxue's mouth.
Luo Qingxue opened her mouth and waited for him to place the food inside.
Qinhao looked at her gently as he fed her. Looking at his wife, he couldn't help but feel that she was especially obedient and well-behaved.
But he liked it.
After finishing their meal, they went to the bathroom and their bedroom to shower together. Afterward, as they cuddled, Luo Qingxue whispered softly in Qinhao's ear, tonight, I'm yours.
You can do whatever you want. The next morning, when Qinhao and Luo Qingxue woke up, they couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. Qinhao looked at Luo Qingxue and noticed that she had been particularly obedient yesterday.
While she was usually well behaved, last night was on another level, completely submissive, doing whatever he said without question. A thought flashed through Chin Hao's mind: could she inherently be? No, he quickly dismissed the idea.
Maybe she just loves me that much. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue also found herself thinking about the night before.
Whatever Chin Hao had said, she did without hesitation. That feeling of unconditional obedience was special. She felt a strong desire to hear his instructions and follow them.
A thought crossed her mind: could I inherently be? No, she quickly denied it.
She was sure this was something she felt only for Chin Hao and would only listen to her husband like this. But even now, she couldn't explain why she had such a strong desire to hear Chin Hao give her instructions.
Get up?
Chin Hao asked as he looked at her.
Okay, Luo Qingxue replied. The two of them got out of bed and went to freshen up.
After finishing, Luo Qingxue simply stood and stared at Chin Hao. Chin Hao noticed her gaze and asked, "Why are you staring at me?"
I'm waiting for you to tell me what to do, she said. Chin Hao. Why don't you make breakfast first?
Chin Hao suggested.
Okay, Luo Qingxue replied with a smile. What would you like to eat?
Anything simple, Chin Hao said casually.
All right. With that, Luo Qingxue went to the kitchen to start cooking.
As she busied herself in the kitchen, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of joy.
Why does listening to my husband make me so happy? When breakfast was ready, Luo Qingxue brought 2 bowls of green pepper shredded pork noodles to the table.
Honey, breakfast is ready, she said softly to Chin Hao. Chin Hao nodded and started eating. After taking a couple of bites, he noticed Luo Qingxue hadn't started eating yet.
Why aren't you eating? He asked. Luo Qingxue replied, I'm waiting for you to tell me what to do.
Chin Hao was puzzled.
What's going on? Is my wife playing a game? Or does she genuinely enjoy listening to me?
Eat, Chin Hao said. Only then did Luo Qingxue pick up her chopsticks and start eating. After they finished eating, Luo Qingxue continued staring at Chin Hao. Seeing this, Chin Hao thought, if my wife enjoys playing this listening to orders game, I'll just play along. To his surprise, he found that he also enjoyed giving her instructions.
Chin Hao suddenly thought about something. Some people pursue wealth, some pursue fame, and some pursue power.
He had never fully understood why people chased power.
What's the point of having power?
But now, as he realized that whatever he said, his wife would do, he finally understood the appeal. This feeling was quite enjoyable.
He wondered if company CEOs felt this same sense of satisfaction when giving orders to their subordinates.
Clean up the dishes, Chin Hao said.
Okay, Luo Qingxue replied with a smile.
She stood up, took the dishes to the kitchen, and started washing them.
After tidying up, Luo Qingxue checked the time. She usually left for work at 8 a.m., and it was already 8 a.m.
Normally, she would tell Chin Hao she was leaving and head out. But today, she didn't say a word. She was waiting for Chin Hao to speak. Chin Hao knew his wife needed to go to work, but she just kept staring at him.
It seemed like if he didn't say anything, she wouldn't leave.
He decided to wait, thinking she would eventually say something. Time ticked by, and when it reached 8:30, Chin Hao noticed that Luo Qingxue still hadn't said a word about going to work.
He was stunned. Did I take this too far? Playing a game is one thing, but being late for work is another. Aren't you going to work? Chin Hao asked. I am. I'm waiting for you to tell me to go, Luo Qingxue replied. Chin Hao. That's enough.
Playing games is fine, but you can't be late for work just because of it, Chin Hao said with a raised eyebrow.
Luo Qingxue blinked but didn't respond. In reality, she had already taken the day off.
Chin Hao felt like she was taking the game too far. In his mind, while it was okay to play around, work needed to be taken seriously.
He couldn't help but scold her. Don't do this again.
If you want to play, I'll play with you, but you need to know your limits.
Understand?
Yes,
honey, Luo Qingxue replied obediently. Chin Hao nodded. Now go to work. Don't rush. Even if you're late, drive safely. Got it, honey.
Luo Qingxue smiled, changed her shoes, picked up her bag, and said, I'm off to work now.
Go ahead, Chin Hao replied.
Before leaving, Luo Qingxue discreetly turned off the camera jammer.
At this point, the live stream viewers finally saw Chin Hao. What's going on today? The stream didn't start until 8:30? It's half an hour late. I'm so annoyed. Being late probably means someone was tired out last night. How could it be this late? I've been waiting so long. Please, at least be on time next time. The livestream viewers all knew about the fivefold enhancement and could guess what might have happened the previous night. When Luo Qingxue got into the car, Lin Churan kept observing her expression and noticed that she seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Lin Churan felt a surge of envy. Luo Qingxue must have had a lot of fun yesterday, after all, fivefold enhancement. Too bad the drug was developed by Qin Hao himself, so it's impossible to buy it. Lin Churan couldn't help but think, wouldn't it be great if I also had a husband who was a pharmaceutical researcher? Then he could create all kinds of interesting things. At this moment, the live stream viewers saw Luo Qingxue and began teasing her. Qingxue, how was it yesterday? Yeah, how was it? Luo Qingxue ignored these comments and started chatting casually with Lin Churan. Meanwhile, a car pulled up outside the building where Qin Hao lived. A man in his early 50s got out of the car. He was wearing a black suit, exuding an air of sophistication that made it clear he was a successful person. He took several large gift boxes out of the trunk, then headed upstairs to Qin Hao's apartment. When he reached Qin Hao's door, he knocked. Qin Hao heard the knock and immediately knew who it was. Yesterday, Bank President Zhao had called to say he would visit today to discuss the allocation of the latest funds. When Qin Hao went to open the door, the live stream viewers quieted down, no longer teasing Luo Qingxue. They all remembered hearing Qin Hao's phone conversation with someone named Zhao, a bank president, the day before. At that time, Qin Hao had mentioned to the head of the National Chefs Association that he had over 2 trillion yuan in cash sitting in his bank account. He even said he had donated 1 trillion yuan to national defense 2 years ago. This claim left both longtime fans and new viewers feeling skeptical. It seemed far too outrageous. Now, the viewers were glued to the live stream, eager to see if Qin Hao's claims were true or just empty boasts. Luo Qingxue, however, wasn't particularly curious. Whether what Qin Hao said was true or not didn't matter much to her. She just wanted to watch her handsome husband on the screen. In the live stream. When the door opened, a middle-aged man in a suit carrying several gift boxes appeared. President Zhao saw Qin Hao and greeted him warmly. Professor Qin, we haven't seen each other in half a year, and you've gotten even more handsome. Qin Hao smiled as he took the gift boxes and set them aside. Then he shook President Zhao's hand and said, it's been half a year, and you seem to have gotten younger. President Zhao laughed heartily and entered the apartment. After sitting on the sofa, Qin Hao prepared a pot of tea. The two chatted casually. The live stream viewers focused on President Zhao, curious about his identity. So far, they only knew he was a bank president, but they didn't know which bank. Can someone figure out who this president is? Higher-ranking positions are usually easier to look up online, right? It's hard to tell for now. Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, the show's director, Zhang Dao, was already searching online, starting with the presidents of major banks. In the live stream. After some small talk, Qin Hao smiled and asked, yesterday, you mentioned on the phone that a new sum of money had been deposited into my account. How much is it this time? Hearing this, President Zhao's expression became particularly animated. He raised one finger and said, 1.38 trillion yuan. As he said the number, his voice trembled slightly. 1.38 trillion yuan. This single deposit alone would make Qin Hao wealthier than the world's current richest person. And this was just the latest deposit. The live stream viewers were stunned. Many outright refused to believe it. Since President Zhao was from China, the currency mentioned had to be in yuan. 1.38 trillion yuan? And that's just the latest deposit? Who would believe such a thing? Even Qin Hao's longtime fans and die-hard supporters felt it was too absurd. In the live stream. Hearing the number, Qin Hao nodded calmly, his expression unchanged. He had long since become desensitized to money. To him, it was just a series of numbers. Qin Hao then asked, how much money do I have in the bank overall now? He genuinely didn't know the exact amount, only that it was more than 2 trillion yuan. He hadn't kept track of the specific figure. This was because the money wasn't directly deposited into his personal account but was held through other arrangements. Years ago, the authorities had chosen not to deposit the money directly into his account, fearing that foreign spies would discover it and attract unwanted attention. To protect Qin Hao's identity and avoid scrutiny, the money was stored in other ways at the bank. The live stream viewers grew even more doubtful. Why would someone not know how much money they have? Don't banks have apps for that? Why ask the bank president? Quick, someone look up the president of the Bank of China. Yeah, look it up. Within seconds, viewers began searching online. Soon, they found the information. Zhao Weiguo, president of the Bank of China. His date of birth, career achievements, honors, and photos were all listed. When viewers compared the photos to the man in the live stream, they were stunned. Holy crap, I checked. This really is the president of the Bank of China. What the? I checked too. It's legit. So Zhao's identity is confirmed, but Qin Hao having trillions of yuan? Isn't that way too exaggerated? Yeah, it feels too over the top. But judging by their conversation, it seems real. If Qin Hao really has that much money, where did it all come from? In the car. Lin Churan and director Zhang were both shocked. They had been following Qin Hao since the beginning of the program. At first, they doubted his claims of curing cancer and AIDS, but those turned out to be true. And now? Does Qin Hao really have trillions of yuan? If it wasn't true, why would President Zhao say such things? And since neither Qin Hao nor Zhao knew they were being recorded, it didn't seem like they were lying. Could it be true? If so, it was terrifying. With that kind of wealth, Qin Hao could easily become the new richest person in the world. Luo Qingxue was also dumbfounded. Trillions of yuan? My husband has trillions of yuan? How is that possible? How could anyone earn that much money? Even though she knew her husband had cured cancer and AIDS, there was no way the government's rewards would amount to so much. Everyone was puzzled. After all, based on the current situation, the only known facts were that Qin Hao had conquered cancer and AIDS. Even though solving these two major world problems would earn Qin Hao a national reward, no matter how generous, it couldn't possibly explain why he had so much money. At this moment, the livestream audience, including Luo Qingxue and a few others, was glued to their screens, waiting to hear what the bank president would say. On the live stream, the bank president, his voice slightly trembling, said, "You previously had 2.6 trillion yuan, and now, with an additional 1.3 trillion, you've accumulated almost 4 trillion yuan. As he uttered the figure, he felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. After all, the world's richest person, publicly known, only had personal wealth exceeding 1 trillion yuan. Yet Qin Hao, at just 28 years old, had close to 4 trillion yuan. If Qin Hao hadn't donated 1 trillion 2 years ago, he would now have an astonishing 5 trillion yuan in cash." Hearing the bank president's statement, the livestream audience was collectively stunned. Qin Hao personally owns nearly 4 trillion yuan. Do you even realize what 4 trillion yuan means? That's 3 times the wealth of the current richest person in the world. The livestream comments flooded with reactions. This is absurd. It's unbelievably absurd. I'm a diehard fan of Professor Qin, but even I can't wrap my head around this. It's just too unreal. I think it's absurd too, but the bank president and Professor Qin sound so serious. Maybe there's more to the story? Perhaps there's some hidden truth. On the live stream, Qin Hao nodded slightly, showing no emotional waves about his 4 trillion yuan. To him, money no longer held much importance. The bank president, seemingly lost in thought, imagined aloud, "Professor Qin, at your current earning rate, you could have 10 trillion yuan in less than 5 years. He added, "The AIDS vaccine and treatment drugs might stop generating significant revenue in the coming years. However, drugs for cancer and pulmonary heart disease could still earn a great deal." Qin Hao nodded lightly. Many people worldwide had already received the AIDS vaccine, and the number of new cases was dropping rapidly. Sales of the AIDS vaccine had started to decline significantly. While the AIDS treatment drugs, soon to launch overseas, could still bring in another wave of profits, it wouldn't last long. At most, the AIDS treatment drugs could maintain high sales for a year before a sharp decline. In the long term, only cancer, pulmonary heart disease, and similar drugs would continue to bring in revenue. Hearing this, many viewers in the livestream gained a sudden realization, though some remained perplexed. Damn! Could it be that Professor Qin solved cancer and AIDS in collaboration with state-owned enterprises? If so, then it makes sense why he might earn trillions. I always thought breakthroughs like cancer and AIDS treatments would be credited to research institutions. Whoa, if that's true, then it's not so surprising that Professor Qin has this much money. But thinking about it, it's terrifying how profitable pharmaceuticals are. Amazing. Professor Qin is the richest person on the planet. He's so much wealthier than the world's publicly known richest person. As the initial shock subsided, the audience began to reflect on other implications. For instance, was Professor Qin affiliated with a research institution? If so, shouldn't the credit for the breakthroughs go to the institution? Why was Qin Hao allowed to share in the profits? Or was it because Qin Hao wasn't part of a research institution and had personally funded and led the team to achieve these breakthroughs?
Some viewers also recalled the mention of pulmonary heart disease.
Wait, Professor Qin solved pulmonary heart disease too? That's incredible. Exactly.
Pulmonary heart disease has always been a global challenge. It could only be managed, not cured. Even with treatment, it progressed relentlessly, causing excruciating pain and limiting life expectancy to about 5 years after onset.
Legendary. In a luxury van, director Zhang and Lin Shuren were so shocked their scalps tingled. Qin Hao really had 4 trillion yuan. 4 trillion.
The GDP of some top-tier cities in the country didn't even reach that figure annually. Even the world's richest person was only publicly known to have over 1 trillion yuan, while Qin Hao's wealth was several times that.
Beside them, Luo Qingxue was too stunned to speak. Her husband's account balance was higher than the wealth of the world's richest person? For a moment, Luo Qingxue felt as though this couldn't be real, like a dream. But she knew it was true. Back on the live stream, Qin Hao told the bank president, "Leave 2 trillion. Donate the rest to the nation for military expenditures." The bank president's eyes filled with admiration.
As the president of the Dragon Country Bank, he knew a lot about Qin Hao's financial sources and had access to more detailed information. He knew that several years ago, Qin Hao had even tried to donate the formulas for cancer and AIDS medications to the government for free. Just this alone set him apart from almost anyone else in the world. After all, these formulas held immense commercial value and other strategic implications. Yet Qin Hao, without blinking or hesitating, had wanted to give them away. However, his offer was declined by higher authorities. The president speculated that one reason for the refusal was the government's desire to ensure credit went where it was due, acknowledging Qin Hao as the sole developer without taking undue credit. Another possible reason was to position Qin Hao as the richest person in the world, an achievement with symbolic significance. Looking at Qin Hao, the bank president was full of respect. "Professor Qin, I don't even know what to say. When you solved cancer and AIDS, you wanted to donate the formulas for free. That alone is a feat unparalleled in the world." Qin Hao smiled lightly and said, "Back then, I didn't expect the higher-ups to refuse my offer.
Since I couldn't donate the formulas, I'll donate the money instead. If it weren't for my identity being revealed on the 1st of next month, I'd donate everything now. But I want to keep just enough to show off in front of my wife when I become the world's richest man. Afterward, I'll leave 1 billion for my family and donate the rest."
Qin Hao continued, "On the day my identity is revealed, I'll keep 1 billion.
The rest will go toward military expenditures." The bank president was inwardly shaken. "Keep 1 billion and donate the rest?"
"Professor Qin," the bank president said, struggling to find the words to express his admiration. Opening his mouth, he felt at a loss, because no words seemed sufficient to describe Professor Qin. The 800,000 viewers in the livestream listened closely to the conversation between the bank president and Qin Hao. When the bank president mentioned that years ago, Qin Hao had wanted to donate the formulas for cancer drugs, AIDS vaccines, and AIDS medications to the country free of charge, their respect for Qin Hao deepened even further. They thought Qin Hao was incredibly selfless. Or perhaps his mindset had transcended worldly concerns, placing little value on fame, fortune, or power. In the business car, director Zhang and Lin Shuren were shaken. Years ago, Qin Hao had actually wanted to donate those formulas without any hesitation? The commercial value of those formulas was unimaginably high, yet Qin Hao didn't even flinch, directly offering them as a donation? If it were them, they admitted they couldn't bring themselves to do the same. It was precisely because of this that they felt even greater admiration for Qin Hao. Next to them, Luo Qingxue was also deeply moved. Her husband lived so freely, treating such valuable formulas as if they were nothing, just giving them away. And now, he was about to donate several trillion yuan with the same nonchalance? At least he was leaving 1 billion yuan behind. For ordinary people, having 1 billion in cash would be more than enough for a very comfortable life. On the live stream, the bank president voiced his doubts. "Professor Qin, are you planning to allocate all of the donated funds toward military expenditures?" Qin Hao nodded slightly and explained, "The nation's public welfare programs are already doing very well. Several major diseases have been conquered, and now almost everyone can afford medical treatment. I don't plan to donate money toward public welfare anymore. In the coming years, the money I earn will primarily go toward military funding and research institutions." There were some things Qin Hao couldn't say directly to the bank president. 5 years ago, he had participated in the development of fighter jet engines, advanced missile systems, and even space carriers, critical pieces of national defense technology. At that time, his identity had to be kept strictly confidential, even deliberately hidden. Now that his identity was about to be made public, it was a strategic decision. With the advanced missile systems and space carriers he had developed, the country's strength had reached a level where it could confidently face the world. Even the ultimate deterrent, nuclear weapons, was now bolstered by cutting-edge missile defense systems and the rapid maneuverability of space carriers. This allowed potential threats to be neutralized at their inception. Although not entirely invincible, the current strength was enough to inspire awe and deter aggression. Qin Hao's decision to donate all his money was aimed at pushing this progress even further. He predicted that with the successful development and deployment of the next major piece of defense technology, within 5 years, the nation would no longer fear any threat. The bank president nodded in agreement after hearing Qin Hao's explanation. Indeed, the country's public welfare had significantly improved in recent years. The livestream audience reacted with a flood of comments. Amazing! Come to think of it, our nation's technological advancements in recent years have been incredible. Our fighter jet engines are world-leading, and public welfare has reached new heights. So many diseases have been conquered. Exactly. Scientists are so crucial. One scientist capable of developing superweapons can change the global landscape. Similarly, someone like Professor Qin, working in pharmaceutical research, has generated immense commercial value by conquering just a few diseases. I wonder, are people like Professor Qin under secret protection? On the live stream, Qin Hao seemed to recall something and made a call to Zhang Yu, the chairman of Dongzhou Pharmaceuticals. When the call connected, Zhang Yu warmly greeted him. Professor Qin, are you missing me already? Qin Hao chuckled and said, find some time to come over. I've developed formulas for cold medicine and pneumonia drugs. The cold medicine is highly effective, with negligible side effects. Severe colds can be cured in 3 days with this medication, and mild ones in just a day. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was thrilled and said excitedly, I'll book a flight immediately. Qin Hao shook his head slightly and replied, the formulas are important, but there's no rush. Bring plenty of people with you to ensure the safe transport of the formulas. Zhang Yu steadied himself and promised, don't worry, Professor Qin. When I come, I'll bring at least 100 people to escort the formulas throughout the entire journey. Qin Hao acknowledged with a hum and added, by the way, I also promised you the formula for the anti-hangover capsules. I'll give it to you as well when you come. Zhang Yu was ecstatic and said, great, Professor Qin, with so many formulas, once these drugs are mass-produced, you could easily earn tens of trillions in a year. Qin Hao dismissed the notion, saying, someone like me is supported by the state, so I don't care about money. My goal in developing these drugs is to benefit humanity and drive down drug prices. Ideally, I'd like to bankrupt those overseas pharmaceutical companies. Most of the money I earn will be donated anyway. On the other end of the call, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel deeply moved by Qin Hao's words. Qin Hao concluded, all right, I'll hang up now. I have friends over. Let me know a day in advance before you come. Zhang Yu quickly agreed, of course, of course. After hanging up, the bank president looked at Qin Hao in astonishment. Qin Hao had developed even more drugs. Professor Qin, about these anti-hangover capsules, the bank president asked, his curiosity piqued. Although he understood the concept, he wasn't clear about their effects. Qin Hao explained, the anti-hangover capsules can neutralize all alcohol in the body within 40 minutes. They're particularly helpful for people who drink frequently and need to drive. The bank president immediately realized the enormous commercial potential of such a product. It was staggering. Over the next few years, Qin Hao could easily earn tens of trillions annually. Given how effective these anti-hangover capsules were, along with the cold and pneumonia drugs, anything produced by Qin Hao would undoubtedly be top quality. Many competing cold medicines would likely disappear from the market entirely. At this point, Qin Hao made another call, this time to Shen Xiao, the chairman of Shihu Pharmaceuticals. When the call connected, Shen Xiao enthusiastically greeted him, Professor Qin, it's only been a few days, and you already miss me? Qin Hao, slightly exasperated, replied, find some time to visit me. I've developed a treatment for hemorrhoids. Using both topical and oral medications together, it cures hemorrhoids in 7 days. Shen Xiao was taken aback. There were indeed many hemorrhoid medications on the market, but most only worked on mild cases. Severe hemorrhoids often required surgical treatment. Surgery for hemorrhoids was extremely painful, and recovery could be torturous. Patients often described the pain of using the restroom as akin to passing shards of glass. But now, Jinhao claimed to have developed a medication that could cure hemorrhoids in just 7 days. 7 days. Current medications could only alleviate symptoms without achieving a complete cure. Even after surgery, hemorrhoids often recurred. The value of this medication is astonishing. It's well known that 9 out of 10 people suffer from hemorrhoids to varying degrees. Once Professor Chen's hemorrhoid medication hits the market, sales will undoubtedly skyrocket in a very short time. Shen Xiao quickly said, "I'll book a plane ticket right now." Jinhao chuckled, "No rush. The formula is extremely valuable. Bring more people to escort it for safety." Hearing this, Shen Xiao's expression grew serious. He replied, "When I come, I'll bring at least 50 people with me. Rest assured." Jinhao nodded, "All right then. That's all for now. I still have guests here." After chatting briefly, the call ended. Beside him, the bank president looked at Jinhao with both shock and admiration. Not only had Jinhao solved global medical challenges, but he had also developed more effective medications. This is going to revolutionize the pharmaceutical industry, the president thought. What's more remarkable is that Jinhao was only 28 years old, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of pharmaceutical research. It seemed like any disease, once studied by him, could eventually be conquered. "Professor Chen, my admiration for you is like the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly," the bank president said sincerely. Not only had Jinhao achieved unparalleled success in pharmaceutical research, but he was also incredibly patriotic, viewing fame, fortune, and power with detachment. A person like him had truly transcended worldly desires. Hearing the bank president's words, Jinhao felt slightly embarrassed. He replied, "It's really nothing. I've just done what I should. As a citizen of Longwa, contributing to the country's growth is only natural. Everyone has their own abilities. I believe if someone else had my capabilities, they would be just as willing to contribute." The bank president shook his head with a wry smile. "Professor Chen, not everyone is as detached from fame and fortune as you. Most people wouldn't be able to do what you've done." Jinhao didn't respond. His experiences differed from the bank president's. The people he interacted with most often were researchers and professionals in other fields, all of whom were working hard to contribute to Longwa. Even if some had personal motives, that was human nature and perfectly normal. The bank president then asked, "Professor Chen, I heard you mention on the call that you want to bankrupt overseas pharmaceutical companies?" Jinhao nodded lightly. "Those overseas pharmaceutical companies produce drugs with low costs, even accounting for research and development expenses. Yet, when they sell to us, the prices are ridiculously high. What's worse is that the prices they charge us for the same drug are vastly different from those they charge other countries, sometimes several times higher. Isn't this blatant exploitation? Isn't this open bullying?" Recalling past incidents, Jinhao grew angrier the more he thought about it. The bank president, too, felt a surge of anger. Those overseas pharmaceutical companies had indeed discriminated against them, selling medications to Longwei at prices that were many times higher than in other countries. The livestream audience also erupted in outrage after hearing Jinhao's words. "I remember a certain drug, can't recall the exact one. It sold for $100 in other countries but $1,000 here. That's outright bullying. I remember that too. It was like that in the past. Every time I saw news about it, I'd get so angry. But things have improved a lot in recent years. Quite a few of those overseas companies have already gone under." On the livestream, Jinhao continued, "When I was in high school, we had exchange students at our school. Those overseas students had this strong sense of superiority over us. At the time, I was furious and even thought about fighting them. But I realized that fighting wouldn't solve the root problem. Strengthening ourselves, contributing to Longwa, and advancing in all fields, that's the only way to address the core issue." He left some things unsaid. To assess a country's true power, you must look beyond its economy and culture. Military strength is even more crucial. Only with strong fists will others not dare to act recklessly. Only with strong fists can you develop peacefully and push progress across all fields. If your fists aren't strong, will others give you the chance to grow quietly? The answer, Jinhao was sure, was no. At 18, after finishing the college entrance exams, he was supposed to attend university. However, he felt that with his abilities at the time, university would be a waste of time. Instead, he emailed some data on fighter jet engines. Shortly after, he was contacted and secretly met with officials. After discussing his insights into fighter jet engines, they invited him to join the Academy of Sciences and participate in engine research. That marked the beginning of his journey toward realizing his dreams and ambitions.
The bank president, now in his 50s, deeply resonated with Chin Hao's sentiments.
Years ago, overseas individuals indeed carried a sense of superiority over the people of Longwei. This inferiority complex among Longwa citizens had driven them to work tirelessly, striving to change the status quo.
Professor Chin, Longwei is no longer what it once was, thanks in large part to your contributions to pharmaceutical research, the bank president said. Chin Hao smiled lightly and nodded. Indeed, Longwei has changed dramatically. It's getting late. Sit tight.
I'll prepare a meal, and we can have a drink together, Chin Hao said with a smile after checking the time.
Thank you for the trouble, the bank president replied. It's no trouble at all.
I'm happy to have you here, Chin Hao said with a smile as he headed to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the live stream audience filled the chat with comments.
Professor Chin is truly amazing. A role model for us all. Respect. Legendary. Suddenly, viewers noticed something strange. What's going on? Why can't I type Professor Chin's name anymore? Me neither. Even using symbols doesn't work. What's happening?
In the business car, director Zhang, Lin Churan, and Luo Qingxue were also puzzled after noticing the comments. Try typing his name on WeChat, Lin Churan suggested, sending a message to Luo Qingxue, Chin Hao.
Luo Qingxue replied, I didn't receive your message.
Lin Churan was confused. She had successfully sent it, but the message didn't go through. The three of them tried multiple methods, but while they could send the messages, the recipient wouldn't receive them. They quickly realized what was happening: official intervention.
Back on the live stream, someone mentioned that even the name of the show couldn't be typed anymore. The show's name can't be typed either. What's going on? Even searching for the show doesn't work anymore. Outside the live stream, major news outlets announced an extremely significant event.
At this moment in the live stream, more and more viewers attempted to type Chin Hao's name. However, while the characters appeared as they typed, once sent in the chat, the name displayed only as symbols. One viewer turned to the young woman sitting next to him and said, "Yeah, can you send me 2 characters, Chin Hao, on WeChat?" The young woman complied and sent her boyfriend the name Chin Hao via WeChat. The viewer saw the message on her screen, but he himself didn't receive it. Frowning slightly, he asked her, "Try searching for the show's account on the short video app." She tried and found nothing. Seeing this, the viewer furrowed his brows deeper, his eyes filled with confusion. It seemed that Professor Chin's name had been comprehensively blocked as a sensitive term.
Even the show's account couldn't be found anymore.
Looking back at the live stream, he noticed other viewers commenting that they couldn't type Professor Chin's name or the name of the show. The viewer frowned even more, now hesitant to exit the live stream, worried that he might not be able to re-enter if he left. Then, he saw someone in the chat say that those who had previously entered the livestream could leave and return freely.
However, those who hadn't entered the livestream before could no longer join. Feeling anxious, he tentatively exited the stream and immediately clicked to rejoin. To his relief, he managed to return without issue.
The livestream chat was buzzing.
Looks like the officials have stepped in. You can't type Professor Chin's name or the show's name anymore.
Also, my parents' phones can't find the livestream anymore.
Same here.
Only my phone, which is already in the stream, still works.
No one else in my family can search for the show or its livestream. Crazy.
Before, the livestream was hidden from local recommendations but could still be searched.
Now, it's completely gone.
Only those already in the stream aren't affected.
In the business car,
Director Zhang tried searching for the show's account on another phone but found nothing. At that moment, a message popped up on his phone from the investor, Mr. Su.
Mr. Su, continue the live stream. Director Zhang, puzzled, asked, "What's going on? A lot of people can't find the live stream anymore. It's not even on the leaderboard, and now Professor Chin's name can't be searched either."
Mr. Su, the authorities have intervened. No new viewers will be able to join the live stream, but existing viewers can enter and exit freely.
Mr. Su, don't worry about anything else. Just focus on the live stream. Also, keep an eye on the news over the next couple of days.
Director Zhang immediately replied, "Understood." After ending the conversation, he put away his phone and addressed the live stream audience. "I just received word that the reason Professor Chin's name and the show's name are unsearchable is due to official action. For viewers who've already joined the live stream, you can exit and rejoin as usual.
However, anyone who hasn't joined before will no longer be able to access it.
Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream suddenly understood.
So, the officials had stepped in. But why? Why would the authorities do this?
Professor Chin has conquered so many diseases and developed better medicines. Logically, they should be increasing his visibility through the livestream.
Why restrict it now?
Director Zhang himself didn't understand the higher-ups' decision.
All he could say was, "Everyone, keep an eye on the news in the coming days. Maybe you'll find the answer."
The viewers made a mental note to follow the news closely, sensing that something significant was about to be announced. Elsewhere, Luo Qingshua's mother, Mrs. Luo, had been watching the livestream almost non-stop for the past 2 days. When she first heard that her son-in-law had conquered cancer and AIDS, she couldn't believe it. It seemed impossible to her that a 28-year-old could solve two of the world's biggest challenges. When the president of the National Culinary Association, Qin Ping, later appeared to compete with her son-in-law in cooking, she looked up Qin Ping's identity and confirmed it was genuine.
That's when her confusion began. She wondered if the show had spent an enormous amount of money hiring Qin Ping as a plant to boost the show's ratings. When Qin Hao mentioned that he had trillions of yuan, her disbelief only deepened. She was convinced it was all staged by the show. But today, when the bank president's identity was confirmed to be real, she couldn't fathom how a production team could get the president of Longhua Bank to act as a plant. It was then that she began to half believe. Now, she believed completely, without a shred of doubt. Moments ago, she had tried typing the name Qin Hao. While she could type it and send it, the recipient couldn't receive it. It was as if her son-in-law's name had become taboo. Mrs. Luo's thoughts raced. She wanted to confront Qin Hao directly to resolve her confusion, but she hesitated. If Qin Hao realized he was being live-streamed, the show might not continue. And if she disrupted the show, the 800,000 viewers in the livestream might curse her endlessly. After thinking it through, she decided to call Qin Hao's mother. The call connected quickly. Qin's mother, hello? What's up? Mrs. Luo, steadying herself, I just have a question. Do you know who conquered cancer?
Qin's mother, Xiao Hao, did.
Why? Mrs. Luo was stunned. Mrs. Luo, thinking, that was such a direct answer. Unexpected. She steadied herself again and asked, what about AIDS?
Qin's mother, Xiao Hao, conquered that too.
Why? Mrs. Luo felt something was off. Qin Hao's mother's reaction didn't seem normal. Mrs. Luo, have you been watching the Exploring the Other Half livestream? Qin's mother, yes, both his father and I have been watching. Mrs. Luo pressed further. Did you find out your son conquered AIDS and cancer from the livestream?
Qin's mother, no, we've known for years.
Mrs. Luo, why didn't you ever mention it?
Qin's mother, we signed confidentiality agreements.
We couldn't say anything.
Mrs. Luo took a deep breath and asked, your son has solved some of the world's greatest challenges.
Aren't you even a little surprised? Qin's mother, not at all.
Xiao Hao's been a prodigy since he was young. He recognized all Chinese characters by the age of 5, was always top of his class in elementary and middle school, and was the national top scorer in the college entrance exams. Oh, and he mastered 6 foreign languages in high school. She continued, anything Xiao Hao accomplishes doesn't surprise us anymore.
Mrs. Luo couldn't help but ask, but we're talking about cancer and AIDS here. Aren't you even a little surprised? Qin's mother replied, not at all.
Let me tell you, Xiao Hao was the national top scorer in the college entrance exams at 18, and at 19, he became oh, wait, I just remembered.
I can't tell you that part. Hearing this, Mrs. Luo felt her curiosity piqued. What happened at 19? Why can't she say it? Mrs. Luo couldn't resist asking, what did he become at 19? Why can't you tell me? Qin's mother answered, you'll find out on October 1st. I really can't say anything now.
The two of them chatted for a while longer before hanging up.
Mrs. Luo felt deeply unsettled.
From Qin Hao's mother's tone, it seemed her son-in-law had even bigger secrets yet to be revealed. An hour later, Qin Hao finished cooking several dishes and began eating with the bank president. Professor Qin, I'd like to toast to you, the bank president said, raising his glass, his eyes filled with admiration. Qin Hao raised his glass as well.
No need for formalities. Let's just drink like friends. The bank president didn't reply and downed his glass in one go.
Seeing this, Qin Hao also drank his glass in one gulp. The two then began to chat casually.
The bank president smiled and said, Professor Qin, I've heard that your breakthroughs in conquering AIDS and cancer will be officially announced on October 1st. Shin Hao nodded lightly and smiled. I'm aware.
Just then, both their phones chimed with notification alerts. They glanced at their phones and saw breaking news from an official media outlet. Headline: Various rankings to be released starting September 9th. Content: Tomorrow, September 9th, the top 10 names on the world billionaires list will be announced.
The title and content were short and straightforward.
At almost the same time, anyone with a phone and notifications enabled received the same alert.
Countless people glanced at their screens, reading the announcement that the top 10 billionaires in the world would be revealed tomorrow.
Some dismissed the news, feeling that the rankings had nothing to do with them. Others, however, were intrigued. Official media rarely reported on such things unless they were significant and authoritative.
But why was the world billionaires list being released by official media this time? And judging by the announcement, there seemed to be more rankings to follow.
In the livestream, many of the 800,000 viewers saw the news and began speculating.
Professor Chin has 4 trillion yuan.
If he's on the list, he'll undoubtedly be the richest person in the world.
I think I get it now. Professor Chin's name and the show's name were blocked, and no new viewers can join the stream. Now the official media is announcing the billionaires list tomorrow. I bet Professor Chin's name will be on it. If Professor Chin's name appears, the entire world is going to be shocked.
In the business car, Lin Churan and director Zhang grew excited. If Chin Hao appeared on the world billionaires list, he would surely claim the title of the world's richest person.
Even Luo Qingxue couldn't hide her anticipation. Would her husband's name appear on the list?
Judging by the current situation, it seemed highly likely, and not just on the list, he might top it as the world's richest person. Just thinking about it made her heart race with excitement. Time flew by, and by 2 p.m., the bank president stood up to leave. As he said his goodbyes, he smiled at Chin Hao and remarked, "Professor Chin, your name might just appear on the world billionaires list."
Chin Hao chuckled softly but didn't say anything.
After the bank president left, Chin Hao picked up his phone and called Minister Li.
The call connected quickly.
Chin Hao got straight to the point. "Minister Li, I saw a news report earlier saying the official media will release the world billionaires list tomorrow."
I won't be on that list, right? Minister Li chuckled and replied, "That list is indeed related to you. The higher-ups' plan is simple, to generate momentum.
And the purpose of generating momentum is also straightforward, to focus the world's attention on Longwei in the limited time we have." His tone grew more serious as he continued, "In recent years, domestic technology has experienced explosive growth. In many fields, we've caught up to developed nations, and in some areas, we've even surpassed Western superpowers.
Our people are becoming more confident. This campaign, including the publication of various rankings, is meant to further boost national confidence. At the same time, it serves as a warning to the world."
Minister Li's tone deepened. "You're the centerpiece of this campaign. When your identity is officially revealed, you'll become a role model for countless people, even an object of faith for many. This will inspire others to follow in your footsteps, creating a ripple effect. I believe that in the future, more exceptional talents will emerge, working together to make Longwa stronger and better." Hearing this, Chin Hao felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders.
Becoming an object of faith for countless people. Feeling the pressure, Chin Hao asked, "But what if that faith collapses?"
"It won't," Minister Li replied firmly. "Just based on what you've already achieved, even if you accomplish nothing more in the years to come, you'll still remain a role model and source of inspiration."
Chin Hao felt a bit relieved but couldn't help asking, "Why was I chosen?" Minister Li chuckled. "Because you're the best candidate. Look at the world, past and present. Who else can solve a world-class problem every year?
The development of fighter jet engines has been a challenge for many years, with limited progress. Achieving the speed required for fifth-generation jets seemed impossible, yet you solved it in just 1 year." He continued, "Then there's your work on advanced missiles, space carriers, and more, one major breakthrough every year. On top of that, you solved world-class challenges in public health.
Besides you, who else is more suitable?
Oh, and one more thing, you're young, and you're handsome." Chin Hao was momentarily speechless. He understood the scientific accomplishments part, but why did being young and handsome matter? "Why does my appearance matter?" he asked.
Minister Li chuckled. "It matters a lot. A good-looking person who's made tremendous contributions will naturally attract admiration, especially from young people. They'll want to emulate you and follow your example."
Chin Hao was at a loss for words. After chatting for a bit longer, the call ended. Chin Hao sat on the sofa, made some tea,
and sipped it quietly. After a while, he began to feel bored.
In previous years, when his wife went to work, he would head to another property to conduct research. But recently, with no major projects, his days felt less fulfilling. With nothing to do, he found himself missing his wife. Xinhao thought about Luo Qingxue for a moment but didn't send her any messages. He sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and then leaned back, closing his eyes.
Dean Li had mentioned that the world billionaires list would be made public tomorrow.
Although the list hadn't been released yet, Xinhao could already imagine how many eyes would turn to Longguo once it was revealed.
Worldwide elites and dignitaries would surely dig into his identity. He had no doubts about this. The list was being released by Longguo's state media, which symbolized authority. Once the list was made public, domestic elites and top billionaires would have no reason to question its credibility. Similarly, nations around the world understood that Longguo's media represented authenticity, meaning the rankings were undoubtedly verified. It was easy to foresee how many people would try to uncover his true identity. Sitting with his eyes closed, Xinhao felt no psychological burden. Instead, he felt a strong sense of motivation. As Dean Li had said, he would become a role model for countless people in Longguo, even a figure of faith, inspiring many to follow his example. This was a good thing.
If, in the future, more talented individuals emerged to advance Longguo's development across various fields, the country would grow stronger and better, something Xinhao deeply wanted to see. World Billionaires List, Xinhao muttered to himself. At 5 p.m., Xinhao went to the kitchen to prepare dinner so it would be ready when his wife got home. By 5:45 p.m., Luo Qingxue arrived and saw a few dishes already set on the table. Xinhao looked at her and smiled.
"Wash your hands. Time to eat."
Luo Qingxue didn't say anything but smiled faintly as she walked up to Xinhao and hugged him. Standing close, she looked deeply into his eyes. As she gazed at him, she couldn't help but marvel. Her husband was undeniably incredible yet remained so humble. She knew that Xinhao hadn't shared many things with her because of confidentiality requirements. Having spent years with him, she understood he was pragmatic, steady, and never one to flaunt his achievements. If someone his age had achieved even a fraction of what Xinhao had, they'd probably show off constantly.
But her husband had always been low-key.
Looking into his eyes, Luo Qingxue couldn't figure out how his brain worked. How could he have solved cancer, AIDS, pulmonary heart disease, and developed other medications? She felt there were few in the world who could match him intellectually.
"Why are you staring at me?"
Xinhao asked, puzzled. Their eyes locked, and he found his wife's behavior over the past few days a bit unusual. Although they were normally affectionate, lately, every time she came home, it was as if they'd been apart for days, almost like the early days of their relationship. "Because you're good-looking," Luo Qingxue said, still gazing at him. Standing so close, she could feel his warm breath, like a comforting breeze on a winter day. Slowly, she leaned in and gently kissed him, her arms tightening around his waist. Xinhao froze for a moment. After a while, he gently pushed her back and said, "Let's eat first.
If we don't, the food will get cold."
"Okay," Luo Qingxue replied softly.
Xinhao sat down first but noticed Luo Qingxue still standing.
"Why are you just standing there?" he asked.
"You didn't ask me to sit down," she replied, looking at him. Xinhao sighed. "Sit down and eat."
Only then did Luo Qingxue take her seat and start eating. After dinner, Luo Qingxue continued to stare at Xinhao.
Xinhao met her gaze. "Are you planning to just sit there and keep looking at me if I don't say anything?"
"Yes," Luo Qingxue replied matter-of-factly. Xinhao felt a slight stir in his heart. He liked that his wife listened to him, especially in the evenings when they went to bed. "Clean up the dishes," Xinhao said.
Since she enjoyed this dynamic, he decided to play along.
Luo Qingxue obediently got up and began washing the dishes. While doing so, memories from the previous night flashed through her mind. She realized that when she listened to Xinhao unconditionally, it seemed to awaken a certain sense of control in him, leading him to tease her. And she liked seeing him act domineering. After finishing the dishes, Luo Qingxue came out of the kitchen and sat down in front of Xinhao.
He glanced at her. "Go take a shower."
They went to the bathroom and their bedroom to shower together. Afterward, they put on their pajamas. Xinhao sat on the edge of the bed, while Luo Qingxue stood in front of him, as if waiting for his instructions. Seeing her like this, Xinhao couldn't help but feel moved.
"Would you do anything I asked?" he asked.
"Yes," Luo Qingxue replied, looking at him. The next morning, after breakfast, Luo Qingxue prepared to leave for work.
I'm heading out, she said. Drive safely, Shinhao reminded her. She smiled and left.
In the business car, she checked the live stream and saw viewers flooding the chat.
Can we get longer streams? Why do you always block the camera as soon as you get home? Yeah, we want to see more of your daily life with /******. Exactly.
Stop turning off the stream so quickly.
Some viewers noticed something strange. When they tried to type Professor Chin, the text displayed as ****************. Others found that even the word professor was replaced with ***********. The chat erupted. What's going on? Why are those words censored now?
Ugh, everything's getting turned into ***** symbols. In the car, director Zhang, Lin Churan, and Luo Qingxue tested it themselves and found that even Qin and Professor were blocked. The three of them were bewildered.
Why impose such strict controls now, especially after choosing to reveal Qinhao's identity?
At 10 a.m., televisions in households across the country, tuned to any news channel, began showing the same screen. The screen displayed a few large characters, World Billionaires List. In the bottom right corner, it stated, a new name will be revealed every half hour. Across all households in Longwa, every news channel displayed the same broadcast.
Simultaneously, countless smartphones received a notification featuring breaking news. This news was unlike typical reports.
It prominently displayed 6 bold characters, top 10 of the World Billionaires List.
In the bottom right corner, a line of text read, a new name will be revealed every 30 minutes. In the top right corner, a countdown timer showed there were 29 minutes remaining until the first name was revealed.
In addition to the push notifications, Longwa's state media account, boasting 1.5 billion followers on a short video platform, launched a live stream titled World Billionaires List. In one household, a middle-aged man was watching the news channel when the screen suddenly changed to display the World Billionaires List, along with the announcement that one name would be revealed every 30 minutes.
What's going on with this news channel?
The man was confused.
Why was the news channel making such a grand event out of revealing the World Billionaires List?
While it was true that Longwa had rapidly developed in recent years and now accounted for 133 of the Fortune Global 500 companies, no one from Longwa was currently ranked among the top 10 billionaires globally. To make such a big deal about this list seemed unnecessary.
Wasn't this just boosting the prestige of others?
Elsewhere, many people who saw the same news began discussing it.
What's going on? Why is Longwa's state media revealing the World Billionaires List, and why are they doing it so extravagantly? Everyone knows there's no one from Longwa in the top 10. Isn't this just making others look better? Exactly. It's baffling.
Even if they announced that Longwa has 133 companies in the Fortune Global 500, that would make us proud.
But revealing the top 10 billionaires? It's just giving others a platform. I don't even want to watch the list now.
Among ordinary citizens in Longwa, dissatisfaction was widespread.
Many felt that the media's grand announcement of the World Billionaires List was unnecessary and counterproductive.
If the topic were about which country had solved the most global challenges, it would have been more relevant.
But this? It only made people lose interest and even feel a bit resentful.
While ordinary citizens held these opinions, the country's top elites and dignitaries sensed something unusual. They were well aware that there was currently no one from Longwa in the top 10 billionaires globally. If the state media still chose to make such a grand announcement, it had to be for a reason.
These elites knew the state media wouldn't intentionally boost the prestige of others.
There had to be a deeper motive behind this high-profile revelation of the list.
Their curiosity about the list grew.
At the same time, top billionaires and dignitaries in other countries also caught wind of Longwa's plan to reveal the World Billionaires List.
Across the ocean, it was nighttime.
On the balcony of a villa, a man in his 60s, with blonde hair and blue eyes, stared at his assistant's laptop screen, his face filled with confusion.
Longwa's media is revealing the top 10 of the World Billionaires List?
His eyes reflected his puzzlement. He knew full well that none of the top 10 billionaires globally were from Longwa. Although Longwa had been developing rapidly in recent years and accounted for 133 Fortune Global 500 companies, it was still far from having someone in the top 10. Revealing this list would only boost the image of others.
And surely, Longwa's media knew this. So why were they doing it anyway? What was even more puzzling was that they were revealing one name every 30 minutes, ensuring maximum engagement and increasing the event's visibility. The man grew increasingly perplexed.
Revealing this list seemed to bring no benefit to Longwa, it would only upset its citizens and make it look like they were elevating others' prestige. The state media in Longwa must have been aware of these consequences, yet they persisted with such a grand announcement. Unable to figure it out, the man simply continued watching the screen. As time passed, more top billionaires and dignitaries around the world learned about the announcement. In some countries, local media even retransmitted the Longwa broadcast onto their own television networks, ensuring the event was seen worldwide. Soon, ordinary citizens in various countries began discussing it. Some mocked, others sneered, and a few expressed curiosity. This is just ridiculous. None of the top 10 billionaires are from Longwa. Announcing this list is just a joke. Ha! Our nation dominates the billionaires list. As far as I know, Longwa doesn't even have anyone in the top 10. Someone else said sarcastically, has Longwa gotten too confident in recent years? They solved the fifth-generation jet engine problem, conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, and now they think they can make it into the top 10 billionaires too? While the world buzzed with speculation, the top dignitaries in Longwa remained calm. This reaction was precisely what they wanted. Their goal was to draw the world's attention to Longwa. They planned to use Qin Hao as a role model for the nation, inspiring countless citizens to follow in his footsteps. This would ignite the passions of many and, in the coming years, produce more exceptional talent to drive Longwa's development across various fields. Additionally, they intended to reveal some groundbreaking weapons, including Qin Hao's space missile and aerospace carrier. Either of these technologies alone could shock the world. Revealing these innovations had its own strategic purpose. Moreover, Qin Hao's identity, which had been kept secret for so many years, was beginning to leak. Even if they continued to suppress it, it wouldn't stay hidden for long. Instead of delaying, they chose to embrace the opportunity for a controlled reveal. Now, with 5 minutes remaining until the 10th name on the world billionaires list was unveiled, countless people worldwide were waiting for the first name to be revealed. As time ticked away, only 10 seconds remained until the announcement of the 10th name on the world billionaires list. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. With each passing second, people in France glued to their televisions held their breath. They were certain the 10th spot belonged to their own Myers. When the countdown hit 0, a line of text appeared on the screen. 10th place, Sergey Brin. Nationality, Sky, personal wealth, $94.3 billion. Countless viewers in France were stunned. Their Myers wasn't in 10th place? How is that possible? This can't be right. Myers should be in 10th place. Sergey Brin is supposed to be 9th. It's impossible. The previous billionaire rankings were released just a few months ago. Rankings couldn't have changed so quickly. Myers must be in 10th place. As the 10th name was revealed, the world erupted in shock. 3 months ago, Myers held the 10th spot, and Sergey Brin was ranked 9th. But now, it seemed Myers had been pushed to 11th, while Sergey Brin had fallen to 10th. Is this list even accurate? Myers should be 10th, and Sergey Brin should be 9th. Someone frowned and remarked, if Longwa's state media is making such a grand announcement, the list is probably accurate. In France, at a private estate, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman in her 60s, Myers, stared at the computer screen, her brows furrowed. She wasn't 10th? How was that possible? Myers couldn't believe her eyes. Staring at the screen, she noted that Sergey Brin's wealth hadn't changed much, and neither had hers. By all logic, she should still be 10th. Why had she been pushed off the list? In another estate, this time in the United States, Sergey Brin stared at his computer screen, his brows also knitted tightly. 3 months ago, he had been ranked 9th. But now, he had dropped to 10th. The wealth figure displayed for him was accurate. But by his calculations, he should still be 9th. Who had pushed him down a spot? Not only were Myers and Sergey Brin puzzled, but other top billionaires around the world were equally baffled. Meanwhile, in the Exploring the Other Half livestream, viewers saw the changes in the billionaire rankings and immediately reached a conclusion: Qin Hao would undoubtedly claim the top spot. I left a comment under the news article, but when I typed Qin Hao's name, it got censored. Ugh, I know who the richest person in the world is, but I can't say it. This is so frustrating. Same here. So annoying. I commented, saying the world's richest person is from Longwa, and I got bombarded with insults. People were saying I was dreaming. Almost gave me a stroke. I said the same thing in Longwa's state media livestream, and a ton of people started flaming me. Guys, let's leave this stream and head to the state media livestream. Let's go.
to the state media livestream.
Within moments, thousands of viewers exited the Exploring the Other Half livestream and flocked to the state media livestream. The audience count for Exploring the Other Half plummeted from 800,000 to 50,000 in just 30 seconds. In the production van, director Zhang was stunned.
They just left the stream?
In contrast, the state media livestream saw a massive surge, with over 500,000 viewers joining within 30 seconds. Many viewers began questioning why the rankings were being revealed so publicly.
What's the point of this list? How does it benefit us?
Exactly. I suggest canceling this ridiculous list.
Suddenly, the livestream chat was flooded with identical comments.
The list is being revealed because the world's richest person is from Manhwa.
Someone you'd never imagine.
The list is being revealed because the world's richest person is from Manhwa.
Someone you'd never imagine.
Viewers who didn't know the truth were stunned by the flood of identical comments.
Could it really be true that the reason for this grand announcement was because the new world's richest person was from Manhwa? How is that even possible?
Although Manhwa had developed rapidly in recent years, there were no private individuals with enough personal wealth to break into the top 10 billionaire rankings. While some of Manhwa's state-owned enterprises, like Long Petroleum and Long Petrochemicals, were global giants, they were government-run. In Manhwa, the most powerful companies were state-owned, not private. Yet the chat was filled with people claiming the world's richest person was from Manhwa.
If so many people were saying it, could it be true? Some began to question further. You're saying the world's richest person is from Manhwa. So, who is it?
Yeah, tell us.
Who is it?
Those in the know wanted to respond, but they couldn't. Shin Hao's name, along with Professor Chin and the name of the show Exploring the Other Half, had all been censored. They could only respond vaguely.
The identity of Manhwa's richest person is very special. His name has been blocked and is now a taboo. Yes, his name has been censored. We can't type it.
Those who didn't understand grew even more skeptical.
A censored name? A special identity? If he's so amazing, how do you even know he's the world's richest person? Are you just making this up?
At the same time, domestic top-tier billionaires were also watching the livestream. When they saw the claims in the chat that the world's richest person was from Manhwa, their first reaction was disbelief. Having been in the industry for so long, they were familiar with every major entrepreneur in Manhwa. They also had a good sense of how much wealth each top-tier entrepreneur possessed. As far as they knew, no one in Manhwa had personal wealth exceeding 1 trillion yuan. While some domestic billionaires had made it onto the world billionaires list, their rankings were usually within the top 20 or 50, not the top 10. However, among these top-tier billionaires, there was one exception, someone who knew exactly who the richest person in the world was. He also knew that this person was incredibly young and stood at the pinnacle of pharmaceutical research.
However, he did not speak his thoughts aloud. He wanted to see these top tycoons in the circle constantly guessing who the richest person in Long Country was.
Judging by the current situation, the top tycoons in the country, such as the two Ma's, old son, brother Lei, and others, were still skeptical. They believed it was impossible for anyone in the country to have personal assets exceeding 1 trillion yuan. At this moment, Ma, the boss of Ali, frowned slightly and posted a message in the group. I've interacted with everyone in the domestic circle. It's impossible for anyone to have more than 1 trillion in assets unless it's Old Li. But Old Li doesn't have that much cash on hand now, plus he emigrated long ago. When the members in the group saw Ali Ma's message, they couldn't help but start discussing it. Penguin Ma, for the official media to openly and grandly release the global wealth rankings, it's probably different from what we imagine. Maybe someone in the country really has personal assets exceeding 1 trillion. Penguin Ma was merely speculating. After all, the official media's public disclosure of the list was too ceremonious and widely publicized. If no one from Long Country appeared on the list, then the official media's actions would surely draw criticism. However, as much as he speculated, he couldn't think of anyone in the country whose personal cash exceeded 1 trillion yuan, no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, Lei, the head of Mi Phone, who was known for his innovative products, sent a message. The results will be out today. I'm curious about how this big shot earned so much money.
Time to show some admiration. Grimacing face.
While the top tycoons in the country continued their discussions, they kept an eye on the wealth rankings displayed on TV. They weren't in a rush to investigate anything since the list would reveal all the names by the end of the day. As time passed, there were only 30 seconds left before the 9th name on the global wealth rankings would be revealed. In France, people were glued to their screens,
watching the countdown with unblinking eyes. Previously, they had assumed that their own Myers was the 10th richest person on the list. However, when the 10th name was revealed as Google's Sergey Brin, they were infuriated. This sparked doubts about the rankings released by the Long Country media. Yet, deep down, they still held on to hope. Perhaps Myers' personal cash flow had surpassed Sergey Brin's, making Myers the 9th richest person instead. The countdown on the screen dropped to 3 seconds. Countless French viewers held their breath, eager to see if Myers would claim the 9th spot. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the 9th name on the global wealth rankings appeared on the screen. 9th place, Larry Page, nationality, USA. Personal assets, $97.2 billion. Countless French viewers were enraged upon seeing this. Some angrily smashed their cans on the ground, while others pounded their fists. Impossible. Myers isn't 10th or 9th. Could she really be 11th? This ranking is flawed. This ranking must be wrong. Myers should be 10th, Sergey Brin 9th, and Larry Page 8th. Furious roars erupted across France. In a French manner, a blonde, blue-eyed woman in her 60s, Myers, calmly swirled the red wine in her glass, her white-gloved hand steady. Taking a small sip, she gazed at the screen displaying Larry Page as the 9th richest individual. She didn't seem surprised at all. I was originally 10th, Sergey Brin was 9th, and Larry Page 8th. Now, it seems someone has bumped us down a spot. Myers raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Considering how prominently the Long Country media was publicizing the global wealth rankings, along with the shifts in the list's order, she began to suspect. Could it be that someone from Long Country has entered the top 10 of the global wealth rankings? If not, the Long Country media wouldn't have made such a grand spectacle of the list. The release of the rankings must have something to do with Long Country. I wonder which Long Country individual made it into the top 10, Myers murmured. She was a world-class billionaire with resources and capabilities far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. She had already instructed her subordinates to collect global intelligence on the movements of Fortune 500 companies. Yet even with the information she had gathered, while it was clear that some individuals from Long Country had made it into the top 50 or even the top 20, entering the top 10 within such a short time seemed impossible. At this moment, top elites and billionaires around the world who saw the 9th name on the list also began speculating. Larry Page dropped from 8th to 9th. I'd like to know who suddenly squeezed into the top 10. Meanwhile, in Long Country, some also began to mock the situation. In the live stream hosted by the Long Country media, people sent sarcastic comments in the live chat. What's the point of announcing this list? Is it to inspire us to work harder and someday enter the top 10 of the global wealth rankings? Ridiculous. Both the 10th and 9th are Americans. Announcing this list is meaningless and only makes us feel annoyed. So boring. Among the millions of viewers in the live stream, many had initially come over from another stream discussing the idea that the world's richest person was from Long Country. Some had been half convinced, thinking the official media wouldn't inflate others' reputations without reason. Perhaps there truly was someone from Long Country on the list. But after the 9th name was revealed, their illusions were shattered, and they no longer believed that the richest person could be from Long Country. Stop kidding. Everyone's just daydreaming. The world's richest person is from Long Country? Let's work hard and strive to enter the top 10 someday, but don't delude ourselves with fantasies. That's just self-deception. Exactly. Stop deceiving yourselves. Those saying the richest person is from Long Country are just embarrassing us. Please stop. Everyone thinks you're delusional. Those viewers familiar with Chin Hao's livestream felt helpless as they saw most people still refusing to believe them. They wanted to prove that what they were saying was true. They tried to send recorded clips from the earlier Exploring the Other Half livestream, but those videos were blocked and couldn't be shared at all. Even Chin Hao's name, including titles like Professor Chin or even just the characters Chin and Hao, had been censored. Even if they wanted to explain, they didn't know how. I'm going crazy. I clearly know who the world's richest person is, but I just can't prove it. So frustrating. Forget it. I've given up trying to prove that the world's richest person is from our Long Country. Luckily, the full list will be revealed today. Once they see the first name, they'll naturally understand. Those who knew Chin Hao was the world's richest person had already given up. They were just waiting for the full list to be revealed. In a manner, in the United States, Sergey Brin, ranked 10th on the rich list, had just arrived at Larry Page's home, who was ranked 9th. The two of them worked together at Google and had been close friends for years.
Their meeting this time was prompted by the global wealth rankings published by the Long Country media.
The rankings have shifted.
Both of us have dropped by one position, Sergey Brin said, looking at Larry Page with a thoughtful expression. I can't figure out who could have pushed our rankings down.
Larry Page also looked puzzled.
He slowly said, the Long Country media went to great lengths to publish this list.
I have a feeling it's related to Long Country. Do you think there could be a hidden top-tier billionaire?
Sergey Brin frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and shook his head.
That's unlikely. While there are some hidden top-tier billionaires, their businesses usually aren't clean or legitimate.
They wouldn't be included in such rankings.
The Long Country media wouldn't bring such people into the spotlight.
Sergey Brin continued, besides, based on the information I have, none of those hidden billionaires are from Long Country.
Larry Page nodded slightly.
After pondering for a while, he couldn't figure out what connection the list might have with Long Country either. Sergey Brin added, Long Country has been developing at an astonishing speed in recent years, especially with their emergence of top-notch scientific talent. These researchers have achieved breakthroughs in cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, bringing significant profits to Long Country's Dongzhou Pharmaceutical Group and Shihu Pharmaceutical Group. I think in a few years, some of Long Country's state-owned pharmaceutical enterprises might even enter the top 10 of the Fortune 500. Currently, several of Long Country's state-owned enterprises were already ranked in the top 10, and even the top 5, of the Fortune 500. If more of their enterprises entered the top 10 in the coming years, Long Country's prestige would rise even higher, though it was already incredibly high now.
Larry Page nodded lightly. He didn't say much.
Such matters were beyond his control. Compared to the potential future rise of Long Country's state-owned enterprises in the Fortune 500, he was more curious about the rankings list released by Long Country's media. He had a strong feeling that the list was somehow related to Long Country.
As time passed, there was only 1 minute left until the 8th name on the global wealth rankings would be revealed.
Ordinary citizens around the world were glued to their televisions, chatting with friends and family.
Long Country's media is humiliating themselves this time.
They know the top 10 on the global wealth rankings have nothing to do with Long Country, yet they still made such a spectacle of it.
I think Long Country is getting arrogant.
Just because they developed a 5th-generation fighter jet, mastered lithography machines, and made breakthroughs in cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, they think they have a spot in the top 10 of the global wealth rankings?
Some people, consumed by jealousy, spoke these words with bitterness in their hearts.
The 5th-generation fighter jet. Out of over 200 countries worldwide, only 3 possessed 5th-generation fighter jets: Long Country, the United States, and Long Country's neighbor, Russia. What's more, it was rumored that Long Country's 5th-generation fighter jets were superior to those of the United States and Russia.
This was due to 2 factors: engine performance and avionics systems. Long Country, having developed its fighter jets later, used the most advanced avionics systems.
In contrast, the US had developed its 5th-generation jets earlier, and the avionics systems at the time were relatively outdated.
Efforts to upgrade these systems were hindered by the fixed aerodynamic designs of the aircraft. As a result, the avionics systems of US 5th-generation jets were inferior to those of Long Country.
Additionally, US 5th-generation jets lacked electro-optical targeting systems, distributed aperture systems, helmet-mounted displays, and integrated large-screen displays.
Their data links could only transmit information between aircraft of the same type.
In emergency situations, Long Country's 5th-generation jets could lock onto US jets without even activating their active phased array radars, using advanced storage technology. While both countries' 5th-generation jets had strengths and weaknesses, Long Country's jets were considered more advanced overall. Beyond 5th-generation jets, there were also lithography machines. Currently, no other country in the world could independently manufacture advanced lithography machines. The market offered 2 types of lithography machines, one developed independently by Long Country and another produced through international collaboration. Although the 2 types were comparable in performance, Long Country's edge lay in its ability to independently produce cutting-edge lithography machines. Furthermore, breakthroughs in cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease were also achieved by Long Country. Merely thinking about these achievements made some people feel deeply envious and frustrated. Especially those countries that were once ahead of Long Country but had long since been surpassed. These feelings of jealousy were mixed with a sense of despair, as they saw no hope of catching up.
Time flew by, and the countdown on television showed only 5 seconds left until the 8th name on the global wealth rankings would be revealed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the eighth name on the list appeared on the screen. Eighth place, Larry Ellison, USA. Oracle Software. Personal wealth, $98.3 billion. When the name was announced, the people of the United States burst into laughter in celebration. 10th, 9th, and now 8th, they're all Americans. Thanks to Long Country's media for showcasing our nation's strength to the world in such a unique way. Our country is still the global leader. GDP number 1 in the world. Long Country may be strong, but it's still second to us.
In Long Country, there were also visitors from the United States who joined the official media's livestream.
These American viewers started posting comments.
The 10th, 9th, and 8th places on the global wealth rankings are all Americans. Thank you to Long Country's media for openly publishing this list, letting the whole world see that the US is still very strong.
The US dominates the top 10 on the global wealth rankings and remains number 1 in GDP worldwide. Long Country viewers in the livestream were clearly unhappy seeing the Americans bragging.
Many were also upset with their own media for releasing the list, which seemed to serve as a platform for others to show off.
However, despite their frustration, as citizens of Long Country, they couldn't let these foreigners act so arrogantly in front of them.
So, many Long Country viewers started responding with comments. We admit that the US has the world's highest GDP, but take a look at the data. Compare the GDP of the US and Long Country in the first quarter of 2020 and then in the first quarter of 2021. Long Country's GDP growth rate was 30.34%, while yours was only 2%. That means our growth rate is 15 times yours.
Exactly.
While our GDP isn't the highest yet, the US's GDP growth has slowed significantly in recent years, whereas our growth rate is 15 times faster.
Plus, the gap between our GDPs isn't that big anymore. At this rate, I think we'll surpass you by 2030. 2030? That's giving them too much credit. We might overtake them within 5 years. Exactly. Surpassing your GDP is only a matter of time. As for the global wealth rankings, I admit no Long Country entrepreneur is in the top 10 for now. But trying to show off with just the wealth rankings and GDP? That's weak. The American viewers in the livestream didn't look happy seeing these responses. Over the past 2 years, the US's GDP growth had indeed slowed down. In fact, many countries worldwide experienced slow or even negative GDP growth during this period. However, there were exceptions. A few countries still managed high growth rates, and Long Country was one of them, with astonishing GDP growth figures in recent years. The primary reason for the global slowdown was, of course, the pandemic. The American viewers felt uneasy, hoping for a return to their past GDP growth rates.
Some of them started looking up GDP growth data for the past 10 years, comparing the US with Long Country. To their dismay, they found that the US GDP had grown at an average annual rate of 2% over the past decade, while Long Country's annual growth rate ranged from 7% to 8%. In other words, even in previous years, Long Country's GDP growth was 4 times that of the US. Seeing the annual GDP gap between the two countries shrink year by year, many Americans began to feel a sense of urgency. Losing the title of world's largest GDP would mean a significant reduction in US influence globally. The livestream chat remained lively, but the discussion outside was just as heated. With the rankings for 10th, 9th, and 8th places revealed, elites and top billionaires around the world noticed the changes in the rankings and wanted to know who had pushed those names down. Another half hour passed, leaving only 1 minute until the 7th name on the list would be announced. Countless people stared at their screens, curious to know who this mysterious person was who had suddenly entered the top 10 of the global wealth rankings. No more accurately, this mysterious individual had already reached the 7th spot on the list. If the 7th name turned out not to be this person, it would be even more shocking. As the countdown began, people held their breath. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The screen displayed a line of text. 7th place, Warren Buffett. Personal wealth, $99.6 billion. U.S. Company, Berkshire Hathaway. When the ranking was revealed, countless Americans were momentarily stunned. Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, was now in 70th place. Originally, Buffett had been 6th. Clearly, he had been pushed down by this mysterious figure. Did that mean the mysterious individual was at least 5th on the list? How is this possible? Who is this mysterious person? How could they push so many people down the list? Even Warren Buffett lost a spot. Many people refused to believe it.
Elites and top billionaires around the world were also dumbfounded. Based on the current rankings, this mysterious individual was at least fifth. But this was the top 5 of the global wealth rankings. Who was this sudden newcomer, and what kind of company did they own? Global elites and billionaires were confused. They knew the Fortune 500 enterprises inside and out, which was why they were certain there was no way a mysterious figure could suddenly appear in the top 10, let alone the top 5. Could it really be related to Long Country? Otherwise, why would Long Country's official media go to such lengths to publish this list? Impossible, one top billionaire said, shaking his head. He had interacted with everyone in the top 50 of the global wealth rankings. It was precisely because of these interactions that he was sure this couldn't happen. There was no way a mysterious figure could suddenly enter the top 5 of the global wealth rankings. Yet it was puzzling. Long Country's official media was authoritative, and making such a public announcement would damage their credibility if the list wasn't accurate. The official media wouldn't make such a foolish move. For now, countless elites and billionaires were left scratching their heads, unable to make sense of the situation. In a private manner, Warren Buffett stood on the villa's balcony, smoking a cigar. His aged eyes looked slightly dazed. He had been pushed down one spot by this mysterious figure. He was curious to know who this person was and had some theories about the current situation. Some speculated that the list was related to Long Country. Otherwise, why would Long Country's media go out of their way to publish it? Could it be someone from Long Country? Buffett muttered to himself. In his mind, people from Long Country were highly skilled. He recalled the times when he had been cut down by 3 Long Country individuals. This memory still left him frustrated. Years ago, Buffett auctioned off a lunch with himself, allowing the highest bidder to dine with him and learn his investment insights. 3 people from Long Country had won these auctions, but each time, Buffett ended up feeling like he had been played. The first was Zhao Danyang, who won the lunch for $2.11 million in 2009. During their meal, Zhao recommended a stock to Buffett, later revealing the conversation to the media. This caused the stock's price to soar, and Zhao made a huge profit. After that, Buffett announced that specific stocks could no longer be discussed during these lunches. The second was Zhu Hua, who paid $2.34 million for the lunch in 2015. Zhu used the meeting to draw attention to his company, leading to a surge in its stock price and market value. The third was Sun Xinyu, a cryptocurrency entrepreneur, who bid $30 million for the lunch. Before the meal, Sun heavily hyped up the event, driving his company's valuation up several times. Then, at the last moment, Sun canceled the lunch. Buffett took a puff of his cigar, exhaling smoke slowly. Since then, he had developed a bit of a psychological shadow when it came to people from Long Country. Could the mysterious person be from Long Country? Buffett murmured again, finding himself increasingly inclined to believe it. While the entire world was discussing the global wealth rankings, Jinhao sat on his sofa at home, watching the official media's livestream on his phone. He noticed some people in the chat claiming they knew who the world's richest person was. Jinhao raised an eyebrow slightly. Not many people knew he was the world's richest person, and those who did were extremely few. Those who knew likely wouldn't reveal it in the official media's livestream. What's more, there were hundreds of people in the livestream chat claiming to know who the world's richest person was, yet the actual number of people in the know was no more than a few dozen. As time passed and more rankings were revealed, the list reached third place. Third place, Elon Musk, USA, Tesla. Personal wealth, $165.7 billion. When the third place name was announced, countless elites and top billionaires couldn't help but feel shaken. Elon Musk had previously been ranked second on the global wealth list. But now, he was in third place. This meant that the mysterious figure could potentially be in second place or even the new world's richest person. In the US, it was just past midnight. Normally, this was the time Elon Musk would be sleeping, but now he simply couldn't fall asleep. He was desperate to know who this mysterious person was and how they had suddenly entered the top 3 on the wealth list. Was it because of a major corporation? Musk shook his head lightly. That was impossible. He knew the Fortune 500 companies too well. While some of them were impressive, many were state-owned enterprises, and even the private ones had many shareholders. Over the past 6 months, there hadn't been much change in the ownership of those companies. In other words, it was impossible for someone to suddenly break into the top 3 wealth rankings. But now, it was clear that a mysterious individual had done just that, breaking into the top 2. The only question was whether they were ranked second or first. Elsewhere in the US, in another luxurious estate, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man stared at the screen with a look of confusion. This man was the current world's richest person, the head of Amazon, Bezos. Since the rankings started being revealed, he had been full of doubt. Who was this mysterious individual? Bezos, it's late. Go to bed.
You can check the rankings tomorrow, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman gently said as she approached Bezos. Bezos shook his head lightly, looking at her with a soft gaze. You go ahead. There are only 2 names left on the list. Once I know who this mysterious person is, I'll sleep. The woman shook her head gently but replied, then I'll stay with you.
Bezos nodded.
Time passed, and as the announcement for second place approached, people everywhere started discussing it. The second place must be that mysterious person. I'm so curious about who it is.
Someone nearby frowned. I have a feeling the second place might not be the mysterious person either. Surprisingly, no one refuted this.
Given the situation, anything seemed possible. I just want to know who this mysterious person is.
How did they suddenly break into the rankings? And now they're competing with Bezos for the top spot. It wasn't just one person feeling this way, everyone was perplexed.
People across the world, including in Long Country, were filled with confusion.
At this moment, the countdown on the screen showed only 5 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The screen displayed the second place.
Second place, Bezos, USA, Amazon. Personal wealth, $191.4 billion, Tianyuan currency. 191.4 billion Tianyuan equals 1.2173 trillion renminbi. For the first time, the ranking details included conversions between Tianyuan and RMB.
When the second place was revealed, the world was in an uproar.
Ordinary citizens from various countries began talking. Bezos is second? Wasn't Bezos the world's richest person before? How is he in second place now?
I checked the records. Even if someone surpassed Bezos, it would have been Elon Musk.
But now Musk is third, and Bezos is second? Something strange is going on.
In a luxurious estate in the US, Bezos stared at the screen displaying his second-place ranking, his eyes filled with confusion.
Had this mysterious individual really knocked him off the top spot?
The woman in Bezos's arms saw the ranking and couldn't hide her disbelief.
This is ridiculous. Even if someone surpassed you, it would only be Musk. No one else could surpass you. Bezos's expression grew serious, but he didn't respond.
Instead, his curiosity about the mysterious individual deepened.
Who could this person be to suddenly become the world's richest? And how had they made so much money in such a short time?
I don't know who this mysterious person is, but based on what we've seen so far, they're likely from Long Country, Bezos said. The Long Country media had deliberately published the rankings, and now that he had been demoted to second place, he couldn't believe it had nothing to do with Long Country. In Long Country's livestream, those who had known all along that Chin Hao was the world's richest person began flooding the chat with comments. I'd been saying it from the start. The world's richest person is from Long Country, but you didn't believe me.
Believe it now? Bezos was the previous richest, and now he's in second place. It's understandable you didn't believe before, but surely you believe now? The world's richest person is from Long Country. And I know he's an incredible person. / OMG. Is *S name finally going to be revealed?
/ I've been waiting for so long.
Finally, *S name is about to be announced.
The uninformed viewers in the livestream froze for a moment when they saw the flood of comments.
Was the world's richest person really from Long Country? But if that were true, who could it possibly be? They couldn't think of anyone.
Some people clicked on the accounts of those claiming to know who the world's richest person was, only to find the accounts were empty. Others tried sending private messages through short video platforms to ask, but every message failed to send, displaying an exclamation mark.
More and more people tried, only to face the same result.
Confusion spread as they realized that the accounts of those who claimed to know the truth were blank, and their private messaging features were disabled.
With no other options, they decided to wait.
After all, there were only about 20 minutes left until the final name was revealed.
In a business car, Luo Qingxue was extremely excited.
Her husband's name was about to appear at the top of the global wealth rankings.
She sent a message to Chin Hao. Honey, are you watching the news or the livestream? The world's richest person is likely from Long Country. Chin Hao replied instantly, I'm watching. Luo Qingxue, me too. They stopped chatting and continued watching. As time ticked down, there were only 10 seconds left until the final name would be revealed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the screen slowly displayed a line of text. On the screen, a line of text appeared in the global wealth rankings. First place. Name, Qin Hao. Nationality, Long Country. Personal wealth, 3.9 trillion renminbi. 3.9 trillion renminbi equals $613.1 billion US. Note, detailed information about Qin Hao will be revealed in subsequent updates to the rankings. When people worldwide saw this ranking, they were utterly stunned, unable to speak from the shock. Qin Hao? A Long Country citizen? That wasn't the surprising part. The main shock was Qin Hao's wealth, 3.9 trillion renminbi, equivalent to $613.1 billion US, 3 times more than the previous world's richest person. Across the globe, reactions ranged from disbelief to speechlessness. A Long Country citizen becoming the new world's richest person was one thing, but having wealth that surpassed the previous title holder by 3 times? 3 times! How could anyone accumulate so much wealth? And, more importantly, how could they do so without catching the attention of countless top billionaires and elites? People began questioning the authenticity of the list. This list must be fake. It's absurd that someone could have 3 times the wealth of the Amazon CEO. Ridiculous. What kind of business could generate that kind of money? If it were a highly profitable industry, it would have already been monopolized by the top billionaires. And yet, this person made all this money quietly, without any fanfare? This list has to be fake. Skepticism spread across various countries. Some foreign media station in Long Country, accustomed to working with Long Country's media outlets, decided to seek clarification when offices reopened the next day. Meanwhile, top billionaires and elites around the world were frantically discussing the matter and exchanging phone calls. Unlike ordinary people, these elites were familiar with the credibility of Long Country's media. The fact that they had published this list so deliberately implied that it was accurate. Qin Hao of Long Country, owning 3.9 trillion renminbi in cash, was real. Precisely because they trusted Long Country's media, their hearts were now in turmoil, their minds reeling as if caught in an earthquake. Who is this Qin Hao? How could he have so much money? The previous world's richest person, Bezos, was utterly shocked. He had assumed that even if this mysterious person had more money than him, it wouldn't be by a significant margin. But this person's wealth was 3 times his own. Besides the shock, Bezos was desperate to understand how this tycoon from Long Country had managed to accumulate so much money. The top 100 names on the global wealth rankings, as well as elites from numerous countries, were left speechless. Oh my God! Please tell me this isn't real. OMG! Is this really true? My God! In Long Country's elite circles, the reaction was no different. The figure 3.9 trillion RMB wasn't an estimation or market value, it was solid, tangible cash. Even if the wealth of all Long Country's top tycoons was combined, it wouldn't equal Qin Hao's fortune. Qin Hao, murmured Ma, the head of Ali, trying hard to recall the name. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't remember anyone by that name. Penguin's Ma Huateng muttered Qin Hao's name repeatedly, also trying to jog his memory. But like Ali Ma, he had no recollection of who Qin Hao might be. Meanwhile, in the Long Country media's livestream, the number of viewers had surpassed 100 million. The chat was in chaos, with millions of comments flooding the screen every second. Holy crap! 3.9 trillion renminbi. That absolutely destroys the previous richest person. Damn! Our Long Country has someone this amazing? They've been hiding so well. Incredible! I'm completely convinced. Totally blown away. I've heard of hidden billionaires, but this is insane. To stay this hidden while amassing so much wealth, this is on another level. Even those who hadn't known about Qin Hao began learning that the new world's richest person was from Long Country. At this moment, Qin Hao was still at home. Seeing his name appear on the list, he frowned slightly. He had expected his name to be accompanied by a formal title, like Mr. Qin. Instead, the media had directly used his full name. Additionally, the screen had a special note that his detailed information would be revealed in subsequent updates to the rankings. Wasn't the full disclosure supposed to happen on October 1st? Why was his identity being revealed now? Qin Hao immediately called the head of the top research institute. Director Li answered the call instantly. Qin Hao asked directly, "Weren't you planning to reveal my identity on October 1st? Why are my details being gradually disclosed in the rankings now?
Director Lee paused before replying, your breakthroughs in cancer, AIDS, pulmonary heart disease, and the newly developed anti-alcohol capsules will all be highlighted in the rankings. Additionally, we've decided to disclose the secret projects, including the space missile and aerospace carrier, during this process.
These will also be showcased globally. For now, however, we won't mention that these groundbreaking weapons were developed by you. The rest of your achievements will be attributed to you.
Director Lee continued, while your accomplishments will be made public through the rankings, details like your appearance and age will remain strictly confidential. Your full profile will only be disclosed on October 1st.
Hearing this, Shinhao's frown eased.
As long as the world only knew his name without knowing what he looked like or how old he was, he and his family would remain relatively safe for the time being. Knowing that they were under covert protection also gave him peace of mind.
Still, Shinhao asked, how many people are assigned to protect me and my family?
Director Lee replied, there are 20,000 operatives in Jiangnan City alone, with an additional 10,000 deployed in nearby cities. He added, in Jiangnan City, plainclothes officers are stationed in your residential complex, on nearby streets, at key vantage points, in houses near major roads, and at intersections with traffic lights.
Covert personnel are also stationed along the canals and the Yangtze River, both on the water and underwater.
To further reassure Shinhao, Director Lee continued, the plainclothes officers in Jiangnan City are equipped with disguised cameras in their clothing collars.
These cameras can capture the faces of passers-by and identify them within a second.
He added, with support from big data, the system can instantly retrieve information about an individual's recent activities, the vehicles they own, and their travel routes over the past month. Upon hearing this, Shinhao felt completely reassured.
The arrangements for security were extremely thorough.
At this moment, Minister Lee continued, by the way, Lin Yan has arrived in Jiangnan City.
I arranged for her to meet you. Lin Yan?
Shinhao's mind immediately conjured up the image of a beautiful figure. He was quite familiar with Lin Yan. She had once been the top scorer in the National College entrance exams and, after finishing her studies, joined the Academy of Sciences 2 years before Shinhao did. They had briefly collaborated on a few projects in the past. Minister Lee nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Lin Yan spent 12 years successfully developing intelligent robots.
She's in Jiangnan City now to deliver them to you. These robots are designed to ensure your and your family's safety.
Hearing this, Shinhao's pupils contracted slightly.
He was well aware of the intelligent robot project.
These robots were not like the commercial robots available on the market. They were primarily designed for military purposes and came in several versions. One was an intelligent mech, similar to a small-scale transformer. It could change forms, even transforming into a car. He remembered Lin Yan once telling him that she aimed to create an intelligent mech whose material structure could withstand bullets and withstand typical collisions.
The intelligent mech was also equipped with Gatling-style weaponry capable of firing bullets.
These mechs were not only highly intelligent but also remarkably agile, far more so than humans. In addition to the intelligent mech, Lin Yan had also mentioned developing humanoid robots that were so lifelike that, without close inspection, one might mistake them for real people. These humanoid robots were also armed and had impressive defensive capabilities, along with a range of other advanced functions. Shinhao thought for a moment and asked, is Lin Yan eligible to be awarded? Before he could finish, Minister Lee interrupted, Lin Yan's work on intelligent robots is more than sufficient for her to be granted the lifelong honorary title of academician.
Shinhao responded with a light hum and asked, when will she come to see me?
Tomorrow, Minister Lee replied. Shinhao nodded and chatted with Minister Lee for a while before ending the call. Across the world, ordinary citizens were engaged in heated discussions, while top billionaires and elites were still reeling from shock. In a business car parked outside the residential area, Luo Qingxue was trembling with excitement, her entire face flushed red from exhilaration. Her husband's status as the world's richest person had finally been revealed. Although the world only knew her husband's name for now and had no idea what he looked like or how old he was, the official media had stated that more details would be unveiled in subsequent updates to the rankings.
Eventually, the entire world would know her husband's true identity. Once people discovered that her husband was only 28 years old, wouldn't they be utterly dumbfounded?
Just imagining their reactions filled her with anticipation. Charan, I need a hug, Luo Qingxue said, turning to Lin Charan and embracing her tightly. 50 meters away from the business car, a sleek new sedan was parked. Inside the car sat a stunningly beautiful woman who appeared to be about 28 years old,
though her actual age was 30. Her demeanor was somewhat aloof, giving off an impression of being difficult to approach.
Seated in the car, the cold and elegant woman watched the livestream of exploring the other half on her phone.
She saw Luo Qingxue, Qin Hao's wife. The more Lin Yan watched Luo Qingxue, the colder her expression became.
For some time, Lin Yan had been following the exploring the other half livestream, and Luo Qingxue had left her with a very poor impression. To her, Luo Qingxue seemed vain, eager for the entire world to know about Qin Hao. From what Lin Yan knew of Qin Hao, he had long since distanced himself from fame, wealth, and power. He was modest, easygoing, and lacked any sense of vanity, qualities that stood in stark contrast to Luo Qingxue. One was ostentatious, while the other was reserved.
Moreover, Luo Qingxue seemed immature, the type to throw minor tantrums and sulk over trivial matters.
Such behavior might be manageable in a regular household, but Qin Hao was no ordinary man.
Qin Hao's work required intense focus and dedication.
If Luo Qingxue were to disrupt him during critical moments with emotional outbursts, it would negatively impact both Qin Hao and the research institute as a whole. In short, Lin Yan found Luo Qingxue wholly unsuitable for Qin Hao. Leaning back against her seat, Lin Yan closed her eyes, memories from years ago flooding her mind. Years ago, she had quietly fallen in love with Qin Hao and unspoken admiration. Back then, Qin Hao had solved complex problems related to jet engines and lithography machines. By the time Lin Yan had developed feelings for him, Qin Hao had already achieved immense success and been granted the lifelong honorary title of academician after resolving the engine issues. At the time, Lin Yan was still relatively unknown. She had resolved to confess her feelings only after successfully developing intelligent robots and earning the title of academician herself. But fate had other plans. More than 5 years ago, Qin Hao returned to Jiangnan City, and not long after, Lin Yan learned he was in a relationship.
The news struck her like a bolt from the blue.
She eventually calmed down, reasoning that Luo Qingxue was merely dating Qin Hao, not married to him.
Marriage to an academician would require thorough background checks spanning generations, and any issues could potentially lead to a breakup. However, the investigations revealed that Luo Qingxue's family background was spotless.
When Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue eventually married, Lin Yan's hopes were entirely dashed.
Since following exploring the other half, Lin Yan's dissatisfaction with Luo Qingxue had only grown.
Perhaps it stemmed from personal bias, or maybe there was an underlying jealousy or sense of unfairness.
Nonetheless, these feelings didn't cloud her judgment entirely.
Lin Yan still prided herself on being objective in assessing matters. Opening her eyes, Lin Yan glanced at the business car 50 meters away. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up her phone and dialed Luo Qingxue's number.
The call connected quickly. "Hello?" Luo Qingxue answered. Lin Yan's voice was cold and direct. "I have a connection to Qin Hao and would like to speak with you privately. I'm in the black car 50 meters behind you. License plate number."
Hearing the woman's voice and her mention of having a connection to Qin Hao, Luo Qingxue's cheerful expression dimmed, and her brows furrowed slightly. "What connection?" she asked.
"We'll discuss it in person," Lin Yan replied curtly.
After a brief pause, Luo Qingxue stepped out of the car and walked toward the location Lin Yan had specified.
Watching Luo Qingxue approach, Lin Yan made her intentions clear in her mind.
She wanted to give Luo Qingxue a wake-up call, to remind her not to get carried away and to make her realize that she wasn't truly a match for Qin Hao. Lin Yan hoped to help Luo Qingxue ground herself, avoiding unnecessary trouble for Qin Hao in the future and allowing him to focus on his work. This was all she could do now, her way of ensuring Qin Hao's well-being. As Luo Qingxue approached, Lin Yan's vision gradually sharpened. Luo Qingxue's figure, from far to near, appeared flawless, strikingly attractive. Compared to her own, there was no discernible difference. Watching Luo Qingxue come closer, Lin Yan couldn't help but think, if she had married Qin Hao back then, they would have been very happy together. But that person wasn't her. At this moment, Luo Qingxue spotted the black car and license plate Lin Yan had mentioned on the phone. Inside the driver's seat, she saw a stunningly beautiful woman who was just as attractive as herself.
The woman's aura was somewhat cold, giving an impression of unapproachability. Seeing Lin Yan, Luo Qingxue's heart tightened slightly. She trusted Qin Hao wouldn't betray her, but Lin Yan's beauty, combined with her claim of having some relationship with Qin Hao, made Luo Qingxue uneasy. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of relationship Lin Yan had with her husband. Standing by the car, Luo Qingxue glanced at Lin Yan, instinctively sizing her up. Lin Yan was indeed gorgeous. "Hello, you just called me. You said you have some connection with my husband?
Luo Qingxue asked, her tone cautious, subconsciously treating Lin Yan as a potential rival. Lin Yan looked at her, her tone cold. Get in the car, and I'll explain.
Luo Qingxue gave Lin Yan a look before moving to the passenger door.
Upon opening it, she noticed 3 other women seated in the back. These women were also very beautiful. 2 looked around 25 years old, while the third seemed underage.
Luo Qingxue was slightly puzzled as she sat in the passenger seat. Looking at Lin Yan, she asked, "What do you want to talk to me about? And what's your relationship with my husband?"
Lin Yan didn't look at her and responded coldly, Qin Hao has solved cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease. Many people are watching him, some want to recruit him, while others want to destroy him. You should understand that Qin Hao is crucial to any country.
Luo Qingxue frowned. This woman wasn't answering her questions directly and had a cold attitude, bordering on unfriendly. She thought, she was the one who called me. Shouldn't she at least be polite? At the very least, normal? Why is she acting like she has a grudge against me?
I know that, Luo Qingxue replied with a slightly colder tone, matching Lin Yan's attitude. If you understand, then as Qin Hao's wife, you should also understand that if anyone wants to threaten Qin Hao, they will target you and your daughter first, Lin Yan said calmly, her voice chillingly detached.
At this point, the driver's side window rolled up.
Due to the tinted windows, nothing inside the car was visible from the outside.
Hearing Lin Yan's words, Luo Qingxue's expression changed, and she became tense. Her mind raced. Could this woman, along with the 3 others in the back, intend to kidnap her to threaten Qin Hao?
She reached for the door handle, trying to open it, but the door was locked. Just then, the 3 women in the back seat moved, each drawing a handgun and pointing it at Luo Qingxue's head.
Luo Qingxue's heart pounded as her tension peaked.
Her pulse quickened, fear and regret washing over her. She regretted being so naive. Her husband had conquered some of the world's toughest challenges and was now the richest man on earth. Of course, there were people who would want to harm him. But she had never encountered threats, kidnappings, or coercion in her life. She lacked a sense of danger. When she first answered the phone, hearing a woman's voice claiming a connection with her husband, and after seeing how beautiful Lin Yan was, her initial assumption had been that Lin Yan had feelings for Qin Hao. All these factors blinded her to the potential danger.
What do you want?
Luo Qingxue's face turned pale, her voice tinged with slight panic but still relatively composed, without completely losing control. Lin Yan studied her for a moment, then looked away.
I'm just here to remind you, she said coolly.
The 3 women in the back seat holstered their guns. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue let out a sigh of relief, realizing they weren't here to kidnap her.
I'm Lin Yan.
I worked with Qin Hao for 5 years, Lin Yan said in her usual cold tone.
Hearing this, Luo Qingxue relaxed further. She composed herself and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about? And why were there guns involved?"
Lin Yan fell silent for a moment, then gazed ahead. Her tone remained cold. Qin Hao is vital to our nation.
His work requires focus and dedication. He can't afford distractions.
As his wife, you should want him to work without distractions, correct?
Luo Qingxue glanced at her.
Of course.
My husband is developing better medications and solving global problems. I'll always support him.
I take care of his meals, his daily needs, and manage everything at home so he doesn't have to worry about a thing. She paused before continuing, and from now on, I won't meet with strangers so easily either. The earlier experience had genuinely frightened her. If Lin Yan had truly been there to kidnap her, she might not have escaped unscathed.
This served as a stark reminder to be more cautious in the future.
Lin Yan remained silent. Her initial intention had been to caution Luo Qingxue to make her realize her responsibilities, understand her current situation, and grasp how important Qin Hao was to the country.
She also wanted to convey what Luo Qingxue should and shouldn't do as Qin Hao's wife. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Luo Qingxue was more sensible than Lin Yan had anticipated. For a moment, Lin Yan didn't know what to say.
Luo Qingxue noticed Lin Yan's silence and the look on her face, which seemed burdened with thoughts.
After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Do you like my husband?" Luo Qingxue had a hunch.
Lin Yan's behavior, the way she spoke about Qin Hao, and her efforts to remind her of her responsibilities all hinted at her feelings. It was as if Lin Yan believed Luo Qingxue didn't deserve Qin Hao and was indirectly expressing her own attachment to him.
Lin Yan didn't respond.
After a long pause, the pressure in her chest grew unbearable as memories of the past flooded her mind. She thought about how she had once admired Qin Hao in silence. Back then, when Qin Hao had been honored with the title of academician after solving engine and lithography challenges, she was still an ordinary researcher. She had told herself that once she completed her work on intelligent mechs and humanoid robots and earned the academician title, she would confess her feelings to Qin Hao. That way, as academicians, they would be equals, and she would be worthy of him. But her research on intelligent mechs and robots required advanced materials and technologies. Years ago, Long Country's technological level wasn't as high, and many of the materials needed for her projects required breakthroughs. As a result, developing the intelligent mech and robot had taken her 12 years. A long time, yet when looking back, it feels like just the blink of an eye. Now, Lin Yan deeply regretted it. If she had confessed her feelings to Qin Hao earlier, coupled with the fact that the research institute and higher-ups would likely have supported their relationship, maybe things could have turned out differently. But it was too late. After a brief silence, Lin Yan didn't answer Luo Qingshua's question. Instead, she looked at her and said with a trace of hope, Qin Hao is very important to the country, and the country needs him. When he's busy with work, I hope you can understand and not disturb him. This might seem unfair to you, but I hope you realize the nature of Qin Hao's work. Luo Qingxue smiled faintly. My husband's work is very significant. I wouldn't bother him over anything trivial. Lin Yan nodded slightly. Thank you. What's there to thank me for? It's just my duty, Luo Qingxue said, somewhat confused. Lin Yan didn't explain. She thanked Luo Qingxue because her words reassured her that Luo Qingxue wasn't entirely unfit to be with Qin Hao. As Qin Hao's wife, she seemed qualified. You can leave now. When National Day arrives, we can get to know each other properly, Lin Yan said, her tone calmer than before, lacking the coldness it initially carried. Hearing this, Luo Qingshue's face lit up with a faint, sincere smile. All right. I won't tell Qin Hao about today. With that, Luo Qingxue stepped out of the car. Lin Yan watched as she walked back to the business car. Only after Luo Qingxue got in did Lin Yan start her engine and drive away. As she drove off, Lin Yan spoke to the three women in the back seat. The woman you just saw is one of your future protection targets. Understood, the three women responded in unison. Their voices were indistinguishable from real humans, and their appearances, down to their expressions, were flawlessly lifelike. Lin Yan said no more. These three women were intelligent robots, practically omnipotent. Their processors contained vast databases and were equipped with advanced neural computation systems. Whether it was playing chess or cleaning, piloting fighter jets, or driving tanks, they excelled in all tasks. They could detect minute changes in facial expressions and eye movements, analyzing and interpreting responses almost instantaneously. With these three robots protecting Qin Hao, Luo Qingxue, and their daughter Qin Xiyu, Lin Yan felt at ease. After returning to the business car, Luo Qingxue appeared as usual, but internally, she had undergone subtle changes. She was now far more vigilant, fully aware that being Qin Hao's wife made her a potential target for ill-intentioned people. At the same time, she gained a deeper understanding of Qin Hao's importance and the weight of his responsibilities. Her husband's work was extraordinary and required unwavering focus. She resolved to handle all household matters, big and small, ensuring that Qin Hao could work without distraction. Time passed, and by 5:40 p.m., Luo Qingxue bid farewell to the live stream crew, Lin Churen, and director Zhang before heading home. When she arrived, she saw Qin Hao sitting on the sofa. He turned to her with a playful smile. If I told you I'm the richest person in the world, would you believe me? Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. If you were really the richest person in the world, it would make no sense. What kind of richest person spends every day at home without talking to anyone else? Qin Hao chuckled. The less she believed him, the more stunned she would be when his identity was revealed. Luo Qingxue sat next to him, peeled an orange, and offered it to his mouth. I didn't expect the global wealth rankings to list a Long Country citizen as the richest. And the wealth, so much money. And to top it off, the name is exactly the same as yours. Qin Hao smiled. That's because I am the richest person in the world. Luo Qingxue spread her hands. Transfer me $1 billion then, to prove it. Qin Hao. The two bantered, teasing each other for a while before Luo Qingxue headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Qin Hao stayed on the sofa, a faint smile occasionally appearing on his face. He suddenly had a mischievous idea. On October 1st, he would stack $1 billion yuan in cash and bury Luo Qingxue in piles of bills. She would definitely be shocked beyond belief. While Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue enjoyed their peaceful evening, the outside world was in an uproar. News outlets worldwide were buzzing about the global wealth rankings released by Long Country's media, especially about Qin Hao, the new world's richest person.
His wealth had stunned and shaken people.
Reporters from various countries camped outside Long Country's media headquarters, waiting for the staff to return the next morning to verify the list's authenticity. The next morning, after Long Country's media staff arrived at work, they began addressing journalists' questions as part of their daily routine. A journalist from the US asked the media spokesperson, Zhao Jian, yesterday, Long Country's media released the global wealth rankings.
Can you confirm whether the rankings are authentic? Zhao Jian responded calmly, the rankings published by the media are, of course, accurate. Long Country media's credibility remains unwavering.
Zhao Jian glanced at the gathered journalists before saying, next question.
An English journalist stood up and asked, regarding Qin Hao, the world's richest person, what does he look like? How old is he? And how did he amass such wealth?
Zhao Jian took a sip of tea before replying calmly, as noted in the rankings, details about Qin Hao's identity will be revealed gradually in subsequent updates. Despite their repeated inquiries, the journalists could not obtain any additional substantial information, only confirming that Qin Hao's existence as the world's richest person was real. Shortly after, the press conference concluded, and journalists began compiling their reports to send back to their respective countries. Within just half an hour, top billionaires and elites worldwide learned that Long Country's media had definitively confirmed Qin Hao as the world's richest person.
A wave of shock swept across the globe, accompanied by intense curiosity about Qin Hao's appearance and age. Surely, someone capable of amassing such wealth must be over 50, right? While speculation abounded worldwide, Long Country's media made another announcement. Long Media News.
Tomorrow, September 11th, at 9 a.m. sharp, the global top 10 personal donation rankings will be revealed.
The announcement quickly spread globally, capturing everyone's attention. The top billionaires and elites from around the world showed little interest in the global personal donation rankings. Only a small number of people paid attention to this list. For those who made it onto the donation rankings, their contributions would become widely known, making them appear charitable and garnering admiration from people worldwide. This, in turn, could significantly boost the sales of their company's products. People in Long Country weren't particularly interested in the donation rankings either. What they wanted to know was who Qin Hao was, what he looked like, how old he was, and how he had amassed so much wealth. Meanwhile, Qin Hao sat on his sofa. He was also aware that Long Media would release the donation rankings tomorrow, but he wasn't particularly interested in that list or the global wealth rankings that had been released earlier. What excited him the most was the upcoming display of space missiles and aerospace carriers traveling around the world. After all, he had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Just then, Qin Hao's phone chimed with a notification. He glanced at it and saw it was from the internal communication app developed by the Research Institute. It was a message from Lin Yan. The message contained a user manual for the intelligent robots. User manual. Appearance, indistinguishable from real humans. Internal functions, equipped with vast data resources and advanced algorithms, capable of extracting large volumes of information instantly. Capabilities, can pilot fighter jets and tanks. Coordination, multiple robots working together can operate submarines and aircraft carriers. Defense, resistant to bullets, knives, and water. Physical abilities, agile, incredibly strong, and highly responsive. Overall, virtually omnipotent. Qin Hao's pupils slightly contracted as he read. These intelligent robots were exceptionally advanced. He replied to Lin Yan, do the robots' brains surpass human intelligence? Lin Yan responded instantly, the robots' algorithmic processing capabilities don't surpass human brainpower, but they can instantly extract vast amounts of information and analyze it with superior statistical abilities. Overall, their brain capabilities are comparable to the human brain. As Qin Hao read this, he recalled how a robot had defeated a human in chess years ago. Robots might not surpass humans in raw algorithmic capacity, but their ability to process enormous amounts of data in an instant effectively matched, and in some ways exceeded, human intelligence. And not just any human robots could rival minds at the pinnacle of specific fields. Lin Yan sent another message, in chess, for instance, humans excel in short-term strategy, but intelligent robots are better at controlling the entire board. Qin Hao, what about combat capabilities? Are they equipped with weapons? Lin Yan, the robots are built with extremely durable materials. Even with heavy hammering, their internal systems won't sustain any damage. Plus, they don't feel pain. If a robot lands a critical hit on a human, it would be lethal.
They are also equipped with firearms. After reading the message, Shinhao couldn't help but grow eager to see these robots in action. "When are you coming?" he asked.
Lin Yan, the robots are driving. They'll be at your home in about 5 minutes. Shinhao. Robots driving? He had never seen anything like that before.
"All right," Shinhao replied, putting his phone down. He boiled some water and brewed a pot of tea as he waited for Lin Yan's arrival. A while later, there was a knock at the door. Hearing it, Shinhao immediately got up and opened the door. Standing there was Lin Yan, along with 3 women behind her. It had been 3 years since he had last seen Lin Yan, and she seemed even more beautiful now. As for the 3 women, their figures and appearances were stunning, on par with his wife, Luo Qingxue. Lin Yan had mentally prepared herself before coming, but seeing Shinhao in person still caused a slight tremor in her heart. After 3 years, Shinhao looked even more mature. "Professor Qin," the 3 women said seriously, their expressions showing a hint of excitement. Their facial movements were incredibly natural. Shinhao smiled and nodded. "Hello. Please, come in and sit." As the group entered the house, Shinhao glanced outside, puzzled. Where were the robots? Could they still be in the car? Curious, he let everyone inside and they sat down on the sofa. Meanwhile, in the business car, Luo Qingxue was watching the livestream. She saw Lin Yan and the 3 women who had earlier pointed guns at her. The livestream audience had swelled to over 700,000 viewers. Since the official media wasn't releasing rankings today, many people had gathered in the Exploring the Other Half livestream instead. When the audience saw Lin Yan and the 3 women, they were stunned by their beauty. Chat comments. Wow! They're gorgeous. Especially the one leading them, so elegant. Oh my god. It's rare enough to see one stunning woman. Now there are so many. First, there was Qingxue, then Sharon, and then Jiangyu. Now there are 4 more. What the heck? I'd give everything I own to marry one of them. I'll bid 10 million. I'll bid 100 million. The livestream audience was completely captivated by the women's breathtaking appearances. Director Zhang, watching from the sidelines, was also awestruck. For a fleeting moment, he considered signing them as actors. With such stunning looks, even mediocre acting skills would ensure instant stardom. On screen, Shinhao poured tea for the 4 women, smiling as he said, "This is top-grade De Hong Pao tea. Please try it." Lin Yan smiled lightly and took a sip of her tea. Shinhao chuckled and asked, "Where are the robots you mentioned? Why didn't you bring them upstairs?" Lin Yan smiled faintly. "These 3 are the robots." Shinhao was momentarily stunned. He turned to look at the 3 women again. These are robots? Is she joking? He had seen plenty of things in his life, but no matter how lifelike a robot was, it couldn't possibly be this convincing. The livestream audience was equally dumbfounded. Chat comments. Robots? These 3 women are robots? You've got to be kidding me. The stream is crystal clear, and they look completely human. There's no way. They must be joking. In the livestream, Lin Yan glanced at the 3 female robots and said, "Lift your shirts and open your abdominal compartments." The 3 robots obeyed, lifting their shirts slightly to reveal their abdomens. Shinhao instinctively tried to avert his eyes, but curiosity got the better of him, and he sneaked a peek. At that moment, the central areas of the robots' abdomens began to shift, moving like sliding doors. Inside the 3 female robots' abdominal compartments, knives suddenly appeared. The robots smoothly retrieved the knives from their compartments. Next, each robot raised their left hand, spreading their palms. Their palms opened like sliding doors, revealing a bulb-like mechanism inside. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from their palms. In that instant, the livestream audience was momentarily blinded. When their vision returned, they were filled with shock. These stunning women were actually robots. Chat comments. Holy crap! They're really robots. These robots are incredible. The most realistic ones I've ever seen. They're indistinguishable from real people. They look strong, can protect their owners, and are so beautiful. I want to buy one. Qingxue, ask your husband where these robots are sold when you get home. I'll buy one if it's under $1 million. Even if it costs 100,000, I'd buy it. Are there male robots? Really handsome ones? In the business car, Luo Qingxue was utterly stunned. The 3 women who had pointed guns at her yesterday were robots. She had seen them up close and had never even considered the possibility.
They looked too real.
Beside her, Lin Churan was equally excited. She exclaimed, "I wish I had a female robot like this to protect me."
Actually, no, make that a male robot.
The livestream audience burst into laughter at Lin Churan's words, and the chat quickly filled with teasing comments.
Chat comments. Charan, why do you want a male robot? For protection or something else? Wink. I feel the same. I'd love a super realistic male robot too.
Lin Churan noticed the comments and firmly replied, "Of course, for protection."
The audience wasn't convinced. If these incredibly realistic female robots were already stirring certain thoughts, who knew what reactions male robots would provoke?
In the business car, director Zhang coughed lightly and said to Luo Qingxue, "When you get home, ask Professor Qin where these robots can be purchased. I want to buy a batch for films and TV dramas." Luo Qingxue glanced at him with a skeptical expression.
Was he really just planning to use them for acting? She nodded lightly, saying, "All right, I'll ask."
Though she agreed, she doubted these robots would be available for purchase. Considering that they were even equipped with guns, they were clearly not for commercial use.
Even if they were for sale, they would likely be astronomically expensive.
In the livestream, Xinhao was momentarily stunned as he realized the truth: these women really were robots.
Even with such close observation, he couldn't tell they were artificial. Their realism was astounding.
Looking at Lin Yan, Xinhao asked, "Can I touch them?
Just to see if their texture feels like a real person's?" Lin Yan replied, "You can." Xinhao nodded and approached the three female robots.
He first touched their hands and then gently pinched their faces. After examining them for a while, he returned to his seat.
"How do they feel?" Lin Yan asked.
"Remarkably close to real humans," Xinhao replied with a nod. Meanwhile, the livestream audience went wild, flooding the chat with comments.
Chat comments. I want to hold a female robot's hand too. So jealous. I wish that were me. I'd gladly pay 300,000 for one of these robots now. Qingxue seems jealous. The audience noticed Luo Qingxue's expression change, interpreting it as jealousy. Luo Qingxue was indeed a bit upset, feeling conflicted.
Even though she knew the women were robots, they were so realistic. Watching her husband test their texture made her uncomfortable.
Chat comments. Qingxue, you're the first person in history to be jealous of a robot. Jealous of a robot?
That's a first for sure.
Seeing the comments, Luo Qingxue retorted, "If your spouse had robots like these, wouldn't you get jealous too? Even if you know they're fake."
The audience paused and reflected.
If robots were this realistic and attractive, it might indeed stir jealousy.
In the livestream, Xinhao asked Lin Yan, "So these three robots, one protects me, one protects my wife, and one protects my daughter.
But what about my father-in-law and my mom?" Although plainclothes officers were secretly protecting his family, they weren't providing close personal security.
Lin Yan replied, "In a couple of days, we'll deliver a few more newly manufactured robots to protect your family." Hearing this, Xinhao finally felt reassured.
He then began casually chatting with Lin Yan.
At around 10 a.m., Xinhao went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yan glanced toward the kitchen and found herself feeling conflicted. Still, she knew she had to let go. Xinhao was married, had a child, and was deeply in love with Luo Qingxue. By 2 p.m., Lin Yan left, leaving the household with just 4 occupants, Xinhao and the 3 female robots.
Looking at them, Xinhao asked, "Do you have names?" The first robot answered, "My name is Su Yu." The second said, "My name is Su Yu."
The third, who appeared to be around 16 years old, said, "My name is Su Zining."
Xinhao nodded. "All right. From now on, call me brother."
"Brother," the 3 said in unison. Xinhao chuckled. Having them call him brother felt fitting. They were practically part of the family now.
At 5:40 p.m., Luo Qingxue hurried back home, still curious about the 3 robots. When she entered, she saw Su Zining, and Xinhao. Tired from her day, she put on a surprised expression and looked at Xinhao with a hint of coldness. "We have guests, and you didn't tell me in advance?" Seeing his wife's playful jealousy, Xinhao found her adorable, and his heart warmed. When someone gets jealous, it means they care. If she didn't care at all, it would mean she wasn't interested in him. Xinhao walked over to her with a smile and explained, "They're robots. Zhang Yuan's company developed a batch and sent them to me specifically." Zhang Yuan. He was a childhood friend of Xinhao, though he had moved abroad 4 years ago, returning to Long Country only once a year.
He was also the only friend of Qin Hao that Luo Qingxue knew about. When Luo Qingxue heard Qin Hao mention Jiang Yuan, she couldn't help but think inwardly, my husband lies so naturally. His face doesn't even turn red, and his expression is so calm. He must be someone who lies regularly. He's been fooling me for so many years, and now he's even dragging Jiang Yuan into it. Feigning suspicion, Luo Qingxue glanced at Suyu, and Su Zining. Robots? The three robots had met Luo Qingxue before, and Lin Yan had already instructed them to keep certain things hidden from Qin Hao. Naturally, they went along with the act. At this moment, the three robots slightly lifted their shirts, revealing abdominal compartments that opened like sliding doors, showing their internal mechanisms. Their arms also opened, revealing metallic interiors. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue's expression changed, her eyes filling with astonishment. This was her first time seeing a robot's internal workings up close. The inside was completely different from a human's, though the exterior looked identical. Do you believe it now? Qin Hao asked with a light smile. Luo Qingxue numbly nodded her head. Qin Hao then introduced the robots briefly. Finally, he looked at Luo Qingxue and asked, they're calling me brother. What should they call you? Luo Qingxue thought for a moment and said, just call me Qingxue. Qingxue, the three robots said in unison. Alright, let's eat, Qin Hao said with a smile. The robots didn't need to eat, they only needed to charge. So it was just Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue having dinner. The next day, the time came for the global personal donation rankings to be revealed. While most people around the world didn't pay much attention to the donation rankings, the top billionaires and elites were particularly interested. Given how Long Media had deliberately publicized the global wealth rankings earlier, they suspected that this was part of a larger agenda. However, the ultimate purpose remained unclear, leaving them with only guesses. When the time to reveal the rankings arrived, the television displayed the words, Global Personal Donation Rankings. A line followed. The rankings are based on total donations made by individuals over the past century. The rankings were then shown one by one. Second place, Jamsetji Tata, 670 billion yen, India. Third place, Bill Gates, 480 billion yen, USA. Fourth place, Henry Wellcome, 370 billion yen, UK. Fifth place, Howard Hughes, 250 billion yen, USA. Sixth place, Warren Buffett, 240 billion yen, USA. Seventh place, Hans Wilsdorf, 200 billion yen, Switzerland. Eighth place, John D. Rockefeller, 174 billion yen, USA. Ninth place, Alfred Ford, 170 billion yen, USA. 10th place, Fritz Tyson, 166 billion yen, Germany. Note, all amounts are in RMB. While many global viewers didn't care much about the donation rankings, people took pride when their countrymen appeared on the list. Indian citizens were especially proud, cheering loudly. In Long Media's livestream, Indian viewers flooded the chat with boastful comments, even taunting the Chinese viewers. Chat comments. We Indians rank the highest. Donations totaling 670 billion yen. Yen 670 billion. Who can beat that? Chinese viewers, seeing these comments, grew increasingly irritated. Chat comments. Open your eyes and look closely. Your country is only in second place. The first place hasn't been revealed yet. I bet it's Qin Hao, our world's richest man. Exactly. Why are you boasting? The first place hasn't even been announced yet. What's there to brag about? This ranking covers donations from the past century. Decades ago, Long Country was underdeveloped in many areas. Our country's wealth has only grown in the past few decades, so it's normal not to make the top 10. Exactly. Even though our country's wealth accumulation is recent, we still have 3 people in the global top 50 donation rankings. Indian viewers, seeing these responses, turned their attention to the screen. They realized their country was indeed in second place, not first. Still, they felt proud. Second place was impressive enough. Meanwhile, American viewers boasted about having the most individuals in the top 10. Chat comments. We Americans dominate the donation rankings, with the most spots in the top 10. Overall, it shows our country's strength. Chinese viewers were annoyed but had no way to refute these claims. After all, the rankings spanned a century, a period when Long Country was still developing. If the ranking had been based on the past decade, Long Country would undoubtedly have been represented. For now, they could only pin their hopes on Qin Hao, believing that he would take the top spot.
Why else would Long Media have gone to such lengths to publicize this list?
At this moment, the television and livestream screen displayed a new line of text.
First place. New world's richest person, Shin Hao. Nationality, Long Country.
2 years ago, Shin Hao donated 1 trillion yen to Long Country in a single transaction.
Special note.
Shin Hao specified that the entire 1 trillion yen be allocated exclusively to Long Country's military budget. The moment this was revealed, the world fell silent.
Top billionaires and elites were also rendered speechless.
Shin Hao had donated 1 trillion yen in one go.
Just this amount alone would place him in the top 3 of the global wealth rankings. After a brief silence, the world's top elites erupted with rage. Some issued furious orders. Investigate. Find out who this Shin Hao is right now.
They quickly realized that Shin Hao's existence posed a significant threat to them. 2 years ago, Shin Hao had donated 1 trillion yen, primarily for military purposes.
What about the future? What if he continued donating? This was intolerable to them.
They weren't just interested in exposing Shin Hao, they intended to root out all hidden figures supporting him from the shadows. Meanwhile, Long Media's livestream exploded with comments.
Chat comments. Holy crap, 1 trillion yen in a single donation. This is insane.
Just that amount alone puts him in the top 3 of the global wealth rankings.
Wait, if Shin Hao's wealth was 3.9 trillion yen, and he donated 1 trillion yen, doesn't that mean his cash reserves are nearing 5 trillion yen? I can't believe this. This guy is beyond extraordinary.
While countless people around the world were discussing the donation rankings, the television and livestream suddenly updated.
First place.
World's richest person, Shin Hao.
Nationality, Long Country.
2 years ago, Shin Hao donated 1 trillion yen to Long Country.
Just now, it was confirmed that Shin Hao has donated an additional 2.6 trillion yen. Special note, Shin Hao specified that the entire 2.6 trillion yen is to be used for military expenses.
At this moment, top billionaires worldwide stared at the screen, their faces filled with shock and disbelief.
In a grand estate, the CEO of Amazon was watching the television.
Seeing that the new world's richest person, Shin Hao, had just donated another 2.6 trillion yen, he was utterly stunned.
That's insane, he murmured.
It was common knowledge that while the global donation rankings were real, many wealthy individuals donated mainly to reduce taxes.
Genuine altruism was rare. But Shin Hao.
2 years ago, he donated 1 trillion yen, and now he had donated 2.6 trillion yen in a single transaction. That amount could fund Long Country's military for 3 years. The Amazon CEO muttered to himself, "This Mr. Shin seems incredibly patriotic, he doesn't come across as just an ordinary entrepreneur." For a typical entrepreneur, no matter how patriotic they were, it was unimaginable to donate more than half of their wealth at once.
The CEO's eyes revealed a sense of admiration.
Although Shin Hao wasn't American and his donations strengthened Long Country's military, which might pose a challenge to other nations, he couldn't help but respect Shin Hao's dedication. Many other top billionaires around the world felt the same. If it were them, they wouldn't have been able to do what Shin Hao did.
In Long Country, its wealthiest individuals were equally shocked upon learning about Shin Hao's additional 2.6 trillion yen donation.
They realized that Shin Hao wasn't a typical entrepreneur. His mindset and principles seemed far beyond their reach.
"If I could, I'd really like to visit him personally," murmured the CEO of JD.com.
Although he had never met Shin Hao, the sheer amount of money Shin Hao donated in its exclusive allocation to military funding was enough to show that Shin Hao was a deeply patriotic person. He wasn't just an entrepreneur, he was something much greater.
While top billionaires admired Shin Hao's actions, global elites and high-ranking officials didn't share the sentiment. Investigate him.
I want all his personal information and details about his family, one powerful official ordered angrily.
Find him, another high-ranking figure demanded with a grim expression. From that moment, a wave of secret investigations began.
In Long Media's livestream, over 100 million viewers were left dumbfounded.
Shin Hao had just donated another 2.6 trillion yen. This single donation was twice the total wealth of the previous world's richest person.
Even with only 1.3 trillion yen left, Shin Hao remained the world's richest man.
Chat comments. Unbelievable. Holy crap. I just want to know who this guy is, what he looks like, and what kind of business he's in. What the heck? His name is censored. We can't even type it. Shin Hao is a legend. Citizens of Long Country felt a mix of shock and admiration. This is the kind of person worth idolizing, someone who dedicates himself to his country, not those celebrities who make headlines for scandals, divorces, or affairs. While the world buzzed with discussions, Shin Hao lay on his sofa at home, his expression slightly serious, brows furrowed. He felt uneasy. When the decision to reveal his identity was made, he hadn't objected. While he had some personal reservations, he understood the necessity. Over the past 10 years, his identity had been well concealed, but there were increasing signs of leaks. Even if he continued to hide, it wouldn't last much longer. Revealing his identity had significant advantages. It would boost national confidence and establish him as a role model for countless people, inspiring them to follow his path. However, it also came with risks. Once his identity was public, hidden forces might target him, threatening his safety and that of his family. Still, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. If his identity were exposed through other means and used to threaten him via his family, it would be a nightmare scenario he wanted to avoid. It's time to return to work. Shin Hao thought to himself. Long Country was indeed strong, and with the space missiles and aerospace carriers he had helped develop, it could overpower most global powers. However, if a full-scale nuclear war broke out, even the smallest oversight could lead to catastrophic destruction. Nuclear radiation was especially devastating. His next project would focus on creating a national defense artifact capable of resisting and eliminating nuclear radiation. This research required collaboration and specialized equipment, meaning he had to return to the research institute. Shin Hao slowly opened his eyes, his decision made. Although he had initially planned to return early next year, he realized he couldn't wait any longer. He picked up his phone and called his superior. The call was answered almost immediately. Superior, Professor Chin. Shin Hao, I'll return to my post on October 8th. The superior on the other end of the line paused for a moment before responding, understood. Their conversation was brief and to the point. There was no need for unnecessary words, as certain topics were unsuitable for phone discussions even though they were using specially designed secure devices. Shin Hao, I'll need access to 328. 328 was a code used internally. Even within the research institute, only those in the same team would understand its meaning. The superior's expression grew solemn. He felt the weight of the request and responded gravely, Professor Chin, this is extremely risky. Shin Hao, calmly prepare what I need by the time I return. The superior fell silent. He didn't want Shin Hao to take such a risk. If it were any other project, it might be safer. But 328 was far too dangerous. Shin Hao understood his superior's hesitation. He added, if this succeeds. Before Shin Hao could finish, the superior interrupted, Professor Chin, I trust you. The superior had already pieced together Shin Hao's intent. Based on the context and the code 328, he understood that Shin Hao was planning to develop a device capable of resisting and eliminating nuclear radiation, a true national defense artifact. Shin Hao sighed inwardly. He had been about to say that if the project succeeded, Long Country would truly be able to face the world without fear. But his superior had cut him off. After chatting for a bit and hanging up the phone, Shin Hao continued lying on the sofa. Beside him, the robot Suyu was massaging his head. Suyu was pounding his legs gently. Su Zining walked over holding a glass of water and said, Brother, have some water. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Exploring the Other Half, viewers were returning one by one. Earlier, due to the release of the global rankings, most of the audience had shifted to Long Media's livestream. Now that the rankings were announced, they were returning to Exploring the Other Half. Seeing the three stunning robots serving Shin Hao, the viewers weren't particularly envious, let alone jealous. However, a few couldn't help but leave comments expressing admiration. Chat comments. Wow! That looks so relaxing. I wish I had these three beautiful robots too. Totally envious. Other viewers quickly responded to these comments. Chat comments. Envious? Honestly, I'm not at all. Shin Hao deserves this lifestyle. Plus, it's just a massage. If you go to a spa and spend 2,000 yuan, you can have 5 professionals pamper you at once. We shouldn't envy this. Shin Hao conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, saving countless lives and preventing many from going bankrupt due to medical expenses. If he's being served by 3 robots, or even takes a second wife, I'd say he's earned it. Those who initially expressed envy quickly clarified. Chat comments. Ha, relax, I wasn't being hateful, I just admire him. I agree with you all, Shin Hao deserves this. Honestly, I'd have no issue if he married 10 more wives. The livestream atmosphere was peaceful. The tens of thousands of viewers had recently learned about Chin Hao's 2.6 trillion yen donation. While they had known about his discussion with the bank manager regarding the donation, the realization that the funds had actually been donated still left them in awe. As for the remaining 1.3 trillion yen, they understood that Chin Hao was keeping it to retain his title as the world's richest person. Retaining that title, as revealed during the phone call, was partly for him to surprise Luo Qingxue when his identity was made public. More importantly, as long as the title of the world's richest person belonged to someone from Long Country, it would boost national confidence. Chin Hao, in the end, always thought about his country and its people. At this moment, a viewer left a comment. Chat comments. I just heard Qingxue's husband on the phone, saying he's returning to work. Isn't he conducting research in another apartment in the neighborhood? Why does he have a workplace? Qingxue's husband looked really serious during that call, almost like it's something urgent. Maybe there's a big project coming up? Do you think he's going to conquer another disease? If he's resuming research, I hope it's on autoimmune diseases, like rheumatoid arthritis or lupus. These illnesses are devastating and often called incurable cancers. Lifelong medication is such a torment. I have one of those diseases, psoriatic arthritis. I take medication every day, and while it helps control the symptoms, I wish there was a complete cure. In the business car, Luo Qingxue remains silent. After meeting Lin Yan and her 3 robots, she had searched online about them last night. Even among companies specializing in robotics, she found no information on robots like those 3. Their appearances were indistinguishable from real humans, and even close inspection wouldn't reveal their artificial nature. Especially alarming was the fact that the robots could conceal weapons, making it clear they weren't for commercial use. They seemed more suited for specialized missions. Adding to this, Lin Yan mentioned working with Chin Hao for 5 years. That meant Chin Hao had been employed immediately after high school graduation. If it was in a research institution, the most prestigious would undoubtedly be the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Considering his achievements in conquering cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, if Chin Hao really worked at the academy, he should be an academician by now. An academician at 28? Just the thought was mind-boggling. Beside her, Lin Churin seemed to have had a similar thought. She said, Professor Chin has solved several global challenges. Shouldn't he be awarded the title of academician by now? The livestream audience began discussing this. Chat comments. Absolutely. Solving just one issue, like cancer, would be enough to earn him the title. Let alone solving multiple global problems. He's probably already an academician. An academician, such a high honor. Some people don't realize how prestigious the title of academician is. Let me break it down, from kindergarten to elementary school, middle school, high school, college, graduate school, master's, PhD, and finally, postdocs. Academician is at the very top. Everything below is trivial. In fantasy novel terms, below the emperor, all are ants. Every academician has made monumental contributions. For instance, Yuan Longping solved food shortages, ensuring people could eat. Chin Hao, who tackled multiple global issues, is like a national treasure among treasures. As some viewers explained the significance of the title, others gained a clearer understanding of its weight. One viewer raised a question. Chat comments. Shouldn't someone like Qingxue's husband have bodyguards? Why haven't we seen any? Of course he does. If it's a covert operation, you wouldn't notice them. Director Zhang, seated in the car, broke into a cold sweat. He recalled the early days when the production team installed cameras in Chin Hao's home. At the time, they must have been under surveillance. No, it was certain that they were being monitored. In fact, Zhang now suspected that when Luo Qingxue was chosen as the first participant in exploring the other half, higher-ups were already aware of it. Otherwise, how could they have freely entered Chin Hao's home with such a large crew? If the higher-ups hadn't planned to reveal Chin Hao's identity, they might have all ended up in serious trouble. By 2 p.m., as global discussions continued, Long Country's official media made an announcement. Tomorrow, the top 10 of the global culinary rankings will be revealed. The decision to release the culinary rankings was made after careful deliberation. While such a ranking might not seem globally significant, it differed from the previous 2 lists. Unlike the previous rankings, where most of the top spots were held by foreigners, the culinary rankings were dominated by Long Country chefs. This would undoubtedly boost national pride. At the very least, one thing was clear: Long Country's culinary prowess was unrivaled worldwide.
As news spread worldwide that Long Country's leading media, Long Media, would reveal the top 10 of the global culinary rankings tomorrow, most people showed little interest.
However, curiosity lingered.
Previously, when Long Media announced it would release the global personal donation rankings, there had been a similar lack of enthusiasm.
But the results had left everyone stunned. Now, thinking about the culinary rankings, many doubted it would have any major surprises. Still, they decided to pay attention just in case. At 5:40 p.m., Luo Qingxue returned home.
As usual, the first thing she did was disable the cameras.
She noticed Qin Hao lounging on the sofa.
Suyu and Su Zining, the robots, were giving him a massage, while Suyu was busy in the kitchen.
Life seemed pretty relaxed.
"Hi, Sister Qingxue," Su Zining and Suyu greeted her.
Luo Qingxue walked over, initially planning to ask if they were tired.
But then she remembered robots didn't get tired. She swallowed the words mid-thought.
"How often do you need to recharge?" she asked out of curiosity.
"Once every 2 weeks is enough," Qin Hao answered while enjoying the massage. Their internal batteries use the latest integrated liquid plasma battery technology. The energy storage capacity is over 5 times that of ternary lithium or lithium iron phosphate batteries. Plus, the latest advancements reduce wear and tear on the batteries.
Hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel admiration for Ling Yan.
Developing an intelligent robot required overcoming countless technological challenges. For instance, traditional batteries would have limited the robot's functionality due to their short runtime. The development of the new battery technology alone had wide-ranging applications.
For example, if electric vehicles used this liquid plasma battery technology, they could easily achieve a range of over 1,000 kilometers. Luo Qingxue was inwardly amazed.
At the same time, her suspicions that Qin Hao worked for the Chinese Academy of Sciences and might even be an academician grew stronger. As for Lin Yan, she was clearly part of the same organization. Reflecting on this, Luo Qingxue felt a hint of self-doubt, as if she didn't measure up to these accomplished individuals. But then, she told herself everyone had their own strengths. Although, she couldn't pinpoint hers. Later, dinner was ready. Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue chatted as they ate.
Afterward, Luo Qingxue prepared to take a shower.
Before heading to the bathroom, she glanced at the 3 robots and asked curiously, "Even though robots don't sweat, shouldn't they still need to be cleaned occasionally?"
"We do. Want to shower together?"
Suyu replied. "I can scrub your back," Suyu offered.
Luo Qingxue hesitated, feeling a mix of curiosity and surprise. Were these robots truly identical to humans in every detail?
She thought it unnecessary for a robot to be an exact replica of a person, especially given their lack of human desires, hormones, or reactions to the opposite sex.
"All right, let's shower," Luo Qingxue said with a laugh.
The group headed to the bathroom.
From the sofa, Qin Hao watched them leave, his curiosity piqued.
He wondered about the robot's design.
Since they were primarily used for specialized tasks, was there really a need for them to mimic humans so closely? However, he also considered the possibility.
In espionage, certain countries used seduction to lower a target's guard, delivering a fatal blow at the right moment. While Long Country didn't employ such tactics, with these lifelike robots, perhaps they would consider using them in the future.
30 minutes later, the group emerged from the bathroom, dressed in pajamas. Qin Hao glanced at them before discreetly messaging Luo Qingxue, "Are they really identical to humans?" His curiosity was purely technical. Luo Qingxue replied, "Yes, identical." Qin Hao felt it was over-engineered. His curiosity led him to open the internal communication app and message Ling Yan, "Why are these robots made to be identical to humans?" After a short pause, Ling Yan replied, "Shocked emoji, don't tell me you." Sweating nervously, Qin Hao quickly clarified, "You're overthinking. My wife discovered it while showering with them." Lin Yan responded, "I see. The robots are designed this way to perform tasks requiring close proximity to targets, such as in spas or baths, making it easier for them to blend in." Qin Hao understood. After a pause, he added, "By the way, when will you be awarded the academician title?"
Lin Yan, October 1st, the same day your identity will be officially revealed. Qin Hao, congratulations. Lin Yan remained silent for a moment before replying. At first, I was eager to achieve the academician title. But later, I just wanted to focus on developing intelligent robots. The title doesn't matter to me anymore. She had initially pursued the title to feel worthy of Qin Hao. After his marriage, she let go of that ambition, dedicating herself fully to her projects.
Xinhao nodded slightly after reading the message.
Many of the academicians he knew shared this mindset, dedicating themselves entirely to research, indifferent to honors or accolades. Such individuals earned his utmost respect.
They weren't swayed by fame, power, or money, qualities essential for focused scientific endeavors. Xinhao sent Lin Yan a handshake emoji. Lin Yan responded with the same emoji and asked, "When will you return to work?" Xinhao, October 8th. Lin Yan, surprised, "So soon?" Xinhao, "I have a new project to work on." Lin Yan, "Can I help? I just finished my current project." Xinhao, "Actually, yes. I'll need your expertise on robotics for this one." Lin Yan, "What's the project about? Can you share?"
Xinhao, "I'll explain when I'm back in Beijing."
Lin Yan, "Understood."
After chatting for a while, Xinhao went to take a shower. Later, dressed in pajamas, he joined Luo Qingxue in the bedroom.
As they cuddled and watched TV, the evening news began airing the global donation rankings.
Smiling playfully, Luo Qingxue teased, "The world's richest man is named Xinhao, and the top donor is also named Xinhao.
Be honest, are you hiding a fortune from me?" Xinhao chuckled softly and said, "If I really were the world's richest man and had donated that much money, would I still be worrying about buying a house?"
He then imagined, perhaps all the men named Xinhao across the country are being questioned by their wives right now. The thought amused him as he envisioned the lively scenarios that might be playing out. Just as Xinhao imagined, across the nation, many men named Xinhao were indeed being interrogated by their wives, and even their children.
For instance, in one household, a man in his 30s sighed helplessly, "How could I possibly be the world's richest man? Think about it for a second. If I were, I'd have divorced you long ago." His wife, skeptical, retorted, "You're not the world's richest man? Then why are you always on business trips? What have you been doing?"
She suspected her husband might indeed be the mysterious billionaire, as he was often away for work, returning only once a month. The man was utterly exasperated. His wife must be delusional. He was simply someone who happened to share the same name as the world's richest man, but unfortunately not the same fate. The next morning, after breakfast, Luo Qingxue prepared to leave for work as usual. "I'm heading out," she said to Xinhao. "Let's see you go with you," Xinhao suggested. Although his wife was already being protected in secret, he felt it was safer to have Suyu accompany her directly.
Luo Qingxue understood his concerns.
Given the current circumstances, her safety was indeed at risk, and she could use the additional protection.
"All right. I've recently been promoted and now have my own office, so Suyu can stay with me," she said, finding a convenient excuse to agree. With that, Suyu followed Luo Qingxue as she left the house. As they exited the residential complex, Luo Qingxue explained a few things to Suyu, including the fact that the program was live-streaming Xinhao. Suyu replied, "I know.
I detected 9 cameras in the house.
Lin Yan also briefed me about the program." Hearing this, Luo Qingxue nodded and led Suyu to the van. When they arrived, Lin Churen and director Zhang were visibly excited. They greeted Suyu warmly. "Hello, I'm Lin Churen. Nice to meet you," Lin said politely. Director Zhang was equally enthusiastic.
They were both thrilled to meet Suyu in person.
Despite knowing she was a robot, they couldn't detect any signs of artificiality. She was astonishingly lifelike. "Hello," Suyu responded courteously.
In the Exploring the Other Half livestream, tens of thousands of viewers greeted Suyu eagerly.
"Hi, Suyu, nice to meet you." "Hello. How many languages do you know?"
Suyu glanced at the comments and replied with a smile, "Nice to meet you all.
I know every language in the world, including regional dialects." The livestream audience was stunned. "What? Every language in the world? This is insane. Suyu is incredible. How is this even possible?"
Lin Churen and director Zhang were equally shocked. The robot's capabilities were astonishing, and they couldn't help but feel that humans paled in comparison to her.
Some viewers started expressing concerns. "I can't help but think of a future where robots dominate humanity. Will they become the apex of the food chain? It's a bit unsettling. Humans can't master every language in the world, let alone all regional dialects. Robots seem to have no limits."
Suyu, noticing these comments, smiled and reassured them, "Robots are different from humans.
Humans have emotions and desires, some chase wealth, others power, and some crave fame. Robots, on the other hand, don't experience these feelings.
We don't have the urge to indulge in material wealth, exert control, or seek validation. Therefore, we have no reason to oppose humanity.
It's meaningless.
Her words brought some relief to the viewers.
Indeed, robots lacked human desires.
They wouldn't be tempted by money or power, nor would they react to attractive individuals. Suyu then added, "My main focus is protecting Sister Qingxue, so I'll stop chatting now."
While some viewers wanted to continue talking to Suyu, she didn't respond. Instead, Luo Qingxue continued chatting casually with the audience.
At 10 a.m., just before the new rankings were announced, many viewers left the Exploring the Other Half livestream and switched to the official broadcast by Long Media.
Worldwide, countless top-tier billionaires and elites were also eagerly waiting, wondering if the culinary rankings would offer any surprising insights. Finally, the broadcast displayed the rankings. World Culinary Rankings, Top 10. Jinping, Long Country.
Jiang Hai, Long Country.
Chao He, Long Country. Zhou Zhu, Long Country. Chen Xiao, Long Country.
Wu Xiaodong, Long Country. Zhao Guangfu, Long Country.
Lu Yu, Long Country. Chen Bao, Long Country.
Sun Yao, Long Country. Note, the 10th ranked chef has participated in world-class culinary competitions, competing with the best chefs globally and winning international championships.
However, domestically, they only ranked 10th.
Additionally, all the listed chefs are members of the Long Country Chef Association, with Chen Ping serving as its president.
When this list was revealed, many top-tier billionaires and elites worldwide felt disappointed.
They had hoped for unexpected insights, but the list didn't offer anything groundbreaking.
Meanwhile, in Long Media's livestream, some foreign viewers were dissatisfied. This is unfair. Sure, Long Country cuisine is good, but our Indian cuisine is amazing too. Indian food is world-renowned. There should be an Indian chef on this list. Long Country viewers immediately clapped back. Indian food? Seriously? You use cow urine as an ingredient in water from rivers full of corpses and flies. Your dishes might as well be poison. Disgusting. Just thinking about your food makes me sick. No thanks. You don't deserve to be on this list. Korean viewers also chimed in. Our kimchi is the best in the world. Kimchi reigns supreme. Long Country viewers retorted. Get real. Most Long Country chefs could crush your so-called world-class dishes in any competition.
When it comes to culinary skills, Long Country is unmatched. You're all amateurs compared to us.
Hilarious.
The foreigners I know came to Long Country, tried our food, and said it was so good that some of them didn't even want to return to their own countries, a viewer commented. In Long Media's livestream, only a few foreigners refuted this claim, while most remained silent. When it came to which country had the best cuisine, there was no doubt Long Country cuisine was unparalleled. Many foreigners began to recall their own national dishes, bread, sausages, and felt a wave of nausea and loss of appetite in comparison. Amidst this global chatter, the leaderboard on TV and Long Media's livestream suddenly changed.
First place. Jinping, Long Country.
President of the Long Country Chef Association.
Xin Hao, Long Country. Tied for first, 5 years ago, Xin Hao prepared a full Manchuan banquet alongside Jinping.
According to Jinping, Xin Hao's culinary skills in a few specific dishes surpassed his own by a small margin.
At that moment, top billionaires and elites around the world, along with countless others watching the leaderboard, were utterly dumbfounded. Xin Hao? He's a chef? How is this possible?
A chef making that much money, exclaimed one top billionaire in disbelief.
Oh my god, how could this be, muttered the CEO of Omasin, completely flabbergasted. I thought he was running some major business. How can a chef amass so much wealth?
Meanwhile, elites worldwide were equally stunned. Many had even deployed their most advanced intelligence networks to investigate Xin Hao's identity after yesterday's revelations.
Their concerns were twofold.
Xin Hao's immense wealth was alarming, especially since he had donated such a vast sum to Long Country's military. This posed a strategic threat to their interests. They were desperate to understand how Xin Hao had accumulated such wealth.
Now they were told he was a chef? A chef amassing trillions? It seemed utterly preposterous. Even Long Country's top billionaires were bewildered. Xin Hao is a chef?
In Long Media's livestream, the over 1 billion viewers were equally shocked.
What's going on? How can he be a chef? Can chefs really make that much money?
Wow, I imagined all sorts of possibilities, but never that Xin Hao would be a chef. Among the viewers, tens of thousands had migrated from the Exploring the Other Half livestream, and they knew that Xin Hao had solved critical world problems like cancer and AIDS. However, their accounts were restricted, they could only post in the Exploring the Other Half chat room, not in others. These viewers wanted to speak up, but they couldn't. Nonetheless, they knew it was only a matter of time before Chin Hao's groundbreaking achievements were revealed. As the world reeled in confusion, the TV broadcast in Long Media's livestream suddenly began showing a video. The footage featured 2 grand tables laden with Manchuhan banquets. One was prepared by Chen Ping and the other by Chin Hao. In the video, Chen Ping remarked, "Chin Hao's culinary skills are slightly better than mine. I never expected someone so young to be this talented." The clip repeated, emphasizing one crucial detail. Chin Hao is a young man. Upon seeing Chen Ping in the video, who appeared to be in his late 40s, viewers speculated that Chin Hao must be in his 30s, perhaps around 35. Long Country's top billionaires raised their eyebrows. Chin Hao is a young man. 30-something? The video timestamp indicated it was over 5 years old. If Chin Hao was in his 30s back then, he would now be around 40. 40 years old and worth trillions? Globally, top billionaires and elites were astounded. How is this possible? I thought he was at least over 50. How can someone so young accumulate such wealth? Some elites, narrowing their eyes, ordered investigations. Focus on individuals aged 35 to 42. Meanwhile, in Long Media's livestream, viewers bombarded the chat with comments. He's a young man? Wow, he's probably an 80s born like me. So young? I thought he'd be over 50. Unbelievable. But if he's not a chef, how could his culinary skills surpass even the president of the Chef Association? Amid the worldwide astonishment, only viewers of the Exploring the Other Half live stream knew the truth. They'll never figure out that Chin Hao is only 28 and has solved world-class problems. Yup, Ching Xue's husband is amazing. So young and already accomplished so much. I bet the next leaderboard will reveal his work on cancer. Suddenly, the TV broadcast shifted again, displaying a headline that sent shockwaves around the globe. Tomorrow, the identity of the person who cured cancer will be revealed. The news left the world stunned. Cancer, once a death sentence, had been conquered years ago. When Long Country's media first announced this achievement, there had been widespread skepticism. But as more cancer patients recovered, the doubters were silenced. Now, the impending revelation of the person behind this monumental breakthrough had everyone on edge. For many global elites, the news was deeply unsettling. They understood all too well how profitable cancer drugs were. Just from cancer treatments alone, Long Country's state-owned Dongzhou Pharmaceuticals had earned trillions, and the revenue kept growing. In stark contrast to the exorbitant prices charged abroad, Long Country provided these drugs at affordable rates to its own citizens. As excitement surged in Long Country, millions of viewers filled Long Media's livestream with comments. OMG! Finally, we'll know who cured cancer. Incredible! And to think our cancer drugs are so cheap here but cost a fortune abroad. Could it be Chin Hao? His name has been on every leaderboard so far. Some suspected Chin Hao, but most dismissed the idea. After all, the cancer drugs belonged to a state enterprise. If Chin Hao had been behind the breakthrough, he wouldn't have earned any personal wealth from it. At this moment, the people of various countries around the world didn't look too pleased. Although the cure for cancer had been discovered, which was undoubtedly a great achievement and saved countless lives, the price of the cancer treatment was astronomically high. From what they knew, the cancer drugs sold to people in the Dragon Kingdom cost only 10,000 yuan. Even with hospitalization and miscellaneous expenses, curing cancer there would not exceed 20,000 yuan in total. But for them, it was a completely different story. The price of the drugs sold to them was equivalent to 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan per box. Incredibly expensive. The top elites around the world, especially those from countries with pharmaceutical companies, were looking very displeased. Not long after the cancer cure was developed, many of their pharmaceutical companies had gone bankrupt one after another. With a superior cancer treatment now available, who would continue using their expensive drugs with mediocre efficacy? On top of that, the high price charged by the Dragon Kingdom for their cancer medication meant that over the years, they estimated Dragon Kingdom's pharmaceutical companies had already made several trillion yuan in profits. An astronomical and terrifying figure. While heated discussions raged across the globe, Chin Hao was lying on the sofa, enjoying a massage from 2 robots, living a leisurely life. In a business car, Lin Churan said happily, Professor Chin's identity is finally going to be fully revealed. Tomorrow, his identity as the one who conquered cancer would be announced, leaving only AIDS and pulmonary heart disease as remaining challenges.
Director Zhang chuckled and said, "Once Professor Chin's identity is fully disclosed, our program Exploring the Other Half will probably stop airing too."
Director Zhang understood very well that a show like Exploring the Other Half, which intruded on others' privacy, could have been resolved with money in the past.
But after the first episode aired, higher-ups started paying attention to it.
If he dared to shoot a second episode, he might find himself having tea with officials.
Although a second episode couldn't be filmed, he was satisfied enough. Who would have thought that the first episode of the show would reveal such a big shot? Viewers in the livestream sighed helplessly upon hearing Director Zhang's words. If it were possible, they would love for the show to continue, but they knew it was simply not realistic. Luo Qingxue, sitting nearby, remained silent.
She had serious suspicions that some of Qin Hao's colleagues and even higher-ups were monitoring the livestream. Perhaps they were also watching her every move, which made her feel a bit restrained. Her mind began to wander. Qin Hao's colleagues were undoubtedly all top talents.
Who in the research institute wasn't highly capable?
She worried whether Qin Hao's colleagues or higher-ups might think she wasn't a good match for him.
Although she was well-educated and attractive, such things probably didn't matter much to them, right? Luo Qingxue's thoughts spiraled until 5:40 p.m., when she returned home.
It was as if the timing had been calculated.
Just as she arrived, Suyu brought out the dishes. Qin Hao smiled at Luo Qingxue and said, "Come sit and eat."
Luo Qingxue nodded, washed her hands, and sat beside Qin Hao, though she seemed a little downcast.
"What's wrong? You look like you've got something on your mind." Qin Hao noticed her unusual expression and asked. Luo Qingxue sighed lightly, "I've just been feeling anxious today, wondering if you might leave me one day."
Qin Hao was speechless.
"Why would I leave you?" Luo Qingxue sighed again.
She wasn't exactly afraid of Qin Hao leaving her since he had no reason to, but she felt anxious nonetheless. She had a sense that she would soon meet Qin Hao's colleagues. As Qin Hao's wife, she suddenly felt immense pressure.
If Qin Hao were just an ordinary person, she wouldn't feel this way.
But he had solved so many of the world's major problems and was likely an academician.
When people inevitably talked about him, they would probably ask things like, "What does academician Qin's wife do? What's her educational background?" Just thinking about it gave her a headache.
Seeing her like this, Qin Hao reassured her, "Don't overthink.
I'm not going to leave you. When I decided to date you, it wasn't on a whim.
Even if it was, I had thought it through."
Luo Qingxue looked puzzled. "Thought it through?" Qin Hao nodded. "It's natural.
When dating, I always aim for marriage, so I consider things carefully.
Normal people also think carefully before getting married." Luo Qingxue nodded, finding his words reasonable but was still curious. "What exactly did you think through back then?"
Well, I analyzed various factors, like how we met, how we got together, your character, and overall compatibility, Qin Hao explained slowly.
In reality, it was even more complicated than he let on. They had met because Luo Qingxue rear-ended his car.
At the time, the situation was dangerous, with people secretly protecting him nearby. When Luo Qingxue hit his car, he immediately noticed other cars around them watching her cautiously, as though they were ready to act if she made any suspicious moves. If that had happened, she wouldn't have escaped unscathed.
After the incident, higher-ups put Luo Qingxue under close observation.
A preliminary investigation found nothing suspicious, but since she continued to interact with him, she remained on their radar. During their time getting to know each other, Qin Hao became quite infatuated. Before that, he had never dated and was surprised by how captivating it was. Even a delayed response to his messages could stir his emotions, a feeling both frustrating and deeply engrossing. His superiors had even worried that his infatuation might distract him from his work. Looking back now, it all seemed rather amusing.
Luo Qingxue, however, felt his explanation was too vague. "Be more specific."
"That was too general," she said. Qin Hao thought for a moment and replied, "For example, why we got together.
If you were someone superficial, interested in me only for my looks, wealth, power, or influence, I wouldn't have chosen to be with you."
He recalled something his class teacher had once said.
"If a relationship is based on benefits, it ends when benefits run out. If based on power, it collapses when power fades. If based on authority, it crumbles when authority disappears.
Only relationships founded on genuine care last." These principles didn't just apply to life but also to love and marriage. When confirming his relationship with Luo Qingxue, he carefully ruled out such factors.
Luo Qingxue nodded lightly, realizing that she had similar thoughts. If someone had been interested in her only for her appearance, she wouldn't have chosen them either. As for chasing power or wealth, that wasn't her style. Her family was neither rich nor poor, but she wanted someone she truly loved to share a peaceful life with. The two of them chatted casually while eating dinner. After the meal, the robot, Suyu, cleaned up the dishes. Both felt that having a robot was truly wonderful. It could cook, shop for groceries, do household chores, protect people, and even look good, a visual delight. Simply perfect. At this moment, Luo Qingxue said to Qinhao, "It feels like every evening after dinner, we just take a shower and go to bed. Other people usually go out to have fun after dinner." Qinhao nodded slightly. He rarely went out and found there wasn't much to enjoy even if he did. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Qinhao asked her. No, Luo Qingxue shook her head with a smile and said, "Let's just take a shower and rest." Although she did want to go out for a walk, she thought about Qinhao's identity. Going out might not be safe. Even with protection and the appearance of security, it still made her feel on edge, unable to relax. Qinhao knew Luo Qingxue still wanted to go out, especially since it was summer and most people liked to stroll around in the evening. "Let's go out tonight for a walk and some fresh air." "It's been a while since we've been out," Qinhao said with a light smile, turning to Suyu, and Su Zining. "You three come along too." The three robots nodded in agreement. Seeing Qinhao's decision, Luo Qingxue didn't object. With three robots and additional covert security, the safety level was high. After a brief preparation, they left the house. As soon as they stepped out of the building, several elderly residents, middle-aged individuals, and some young people in the neighborhood couldn't help but look over. "Whoa! Since when did we have so many beautiful women in the neighborhood? Oh my God!" The eyes of a few young men lit up with astonishment. The appearances of the three robots, Suyu, and Su Zining, were designed according to the aesthetic preferences of the Dragon Kingdom. Each had an unparalleled beauty, with distinct temperaments, forming the ultimate ideal. Adding Luo Qingxue to the mix made it a quartet of perfection. Luo Qingxue walked hand in hand with Qinhao. Suyu and Suyu flanked them on either side, while Su Zining followed behind, her positioning indicating readiness for action at any moment. "It's a pity our daughter isn't here," Qinhao remarked, feeling that something was missing. Luo Qingxue didn't mind. She felt it was nice to enjoy some alone time as a couple. The group then drove to a bustling food street, which was crowded with young people. The area was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, but most were of average to above average looks. Truly stunning appearances were rare. When Qinhao and his group stepped onto the street, they immediately drew the attention of many passers-by. Some even discreetly snapped photos. However, those photos mysteriously disappeared from their devices just seconds after being taken. The group stayed out until 9 p.m., enjoying their time before returning home. After a shower, they rested for the night. The next day, as usual, Luo Qingxue left the house and got into a business car. By this time, the live broadcast by the show's crew had attracted 700,000 viewers, all of whom were excited. Qingxue's husband's breakthrough on cancer is finally going to be revealed. Do you think people will be shocked? The world's richest man, the top donor, and the #1 chef is also the one who conquered cancer. Ha ha ha. Honestly, Qingxue's husband alone is worth 1,000 troops. While viewers in the livestream were eagerly discussing, people around the world were glued to their screens, waiting to learn the identity of the person who had conquered cancer. In the Dragon Media live broadcast room, there were already over 100 million viewers, quickly approaching 200 million. The comments flooded the screen, making it impossible to keep up. At 10 a.m., a video appeared on televisions worldwide. The footage showed a small laboratory where a researcher in a full-body clean suit and protective goggles was working on something. The scene then shifted to a larger lab filled with people. Their pale skin and lack of hair suggested they had undergone chemotherapy. A voiceover accompanied the footage. The video you're watching now was taken over 4 years ago during clinical trials for a newly developed cancer drug. In the video, the man in the clean suit was seen observing the cancer patients. After a while, the video switched again. The patients' complexions were visibly healthier, their faces glowing as if they had fully recovered. Several doctors approached the man in the clean suit and said excitedly, "Professor Qin, after extensive examinations, we've confirmed that the cancer cells in the patients have been completely eliminated. Your cancer drug is a success." The man in the clean suit nodded slightly and continued analyzing data without saying anything. These clips were repeatedly shown.
At this moment, countless people across the Dragon Kingdom watched the footage intently. When the doctors expressed their excitement to the man, addressing him as Professor Chin, exclaiming that his drug had completely eradicated cancer cells, the viewers in the live broadcast room erupted with comments.
What the? Could it really be the world's richest man? Are you kidding me? Even the initials QJS are censored? Wow! Professor Chin? Could it actually be our richest man, Chin Hao? But how?
Cancer drugs are owned by national enterprises, individuals can't profit from them. At this moment, the screen switched to display text. The person who conquered cancer is Chin Hao, the same Chin Hao who is the world's richest man, the top individual donor, and the #1 chef. As soon as this appeared, countless people worldwide were stunned. The one who conquered cancer turned out to be the world's richest man, Chin Hao.
No wonder. I always felt Chin Hao wasn't just a businessman. So, he's a pharmaceutical researcher, exclaimed Bezos, the CEO of Omason, in realization.
While the world was reeling in shock, the footage suddenly changed again. The new scene showed several dignitaries, their extraordinary bearing marking them as people of high status.
A processed voice spoke in the background.
Cancer has been conquered. I wish to donate the formula for the cancer drug to the nation, free of charge.
The dignitaries in the footage looked visibly shaken.
They hadn't expected Chin Hao to donate the formula without seeking any profit. The video then began replaying all the previous clips. At this moment, people worldwide fell silent. Those in the Dragon Kingdom watching the broadcast were equally speechless. Chin Hao intended to donate the formula for the cancer drug entirely free of charge.
The world's top billionaires were deeply shaken by what they had just seen.
To know that cancer had been conquered and that the resulting drug could generate astronomical profits due to its enormous potential was staggering.
Yet Chin Hao was giving the formula away for free.
If it were them, they admitted they could never do such a thing. They were businesspeople, and profit was their priority.
Donating the cancer drug formula was simply unimaginable. At the same time, the global elite fell into a contemplative silence.
As they pondered, they couldn't help but feel puzzled.
Why was the Dragon Kingdom capable of cultivating such talented individuals who were also deeply patriotic?
In the Dragon Media livestream, countless viewers were filled with profound respect. Conquering cancer and choosing not to profit from it, but instead donating the formula for free, this act alone earned their admiration.
Before, when they found out the world's richest man was Chin Hao, they felt a sense of pride. But back then, they didn't necessarily admire him.
It wasn't until they learned about Chin Hao's massive charitable donations that they began to feel a deep respect for him.
Now, their emotions were indescribable. In the livestream, countless viewers started flooding the chat. Salute! We need to protect someone like this. Absolutely no harm must come to him.
Exactly, he must be protected at all costs. As discussions raged on, the television screen transitioned to show some of Chin Hao's information.
Name, Chin Hao. Gender, male. Height, 182 centimeters.
More information about Chin Hao would be revealed later. As nearly 200 million viewers tuned in to Dragon Media's livestream, many female viewers began sending messages.
Can you reveal his age?
Please. Even if he's 40, I'd still want to marry him.
I'm 26 this year.
Please, just a hint about his age. Their requests were in vain. The authorities had no intention of disclosing Chin Hao's age at this time.
It wasn't the right moment yet. In the business car, Luo Qingshua's face lit up with a joyful smile.
She was happy to see her husband being admired by so many people. Meanwhile, in the program's livestream, Chin Hao was also watching the Dragon Media livestream. Seeing the flood of comments, he felt a warm glow inside.
Although he didn't care much about being admired, it still felt nice.
At that moment, a message appeared on television and in the livestream.
The identities of those who conquered AIDS and pulmonary heart disease will be revealed tomorrow. This statement immediately drew everyone's attention.
AIDS, like cancer, was one of the world's greatest medical challenges. In fact, AIDS was considered even more difficult to cure.
The difficulty of curing AIDS was daunting. Countless people couldn't help but wonder, could the person who conquered AIDS and pulmonary heart disease also be Chin Hao?
After all, the previous achievements tied to these lists had all been related to Chin Hao. But thinking logically, many found it hard to believe. After all, a person's energy and focus are finite. Chin Hao had already achieved something extraordinary by conquering cancer. If he had also solved AIDS and pulmonary heart disease,
Was he even human?
Still, others believed that it was very likely Qin Hao had conquered both.
In the Dragon Media livestream, the comments flooded in. I feel like AIDS and pulmonary heart disease were conquered by him too. Whether it's him or not, one thing is clear, it was definitely a Dragon Kingdom citizen who solved it. Ha ha ha.
In the Exploring the Other Half livestream, countless viewers also flooded the chat.
Xing Xue's husband's identity will finally be fully revealed. After tomorrow, Xing Xue can come clean with everyone. Do you think Xing Xue's husband will be angry when he finds out he's been on this show? I don't think he'll be that mad.
I just can't wait for tomorrow when Xing Xue's husband's full identity is revealed. Then we'll find out his age and appearance.
I bet everyone will be shocked. Exactly. Xing Xue's husband is only 28 years old, and he's so handsome.
I can't imagine how many women are infatuated with him.
If he weren't married, I'd want to marry him.
Too bad he's already married and has a child.
Why did he get married so early? It's not fair.
In the business car, Luo Qingxue saw the comments and smiled.
I'm not worried. My husband is reliable.
Think about it, he's so accomplished and could have chosen anyone better.
Why did he choose me? That says a lot.
Viewers responded to her comment.
Qingxue, I think you're too confident.
Confidence is good, but overconfidence can lead to arrogance.
To keep a man, you have to keep improving yourself. Ugh. I'm so jealous. Luo Qingxue read the comments and couldn't help but feel a tiny pang of doubt.
Sometimes, it's not the obvious risks but the unexpected ones that are worrisome.
The next day arrived quickly.
More and more people tuned into the television or Dragon Media's livestream, which surpassed 300 million viewers. Excluding children without access to phones and elderly people unfamiliar with technology, this was an incredible number. Everyone was glued to their screens, eager to find out if the people who conquered AIDS and pulmonary heart disease were Qin Hao or someone else. People from all over the world, including top officials and billionaires, were also watching closely. This was a major event of global importance.
As the clock struck 10 a.m., countless hearts raced in anticipation.
They knew the identity of the person who conquered AIDS was about to be revealed.
The television screen showed a laboratory.
Inside was someone wearing full protective gear.
Everyone immediately recognized the person as Qin Hao. Qin Hao was holding vials of blood, carefully analyzing them. A voiceover accompanied the footage.
What you're seeing now is Professor Qin studying the HIV virus in blood samples from AIDS patients. Everyone knows how dangerous it is to work with blood from AIDS patients.
Even the slightest mistake could lead to infection, requiring immediate administration of HIV-blocking medication. Watching this scene, countless viewers couldn't help but feel nervous. Researching blood from AIDS patients was indeed perilous.
Although exposure to infected blood could be mitigated by immediately taking blocking medication, it wasn't 100% effective. If the medication failed, infection was inevitable, and life as they knew it would effectively be over. At this point, the footage transitioned to another scene.
In a larger laboratory, 100 AIDS patients were participating in a clinical trial. The voiceover continued. What you're seeing now is the clinical trial for the newly developed AIDS medication. Countless people watched the video.
Although they already knew AIDS had been conquered, they were still filled with anticipation, eager to see the researchers' expressions of excitement. At this point, the footage transitioned to another scene.
A group of AIDS patients raised their hands in joy, waving them enthusiastically.
Many doctors approached a person wearing a full protective suit, their voices filled with excitement.
Professor Qin, your AIDS medication has succeeded. Qin Hao nodded slightly and said, next, I will work on developing an AIDS vaccine.
Hearing this, the doctors were momentarily stunned.
Professor Qin, AIDS can already be cured.
Is there still a need to develop a vaccine? One doctor asked, puzzled. Qin Hao smiled and replied, it's just to challenge myself with something more difficult. Besides, if the AIDS vaccine succeeds, we can sell it internationally first, which would bring in a significant amount of revenue.
The doctors looked bewildered after hearing this.
Since Qin Hao's voice had been processed, it was impossible to discern his age. However, that wasn't the most important part. The critical fact was that AIDS had been conquered, and it was Qin Hao who had done it. The footage shifted again. This time, it showed a large laboratory filled with patients suffering from pulmonary heart disease, all undergoing treatment.
After 10 minutes of viewing, countless people were left in awe.
Qin Hao had single-handedly conquered AIDS, cancer, and pulmonary heart disease, three of the world's greatest medical challenges. At this point, a message slowly appeared on the screen.
How Professor Chin earned trillions of yuan. When Professor Chin conquered cancer and AIDS, he initially intended to donate the results for free. However, his proposal was politely declined. Eventually, pharmaceutical companies partnered with Professor Chin, and the profits from selling the medication were split. As a result, Professor Chin earned trillions within just a few years. Everyone now understood how Chin Hao had amassed such an immense fortune in such a short time. Instead of envy, they felt profound respect. The world's wealthiest individuals were convinced of Chin Hao's unmatched capability. To earn such astronomical sums was a testament to his real strength. Solving 3 of the world's hardest medical challenges was something no amount of money alone could achieve. For most, it would lead to wasted investments with no results. The global elite, however, remained silent. For a fleeting moment, some considered recruiting Chin Hao to their side. But how could they? Money? Chin Hao was already the richest person in the world. How could he lack money? Beauty? Impossible. At Chin Hao's level, if he truly desired women, all he would need to do is gesture, and countless women would come to him voluntarily. Power? Chin Hao was already so accomplished that he held significant influence by default. Conquering 3 of the world's greatest medical challenges made him a national treasure, no matter where he was. Money, beauty, and power were useless as leverage. Moreover, Chin Hao was deeply patriotic, leaving them completely at a loss on how to recruit him. If they couldn't recruit him, what could they do? The answer was clear: destroy him. These rankings had shown them how formidable Chin Hao was. If left unchecked, who knew how many more diseases he would conquer or how many old drugs he would replace? Given time, most of the world's pharmaceutical companies might go bankrupt. This was a scenario they could not allow. To destroy Chin Hao, they first needed to uncover his identity. However, over the past 2 days, they had received reports that their covert operatives, shadow agents hidden within the system, had started losing contact one by one. This led them to suspect that these agents had been compromised. We can't let this continue. We must either recruit him or destroy him, one influential figure said grimly, clenching his fists tightly. Although he felt his concerns might be exaggerated, could Chin Hao really overturn the entire pharmaceutical industry on his own? Deep down, he believed it was possible. After all, compared to AIDS and cancer, many diseases were far less challenging to treat. Considering Chin Hao's proven abilities, it seemed only a matter of time before he developed superior medications for other ailments. While the world buzzed with shock and debate, Director Zhang of the Exploring the Other Half program received a phone call. He glanced at the caller ID and stepped out of the car to answer. "Hello, Mr. Su," he greeted with a smile. On the other end, Mr. Su's voice was calm. "The show will end today at 5:30 p.m. Director Zhang was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Mr. Su, do you mean Exploring the Other Half is being cancelled?" "Today is the last day." "Let the viewers know," Mr. Su replied. Hearing this, Director Zhang felt an emptiness in his heart. He believed Exploring the Other Half was the best show he had ever created, possibly the peak of his career. And now it was coming to an end. Director Zhang nodded and said, "Understood." After hanging up, he got back in the car and informed Lin Churan and Luo Qingxue. "I just received a call from our sponsor. Today is the final day of Exploring the Other Half. The show will officially end after 5:30 p.m. Lin Churan felt a pang of sadness. Was it really ending so soon? Luo Qingxue also felt a little down. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, "How about we go for a drink tonight?" Lin Churan nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, let's have a proper drink." Director Zhang agreed. "There's a nice restaurant nearby. Let's go there." In the program's livestream, tens of thousands of viewers expressed their reluctance to see the show end through countless comments. "So it's ending. Does that mean we won't see Qingxue or her husband anymore? I feel like we've become a family in this livestream. Now it's ending, and it's so hard to say goodbye. No. Can't it continue? Damn it, my eyes are tearing up. It's just a show ending, but it feels like a farewell for life." Seeing these messages, Luo Qingxue also felt a tinge of sadness and said, "The show is ending, but I'm sure you'll see my husband on TV again." After all, his age and appearance haven't been revealed yet. The viewers responded with bittersweet messages. "What I'll miss most is this livestream. The atmosphere here is so unique, and only we could join, it felt special." Sigh. "Qingxue, why don't you start your own livestream? Share your daily life with us." "Yes, do it. We'll support you with gifts." Luo Qingxue paused for a moment before replying, starting my own livestream is impossible. The viewers sighed in disappointment. At 5 p.m., Luo Qingxue sent Qin Hao a message. I'm having dinner with colleagues tonight, so I won't be home for dinner. Hug. Qin Hao replied almost instantly. Got it. Knowing that Suyu was accompanying his wife, Qin Hao felt at ease. Qin Hao smiled lightly at Suyu and said, since Qingxue isn't coming back for dinner, go ahead and cook. Alright, Suyu nodded softly and headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Once the food was ready, Qin Hao sat down to eat. A short while later, his phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced at it was a news article. Headline, Breaking News. The identities of those who conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease revealed. The article had just been published, and within seconds, it already had numerous comments. The comments were filled with exclamations like amazing. Qin Hao read through some of them, a faint smile appearing on his face as he continued eating. By 8 p.m., Luo Qingxue returned home. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Qin Hao noticed the smell of alcohol. Honey, Luo Qingxue called out and immediately pounced on him, attempting to kiss him. They kissed for a moment before Qin Hao teasingly said, You smell like alcohol. Go wash up first. Yes, sir. Luo Qingxue playfully obeyed and went to take a shower. After her shower, she jumped onto Qin Hao, gazing at his handsome face and the warm, comforting aura he exuded. She felt an irresistible urge to kiss him and gently leaned in to do so. Qin Hao kissed her back. An hour later, Luo Qingxue was tightly hugging Qin Hao, saying nothing. After 5 minutes, she softly murmured, Honey. Qin Hao responded. I like it when you're rougher, Luo Qingxue said quietly. The next day. Since the program had officially ended, Luo Qingxue went to work as usual, this time, genuinely to work. The cameras installed in their home by the show's crew were all dismantled by Suyu the night before. Now, Qin Hao was sitting on the sofa, sipping tea while playing Go with Suyu. Su Zining stood nearby, attending to them. At 9:30 a.m., there was a knock at the door. Hearing the sound, Qin Hao immediately knew who it was. When the door opened, 2 middle-aged men in black suits appeared. It was Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao. A few days earlier, Qin Hao had decided to give Zhang Yu the formula for an anti-hangover capsule and hand over medications for hemorrhoids, colds, and pneumonia to Xin Xiao. The two had coordinated over the phone and arranged to visit Qin Hao's home together. Professor Qin, congratulations. Professor Qin, you've worked quietly for years, and now the whole world knows you've conquered 3 of the greatest global challenges, Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao said in unison. As they spoke, they couldn't help but notice Su Yu and Su Zining in the room. Seeing these 2 exceptionally beautiful women, both men froze momentarily. Who are these 2 women? Qin Hao chuckled lightly and said, Come in and have a seat. Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao entered and sat on the sofa. Su Yu served each of them a cup of tea. Thank you, Zhang Yu said politely, before looking curiously at Qin Hao. Professor Qin, who are these 2 young ladies? They're robots, assigned by the higher-ups to protect me, Qin Hao said without hesitation. He had already asked Lin Yan the day before whether it was necessary to keep the robot's existence a secret from Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao. Lin Yan had told him there was no need to hide it. Hearing this, Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao were visibly astonished, staring at Su Yu and Su Zining. The longer they looked, the more shocked they felt. Robots? How do they look exactly like real people? Hello, I'm Su Yu said with a smile. Hello, I'm Su Zining, added Su Zining, also smiling. Nice to meet you, Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao replied, still dazed. The robots' appearances were identical to real humans, and even their voices were indistinguishable. Were robots really this advanced now? I'm Xin Xiao. And I'm Zhang Yu. Even though they knew Su Yu and Su Zining were robots, deep down, they couldn't help but treat them as real people. The realism was simply too uncanny to immediately think of them as machines. Su Yu smiled and said, From the moment you entered, I already knew who you were. Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao were stunned. What does that mean? Su Yu explained, both Zining and I have facial recognition and pupil recognition capabilities. Hearing this, the 2 men were shaken. These robots could identify anyone just by looking at them? Incredible! What's more, Qin Hao had mentioned that these robots were assigned to protect him, implying they likely had formidable combat abilities as well. The 2 men couldn't help but marvel at how rapidly technology had advanced. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom had made groundbreaking achievements not only in medicine but also in technology.
For example, the fifth-generation fighter jet program, including its long-awaited jet engine, had been successfully developed years ago. Additionally, the country had achieved a major breakthrough in lithography machines essential for advanced microchip production over 7 years ago, a feat previously thought impossible without international collaboration. Now, they were witnessing the advent of these lifelike robots. Shin Hao chuckled and said, "I always lose to Suyu at Go. Which of you is better at it? Why don't you play a game with her?" Hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of interest. Although his Go skills weren't top tier, he considered himself above average. "I'll give it a try," Zhang Yu said. "Please," Suyu replied with a smile. Zhang Yu placed the first piece. As the game progressed, Zhang Yu's forehead began to sweat. He could see the inevitable outcome. No matter how he played, defeat was certain. Continuing would be futile resistance. "I admit defeat," Zhang Yu finally said, looking at Suyu. Her smile remained, but for some reason, it sent chills down his spine. During the game, he realized that every trap he fell into had been deliberately set by Suyu. The robot's intelligence was terrifying. What unsettled him even more was Suyu's incredible control over the board. It felt as though every move had been predicted. This was truly frightening. If Suyu had malicious intentions and used some sort of underhanded strategy, Zhang Yu thought, most people wouldn't stand a chance against her. Noticing Zhang Yu's unease, Shin Hao reassured him, "Don't overthink it. It's not as scary as you imagine. Think of it like a high-difficulty computer Go program. It's just programmed to be good. Many people can't win against those either." Zhang Yu nodded lightly but remained silent. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Suyu's constant smile, combined with her penetrating gaze, was unnervingly human. Shin Xiao, who was sitting nearby, said nothing, but after observing the chessboard, he gained a clear understanding of how formidable the robot was. Still, he wasn't overly worried. The development of such robots must have been carefully considered and approved by the higher-ups, otherwise, they wouldn't exist, let alone be assigned to protect Professor Qin. "Professor Qin, let's discuss business first," Shin Xiao said. He took a contract out of his bag and handed it to Qin Hao, saying, "Excluding costs for pharmaceuticals and other expenses, the profits will be split 50-50. Qin Hao sighed softly and signed the contract reluctantly. Zhang Yu then handed over another contract, and Qin Hao signed that one as well. Qin Hao's expression was one of helplessness. When he first developed the formulas for the cancer and AIDS medications, he had intended to donate them for free. But the higher-ups had refused. It left him feeling powerless. For someone like him, money held no interest. Food, drinks, and housing were all provided by the state. If he ever fell ill, he'd receive free medical care. Even if he somehow ran out of money, the higher-ups would promptly resolve his financial difficulties. On top of that, his salary and various rewards were already more than sufficient. He truly didn't need money. What was the point of having so much money? To buy luxury cars? Sports cars? Yachts? Private jets? He had no interest in any of those. If he really wanted, not just cars, yachts, or private planes, he could even experience submarines, fighter jets, or tanks. Luxury vehicles and yachts held no appeal to him, and neither did money itself. After signing the contracts, Qin Hao called Zhao, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Bank. The call was answered instantly. Zhao greeted him enthusiastically, "Professor Qin, congratulations. Right now, the internet is flooded with news about you." Qin Hao wasn't interested in the praise and got straight to the point. "From now on, any excess money in my account, just keep enough to maintain my position as the world's richest person. Donate the rest to the military budget." Zhao wasn't surprised. In his experience, Qin Hao had always seemed indifferent to money, treating it as trivial. "Understood," Zhao replied without hesitation. After a brief conversation, they ended the call. Zhang Yu and Shin Xiao looked at Qin Hao with expressions of deep admiration. Donating trillions of yuan just like that, it was astounding. Noticing their gaze, Qin Hao didn't say much. He knew they might struggle to comprehend his actions. After all, not everyone could earn money as effortlessly as he could. Qin Hao then turned to Suyu and said, "Make a few dishes." "All right," Suyu replied with a nod and went to the kitchen. Zhang Yu and Shin Xiao couldn't help but feel curious about a robot cooking. As Suyu worked in the kitchen, they observed her for a while. Shin Xiao couldn't resist exclaiming, "This robot is incredible. It's not just amazing at chess, it cooks like a top-tier chef." Zhang Yu was equally impressed. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask Qin Hao, "Professor Qin, between you and Suyu, who is the better cook?" Qin Hao chuckled lightly and said,
the robot's culinary skills are limited. At best, it's comparable to a high-end hotel chef. But it's still no match for chefs from the Culinary Association. Hearing this, Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao felt a bit reassured. If robots surpassed humans in every way, it would be truly unsettling. When the food was ready, the group sat down to eat and chat. Just then, all three of their phones buzzed with notifications. Curious, they glanced at the screens. It was a news article. Headline: Tomorrow, a competition between robots and humans will be held across multiple fields. The competition would include events such as Go, chess, gamoku, dancing, freestyle combat, soccer, basketball, and more, all broadcast live. Seeing the news, Zhang Yu couldn't contain his excitement. The robots in the competition must be like Su Yu and Su Zining, right? The entire world is going to be shocked. Xin Hao smiled but said nothing. In his mind, the image of Lin Yan appeared. At 18 years old, Xin Hao had joined the National Academy. Lin Yan had joined the academy at the same age, but she was 2 years older than him and had already been there for 2 years when he arrived. At the academy, the two of them were the youngest and closest in age, making them frequent topics of conversation during their leisure time. Back then, Lin Yan had been somewhat inexperienced. Now, at 30, she had become much more mature. Lin Yan had spent 12 years developing robots and intelligent mechs. A lifetime doesn't offer many spans of 12 years, and youth is even more fleeting. Lin Yan had devoted her prime years to her country. Focused entirely on research, she remains single to this day. Xin Hao deeply admired Lin Yan and felt genuinely happy for her success in developing intelligent robots. He hoped to see the day when Lin Yan would be awarded the lifelong honor of National Scholar. He also looked forward to the world recognizing Lin Yan as the creator of intelligent robots and mechs. That day wasn't far off. From what he knew, Lin Yan's identity would be publicly revealed after the robot-human competition concluded. Her appearance, age, and achievements would all be broadcast to the world. Professor Qin. Zhang Yu's voice broke Xin Hao's train of thought. He looked up to see Zhang Yu watching him curiously. Xin Hao smiled lightly and said, "I got lost in thought, reflecting on the quiet sacrifices of so many researchers." Hearing this, Zhang Yu fell silent for a moment. Then, with slightly misty eyes, he said, "Researchers deserve everyone's respect. From what I've heard, some who work on classified projects have to keep their work so secret that even their families think they've died. They move to remote, desolate areas and spend decades quietly conducting research." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. He took a deep breath and continued solemnly, "Decades without seeing their families, with their loved ones thinking they've passed away. Just imagine the sacrifices these researchers have made." Xin Hao remained silent. Having spent time in the research academy, he knew these stories were true. Researchers working on classified projects often gave far more than others. "Professor Qin, I'd like to propose a toast to you. You've made immense contributions to medical research and sacrificed so much," Zhang Yu said, raising his glass with a serious expression. Xin Xiao also raised his glass. Xin Hao shook his head lightly. "I haven't sacrificed much, really. Compared to the pioneers before me, my efforts are insignificant. If I were asked to abandon my family for decades and work in some desolate area, I couldn't do it." Xin Hao couldn't bear to leave his wife and daughter, nor his parents. If he were to spend decades in isolation, he wouldn't just feel unbearable longing, he might return to find his parents had passed away and his daughter already married. That was something he simply couldn't do. Because Xin Hao knew he couldn't make the same sacrifices, he felt even more admiration for those who had come before him. Those predecessors had devoted their entire lives to their country. Thinking about this, Xin Hao felt a pang of sadness. His thoughts drifted to Lin Yan. He was quite familiar with her and now felt like doing something for her. Compared to him, Lin Yan was less fortunate. At the very least, while pursuing his research, he had achieved certain results, gotten married, and had a child. But Lin Yan was still single at 30 years old. That wasn't young anymore, it was time to settle down. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yu and Xin Xiao left to safely deliver the medication formulas. Xin Hao, now free, decided to send a message to Lin Yan. "Xin Hao, do you have a man you like at the research institute?" On the other end, Lin Yan's phone buzzed with a notification. It was from the internal communication app used by the research institute. She glanced at it and saw the message from Xin Hao, "Do you have a man you like at the research institute?" She didn't understand why Xin Hao was asking this question. Lin Yan fell silent for a moment. Of course, she had someone she liked, but he was already married and even had a child. After some hesitation, she replied, yes.
Seeing her response, Xinhao was slightly stunned.
He had only asked out of curiosity.
If Lin Yan didn't have someone she liked, he thought he might help introduce someone to her. But it turned out Lin Yan already liked someone.
Curious, Xinhao sent another message, who is it?
Lin Yan stared at the message for a while before replying, he's already married. Reading this, Xinhao didn't know how to respond.
Lin Yan liked someone who was already married. What could he say to that?
After thinking for a bit, he sent a message to comfort her, it's okay. There are plenty of men out there, you'll find someone better. Lin Yan read his message and fell silent again.
Plenty of men? Someone better? If there are so many men, why do I only like you?
After a while, Lin Yan replied, I'll just let fate decide. Xinhao wasn't sure how to reply to that. Lin Yan, on her end, was also quiet. The thing she regretted most in life was not confessing her feelings to Xinhao earlier. If she had been braver back then, the outcome might have been completely different. Even if Xinhao had rejected her, at least she wouldn't have any regrets. But now, her biggest regret, her deepest sorrow, was not expressing her feelings when she had the chance. As for whether she would have another chance in the future, she could only leave it up to fate. For a moment, Lin Yan felt tempted to ask Xinhao how he felt about her or what he thought of her. But after considering it, she decided against it.
Xinhao was married now. Asking such a question would cross a line. It was better to keep some distance. Xinhao didn't press further either.
Bringing up such matters felt like opening an old wound. All he could do was silently wish Lin Yan the best. Meanwhile, news about the robot versus human competition scheduled for the next day spread rapidly across the Dragon Kingdom and the world. Robots were highly valued in developed nations, as they recognized the potential for robots to replace humans in many fields.
For example, robots could replace factory workers.
They could also take on precision tasks, such as those performed by chefs and other skilled laborers.
Currently, some restaurants were already using robots as waitstaff to deliver dishes directly to customers' tables.
In large factories, robots were increasingly common as well.
For companies, replacing expensive human labor with affordable and efficient robots saved significant costs.
The gradual replacement of humans by robots in various industries had become an undeniable trend.
And that was just their commercial applications.
In the military, robots were beginning to play a role as well.
The main issue was that current robots lacked sufficient intelligence, preventing their full application across all fields.
Still, countries around the world were investing heavily in robotics, pouring in both funds and talent. When the global elite learned that the Dragon Kingdom would showcase its robots the next day, their expressions turned serious. For the Dragon Kingdom to confidently display its robots on the global stage, it must have made significant progress. But just how advanced were their robots? Time flew, and by 5:45 p.m., Luo Qingxue returned home. Excitedly, she told Xinhao about the robot showcase scheduled for the next day. Are the robots they're going to show tomorrow like Suyu? She asked curiously. Xinhao shook his head lightly.
Maybe. Luo Qingxue grew more excited. I hope they show robots like Suyu.
The whole world would be shocked.
I wonder who created such amazing robots.
Xinhao smiled faintly.
Perhaps their identity will be revealed then. Luo Qingxue nodded, it seemed possible.
After all, her husband's identity was now mostly public, except for his appearance and age.
The robot developer's name might also be announced.
Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Qingxue.
She turned to Suyu and asked curiously, do you know who created you? Suyu nodded. Her name is Lin Yan. Suyu didn't elaborate further, as she couldn't let Xinhao know that Lin Yan had met Luo Qingxue before. Hearing the name, Luo Qingxue froze for a moment. So it's her.
Lin Yan, so young, had developed such advanced robots.
She seemed to be around the same age as Luo Qingxue.
And yet, Luo Qingxue had a feeling that Lin Yan liked her husband.
Falling silent, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. How could the difference between two people be so vast? Noticing her expression, Xinhao asked, do you know Lin Yan? Luo Qingxue snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head.
No, I don't know her.
I'm just curious about what she looks like. Xinhao nodded, not thinking much of it. Perhaps her appearance will be revealed then. Luo Qingxue nodded again but said nothing more. She couldn't shake the feeling of being useless. The next day arrived.
Countless people tuned into their televisions and the Dragon Media livestream to watch the competition between robots and humans. While the matches were intriguing, People were most curious about what the Dragon Kingdom's robots looked like. The world's wealthiest individuals and top power players were also glued to their screens.
At 8:30 a.m., the broadcast began. The screen showed an arena.
Surrounding the stage were spectators numbering in the tens of thousands.
At the center of the stage stood a host in a black suit, holding a microphone.
As reported in yesterday's news, he began, "Today, robots will compete against humans in various events.
The first event will be freestyle combat."
The crowd listened quietly, most eager to see what the robots looked like. The host paused for a moment before passionately announcing into the microphone,
"Let's welcome the champion boxer, Tyson."
Hearing this, the audience, both those at the event and those watching on TV and in live streams, was stunned.
The robots were going to compete against Tyson?
At the end of the red carpet, a towering figure appeared at the entrance. The man was covered in muscles, exuding a powerful presence. The audience gasped as they spotted him, immediately raising their phones to take pictures or record videos. It was none other than Tyson, the world-famous boxing champion. Known for his impressive record, he had earned the title of Boxing King. As Tyson walked toward the ring, he waved to the crowd, greeting spectators on all sides.
When he reached the ring, he couldn't hold back his excitement and asked the host, "Where's the robot?"
A few days earlier, Tyson had been invited to participate in several freestyle combat matches against a robot. At first, he was stunned by the idea of fighting a robot, but then he found it intriguing and agreed to travel to the Dragon Kingdom for the matches. He wanted to know who was stronger, the robot or himself. The host maintained a professional smile and addressed the audience, speaking into the microphone.
"Our boxing champion, Tyson, seems eager for a head-to-head showdown with the robot. I'm sure everyone here, as well as viewers at home, can't wait either."
The audience, however, found the host's words unnecessary.
"Where's the robot? Just bring it out already."
The host paused for a moment, then turned toward the front row of the audience and extended an inviting gesture toward a young man sitting there.
"Please welcome Robot Jiang Rui to the ring."
The audience immediately turned their gaze to where the host was looking. They saw a young man with distinctly East Asian features, perfectly proportioned and strikingly handsome, so much so that he looked even better than some celebrities.
Is that the robot? Or were they mistaken?
As the audience murmured in confusion, the young man slowly stood up. Then, with a slight bend of his knees, he jumped straight onto the ring.
The audience was completely stunned.
The distance between the young man and the ring was 8 meters, and the ring itself was 1 meter high. On top of that, there were safety rails around the ring, standing at 1.7 meters tall. Yet the robot, Jiang Rui, leapt the entire distance and landed effortlessly on the ring.
Holy crap! What the? The audience was left speechless, their mouths hanging open in shock.
Viewers watching the Dragon Media livestream and those in front of their TVs were equally stunned. The world's wealthiest and most powerful individuals, watching from their respective countries, were also blown away.
A standing jump of 8 meters? That level of agility was terrifying. Is that really a robot?
"It looks exactly like a human," one top-ranking official exclaimed, rubbing his eyes, doubting what he had seen. Not only those watching on screens but even the live audience rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen it wrong. But upon closer inspection, they realized it still looked exactly like a real person.
Holy crap! That's a robot? They made it look identical to a human. Unbelievable! Dragon Kingdom's simulation technology has reached this level?
This thing looks more real than a human doll. While the audience was in shock, Tyson, standing in the ring, was just as stunned. He had seen the robot, Jiang Rui, jump onto the ring from such a great distance with his own eyes. The robot's agility alone left him deeply shaken.
The host, having seen Jiang Rui before, wasn't as surprised. Filled with excitement, he handed the microphone to Jiang Rui and said, "Mr. Jiang Rui, would you like to say hello to the audience?" Taking the microphone, Jiang Rui calmly addressed the crowd, "My name is Jiang Rui. Judging by everyone's expressions, it seems you don't believe I'm really a robot. Allow me to prove it."
As he spoke, Jiang Rui's head suddenly sprang upward, detaching from his neck and shooting 2 meters into the air like a spring. Simultaneously, his arms disconnected from his shoulders, completely separating from his torso. The audience gasped, with some people visibly startled, thinking Jiang Rui's head had genuinely been severed. A moment later, Jiang Rui's head and arms returned to their original positions.
Scanning the stunned crowd, Jiang Rui smiled and asked, "Do you believe me now?"
"Yes.
We believe you." The audience quickly responded.
Zhang Rui smiled again and handed the microphone back to the host. The host, still recovering from his own brief scare, patted his chest in relief before addressing the crowd.
Since this is a live broadcast and there are multiple events today, we're on a tight schedule, so let's get straight to the point. He turned to Tyson and asked, Mr. Tyson, would you like to wear protective gear? Tyson glanced at Zhang Rui for a moment and nodded. Yes. The audience burst into laughter. It seemed even Tyson wasn't entirely confident. Once Tyson was fitted with protective gear, the host asked again, Mr. Tyson, are you ready? Tyson nodded. I'm ready. The host stepped out of the ring to avoid getting caught in the fight. He began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. The host quickly retreated to the sidelines, leaving only Tyson and Zhang Rui in the ring. Tyson grew extremely cautious, his eyes fixed on Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui, calm and composed, said, You go first. Tyson didn't take offense, nor did he feel Zhang Rui was mocking him. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He moved gracefully toward Zhang Rui, closing the distance. When he judged it to be just right, he launched a punch. But Zhang Rui reacted faster. Tilting his head slightly, he dodged the punch in an instant. Then, Zhang Rui counterattacked. His roundhouse kick moved as fast as lightning, landing squarely on Tyson's headgear with a loud bang. Tyson collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Doctor! Quickly, the host shouted in panic, calling for medical assistance. A team of doctors, fully equipped, rushed into the ring to tend to Tyson before carrying him to an ambulance. The audience, both live and in the broadcast, was completely dumbfounded. The robot had knocked out the world's boxing champion with a single kick, sending him straight to the hospital. I think the robot held back. If it hadn't, Tyson might not have survived. Poor Tyson. He was so eager to meet the robot, and now. In the Dragon Media livestream, the comments section exploded. This robot is incredible. Its strength is unreal. The robot is so cool. Where can I buy one? Me too. When will these robots go on sale? At this moment, the world's top billionaires were astounded. While it was not surprising that a robot could defeat a human in combat, what shocked them was the natural, fluid movement of the Dragon Kingdom's robots. In most other countries, robots still moved with a mechanical stiffness, their actions far from smooth. But the Dragon Kingdom's robots exhibited movements that were remarkably natural. Moreover, their voices were indistinguishable from those of real humans, something no other country's robots had achieved. And most astonishing of all, these robots looked exactly like humans. How was this possible? As far as they knew, current simulation materials couldn't achieve such a lifelike appearance. Clearly, the Dragon Kingdom had solved this technological challenge. The world's elite now wore grim expressions. Had the Dragon Kingdom's robotics technology advanced to this level? A robot that looked and sounded indistinguishable from a human would be perfect for executing special missions. Its applications would be vast and diverse. As discussions erupted worldwide, the live broadcast on Dragon Media and television shifted to another scene. The screen now showed two people, a man and a woman, sitting across from each other, with a Go board placed between them. When viewers saw the man, some immediately recognized him. That's Li Xiang, the national Go master. Wow! He was the world champion at the last international Go tournament and is hailed as a national treasure in Go. But who's the beautiful woman sitting across from him? Is she a robot? While many people recognized Li Xiang, most couldn't take their eyes off the woman. She was stunning, both her figure and appearance were top tier. The host appeared on screen and introduced the match. What you're seeing now is a Go match between a robot and a human. On the human side, we have the most outstanding national Go master, Li Xiang, who was the champion of the last World Go tournament. Li Xiang waved to the camera before turning to the breathtaking woman across from him. He knew she was a robot. And because of that, he was deeply shocked. Had robots become this realistic? Her voice, appearance, even her facial expressions, they were indistinguishable from a human's. What's more, she had an aura, a kind of presence, that made her seem even more lifelike. The host continued, sitting across from Li Xiang is our robot, Zhang Shui. The Dragon Media live stream erupted with excitement. I just want to know if these robots are for sale. If it's under $1 million, I'll buy one. I'll buy one if it's under 100,000. Holy crap, she's gorgeous. As a divorced man with a child, having a robot like this would be perfect. I can't believe it, she's stunning. This is bad. I think I've fallen in love with a robot. Turns out love is simple, just be pretty. Doesn't matter if you're human or a robot.
The host resumed speaking, let's skip the formalities and get straight to the match.
The Go game officially begins now. Li Xiang placed the first stone, followed by Jiang Shui.
As time passed, beads of sweat formed on Li Xiang's forehead, and his brows furrowed into a tight crease.
His expression became increasingly tense.
At the start, he had seemed confident, but the further the game progressed, the more he felt the board slipping out of his control.
Jiang Shui had taken the upper hand completely.
In the Dragon Media livestream, viewers commented non-stop.
Judging by Li Xiang's serious expression, it looks like he's going to lose. I play Go too.
Looking at the board now, it's almost impossible for Li Xiang to win.
Even defending is hard.
I don't understand Go, but Li Xiang's face says it all, he's losing.
Forget Go. I just want to know when the robots will be for sale. Meanwhile, the world's top billionaires were shaken. These robots were too advanced. If the Dragon Kingdom's robots entered the market, sales would explode.
However, the top political elites around the globe had more complex thoughts. Some considered allying themselves with the Dragon Kingdom, hoping to expand cooperation across various fields. Others, however, were furious, sensing a significant threat. Years ago, the Dragon Kingdom's technological level had been average. While its rapid development was impressive, it hadn't yet posed a real threat to other countries.
But since 2010, the Dragon Kingdom's technological progress had skyrocketed, rivaling developed nations.
In some areas, it had even surpassed them. Their unease only deepened as the Dragon Kingdom achieved milestones like conquering cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease. What they found most difficult to accept was the successful development and deployment of fifth-generation fighter jets, followed by advanced missile systems. And now, the Dragon Kingdom was leading the world in robotics. Back at the Go match, Li Xiang's face had gone pale. Sweat drenched his clothes, and his body seemed drained of energy.
Finally, he conceded, I've lost.
After saying this, he felt utterly exhausted. He had anticipated the possibility of losing but hadn't expected to be defeated so thoroughly.
The robot's ability to control the board far exceeded his own.
The more moves were made, the more disadvantaged he became.
Viewers watching on television and in the livestream fell silent after hearing Li Xiang admit defeat.
A robot had defeated the world's best Go champion.
Many found their emotions conflicted. Were humans inferior to robots?
The host announced the result, robot Jiang Shui wins. Jiang Shui looked at Li Xiang and said calmly, I was able to defeat you because my database contains countless Go strategies.
During the match, I could instantly retrieve a vast amount of information.
My victory is natural since the human brain cannot sustain high-intensity work for extended periods.
Li Xiang had no response. A loss was a loss. There was nothing more to say. Still, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his defeat, representing humanity yet losing to a robot.
Viewers watching the livestream felt sympathy for Li Xiang but also understood that Jiang Shui's abilities were unbeatable.
How could anyone compete with instant access to unlimited data?
The screen switched to a basketball court.
On the court were two teams, the red team and the blue team.
The host's voice echoed, good morning to viewers at home and in the livestream. The red team features players familiar to basketball fans, while the blue team represents the robots.
Viewers' attention immediately focused on the blue team.
All the robots were male, and every one of them was incredibly handsome, capturing the attention of countless female viewers.
Whoa! So cool! Damn, this is just too awesome! Wow! Starting today, I'm done being a fan of celebrities. Those stars can't compare to robots, at least robots don't have scandals or cheat. Damn!
Please release the robots for us. In the livestream, countless female viewers were flooding the screen with comments, all clamoring to buy a robot.
But there was no response to their requests.
At this moment, the host announced, the match is about to start.
3, 2, 1.
Seconds later, a robot from the blue team jumped straight up on the spot.
It leapt 5 meters into the air. Then it directly threw the basketball towards the hoop. 3 points. Dot. Dot.
The red team members stood there, dumbfounded. When they finally snapped out of it, they scratched their heads one after another, realizing there was no way to play against this. How could they block a robot that could jump 5 meters high?
With thin air?
The host was equally at a loss.
How could anyone play under these conditions? Might as well just surrender now. Viewers worldwide who witnessed this scene were just as stunned. How could you even play against this?
The host, doubling as the referee, moved on to the next match after a short pause.
Once again, a robot jumped, soaring straight to the backboard, and executed a massive slam dunk. The red team looked utterly defeated.
Their captain raised a white flag in surrender.
There was simply no way to win.
Seeing this, the host declared, "The robots win." The entire world began buzzing with discussion. In some technologically underdeveloped countries, people were stunned into silence at this spectacle.
Meanwhile, the world's top billionaires were uncharacteristically quiet.
They all sensed that if these robots hit the market, countless people would rush to buy them, creating a supply shortage. If this really happened, the Dragon Nation would stand to make a massive fortune with these robots. Among the global elite, some were filled with despair, realizing that the Dragon Nation's technology had advanced to an uncatchable level. As for developed countries, they were more interested in acquiring these robots to study them and see if they could be reverse engineered. At that moment, Shinhao sat at home watching the broadcast. After observing several matches, he could imagine the countless challenges that had to be overcome to develop such robots.
And every one of those challenges had been conquered by Lin Yan's research team.
He continued watching TV, switching to other matches. As time passed, by 1 p.m., many matches had already taken place.
In every game, the robots emerged as absolute winners. Shinhao kept watching.
The broadcast suddenly switched to an airport scene. But the planes parked there weren't passenger aircraft, they were fighter jets.
And not just any fighter jets, these were fifth-generation stealth fighters.
When the global elite saw this scene, they all perked up.
Fifth-generation stealth fighters from the Dragon Nation.
Currently, only 3 countries in the world possess fifth-generation fighters.
Most countries use third- or second-generation fighters. Some don't even have fighter jets at all.
At that moment, the elite began murmuring among themselves.
Could it be that robots can pilot fighter jets?
As soon as this was said, the surrounding faces turned grim.
If robots could indeed pilot fighter jets, wouldn't that mean the Dragon Nation's AI had reached an unimaginable level?
For a moment, a heavy tension filled the room. Meanwhile, in the live stream, countless viewers excitedly flooded the screen with comments.
Don't tell me the robots are going to pilot fighter jets? Whoa! Are the robots really about to fly jets?
As people speculated, a female host appeared on the broadcast and spoke to the camera. Next, we'll showcase not a competition, but robots piloting fighter jets and performing advanced maneuvers.
Her words sent shockwaves across the global elite. Robots were really going to fly jets.
The fact that the Dragon Nation dared to let robots pilot jets live in front of the world meant these robots had already been extensively tested and proven capable.
Countless elites grew increasingly uneasy.
Recently, the most advanced chapters of technology research were being unveiled.
Pilots.
Training any pilot requires enormous time, energy, and financial resources.
Training a fighter jet pilot is even more demanding.
Becoming a pilot requires strict physical fitness checks, with no room for even the slightest physical flaw or scar. Pilots also need exceptional stamina, academic qualifications, and more. In short, every pilot is one in a million. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that out of 100,000 people, maybe only one could become a true fighter pilot. For any country, pilots are invaluable treasures. Losing one means losing an irreplaceable asset. But now, if the Dragon Nation's robots could replace pilots, it would mean that during wartime, they would only need to mass-produce jets and robots without worrying about losing pilots. "We must acquire one of these robots," said one of the top elites gravely. On the broadcast, 8 people, 4 women and 4 men, walked into view. The women were all stunningly beautiful, with perfect figures, while the men were equally impressive, exuding charm. The host explained, "The 8 pilots approaching are all robots. They will perform high-level maneuvers in fighter jets." The live-stream audience exploded with comments.
"Awesome! These robots are incredible! Whoa! The robots even look good! Wow!
I want to know who designed these robots." While the audience debated, Shinhao watched on, gaining a deeper understanding of the robot's intelligence.
These robots felt ultra-modern. The broadcast then showed the 8 robots splitting up and each approaching a fighter jet.
They effortlessly entered the jets and began taxiing out of the hangar with precise coordination.
One by one, the jets took off into the sky.
Moments later, the robots piloted the jets in 8 directions, converging on a single target point. Upon reaching the target, they simultaneously climbed higher into the air.
The scene left countless viewers in awe.
In the live stream, comments poured in.
"Whoa! That maneuver was insane! Did you see the spacing? Each jet was only 10 centimeters apart, one tiny mistake, and they'd have collided. Unbelievable. These robots are defying the laws of nature. The global elite watched grimly, realizing the implications. Robots capable of piloting jets at such a high level were essentially equivalent to ace pilots. Training fighter jet pilots is extremely difficult, let alone producing ace pilots. Now that the Dragon Kingdom could mass-produce robots equivalent to ace pilots, the pressure on other nations was immense. At this moment, the 8 robot-piloted fighter jets began performing other high-difficulty maneuvers, such as 720-degree rotations, the Cobra maneuver, and the falling leaf maneuver. As countless people watched, the 8 jets aligned in a row and executed synchronized rotations. 360 degrees. 720 degrees. 1,800 degrees. Seeing this, the audience was completely stunned. A 1,800-degree rotation would be nearly impossible for a human pilot to endure due to the intense physical strain. But for robots, it had no effect. At the same time, this demonstrated the exceptional performance of 5th-generation fighter jets. Some of the world's top elites, watching this scene, grew increasingly grim. Their envy and frustration were palpable. One of them, with a dark expression, said coldly, "What's so special about robots flying fighter jets? Modern warfare depends on systems-based combat. With combined arms operations and our aircraft carrier battle groups, we still dominate globally." The others remained silent. While they did have aircraft carrier groups, they couldn't risk venturing too close to the Dragon Kingdom's waters. The Dragon Kingdom's missiles were capable of sinking carriers, and they were difficult to intercept. After a moment, another elite spoke thoughtfully, "We could use electromagnetic interference to disable the robots. If successfully disrupted, the jets would become sitting ducks." Hearing this, the first speaker's expression softened slightly. He had almost forgotten robots were still robots and could be interfered with. What remained unknown, however, was how resistant these robots were to electromagnetic interference. After a short while, the 8 jets landed one after another and taxied to a stop. The Dragon Media livestream audience erupted with comments. "Incredible! These robots are defying logic. Robots are impressive, but at the end of the day, they're still electronics. If they're hit with electromagnetic interference, they'll just be targets." This comment sparked concern among some viewers. True, robots are just like drones. If they're disrupted, they'll crash. Other viewers offered counter-arguments. If you can think of that, don't you think the researchers would have thought of it too? These robots must have strong interference resistance. Even if they're resistant, what if the interference works? Robots piloting jets should be used with caution. It's better to have humans and robots working together. As the debate raged on, similar discussions took place worldwide. People marveled at the Dragon Kingdom's robotics while brainstorming ways to counter them. Xinhao, watching the livestream at home, saw the comments about the risks of electromagnetic interference. Many viewers suggested that humans and robots working together would be the most effective strategy. Thinking it over, Xinhao agreed. A collaboration between humans and robots could indeed maximize effectiveness. Relying entirely on robots could lead to significant losses if they were successfully disrupted. Although Xinhao knew that the robots had strong resistance to interference, it was still worth considering all possibilities. As debates continued, the television broadcast suddenly switched scenes. The screen now displayed the open sea, with a speedboat cutting through the waves. On board the speedboat were 5 individuals. Viewers quickly realized that these 5 were robots. The men were strikingly handsome, and the women were equally stunning, just like the previously showcased robots. A female host appeared on the screen and spoke into the camera. "Good afternoon to viewers at home and in the livestream. Up next, we will showcase the robot's ability to dive underwater." Hearing this, people around the world were visibly shocked. Robots are waterproof? While waterproofing wasn't unusual, diving presented a greater challenge. The deeper the water, the harder it was to maintain functionality. How deep could these robots go? The 5 robots leaped into the water. 2 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. At 100 meters deep, the robots stopped and then swam back to the surface. When the world's top elites saw this, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared the robots could dive to depths of 1,000 meters. A depth of 100 meters was still manageable. Even so,
The ability to dive to 100 meters was impressive and posed a significant threat. If robots were used for special missions, swimming underwater and delivering a lethal strike, they could be nearly impossible to defend against. What's more, robots didn't need oxygen and could remain submerged for long periods. After the robots returned to the speedboat, the broadcast cut to black, and a line of text appeared on the screen. In 1 hour, the identity of the robotics researcher will be revealed. Viewers at home and the over 300 million watching on Dragon Media were stunned by this announcement.
Comments poured in. I think someone like this should stay hidden. Revealing their identity is too dangerous. Exactly. The military applications for these robots are too broad. It's better not to reveal their identity. Not revealing is best. Such a person is already a target. If anything happens to them, who will take responsibility? They shouldn't reveal it. This isn't like solving cancer or AIDS.
Those are for civilian use, but developing cutting-edge military technology makes you a major target.
The audience's consensus was clear. They didn't want the researcher's identity to be revealed.
Meanwhile, the world's top elites and billionaires were pleased. They had assumed the developer of such advanced robotics would be kept secret. But now, the Dragon Kingdom planned to publicly disclose their identity. They're really not worried about trouble, are they? One elite mused. Or are they just that confident?
Do they think nothing can happen to the researcher?
Xin Hao read the comments in the livestream but wasn't concerned.
Lin Yan's identity would inevitably be revealed, whether now or in a few years. When robotics was first designated as a research project, there weren't many results, so its level of importance and secrecy wasn't particularly high. Given enough time, people could trace the development of the robots back to Lin Yan and her team. Rather than being forced to reveal Lin Yan's identity later, it was better to disclose it now. In Xin Hao's opinion, revealing Lin Yan's identity wouldn't have much of an impact.
She already lived a reclusive life, and with protective measures in place, the risks were negligible. At this moment, Xin Hao's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from his superior.
Xin Hao answered the call.
There was a brief silence on the other end before the superior spoke in a heavy tone. Academician Xin, after thorough deliberation, the 328 project you plan to research has been classified as a top-secret project.
Hearing this, Xin Hao's heart sank. A top-secret research project.
Participating in such a project required complete isolation from the outside world, with participants forbidden from revealing their whereabouts to their families. In more severe cases, some participants even had to let their families believe they were dead. This meant preparing for a long and grueling effort.
Until the project was successfully completed, they would not return to society.
The superior on the other end remained silent for a moment, unsure of how to continue. The 328 project Xin Hao was about to tackle involved nuclear radiation, developing a national defense tool capable of resisting and neutralizing nuclear radiation.
This was a true strategic asset for the country.
Unlike the jet engine project Xin Hao had previously worked on, although highly confidential, it wasn't classified as top secret. After all, jet engines were used for conventional warfare and didn't qualify as strategic level assets. But the 328 project, classified at the top secret level, demanded the utmost security. This meant that once the project began, Xin Hao and all participants would be cut off from society, unable to see or contact their families. Yet Xin Hao had only been married for 5 years, and his child was just 4 years old. Xin Hao's thoughts grew heavier.
He had a wife, a child, and parents.
His wife, being an only child, had brought her parents into his life, and he treated them as his own. These were all his closest loved ones. If he participated in the 328 project, he wouldn't be able to see or contact his family until the project was completed. The most concerning part was that he had no idea how long it would take to complete. Although he had been gifted with the national technology system since childhood, the system didn't directly provide him with the technical knowledge. Instead, it granted him the eye of insight, which helped identify correct research paths and avoid unnecessary detours. Still, countless experiments were required for success. It might take a year to complete the 328 project, or 3 years, or even longer.
Xin Hao had no certainty.
The thought of not seeing his wife and child for years weighed heavily on his heart. After a long silence, Xin Hao spoke in a steady but resolute tone. Understood. Although he couldn't bear the thought of leaving his wife and child, he knew that if he didn't take part, it would take others even longer to achieve success. It might take 10, 20, or even more years.
And those researchers had their own families too. Should they be forced to endure decades of separation from their loved ones? If they could sacrifice for their country, why couldn't he? To prioritize the nation over personal needs, this was the duty of a true researcher. The superior, moved by Qin Hao's resolve, quietly saluted on the other end of the line. Academician Qin, please take this time to be with your family. On October 8th, you will be discreetly transported to the De Huang facility. The superior sighed lightly as he explained. De Huang, a desolate, isolated location with no cellular signals. It was the perfect place for conducting the 328 project. Understood. Qin Hao replied. After a few more words, the call ended. Looking at the calendar, Qin Hao realized October 8th wasn't far away. In the short time remaining, he resolved to spend as much time with his family as possible. Thinking of Luo Qingxue, he felt a pang of guilt. Luo Qingxue was just an ordinary person, but being married to him came with too many sacrifices. Once he left for De Huang, it could be years before he saw her again. For an ordinary woman like her, being married yet unable to be with her husband or even contact him for years, who could bear such a thing? Moreover, being his wife came with risks. If his true identity were exposed, her safety could be jeopardized. Looking back, he regretted not being upfront about his identity when they first got together. Perhaps he would have been better suited to marrying a fellow researcher. But it was too late now. There was no going back. Qin Hao sent Luo Qingxue a message. Write a resignation letter. Don't go to work tomorrow, I'll take you on a trip. On the other end, Luo Qingxue, who was at work, heard the custom notification tone she had set for Qin Hao. She immediately knew it was from her husband. Reading his message, she was momentarily stunned. Resign? To go on a trip? Was her husband planning to reveal the truth to her, that he was actually the world's richest man? Luo Qingxue did want to travel and explore, but she hesitated. She replied, I can't resign immediately. I have to give a month's notice, or it'll be considered absenteeism and recorded in my file. Qin Hao quickly responded, just submit the resignation letter. I'll handle the rest. Knowing her husband's influence, Luo Qingxue figured it wouldn't be a problem, likely just a phone call. Still, she needed to keep up the pretense. Qin Hao didn't yet know about the live streaming incident, nor that she already knew his true identity. Luo Qingxue replied, why the sudden resignation? I've worked here for years, and I'm close to another promotion. My monthly salary would be over 20,000 yuan, with an annual bonus exceeding 100,000. Qin Hao, just resign. We'll figure everything else out later. After a long conversation, Luo Qingxue retrieved a resignation form from HR and began filling it out. The HR manager, seeing her doing this, was stunned. Qingxue, why are you resigning? I heard you're up for a promotion soon. Luo Qingxue paused, unsure how to explain. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be resigning. But after learning from the live stream that Qin Hao planned to move to the capital next month, she knew she had to go with him. Besides, her husband's age and appearance were about to be publicly revealed. Once that happened, staying at her current company would be impossible, it would make her a target. Casually, she gave the HR manager an excuse. As time passed, the moment drew closer for the identity of the robotics researcher to be revealed. Countless Dragon Kingdom citizens glued themselves to their TVs and live streams. Meanwhile, the world's wealthiest elites and top officials also paid close attention. At that moment, the television screen displayed the image of a tall, stunningly beautiful woman. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, with alluring curves that made it hard for anyone to look away. Her facial features were angelic, flawless to the point of perfection. Her demeanor carried a hint of cool detachment, giving off an aura that made her seem difficult to approach. The screen then showed basic information about Lin Yan. Name, Lin Yan. Age, 30. 2010 National College Entrance Exam top scorer. After completing the exam, she was specially recruited into the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Spent 11 years and 3 months developing intelligent robots and intelligent mechs, successfully completing the project. Simultaneously developed the world's most advanced integrated plasma battery and exceptional electrical control technology. The integrated plasma battery stores more than 5 times the energy of traditional batteries and is 100% safe, with no risk of spontaneous combustion or explosion. The electrical control technology reduces battery wear by over 50%. Other technologies developed by Lin Yan remain classified. Lin Yan dedicated the best years of her life selflessly to the nation and remains single to this day. Her efforts have advanced the Dragon Kingdom in multiple fields, propelling some to the forefront of global innovation. We salute Professor Lin.
At this moment, viewers across the Dragon Kingdom, both in front of their TVs and in live streams, were stunned. They had assumed that someone capable of developing intelligent robots would be at least 40 years old. But to their surprise, Lin Yan was only 30. And so beautiful. When they saw that Lin Yan had been the top scorer in the 2010 college entrance exams, they were amazed. When they learned she had joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences at 18 and dedicated 12 years to developing robots, they fell silent. 18 was the prime of a woman's youth, yet Lin Yan had spent those years immersed in research. By 30, she had devoted the most beautiful years of her life to her work.
When they realized she was still single, viewers were filled with admiration. Respect to Professor Lin. Respect to all researchers. Respect to everyone silently contributing to the country. Salute.
Countless viewers were moved to tears, with some unable to hold back their emotions.
Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue was watching the Dragon Media livestream. When she saw Lin Yan's details, she couldn't help but feel immense admiration.
A woman dedicating the best years of her life to research and advancing her nation's progress in multiple fields, such a person deserved utmost respect. Xin Hao, also watching the livestream, smiled with satisfaction. He was genuinely happy that Lin Yan's hard work was finally being recognized.
Countless people were expressing their admiration for her in their own ways.
However, as he smiled, his expression gradually grew serious. He had originally planned to involve Lin Yan in the 328 project because she was the person most familiar with robotics.
The project would require robots, and Lin Yan's expertise was invaluable.
But now, he hesitated. After some thought, he decided not to let Lin Yan participate in the 328 project. Lin Yan was already 30 years old. She had devoted her youth to research. Xin Hao hoped that in the remaining years of her prime, she could resolve her personal life, get married, have children, and settle down. After having children, she could return to research.
There would be no rush.
If Lin Yan joined the 328 project, by the time it was completed, how old would she be?
35? Maybe 40?
The sacrifice would be too great.
Xin Hao sent Lin Yan a message. I won't need your help on my next project.
On the other end, Lin Yan saw Xin Hao's message and immediately understood his reasoning.
He thought joining the project would delay her? She didn't feel delayed at all. After all, if she couldn't marry the person she loved, what did it matter?
Now that the person she loved was already married, nothing could truly delay her. She would just do what she wanted to do. However, as Lin Yan read Xin Hao's words, she felt something was off.
Even with a major research project, it wouldn't completely prevent her from taking breaks.
But Xin Hao's message gave her the impression that joining this project meant no rest at all, total immersion.
What kind of project would prevent someone from taking breaks? She suddenly realized, a top-secret research project.
The kind that required years of isolation and no contact with the outside world. That was the only reason Xin Hao would think it might disrupt her personal life. Realizing this, Lin Yan's heart grew heavy.
Was Xin Hao's next research project a top-secret one? If that were the case, wouldn't she lose contact with him for many years? And what about Xin Hao's wife and child? With a slightly grim expression, Lin Yan got up and headed to the research institute. Upon arrival, she confronted the institute's director, a man in his 50s wearing a suit. Director, is Xin Hao's next project classified as top secret? Lin Yan asked sharply.
The director's face changed slightly at her question. After some discussion, the director didn't initially disclose details about Xin Hao's project. He, too, hoped Lin Yan could step away from research for a while and focus on her personal life. While he knew the 328 project needed Lin Yan, she was unmarried and had no children.
He didn't want her to delay those aspects of her life any further.
However, Lin Yan insisted on joining Xin Hao's project. At first, the director was puzzled by her strong reaction.
It wasn't until Lin Yan revealed certain personal feelings that the director finally understood. Sigh. The director let out a heavy sigh. He had once considered pairing Xin Hao and Lin Yan. They were close in age and got along well.
But Xin Hao was a workaholic, completely focused on his research once a project began.
Lin Yan was the same.
Two workaholics together, both obsessed with solving problems. What he hadn't anticipated was that Lin Yan, despite her workaholic nature, had developed feelings for Xin Hao. But Xin Hao's achievements had been so extraordinary that Lin Yan decided to wait until she succeeded in developing robots before confessing her feelings.
Unfortunately, by then, it was too late. By 5:40 p.m., Luo Qingxue returned home.
Not seeing Qin Hao in the living room, she checked the kitchen and found him cooking.
She blinked in surprise. Was he finally going to tell her the truth? Still, she decided to play along until he confessed. You actually know how to cook? Luo Qingxue exclaimed in mock disbelief. Smiling as he cooked, Qin Hao replied, I've always known how to cook. I just didn't want to do it every day, so I lied to you. Oh, by the way, the restaurant owner you added on WeChat is actually one of my alternate accounts.
Qin Hao continued cooking as he explained to Luo Qingxue that he could cook and that the restaurant owner she added on WeChat was actually his alternate account. Luo Qingxue, knowing this, would likely make him cook all the meals from now on.
He wouldn't mind that.
In fact, given the chance, he would gladly cook delicious meals for her every day.
But he knew this wasn't possible anymore.
By October 8th, he would be leaving for De Huang. Once there, he would have to focus entirely on his research, potentially for 3, 5, or even 10 years. During that time, he wouldn't be able to see his wife or child. With the days counting down, he wanted to cook as much as possible for his family while he still could.
Luo Qingxue, keeping up her act, feigned shock and exclaimed, You mean that restaurant owner was your alternate account?
Qin Hao smiled, paused his cooking, and opened a different WeChat account on his phone to show her. Looking at the account, Luo Qingxue pretended to be angry, saying, You're unbelievable. All just to avoid cooking, you made me cook for 5 years. From now on, all the cooking is on you, she added, crossing her arms and putting on a mock angry expression. Alright, I'll cook from now on, Qin Hao quickly agreed.
Humph. That's better. Luo Qingxue huffed, still pretending to be upset.
Now that her husband had admitted to knowing how to cook, all that remained were his secrets about being the world's richest man and the scientist who had solved cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease.
She wanted to see if he would confess everything today.
Watching Qin Hao return to cooking, Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow and asked, I've already resigned, but normally you're supposed to give a month's notice. My HR manager said the same thing at first, but then someone higher up approved my immediate resignation.
Tell me, how do you know someone that high up at my company?
Qin Hao casually replied, I know a few of your company's leaders.
Some of them have even asked me to write code for them.
He did consider telling her about his other secrets, but he wasn't sure she would believe him.
She might think he was joking.
It would be better to wait until October 1st when they moved to the capital. By then, with evidence in hand, she would have no choice but to believe him.
Luo Qingxue acted as if she bought his explanation, nodding as if suddenly enlightened.
She knew he was making it up, but given his connections, a phone call was all it likely took to resolve her resignation. Looking at Qin Hao, she asked, Why did you suddenly want me to resign? I was earning over 10,000 yuan a month, with an annual bonus of 60,000.
I was even about to get a promotion.
Now I'm jobless, no social security, no housing fund.
What are we going to do?
Qin Hao coughed lightly and said, Before we got married, I won 10 million yuan in the lottery. I just put it in a fixed deposit for 6 years, and now it's matured.
Feigning shock, Luo Qingxue exclaimed, Are you serious?
Why would I lie to you? Qin Hao replied.
Come with me to the bank tomorrow. I'll show you. Luo Qingxue kept up the act, pretending to be ecstatic.
Seeing her so happy, Qin Hao couldn't help but smile. But then he thought about how he would soon have to leave for several years. He wouldn't even be able to call her during that time. Once he revealed his true identity and explained his departure, the smile on her face might disappear altogether. The thought of it made his heart heavy, and his smile faded. He felt an even deeper sense of guilt toward Luo Qingxue. After the meal was ready, they sat down to eat together. Here. Qin Hao picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and brought it to Luo Qingxue's mouth.
Ah, Luo Qingxue opened her mouth, waiting to be fed.
Smiling, Qin Hao placed the food in her mouth. Looking at her, he felt even more reluctant to leave. But he had no choice. After the meal, Suyu cleaned up the dishes while Qin Hao and Luo Qingxue sat and sipped tea, chatting.
Tomorrow, let's have lunch at your parents' house and bring our daughter back.
The day after, we'll go to my parents' house, and the day after that, I'll cook for a big family gathering, Qin Hao suggested.
All right.
I haven't seen our daughter in days. I miss her, Luo Qingxue agreed.
Qin Hao nodded and then asked, Shower? Luo Qingxue replied.
They went to the bedroom to shower.
Afterward, Qin Hao handed Luo Qingxue a pill. This is oral, he said. Luo Qingxue blinked, confused.
She had used external treatments before but had never tried anything oral.
What does it feel like? She asked curiously.
It's like an itch on your back that gets worse if you don't scratch it, Xinhao explained.
After some hesitation, Luo Qingxue took the pill.
The two embraced, feeling the warmth of each other's bodies.
Xinhao said nothing.
He knew their remaining time together was limited, and he wanted to make her happy every day until he had to leave. The next morning, at nearly 11 a.m., the couple was still asleep.
Suddenly, Luo Qingxue's phone rang, waking them up.
Half asleep, Luo Qingxue picked up her phone and saw that her mother was calling. "Hello, Mom," she answered groggily, her voice still heavy with sleep. On the other end, her mother immediately noticed her tone.
It was almost 11 a.m., and they hadn't gotten up yet? As a married adult, her mother didn't need to guess why. It was obvious her daughter and son-in-law had overexerted themselves the night before. "Didn't you and Xiaohao say you were coming for lunch?"
"It's almost 11, and you're still in bed?" her mother asked.
Hearing this, Luo Qingxue jolted awake. She glanced at the clock and froze. It was nearly 11 a.m.
Last night, her husband had been tireless, as if he'd taken some sort of energy pill. They hadn't gone to sleep until 5 a.m.
"Got it. We'll be there soon," Luo Qingxue replied, quickly hanging up. She shook Xinhao awake. "Get up. It's almost 11. We're supposed to have lunch at my parents' house today."
When Xinhao heard the phone ringing, he was already somewhat awake. After hearing Luo Qingxue's words, he quickly became more alert. He glanced at the time, it was almost 11 a.m. Shaking his head lightly to fully wake up, he and Luo Qingxue got out of bed, quickly washed up, and packed. Then, along with the three robots, Suyu, and Su Zining, they headed to Luo Qingxue's parents' house. At that moment, in the home of Luo Qingxue's parents, both her mother and father were busy in the kitchen. Luo's father, visibly excited, said, "When I see Xiaohao later, I don't think I'll be able to truly see him as just my son-in-law anymore." Through the live broadcast, they had learned a lot about their son-in-law, and after his name was officially announced by Long Media, they had no doubt about his identity. They were astonished to discover that their son-in-law was the richest man in the world and the one who had solved 3 major global challenges.
Luo's father was also deeply patriotic. His own father, Luo Qingxue's grandfather, had even participated in the war.
A plaque still hung at their house's entrance, reading "Glorious Family." Knowing that his son-in-law had solved 3 global medical challenges and had chosen to donate the formulas for free filled Luo's father with immense respect. On top of that, when he found out that most of Qinhao's wealth was donated to national defense funding, his emotions surged, and he felt deeply proud and awestruck by his son-in-law. "Our daughter must have accumulated blessings for 8 lifetimes to be with someone like Xiaohao," Luo's father couldn't help but remark. Though he believed his daughter was remarkable in her own right, she couldn't compare to someone of Qinhao's caliber. Luo's mother shared the sentiment, commenting, "She's indeed lucky. Imagine getting into a car accident and ending up with such an amazing husband. Even as her mom, I think our daughter hit the jackpot."
"When Xiaohao arrives, let's act as we normally do," Luo's mother reminded. "Our daughter said that he hasn't told her everything yet.
He only admitted to knowing how to cook and made up a story about winning 10 million in the lottery before their marriage."
Got it, Luo's father nodded earnestly.
Meanwhile, little Qin Shiyu came running over and asked, "Grandpa, Grandma, when are Mom and Dad coming?" She hadn't seen her parents for several days and only knew they were busy and not at home. Luo's mother smiled and replied, "Your Mom and Dad will be here soon.
Just wait a little longer."
"Okay," Qin Shiyu said, somewhat reluctantly. After a while, Xinhao and the others arrived. Hearing the knock on the door, Qin Shiyu ran excitedly to open it and immediately saw her parents.
"Mom!
Dad!" she cried joyfully, hugging their legs. Xinhao smiled, just as happy, and scooped his daughter into his arms.
"Ha!"
Qin Shiyu suddenly noticed the 3 other people behind her parents. They were all beautiful, just as pretty as her mom.
Hearing the commotion, Luo's parents came out of the kitchen.
When they saw the 3 robots, they were secretly astonished. Though they already knew about the robots from the live broadcast, seeing them up close was completely different. The 3 looked indistinguishable from real people, at least to the naked eye.
However, they pretended to be unaware.
"And who are these 3? Luo's mother asked.
Xinhao smiled and explained, "These are robots, similar to the ones you've seen on TV recently. But these are the commercial versions and aren't as advanced as the ones on TV." Feigning shock, Luo's mother asked, "You can buy robots now?" Remaining calm, Xinhao replied, "Not yet. I only got these 3 because of some personal connections. By the way, tomorrow 4 more robots will be delivered. 2 will be for you and Dad, and the other 2 for my parents. After some casual conversation, he successfully avoided mentioning anything about purchasing the robots, concerned that acquaintances of his father-in-law might also want to buy them if they found out. Wow! Robots? Shin Shiyu stared at the 3 robots in amazement, her eyes filled with curiosity. Shin Hao smiled and instructed, Zining, you'll stay with Shiyu from now on. With her youthful appearance, Su Zining matched well with his daughter. Su Zining nodded gently, smiling at Shin Shiyu. You can call me Sister Zining. Sister Zining! Shin Shiyu exclaimed happily. Seeing this, Shin Hao chuckled. He imagined his daughter still calling Su Zining sister when she turned 30, which struck him as amusing. Later, when lunch was ready, everyone ate and chatted together. After dinner that evening, Shin Hao and the others returned home, taking Shin Shiyu with them. At home, Shin Shiyu ran off to play with the 3 robots after taking a bath, while Shin Hao and Luo Qingxue stayed in their bedroom to chat. The next morning at 9 a.m., Shin Hao received a message from Lin Yan. Lin Yan, the robots have arrived in Jiangnan City. Shin Hao, I'll send you 2 locations. Deliver 2 robots to my father-in-law's house and 2 to my parents' house. After sending her the locations, Shin Hao put his phone away and called out, let's go. He, Luo Qingxue, and Shin Shiyu then headed to his parents' home. Upon arriving, Shin Shiyu rushed up to her grandparents and exclaimed, Grandpa! Grandma! I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Shin Hao's mother smiled warmly, taking Shin Shiyu's hand. Of course Grandma missed you. I wanted you to come live with me, but since your school is so far away from our house, it's just not possible. Shin Shiyu nodded, understanding that it was more convenient to live with her maternal grandparents because of school. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue smiled at her in-laws and said, Dad, Mom. She was curious, did they know about her husband's true identity as the richest man in the world and the solver of 3 major global challenges? Looking at her mother-in-law, she suspected not. Her mother-in-law came across as a bit naive and overly simple, with a heavy regional accent that made her seem even more straightforward and endearing. Qingxue, Shin Hao's mother said with a smile, has Xiaohao been bullying you? If he has, tell me. I'll give him a good scolding. Luo Qingxue smiled and said, no, he treats me well, but... Her voice trailed off. Shin Hao's mother, curious, asked, but what? Luo Qingxue snorted lightly, glanced at Shin Hao, and complained to her mother-in-law, it turns out your son knows how to cook, and he's really good at it. All these years, he's been lying to me, saying he couldn't cook. Shin Hao's father coughed lightly. He had known his son could cook but only recently learned the full extent of it from the program's live broadcast. Previously, all he knew was that his son was an honorary professor at Qingbei University and had been awarded the title of National Scholar at the age of 19, nearly 20, for some groundbreaking research. He wasn't entirely clear on what his son had researched, but now he suspected it had something to do with curing cancer and AIDS. Feigning anger, Shin Hao's father said, from now on, you'll be the one cooking every day. And since lunch hasn't been made yet, today's lunch is on you. Shin Hao's father was curious to taste his son's cooking for himself. Without the live broadcast, he would never have known. Shin Hao's mother, also intrigued, perked up. She, too, had learned from the program that her son's cooking skills rivaled those of the head of the Culinary Association. Shin Hao sighed. At first, he was annoyed. After all, visits home usually meant being pampered with good food and no chores. But then he thought about how he was about to leave, possibly for years, and might not see his parents for a long time. All right, I'll cook. You'll see for yourselves. Shin Hao smiled and headed to the kitchen. Shin Hao's parents, curious, stayed in the kitchen to watch him cook for a while. After observing his smooth movements and skillful techniques, they nodded to themselves in approval before returning to the living room. Luo Qingxue, feeling the urge to share, couldn't resist asking her in-laws, Mom, Dad, have you been watching the recently announced rankings on TV? Like the world's wealthiest list and the breakthroughs in curing cancer? Shin Hao's father glanced toward the kitchen, then said, let's talk in the other room. Luo Qingxue immediately realized her in-laws knew about the live broadcast but were being cautious in case she hadn't told Shin Hao yet. In the other room, Luo Qingxue asked curiously, when did you two find out? From the live broadcast of that show, Explore the Other Half, Shin Hao's mother replied. Luo Qingxue finally understood. But then she frowned in confusion. The program had blocked local viewers at the start, preventing people in the same city from finding it unless they specifically searched for it. Did you come across it while browsing videos? Luo Qingxue asked.
Xinhao's father shook his head. No, one of Xiaohao's supervisors called and told us to check out the program.
Luo Qingxue now understood. So you only learned everything from the live broadcast? Luo Qingxue pressed. Not exactly. We already knew a bit about Xiaohao. Let me tell you, he could read all the Chinese characters by the time he was a few years old. In elementary and middle school, he was always top of his class. By 19, he had already become a national scholar. Fearing her daughter-in-law might not grasp the weight of the title, Xinhao's mother added, a national scholar, or academician, is even more impressive than a postdoctoral researcher, you know. Luo Qingxue was stunned. 19, she exclaimed. He became a national scholar at 19?
She had assumed her husband earned the title in his 20s.
Could he have cured cancer at 19, but the medicine was still in clinical trials back then?
Her mind wandered to the video footage shown during the televised announcement of his achievements. In the clips, Xinhao was fully suited in protective gear, even wearing goggles, making it impossible to determine his age. The broadcast said the footage was from several years ago, but exactly how many years ago? Suddenly, she remembered overhearing her husband talking to the president of Qingbei University in Zhangyu during the live broadcast. They mentioned he often worked on research after she left for work.
Luo Qingxue's mind felt like it was spinning. Did her husband make these breakthroughs before or after their marriage? Or did he cure cancer before their marriage and AIDS and lung disease after? That seemed plausible.
Xinhao's mother noticed her daughter-in-law's shocked expression and reassured her, "You'll get used to it.
His dad and I have." Luo Qingxue remained speechless. Has Xiaohao told you anything else?
Xinhao's father asked. Just that he knows how to cook and that he won a 10 million lottery years ago. He hasn't mentioned curing diseases or being the richest man in the world, Luo Qingxue replied. He probably thinks you wouldn't believe him if he told you, Xinhao's father speculated.
Luo Qingxue nodded in agreement. That seemed likely. By the way, don't tell him about the live broadcast yet. Let's wait until he tells me everything first, Luo Qingxue suggested.
She found her husband's ability to lie so naturally, without the slightest blush, both amusing and exasperating.
If he were an actor, he'd be an undisputed film emperor. Xinhao's mother nodded.
Don't worry, we won't say a word. Xinhao's father chuckled. He'll probably tell you soon enough. The group returned to the living room. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Suyu opened it to reveal two tall, stunningly beautiful women.
My name is Xiao Ran.
And I'm Xiaoyin. Come in, Suyu said, already aware that these two robots were scheduled to arrive today. At that moment, Xinhao stepped out of the kitchen. Lin Yan had just messaged him to confirm the robot's arrival.
Mom, Dad, these two are robots.
I pulled some strings to get them, Xinhao said with a smile.
His parents, aware of the truth from the broadcasts, understood that these were the same robots featured on TV. But since Luo Qingxue was present, Xinhao stuck to his explanation. After some explanation, the matter was finally resolved. Currently, there were quite a few people in the house, including 5 robots.
Adding in Xinhao and 4 others, there were 10 people in the living room alone.
Xin's mother wore a beaming smile, clearly very happy.
The more people there were at home, the livelier the atmosphere became, breaking the usual quietness. With 2 robots accompanying them in the future, it would be even more bustling. At 11:30 in the morning, Xinhao finished cooking, and the family sat down to eat.
The food tastes great. Xin's mother said to Xinhao after tasting a few dishes. Son, why don't you stay at home for a few days? Make some more delicious meals while you're here, okay?
Xinhao chuckled, why don't all of you come to my place tomorrow?
I have better ingredients there, and everything will taste better. Oh, by the way, my father-in-law and mother-in-law will come too.
Sounds good. Let's all go together tomorrow, Xin's mother responded happily. As the family ate, their phones all beeped at almost the same time, notifying them of new messages. Recently, there had been a lot of big news. Whenever their phones made a sound, they would check them, even if it was just spam messages. Oh, they're going to announce a new ranking list tomorrow. I wonder what kind of ranking it will be, Xin's mother said as she saw the news in her browser.
Xin's father chuckled lightly, no matter what the ranking is, it'll be worth a look.
Yes, tomorrow we can watch it together while eating, Luo Qingxue said with a smile. Even though she knew the rankings likely had nothing to do with her husband, she was still curious about the new list. Xinhao smiled without saying anything. The news only mentioned that a new list would be announced tomorrow but didn't specify what kind of ranking it was. He didn't know either, but he figured it was worth a look regardless. They continued chatting while eating. After the meal, Shin Shiyu started playing with the robots. Shin's father and mother, curious about the robots, began exploring them like inquisitive children. It wasn't until 8:30 p.m. that Shin Hao's family of 3, along with 3 robots, went home. Once they got home, they took showers and played around for a while. "Dad, Mom, I want to sleep between you two," Shin Shiyu said. Sleeping in the middle was the most comfortable, as both her dad's and mom's arms felt cozy. Shin Hao chuckled and pulled his daughter into the middle. Luo Qingxue smiled too but couldn't help feeling puzzled. "Are we going to sleep already?" Although she didn't think about intimate matters all the time, sometimes her work drained her mentally, leaving her too exhausted to think about anything else when she got home. Still, if her husband wanted to, she usually wouldn't refuse unless she was in poor condition. She picked up her phone and sent Shin Hao a message. "Luo Qingxue, going to sleep already?" Seeing the message, Shin Hao broke into a slight sweat. He wasn't made of iron and didn't want it every day. However, if his wife wanted to, he usually wouldn't refuse, unless he wasn't feeling well. "Shin Hao, I'm fine. What about you?" "Luo Qingxue, I'm fine too." Shin Hao hesitated. "So, are we going to sleep?" Luo Qingxue, "Sure." They both put their phones away and went to sleep. They had gone to bed late the previous night and gotten up early, so it didn't take long for them to fall asleep. The next morning, after finishing breakfast at 8 a.m., Suyu went to the kitchen to wash and cut the vegetables, preparing the ingredients while leaving the cooking to Shin Hao. Around 9 o'clock, Luo's father, Luo's mother, Shin's father, and Shin's mother arrived one after another. The house became lively all of a sudden. "Xiaohao, how many dishes are you making for lunch?" Shin's mother asked curiously. 18 dishes, Shin Hao replied with a light smile. Since there were many people today, he wanted to prepare more food. Hearing this, Shin's mother grew expectant. After eating her son's cooking yesterday, she already missed it. Luo's mother chimed in, "Let the robots help you." Shin Hao smiled, "The vegetables are already cut. I'll handle the rest." At 10:30, Shin Hao went to the kitchen to cook. Meanwhile, Luo's father and the others started chatting. Luo's father mentioned, at 12, they'll announce the new ranking. "I wonder what kind of ranking it will be." Shin's father, equally curious, said, "Let's watch it when it's announced." At this point, they turned on the TV. While chatting, they kept an eye on the screen. By then, 3 billion people were already in the Dragon Media livestream, waiting for the announcement of the new ranking at noon. Countless viewers in front of their TVs had also switched to the news channel, eagerly anticipating the announcement. Around the world, people were paying close attention to the new ranking from the Dragon Country. The most interested parties were the world's top elites and wealthiest individuals, such as the third richest person on the global wealth list, Musk. Musk looked somewhat serious as he told his assistant, "Go to the Dragon Country tomorrow and see if you can negotiate to get us integrated plasma batteries and the electronic controls." During the previous robot competition, he learned that the robots used integrated plasma batteries with cutting-edge electronic control technology. If these technologies were applied to new energy vehicles, a single charge could achieve a range of at least 1,800 kilometers. 1,800 kilometers. That was a lot. If these two technologies could be implemented, his company's new energy vehicles would sell like crazy. His assistant nodded, "Understood. I'll go to the Dragon Country tomorrow." Musk stared at the TV in silence, feeling that the chances of success were slim. The Dragon Country had already mastered the latest battery and electronic control technologies. Even if they provided the batteries, they would likely prioritize their domestic new energy vehicles. If that were the case, the rest of the world would fall significantly behind in the new energy vehicle industry. Apart from Musk, top elites worldwide were also closely watching. The mere mention of rankings made them lose sleep and appetite because every time the Dragon Country announced a ranking, the results were always shocking. They now feared that the Dragon Country had once again made a breakthrough in some world-leading technology. Time flew, and noon arrived. Shin Hao, working with 3 stoves simultaneously, finally finished cooking. At this moment, the TV and the Dragon Media livestream displayed a new screen. The broadcast began with 5 large characters. Global Fighter Jet Rankings. Upon seeing these words, Luo's father couldn't help but get excited. Globally, only 3 countries have 5th-generation fighter jets: our Dragon Country, Heaven Country, and Bear Country. Our Shenlong 20 jet has the advantage of being a latecomer.
I think it'll rank first. Even if not, it'll at least be second. Chin's father nodded in agreement with Luo's father's assessment.
At this moment, countless people saw the 5 characters appear on the television screen.
Global fighter jet rankings.
People from many countries who saw this ranking side one after another or remained silent. Looking at the entire world, only 3 countries had 5th-generation fighter jets. Most countries were still using 3rd-generation jets, or even 2nd-generation ones, while some didn't even have 1st-generation fighter jets. In Korea, people's faces turned unpleasant upon seeing the ranking because Korea didn't have a 5th-generation fighter jet. In Japan, people's expressions also soured. Despite being the world's 3rd-largest economy, they didn't have a single domestically developed 5th-generation fighter jet. In contrast, citizens of countries with 5th-generation jets, like the US, pumped their fists and exclaimed, "Our F-22 Raptor is definitely the world's number 1.
F-22, number 1 in the world."
Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, the 3 billion viewers in the Dragon Media livestream were engaged in heated discussions.
As countless discussions unfolded, the television screen began revealing the rankings.
Top 3 of the global fighter jet rankings.
Shenlong 20. F-22 Raptor. Su-57.
When people in the US saw the rankings, their faces turned grim with anger and disbelief.
What kind of nonsense ranking is this? Just because it's your list, you put your Shenlong 20 in first place? Shenlong 20, number 1? Ridiculous. The F-22 is the real number 1 in the world. At most, your Shenlong 20 is second.
Even the top elites in the US were displeased. The F-22 had been the dominant fighter jet in the past, unmatched by any other. When the Shenlong 20 first appeared years ago, they didn't take it seriously. They believed that with Dragon Country's capabilities, their 5th-generation jet would be inferior to the F-22.
However, as more details about the Shenlong 20 emerged, they began to pay attention.
While the debates raged, the television broadcasted some technical parameters of the jets.
First place, Shenlong 20.
Engine, C-16 single unit thrust of 16.9 tons, superior.
Radar cross-section, 0.027 square meters, weak. Stealth coating, 3rd-generation graphene absorption, superior.
Radar detection range, 300 kilometers, superior. Distributed aperture system, superior. Ito's electro-optical targeting system, superior. Air-to-air missile, P-15, range, 200 kilometers, superior. Air-to-air missile, P-15 dual data link, world-leading anti-jamming capability, superior.
Combat radius, 1,800 kilometers, superior. Second place, F-22 Raptor. Engine, M119 single unit thrust of 15.6 tons, weak.
Radar cross-section, 0.01 square meters, superior.
Stealth coating, 1st-generation material, weak. Radar detection range, 200 kilometers, weak. Combat radius, 750 kilometers, weak. As the parameters were revealed, countless people stared intently at the details. Discussions in the Dragon Media livestream reached their peak.
Even viewers from the US and other countries joined in, flooding the chat with comments. Our F-22 has seen combat, your Shenlong 20 has no combat record. If the F-22 and Shenlong 20 faced off, your Shenlong 20 would definitely lose.
The canard layout of the Shenlong 20 is its biggest flaw. It's nowhere near as good as our F-22. Dragon Country viewers quickly fired back. Shenlong 20 inferior to the F-22? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard.
Even before its engine upgrade, the Shenlong 20's overall capabilities far surpassed the F-22.
Hilarious. Apart from its smaller radar cross-section, is there anything else the F-22 does better than the Shenlong 20? Please, give an example.
While these arguments raged on the livestream, people around the world continued discussing the rankings.
Back in Qinhao's house, Luo's father and Qin's father also joined the conversation. Xiao Hao, what do you think? If our Shenlong 20 fought the F-22, which would be stronger?
Luo's father asked, curious about his son-in-law's opinion, as Qinhao was well informed. Qinhao replied, even before the Shenlong 20's engine was upgraded, it would have a higher chance of winning in a fight against the F-22. He paused before continuing, the defining characteristics of 5th-generation fighter jets are beyond visual range combat, supercruise, high maneuverability, and stealth capability.
If 2 5th-generation jets were to engage, close-range dogfights would be rare. It would mostly come down to long-range missile exchanges.
Xin Hao elaborated, the Shenlong 20's radar detection range is longer than the F-22's. Its air-to-air missiles also have a greater range than those carried by the F-22.
While both are stealth fighters, the Shenlong 20's radar cross-section is slightly larger than the F-22's, but the difference is minimal.
In a real fight, the Shenlong 20 is more likely to detect the F-22 first. The F-22 uses first-generation stealth materials, which are effective at evading radar detection but generate significant heat due to air friction during flight. The Shenlong 20, equipped with a distributed aperture system and electro-optical targeting system, can track this heat and quickly lock onto the F-22. Luo's father nodded, finding this explanation consistent with his own thoughts. While the F-22 was formidable, the Shenlong 20 surpassed it in most areas, even before its engine upgrade. He remembered the time when people criticized the Shenlong 20 for its weaker engine, claiming it couldn't compete with the F-22 in combat. He had felt furious reading such comments. Sure, a powerful engine was an advantage, but could speed alone determine the outcome of a fifth-generation jet battle? He had thought those critics were utterly clueless. Qin's father also nodded and said, now that the engine has been upgraded, the only drawback is the canard design, which slightly impacts stealth. But in every other aspect, the Shenlong 20 is superior to the F-22. Xin Hao shook his head slightly and clarified, in terms of stealth, the Shenlong 20 is actually superior to the F-22. You can't judge purely based on radar cross-section.
The Shenlong 20 uses third-generation graphene stealth coating, which not only evades radar but also minimizes heat generation during flight. In contrast, the F-22 generates significant heat, making it easier for the Shenlong 20 to detect. Qin's father fell silent. He didn't fully understand the technical details but had often heard people criticize the Shenlong 20's engine in the past. Over time, he learned that engine power wasn't the decisive factor in fifth-generation jet combat. Even before the engine upgrade, the Shenlong 20's performance was already exceptional. Luo's father and Qin's father frequently asked questions about the Shenlong 20 and F-22, and Xin Hao patiently explained them. As for Qin's mother, Luo's mother, and Luo Qingxue, they didn't understand much of the technical details.
All they knew by now was that the Shenlong 20 was the most impressive fighter jet. Qin's mother admired her son immensely. In her eyes, whatever her son said was the truth, he couldn't possibly be wrong.
Similarly, Luo Qingxue blindly trusted Qin Hao.
If her husband said the Shenlong 20 was the best, then it had to be the best. At this point, Qin's father raised an eyebrow and asked a question he'd been wondering about.
The F-22 is inferior to the Shenlong 20 in many ways, but its avionics should be upgradable, right?
Xin Hao shook his head lightly and explained, the aerodynamic design of the F-22 cannot be changed. Even if the avionics system were upgraded, it would be a minor upgrade. It's impossible for it to reach the level of the Shenlong 20.
Qin's father nodded and then said proudly, so, does that mean our Shenlong 20 is invincible?
Xin Hao shook his head gently, which left Qin's father a bit confused.
Didn't you just say the Shenlong 20 was so powerful it's invincible? Why are you shaking your head now? Qin Hao clarified, don't forget that aside from the F-22, there's also the F-35. The F-35 is also a fifth-generation fighter jet, and its avionics are not much worse than the Shenlong 20's.
The F-35 was developed to make up for the shortcomings of the F-22. These two fifth-generation jets complement each other. Luo's father furrowed his brows upon hearing this and asked, what if the Shenlong 20 were to face both the F-22 and F-35 at the same time?
Who would come out on top?
It's hard to say, Xin Hao replied after a moment of thought.
Modern warfare is primarily about system-based operations. A one-on-one air battle is rare unless it's a large country fighting a smaller one.
If two large countries are involved, it depends on the overall combat system.
Both Luo's father and Qin's father nodded in agreement.
At first, they thought they knew a lot, but the more they talked, the more they realized Qin Hao was far more knowledgeable. Luo's father hadn't expected his son-in-law to excel not only in pharmaceutical research but also in his understanding of fighter jets. At the same time, discussions about the Shenlong 20, F-22, and even the F-35 were happening all over the world. The Su-57 from Bear Country was mentioned the least because it hadn't reached true fifth-generation stealth capabilities. Many netizens referred to it as a 4.75 generation fighter jet. Regardless, the Shenlong 20, F-22, and F-35 were the most talked about jets globally, indicating that these three fighters were the most controversial in the eyes of the world. As for the Su-57, while it excelled in certain areas, even surpassing the Shenlong 20 and F-22 in some aspects, its overall capabilities lagged behind, especially in stealth. The gap in stealth was significant, which is why it was often labeled as a 4.75 generation jet. As the debates continued, the television screen suddenly changed, displaying a new message. The identity of the person who solved the fighter jet engine issue will be revealed on October 1st. When Dragon Country citizens saw this announcement, their expressions changed. In their opinion, the identity of someone who had overcome such a critical challenge should be kept strictly confidential. Why make it public? The livestream chat immediately exploded with comments, strongly urging that the person's identity remain a secret. Why reveal their identity? Someone like this must be protected at all costs. Aren't you afraid of making them a target? Are you kidding me? The identity of the person who solved the engine issue should be hidden. Publicizing it is too dangerous. Yes, keep it a secret. This must be strictly confidential. As people demanded confidentiality, speculation began to emerge in the livestream chat. Such identities are usually revealed only if the person has passed away. I hope I'm wrong. Revealing their identity? That doesn't seem right. According to Dragon Country's usual protocol, such individuals remain confidential unless they've died. Upon reading these comments, many viewers felt a pang of sadness. Could it be that the person who solved the fighter jet engine problem had passed away? If they've really passed away, I pay my respects. I hope they're still alive. But if they have passed away, I salute you. You solved Dragon Country's engine issue and brought significant progress to this field. Respect. Shinhao was also watching the Dragon Media livestream at this time. Seeing that viewers thought he was dead, he couldn't help but find it both amusing and touching. He wasn't dead. In fact, he was alive and well, enjoying a very comfortable life every day. Despite his amusement, his heart felt warm. The comments from the viewers reflected the sentiments of the nation's people. Judging by the livestream chat, most citizens of Dragon Country were deeply patriotic. Shinhao naturally felt a sense of closeness to such patriotic individuals. Luo's father also saw the comments in the chat. His face darkened slightly, and he wasn't in a good mood. He said, if they're revealing the person's identity, it's most likely because they've passed away. Sigh. Let's quietly offer our blessings and hope they're in a better place now, Shin's father sighed, patting Luo's father on the shoulder. Shinhao wanted to say, I'm alive and fine, but he held back, knowing it might earn him a scolding. He glanced at his father-in-law. When his father-in-law eventually learned that he was the one who solved the engine issue, what would his reaction be? Would he start calling him Big Brother? That would make their family relationships a mess. Father-in-law, I'm sure it's fine, Shinhao said reassuringly. Let's hope so, Luo's father nodded lightly, still feeling down and unable to shake off his emotions. Meanwhile, the world's top elites, particularly those from the US, were delighted by the announcement of the identity reveal on October 1st. However, after thinking it over carefully, their brows furrowed. Based on their understanding of Dragon Country, if such an identity was being revealed, the person was likely already deceased. Deceased. Good. For them, the death of such a talent was undoubtedly good news. A while later, one top elite spoke up, find a way to invite that Shinhao, the one who solved cancer and AIDS, to our country, used the excuse of awarding him the Nobel Prize. This elite was scheming. Although he couldn't yet figure out Shinhao's identity, using the Nobel Prize as a pretext might get a message to Shinhao. If Shinhao valued fame and fortune and came to their country, they could negotiate terms to get him to immigrate. And if Shinhao refused to immigrate, well, there were other options. People like Shinhao, who had successively conquered cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, posed a significant challenge to the status quo. If he continued his pharmaceutical research and overcame more diseases or developed alternatives to existing drugs, Dragon Country's manufacturing sector would become the world's leader within a few years. Relying solely on pharmaceuticals, Dragon Country could make endless amounts of money. They would never allow such a thing to happen. If Shinhao couldn't be brought to their side, he had to be eliminated. At that moment, Shinhao and his family were chatting while eating. It wasn't until 8 p.m., after dinner, that the others left, leaving only Shinhao, Luo Qingxue, and their daughter, Xin Shiyu, at home. The three robots cleaned up the dishes and tidied the house. Time to wash up and go to bed, Shinhao said, rubbing his daughter's head. Xin Shiyu had a very regular schedule and usually went to bed around 9 p.m. After bathing, it would be just about time to sleep. Luo Qingxue took their daughter to bathe, while Qin Hao went to the bathroom to shower alone. After his shower, Qin Hao lay on the bed. They played around for a while before Qin Shiyu started to feel sleepy. She looked at Qin Hao and said, "Dad, give me your arm." Hearing this, Qin Hao extended his arm, letting her rest her head on it. Feeling a little drowsy himself, Qin Hao turned to Luo Qingxue and said, "Shall we sleep?" Luo Qingxue nodded. She was feeling a bit tired as well. The three of them soon fell asleep. After closing his eyes, Qin Hao couldn't fall asleep immediately. He thought about how he would soon have to leave his wife and daughter. With each passing day, his reluctance to part from them only grew stronger. He slowly opened his eyes. Though the room was dark, the moonlight and streetlights outside added a faint glow. Looking at his daughter breathing steadily in his arms and his wife beside him, his heart filled with even greater reluctance. Sigh. Qin Hao sighed inwardly. He had no choice but to participate in Project 328, which meant being separated from his family. All he could hope for now was that the project would proceed smoothly and be completed as quickly as possible so that he could return home and reunite with his wife and child sooner. The next day, after breakfast, they dropped Qin Shiyu off at kindergarten. As they walked, Luo Qingxue held Qin Hao's arm with a smile and asked, "Where are we going to play now?" "Where do you want to go?" Qin Hao asked with a smile. Luo Qingxue thought for a moment and said, "How about going to the mall to buy clothes?" Qin Hao nodded. Since he would need formal attire for October 1st, when he would appear before the world, it was the perfect time to buy a suit. The two headed to the mall and went on a shopping spree, filling the car trunk by the end of the day. "That's enough. Let's go pick up our daughter from school," Qin Hao said with a smile. "Let's go," Luo Qingxue agreed. Qin Hao chuckled, drove to the kindergarten to pick up Qin Shiyu, and then returned home. Shortly after arriving home, Qin Hao had just taken a sip of tea when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he walked into the bedroom to answer. "Deanly," Qin Hao said. On the other end of the line, Deanly said, "I just received news that the Western nation wants to know your true identity and plans to award you the Nobel Prize." Qin Hao was puzzled. Someone like him would never go abroad, not even to the border regions of neighboring countries if it could be avoided. Deanly, as the head of the research institute, should be well aware of this. "Why are you telling me this, Deanly?" Qin Hao asked, confused. Deanly smiled faintly and said, "I was thinking, what if they awarded you the prize without you needing to leave the country? If you win the Nobel Prize, it'll be quite amusing to see their reaction when your true identity is revealed on October 1st. Qin Hao was speechless. After a moment of thought, he said, "Forget about the Nobel Prize. I'm not interested in those kinds of awards." "Fair enough. I just wanted to hear your thoughts," Deanly said. After a pause, his tone grew serious. "In a few days, a special plane will secretly take your entire family to the capital. Your parents, as well as your in-laws, will also be going." Hearing this, Qin Hao felt a headache coming on. Regarding his identity, only his parents knew some details. His wife, child, and in-laws knew nothing. If his entire family were to be sent to the capital soon, there wouldn't be any issues with his parents. What concerned him was his in-laws. Because he had married Luo Qingxue, both she and her parents had inadvertently been placed in a more dangerous situation. Thinking about it filled him with guilt, and he wasn't sure how to explain it to his in-laws. Although his in-laws treated him well and liked him, what they cared about most was undoubtedly their daughter. As parents, especially ones like Luo Qingxue's, they didn't expect her to marry into immense wealth or power. All they wanted was for her to live a happy and peaceful life. Over the past few years, they had seen Luo Qingxue's daily happiness after marrying Qin Hao, and that brought them joy as well. But if he told them about his true identity, would they feel that, because of him, Luo Qingxue and by extension, their entire family would have to live cautiously, even fearing for their safety? Sigh. Qin Hao sighed again. Today was September 19th. His identity would be revealed on October 1st. He would have to go to the capital with his family a few days in advance, likely by September 28th at the latest. And before heading to the capital, he needed to explain his identity to his wife and in-laws, probably around September 25th. This meant he had only 6 days left to come clean about his identity. 6 days felt far too short. On the other end of the line, Deanly paused for a moment before saying, "The capital has prepared 3 houses, one for your wife and child, one for your parents, and one for your in-laws. Jobs have also been arranged for your family, and schooling for your child has been taken care of. Find an opportunity to explain things to them over the next few days. But don't mention the weapons research just yet. I'll find the right time to tell them, Xinhao said after a moment of silence. After a brief chat, the call ended.
Xinhao walked out of the bedroom and saw Luo Qingxue teaching their daughter basic arithmetic.
Curious, he approached them.
Luo Qingxue was testing Qin Shiyu's mental math skills. She asked, "What's 10 minus 8? 2, Qin Shiyu replied instantly. "And 5 plus 5? 10, Qin Shiyu answered. "What about 3 times 6? 18.
Qin Shiyu said without hesitation. Luo Qingxue had only intended to test her daughter's addition and subtraction skills. But because her daughter answered so quickly, she had casually thrown in a multiplication question and was surprised to find that her daughter even knew multiplication.
Since when had kindergarten started teaching multiplication? Luo Qingxue looked at Qin Shiyu in surprise and asked, "Does your kindergarten teach multiplication?"
Qin Shiyu shook her head slightly.
"No, they don't."
Hearing this, Luo Qingxue became even more puzzled.
"If they don't teach multiplication, how do you know it? Grandpa and Grandma tested me before.
They told me that Dad could already recognize all the characters by the age of 4 and that he could do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division when he was in kindergarten. After I learned everything the kindergarten teaches, Grandpa and Grandma taught me multiplication and division.
I picked it up after a few days." Luo Qingxue was stunned. She learned it in just a few days?
The most surprising thing was that her daughter was only 4 years old. She couldn't help but recall what her in-laws had said before. Xinhao could recognize all Chinese characters by the age of 4, was consistently at the top of his class in both elementary and middle school, and, most terrifying of all, became an academician at the age of 19.
With her husband's extraordinary genes, their daughter must have inherited quite a bit. Judging by the current situation, their daughter seemed to have inherited a lot. Moreover, Luo Qingxue herself was a graduate of a 211 university, so she wasn't exactly lowering the genetic baseline. This meant their daughter's intelligence was probably above average from birth. 3 times 3, plus 3, minus 3, what's the answer?
Xinhao asked with a smile at that moment.
9. Qin Shiyu quickly thought for a moment before looking at Xinhao. "Dad, did I get it right?" "Right."
Xinhao smiled, rubbing his daughter's head.
Luo Qingxue.
At that moment, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but wonder if her daughter might grow up to become a nationally significant figure. After thinking about it for a while, she decided it was unlikely. These days, some parents were both teachers and had been good students themselves, yet their children didn't always turn out to be high achievers.
Still, most children of such parents did reasonably well. As for her daughter, even if she didn't become a nationally recognized figure, she was unlikely to turn out badly. A new idea crossed Luo Qingxue's mind. She thought about having more children, at least one of them might become an academician, right? Otherwise, it would be a waste of her husband's extraordinary genes. Curious, Luo Qingxue started browsing the internet. These days, many people opted for IVF, in vitro fertilization.
She wanted to know how much it would cost to use a postdoctoral researcher's material for such a procedure. Her search results showed that using material from someone who graduated from a 985 or 211 university cost 100,000 yuan. If the donor was simply donating, they would receive only 10,000 yuan. However, for women seeking to use such material, the cost would be 100,000 yuan.
So expensive. Luo Qingxue was stunned. If she were a man, she thought she could have made a fortune from this alone.
She then tried searching for the cost of nationally significant figures but found no results. Xinhao glanced at her phone and, noticing what she was searching for, froze for a moment.
"Why are you looking this up?" Luo Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed.
"I was just curious how much it would cost to use the material of someone highly educated for IVF.
I looked for national figures but didn't find anything."
Xinhao was speechless but happened to know the answer.
"For a nationally significant figure, it's probably at least 1,000,000 yuan, maybe more," he said. Luo Qingxue was stunned. 1,000,000? My goodness.
She suddenly felt like she'd wasted a lot of potential over the years. Seeing her dumbfounded expression, Xinhao found it amusing. Over the past 5 years, if their life were calculated in terms of money, his wife's meals alone had probably cost billions.
"Dad, what are you and Mom talking about? Something about 1,000,000? Qin Shiyu asked, looking confused.
"Nothing," Xinhao replied with a smile.
"Okay," Qin Shiyu said.
After dinner, they took a bath and played around for a while. Later, Luo Qingxue sent Xinhao a message. "After our daughter falls asleep, come to the next bedroom. Xin Hao glanced at the message and nodded at Luo Qingxue. At 9 p.m., Xin Shiyu grew sleepy and went to bed. Half an hour later, once they were sure their daughter was sound asleep, Luo Qingxue and Xin Hao got up and went to another room.
The next day,
after dropping their daughter off at kindergarten, Luo Qingxue clung to Xin Hao.
By 10 a.m., they were still in bed. Honey, we haven't been taking precautions this month. I think I might be pregnant, Luo Qingxue said, suddenly smiling. She looked at Xin Hao and asked, how about having a few more kids? Xin Hao's expression darkened slightly. He'd completely forgotten. He was about to leave for Project 328, and this was the worst possible time for Luo Qingxue to get pregnant. If she did, he wouldn't be able to stay by her side to take care of her, not even during childbirth. The thought made Xin Hao's heart sink. At the beginning of the month, when Luo Qingxue mentioned wanting a son, they had stopped taking precautions. At the time, he hadn't expected to be involved in Project 328. Now, it was too late to do anything about it.
The chances of his wife being pregnant this month were very high, considering they hadn't taken any precautions for 20 days.
What's wrong?
Luo Qingxue noticed the change in Xin Hao's expression and felt puzzled.
Didn't her husband want another child? Why was he reacting like this now? Logically, their family didn't lack money.
Even if Xin Hao became busier with work later, it wouldn't interfere with her pregnancy or raising the child.
Why was he acting like this?
Xin Hao glanced at her, feeling a bit irritated. He hoped she wouldn't be pregnant this month, but hope was just that, hope. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario.
If she were pregnant, what would he do? Project 328 was something he had to participate in.
As its leader, there was no way for him to avoid it.
What's going on with you? Why are you reacting like this? Luo Qingxue pressed him, noticing his furrowed brow and contemplative silence.
It's nothing, Xin Hao shook his head, pulling her into his arms without saying anything further. Luo Qingxue also remained silent for a while, but her mind was racing. Everything had been fine earlier, so why had her husband's mood suddenly changed when the possibility of her pregnancy came up?
Wasn't pregnancy a good thing? Do you have something on your mind? If you do, just say it. Don't keep it bottled up, Luo Qingxue said after a moment, unable to hold back her curiosity. Sigh. Xin Hao sighed inwardly. He didn't know how to explain it to her. Should he tell her he was about to leave for several years?
If he said that now, her mood would likely sour for the rest of the day. He had intended to keep her happy for as long as possible during this time.
Tell me.
Luo Qingxue sat up and stared at Xin Hao, determined to understand why he reacted so strongly to the mention of her possible pregnancy. Looking at her, Xin Hao quickly calmed himself and smiled.
I was just joking with you. Did I act convincingly? Luo Qingxue looked at him skeptically. You were joking? Trying to scare me? She wasn't entirely convinced. Luo Qingxue thought back to Xin Hao's earlier reaction.
It didn't seem like he was pretending, even though she knew her husband was a good actor. However, the way he reacted when she mentioned the possibility of being pregnant didn't feel fake. She quickly pondered, if he wasn't pretending, then why did he suddenly react like that upon hearing about her potential pregnancy? That reaction didn't make sense. Her husband worked in pharmaceutical research. Even if he returned to his work, it was still in that field, which wouldn't disrupt their daily life. Her being pregnant or giving birth wouldn't interfere with anything. After thinking it over for a while, she looked at Xin Hao uncertainly and asked, Are you really acting? What else could it be? Xin Hao pulled her into his arms and asked with a light laugh, You being pregnant is a good thing. I'd be overjoyed. Why wouldn't I be happy? Luo Qingxue thought about it and agreed. If she were pregnant, her husband should be happy. After all, they could afford to raise a child. Money wasn't an issue, and there wasn't anything else to worry about. As for her husband having an affair? That was impossible. She recalled the livestream from the TV program where Jiang Yu and Lin Yan appeared. Both were very beautiful women. Especially Lin Yan, who seemed to have a liking for her husband. Yet, Xin Hao had remained completely above board with her. After analyzing it thoroughly, Luo Qingxue finally felt reassured. I want to have 2 more kids, okay? Luo Qingxue said with a smile, looking at Xin Hao. I could give you a whole soccer team. Xin Hao broke into a slight sweat. Why have so many? 2 or 3 are enough. Then 3, Luo Qingxue said with determination. The more kids, the livelier the house will be. Xin Hao nodded. Oh, right.
Luo Qingxue suddenly remembered something. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. What is it? Qin Hao asked curiously. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingxue carefully said, I'm an only child. My dad always hoped one of my kids could take our family name, Luo. Qin Hao nodded lightly. That's fine. Luo Qingxue was stunned. He agreed so easily?
She had thought her husband might feel uncomfortable about it.
Don't you want to think it over? Luo Qingxue asked uncertainly.
Qin Hao held her close and laughed. What's there to think about? Whether the child has my last name or yours, it's still our child. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue felt a warm sensation in her heart. She snuggled into Qin Hao's embrace and said, My parents aren't the type to favor sons over daughters.
They just care about continuing the family name. Qin Hao nodded. That's normal. I understand. Don't overthink it. Luo Qingxue sighed softly.
Actually, my parents wanted a second child back then, but it was during the one-child policy era.
Qin Hao nodded but didn't say much. Having one of the kids take the surname Luo and be registered under his in-laws' household didn't bother him.
They were all his children, after all. What troubled him more was that he was about to leave and the possibility that Luo Qingxue might already be pregnant.
Thinking about the timeline, he calculated.
Her last period started on the 23rd of last month and lasted 7 days, as it always did. It ended around August 30th, which meant her next period was due on the 23rd of this month. If it didn't come by then, there was a high chance she was pregnant. Today was already the 20th.
Does your stomach hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable at all?
Qin Hao asked, remembering that his wife usually felt some discomfort 2 days before her period.
No, I feel fine, Luo Qingxue replied.
As soon as she said it, she remembered that she usually did feel a little discomfort 2 days before her period. Today was the 20th, tomorrow would be the 21st. If she still didn't feel anything by tomorrow, there was a high chance she was already pregnant. Thinking about this, Luo Qingxue suddenly became excited. I think I might already be pregnant. Qin Hao felt like crying. To him, this was not good news at all. He was going to the frontier and would be gone for many years. He wouldn't be able to be by his wife's side during her pregnancy or when she gave birth. The thought filled him with guilt.
Pretending to be happy, Qin Hao said, That's great. Let's start thinking about names for the baby. There's no rush for that.
First, I'll tell my parents the good news, and I'll also mention that the baby will take the Luo surname. Luo Qingxue said this as she picked up her phone and called her mother.
The call connected quickly. Mom, I'm pregnant. Luo Qingxue said excitedly. What? You're pregnant? Luo's mother was initially shocked, then quickly became overjoyed.
Luo's father, who was nearby, heard her exclamation and asked curiously, Who's pregnant?
Luo's mother rolled her eyes at him. Who else could it be? Of course, it's our daughter. Hearing this, Luo's father became ecstatic. Give me the phone. I want to talk to her.
Luo's father grabbed the phone and said, Sweetheart, take good care of yourself.
Make sure Xiao Hao cooks delicious food for you every day. Your mom and I will come over to see you soon.
Dad, I have more good news, Luo Qingxue said with a smile.
More good news? Luo's father asked curiously. The baby will be registered under our household and take the Luo surname, she said.
There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before Luo's father became even more excited. He could feel his blood rushing. Years ago, he had wanted another child, but the one-child policy was in place. His father had been a martyr, and their family was a glorious family. They were deeply patriotic and law-abiding, so they fully supported the policy and didn't have a second child. Because of this, Luo Qingxue was their only descendant, and he always felt a bit regretful about not continuing the family name. He had once considered bringing in a son-in-law to take the Luo name, but Luo Qingxue had fallen in love with Qin Hao, who was an only child with good family conditions, so that idea was set aside. Now, hearing his daughter's words, he was overjoyed. What does Xiao Hao think about this? He agreed right away. He said it doesn't matter whose surname the child has, they're still his child, Luo Qingxue replied. Hearing this, Luo's father finally relaxed. If his son-in-law had been opposed, he would have had to reconsider the idea, as he didn't want to harm the relationship between his daughter and her husband. Now, Luo's father was over the moon. Your mom and I will head over now. Okay, Luo Qingxue said with a smile. After hanging up, Luo Qingxue turned to Qin Hao and said, Get up. My parents will be here soon. Oh, and don't forget to call your parents and tell them the good news too. Qin Hao was at a loss. Normally, he would be thrilled, but right now, his emotions were a mix of joy and sadness. But it's still just a guess.
It's not confirmed yet, Shinhao said hesitantly. So what? Even if it's not this month, it'll be next month. Let's try harder, maybe we'll end up with twins. Luo Qingxue said nonchalantly. Shinhao had no words. Shinhao called his mother. She picked up the phone almost instantly.
After a brief pause, Shinhao went straight to the point. Mom, Qingxue might be pregnant. Hearing this, his mother froze for a moment before becoming ecstatic.
Qingxue is pregnant? That's wonderful.
If it's a boy, then the family line can be continued. Nearby, Shinhao's father overheard the conversation and also became excited. If Qingxue was pregnant and gave birth to a boy, the issue of family lineage would be resolved. He didn't strongly favor boys over girls, but daughters eventually marry and join another household, meaning the family name wouldn't be passed down. Shinhao's mother then said, "Your father and I will come over to see Qingxue right now."
I'm hanging up.
After the call ended, Shinhao and Luo Qingxue got up to tidy the house.
Once they finished, Shinhao suggested, "How about getting a pregnancy test kit? Just in case it's a false alarm." Luo Qingxue nodded. "Go to the pharmacy downstairs and buy 2.
Shinhao had no choice but to go and return shortly with 2 pregnancy test kits.
Luo Qingxue immediately tested herself. Both kits showed positive results. "Hubby." Luo Qingxue, holding the 2 test kits, showed them to Shinhao excitedly. "I'm pregnant. Really pregnant. Shinhao."
He smiled faintly, but seeing how happy Luo Qingxue was only made him feel worse.
He had to leave soon.
Today was already September 20th. Before September 26th, he would need to come clean to his family. He needed 2 more days to handle other matters. By September 28th, the entire family would have to move to the capital.
They would also have to close down all their stores in Jiangnan City. Even in the capital, he wouldn't stay long.
On October 8th, he would leave with the Project 328 research team to the frontier.
He didn't know when he would return.
In short, he wouldn't be able to accompany his wife during her pregnancy or when she gave birth.
"Honey."
Shinhao put the test kits aside and gently hugged Luo Qingxue.
"Hubby," Luo Qingxue responded, snuggling into his embrace.
She could feel a newfound tenderness in her husband. Shinhao held her silently for a while, then tentatively asked, "If I couldn't be with you during your pregnancy or when you gave birth, would you be upset?"
"Of course." Luo Qingxue answered without hesitation.
"During early pregnancy, I'll probably feel nauseous and need someone to take care of me.
Having my husband around would make me feel that it's all worth it. If a woman is pregnant and her husband isn't by her side even when she's giving birth, how could she not be upset?"
Shinhao sighed inwardly, remaining silent for a moment before cautiously continuing, "But what if the husband had to leave because of work?"
Luo Qingxue snorted lightly. If he knows his wife is pregnant, couldn't he inform his boss in advance? Just decline any assignments requiring travel.
She could understand if it were about working overtime or dealing with urgent matters, but being away on a long trip for a year or more would be unacceptable. Raising her head to look at Shinhao, suspicion flickered in her eyes.
"Why are you saying all this?" Luo Qingxue couldn't help but recall her husband's unusual reaction earlier when she mentioned being pregnant.
Although she hadn't found anything strange then, his sudden questions now made her overthink.
Could it be that he needed to travel for work? Was it for pharmaceutical research? Even if it was research, there would still be breaks and off hours. He couldn't possibly work 24 hours a day, could he? Her demands weren't high. If Shinhao was genuinely busy with work, she could understand. After all, his research had significant public benefits. But leaving for an extended trip would be too much. She stared into his eyes. "Do you need to travel? You've been working from home for years, writing code and taking on projects. You don't need to travel. Even if you did, it's never been for long.
Wherever you go, I'll follow." Shinhao felt stifled. The passage of time filled him with dread. Every moment that passed brought him closer to the time he would need to reveal the truth. Once he told his wife, she would likely cry, if not in front of him, then secretly behind his back. He also worried about his parents and in-laws, unsure of how they would react.
Gently, he leaned in and kissed Luo Qingxue's lips, trying to comfort her.
As the kiss deepened, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. They broke apart and heard the robot Suyu going to answer the door. The visitors were Luo's father, Luo's mother, and 2 robots. Luo's father beamed with a smile as he approached. "Sweetheart, walk carefully.
Don't fall. Luo Qingxue chuckled helplessly. Dad, I just got pregnant. I'm not that delicate. Nonsense. Luo's father scolded. You're my only daughter, and you are precious. Luo's mother came over and asked, have you tested with a pregnancy kit yet? Ta-da!
Luo Qingxue, who had been hiding her hands behind her back, revealed the 2 positive test kits. Seeing them, Luo's father and mother immediately burst into laughter. Luo's mother turned to Qin Hao. Xiao Hao, since we're not around, you have to take good care of Qingxue.
Qin Hao nodded. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Even if I'm not home, the robots can help take care of her. Hearing this, Luo's father and mother felt a little more at ease.
They had come to trust the robots in recent days, finding them incredibly capable.
Luo's mother asked, have you told your parents yet? Qin Hao replied, yes, I've informed them. They should be on their way. Luo's mother nodded.
Luo's father then remembered something and looked at Qin Hao. Earlier, our daughter mentioned that the child will take the Luo surname.
Qin Hao smiled. Didn't Qingxue tell you?
It doesn't matter whose surname the child has. They're all our children, and I won't favor one over the other. Hearing this, Luo's father and mother finally felt relieved.
Judging by Qin Hao's demeanor, he genuinely didn't seem to mind. Have you told your parents about this? Luo's father asked again. Not yet.
I'll mention it when they arrive, Qin Hao said. Luo's father and mother exchanged glances, feeling a little anxious. While their son-in-law had agreed, they weren't sure how his parents would react. After all, this involved family lineage, which was still important to their generation. Although Qin Shiyu, their granddaughter, carried the Qin surname, she was a girl. When she grew up and got married, the family name wouldn't be passed down. If the baby Luo Qingxue was carrying turned out to be a boy and took the Luo family name, Qin's parents might have some concerns. Noticing her parents' worries, Luo Qingxue said casually, Mom, Dad, don't overthink it. I plan to have more kids anyway, so everyone will be satisfied. Luo's father felt a twinge of guilt and said, carrying on the family name is important, but I wouldn't want you to have more children just for that reason.
Luo Qingxue shook her head with a smile. That's not it. I just want to have more kids. I was an only child growing up, and it was boring. I always wished I had an older brother or sister, or maybe a younger sibling to play with. I want to have at least 2 more kids so the house will be livelier. Qin Hao, standing nearby, nodded in agreement.
As an only child himself, he had plenty of playmates growing up but no siblings. His home always felt a little too quiet. Luo's father felt a bit speechless but had to admit that having more children would make the house livelier. After a while, Qin's parents arrived and were unsurprised to see Luo's parents already there. Qin's mother immediately walked over to Luo Qingxue, glancing at her stomach with concern.
Pregnancy is a big deal. You need to be careful every day. Don't cook or do housework anymore. Let Xiao Hao and the robots handle it.
Got it, Mom, Luo Qingxue replied with a smile. Qin Hao thought for a moment before addressing his parents. Mom, Dad, Qingxue and I have been thinking. Since she's an only child and my in-law's only daughter, we'd like the baby she's carrying to take the Luo family name. Hearing this, Luo's parents tensed up, nervously watching Qin's parents' reaction.
Qin's parents were momentarily stunned. Luo Qingxue quickly added, I plan to have more kids anyway.
The family name will definitely be passed on, so there's no problem.
Qin's father looked at Luo Qingxue and said, you don't need to have extra children just to carry on the family name. He felt conflicted.
While family lineage was important, he didn't want his daughter-in-law to feel pressured to have more children just for that reason.
Pregnancy and childbirth were hard enough as it was.
Qin's mother nodded in agreement.
Once this baby is born, there's no need to have more.
Even if Shiyu is a girl, she can always have a child with the Qin family name after she gets married.
Hearing this, Luo Qingxue felt relieved.
She had been worried her in-laws might have strong opinions, but they seemed reasonable.
It's not about the family name.
I just want a bigger family to make things more lively, Luo Qingxue explained with a smile.
Qin's parents exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. If their daughter-in-law wanted to have more children, how could they refuse? The family wasn't short on money.
Even though Qin Hao wasn't the world's richest man, their 2 stores brought in a net income of over 1 million yuan annually.
Raising a few kids wouldn't be a problem.
Moreover, Luo's parents also owned 2 stores and earned a substantial income. Financially, there was nothing to worry about. Qin Hao, however, remained silent. Everyone else seemed happy, but his feelings were mixed.
Luo Qingxue laughed and said, maybe I'll end up with twins or even triplets. Luo's mother smiled. Twins and triplets aren't very common. Let's hope for twins, Luo Qingxue said with a smile.
In her ideal scenario, she would have 3 children. Having too many kids would be hard to manage, but 3 seemed just right. Their daughter was already 4 years old and fairly independent, so raising 2 more wouldn't be too stressful. After a while, the robots went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The family chatted until 11:30 a.m., when lunch was served. Luo Qingxue took out her phone and snapped a few photos of the dishes on the table, intending to share them on her social media. As she opened her feed, she noticed several posts from her co-workers and classmates. Many of them had posted videos showing numerous armed police officers at intersections and on the streets.
Did you see many armed police on your way here? Luo Qingxue asked her parents curiously. We didn't notice, Luo's father replied.
Feeling puzzled, Luo Qingxue said, a lot of people in my feed are posting about large numbers of armed police on the streets. She handed her phone to the others to show them. After looking at the posts, Sheen's parents also checked their own social media feeds and found similar videos.
Do you think something big has happened? Sheen's father asked with a slight frown.
His son had solved the major challenges of cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, all of which were significant global issues. Although these were civilian achievements, they were enough to attract attention. Luo's father seemed to have a similar thought. I have a few friends in the police force.
I'll call them and ask. He quickly dialed a number. Old Yang, why are there so many police on the streets all of a sudden?
There's been some trouble in Jiangnan City, the person on the other end replied.
They're making arrests now. Photos of the suspects will be released soon.
By the way, be careful.
Trouble? Luo's father's heart sank.
Recently, many significant events had occurred, especially with his son-in-law's breakthroughs in 3 major global health challenges.
Were these people targeting Qinhao? Just stay cautious. For details, check the Jiangnan newsletter, Old Yang said. After the call, Luo's father shared the information with the family.
Hearing this, everyone tensed up slightly, wondering if the troublemakers were indeed targeting Qinhao.
Luo Qingxue also began to feel worried.
At the same time, some global elites received news that the person who had solved cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease was living in Jiangnan City.
However, his exact address was still unknown.
One of these elites, with a cold expression, said, Qinhao refused the Nobel Prize.
It seems he has no intention of leaving the country. If someone like him cannot be used by us, he must be destroyed.
The elite turned to an assistant and ordered, contact the Shadow Squad. If they find Qinhao, eliminate him immediately. The assistant nodded and began making contact but soon reported back, I can't reach them. The elite frowned. Has Dragon Country's response been this fast? What he didn't realize was that Dragon Country's top leaders had been monitoring the situation all along.
An elderly official put down his phone, a faint smile appearing on his face.
Turning to the others in the room, he said, the plan was a success.
All the troublemakers have been arrested.
Smiles spread across the faces of those present. This operation had utilized a large number of robots. The robots identified any unregistered individuals as suspicious targets. Additionally, their thermal imaging capabilities made it nearly impossible for anyone to evade detection. The elderly man's smile gradually faded as he glanced at those present.
In a calm tone, he said, the aerospace carrier and space missiles, it's time for them to make their debut. The people in the room were visibly shaken.
Aerospace carrier. The aerospace carrier's speed in normal flight conditions wasn't particularly fast, as it primarily operated within the atmosphere. However, with no air resistance in the atmosphere's upper layers, its cruising speed could reach Mach 25, allowing it to circle the Earth in just 90 minutes. In a vacuum environment, its speed could reach an astonishing Mach 30. The aerospace carrier was also equipped with space missiles, the fastest missiles in the world. Even without the aerospace carrier as a launch platform, space missiles could remain operational in the atmosphere for over 10 years.
They could be remotely activated when needed.
Under normal conditions, a space missile's speed was already impressive.
Initial stage, Mach 15. Mid-stage, Mach 20. Terminal stage, Mach 25.
The missile also had random trajectory-changing capabilities, making its path unpredictable. Additionally, the missile was coated with third-generation graphene stealth material, granting it stealth capabilities that rendered it undetectable by enemy radar. Furthermore, it had exceptional anti-jamming capabilities and could release up to 100 decoy projectiles during the mid-to-terminal stages. This type of missile was essentially impossible to intercept. Once revealed to the world, it would cause a global shockwave. The elderly man said no more. The unveiling of the aerospace carrier and space missiles would serve as a powerful deterrent, achieving victory without combat. With the aerospace carrier, no nation in the world would dare challenge Dragon Country. The carrier wasn't just fast, it had formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Stationed at strategic points across Dragon Country, it could ensure that no missile ever penetrated the nation's borders. The elderly man closed his eyes slowly. While Dragon Country was already strong, it wasn't invincible. Nuclear weapons were still a concern, particularly their wide-reaching radiation effects. If the research team led by academician Shin could develop technology to resist and eliminate nuclear radiation, then and only then would the country be truly unstoppable. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, speculation ran rampant. What are these troublemakers doing in Jiangnan City? This is a tourist city, we don't have anything particularly valuable. Could it be related to the recent rankings? Is it possible that Qin Hao, the man who conquered cancer, is from Jiangnan City? Who knows? There hasn't been any concrete news yet. I actually know someone named Qin Hao here, but he can't possibly be the world's richest man. As discussions continued, countless phones suddenly buzzed with notifications. People glanced at their screens and saw a news alert. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., a new type of missile will be unveiled and launched, with the entire process live-streamed. Everyone who read this news was stunned. Another missile reveal? Whoa! Isn't this happening too fast? I remember they unveiled the Type 17 missile just a few years ago. Could this one be even more advanced than the Type 17? The Type 17 missile was known for its random trajectory-changing ability, making it impossible to predict its path accurately. Combined with its extreme speed, it was nearly impossible to intercept. Initially designed to counter aircraft carriers, the Type 17 missile forced them to stay beyond its range. And now, another new missile was about to be unveiled. Reactions of global elites. News of the announcement quickly reached the world's elite. Some were pleased, those on friendly terms with Dragon Country felt reassured by its growing strength. Others, already resigned, simply accepted it. They knew their efforts could never match Dragon Country's progress. But a few elites were deeply troubled. The recent rankings, alongside technological advancements like robotics, had already left them shocked and uneasy. Now, Dragon Country was preparing to reveal a new missile, and the entire process would be live-streamed. They immediately realized that this missile wouldn't be ordinary, it could be a successor to the Type 17 or even a new strategic weapon. Dragon Country wouldn't dare live-stream this unless they were supremely confident, one elite said, frowning. Another elite furrowed his brow. I keep wondering why Dragon Country started by revealing the global wealth rankings and other lists. The group pondered. They had thought about this before. The global wealth rankings, with Qin Hao as the wealthiest person, it boosted national pride. The culinary rankings, the top 10 chefs were all from Dragon Country, reinforcing its dominance in the culinary arts. The fighter jet rankings, the Shenlong 20, also a Dragon Country product, topped the list, instilling further confidence. Robotics, the advanced capabilities of their robots positioned Dragon Country as a global leader in AI and automation. Each of these announcements bolstered the confidence of Dragon Country's citizens, encouraging fewer to emigrate while attracting more people and businesses to develop there. Moreover, by revealing the identities of pioneers like Qin Hao and Lin Yan, the country set examples for others to emulate. Of course, there were risks, such as increased scrutiny and safety concerns. However, as long as Qin Hao and Lin Yan remained in Dragon Country, they were relatively safe. Even now, attempts to locate and target them had been thwarted. The operatives sent to Jiangnan City had already gone silent, likely captured. The group could understand the reasoning behind the rankings and the public acknowledgement of individuals like Qin Hao and Lin Yan. But why unveil a new missile now? One person speculated, perhaps Dragon Country intends to flex its muscles to achieve victory without war, securing a peaceful decade for development. Hearing this, the others fell silent. We'll see tomorrow, one elite said grimly. Public reactions in Dragon Country. The announcement sparked widespread discussions across Dragon Country, especially among men, who were most intrigued by military technology. I wonder what kind of missile they'll reveal tomorrow. A live-streamed debut like this is unprecedented, it's got to be something incredible. At the moment, while countless people were speculating about the new missile, Jinhao and his family were chatting as well. Luo's father couldn't help but remark, Dragon Country has truly become stronger in recent years, 5th-generation fighter jets, aircraft carriers, Type 17 and Type 41 missiles, and now intelligent robots. And now, they're unveiling a new missile.
Jin's father nodded, equally impressed. Dragon Country's technological development has been explosive over the years. In many fields where we used to rely on others, we've now completely broken free.
The two men began reminiscing about the past. More than a decade ago, Dragon Country's technological level lagged significantly behind developed nations.
At that time,
lithography machines were inferior. Chips were mostly imported. Phone operating systems were foreign-made.
Satellite navigation systems weren't their own.
There were no 5th-generation fighter jets or other advanced equipment. But now, after a little over a decade, everything had changed.
5th-generation fighter jets had reached world-class standards.
Lithography machines were on par with the best globally.
Domestically produced chips eliminated the need for imports.
They had developed their own phone operating systems.
Satellite navigation systems were now entirely self-developed.
Dragon Country had become a genuine technological powerhouse, no longer reliant on others. Even in civilian domains, Dragon Country was now at the forefront of the world. For example, cancer, AIDS, and pulmonary heart disease, once regarded as 3 of the world's greatest medical challenges, had all been overcome.
Our country will only continue to get better, Luo's father said confidently. Jin's father nodded in agreement.
Compared to 30 years ago, even looking at progress in 5-year increments, the improvements were undeniable.
Luo's father added, I heard the research institutes have a lot of people born in the 1990s.
Some of the recent technological breakthroughs were achieved by these young people.
Jin's father nodded.
He had read similar news. The 1990s generation could already take charge in many areas, and the 2000s generation was coming up next.
The oldest of the 2000s generation is already 22. In a few years, they'll also be taking the lead, he said.
Oh, by the way, our granddaughter is pretty impressive too, Jin's father said with a laugh.
She's only in preschool, and she already knows addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division.
Yes, she's amazing, Jin's mother chimed in. At just 4 years old, she recognizes many characters and can even do math.
That's quite something.
As she spoke, she glanced at Jinhao. Looking at her granddaughter reminded her of how brilliant her son had been as a child. Though the granddaughter wasn't quite at the same level as Jinhao had been at her age, she was still remarkable.
Luo's father nodded in agreement. Xiyu really is smart. She's even learning simple foreign languages now. The family continued chatting while eating.
Jinhao felt a pang of sadness. These peaceful days wouldn't last much longer. Since he couldn't change that, he decided to cherish the time that remained. After lunch, they brewed some tea and continued chatting.
Luo's father suggested, how about a game of Guandan? Jin's father agreed.
Sure, let's play.
Jinhao looked at them and said, you guys go ahead. I'm taking Qingxue out for a walk.
Jin's father waved him off with a smile.
Go, go.
Jinhao and Luo Qingxue left the house and strolled along the streets outside the neighborhood.
Why did you suddenly want to go for a walk?
Luo Qingxue asked, holding Jinhao's hand with a gentle, happy smile on her face. I just wanted to spend some time alone with you, Jinhao said with a smile.
Luo Qingxue smiled. After a moment, she asked, what do you think we should name the baby?
We don't even know if it's a boy or a girl or if it's twins, Jinhao replied.
We can still think of names ahead of time. Let's come up with both boy and girl names, she said.
After a moment's thought, Jinhao said, if it's a boy, let's name him Luofan. I hope he can live a safe and peaceful life.
Being ordinary isn't a bad thing. Luo Qingxue looked at him curiously. You don't want our son to be extraordinary? Like a scientist who makes groundbreaking discoveries?
Jinhao shook his head lightly. He didn't want his son to follow in his footsteps, disappearing for years at a time. He was about to leave for a long time, leaving his wife to bear burdens she shouldn't have to endure. If their son grew up to be a researcher and had to vanish for years, it would only add to her suffering.
A peaceful, ordinary life is good, Jinhao said softly.
All right, then Luofan it is, Luo Qingxue agreed.
What if it's a girl? What name should we give her? How about Luo Yi?
Jinhao suggested.
Luo Yi, Luo Qingxue repeated, thinking for a moment. That's nice. Let's go with Luo Yi. But what if I'm carrying twins, 2 boys or 2 girls? Luo Qingxue asked. You decide. You should have a say in this too, Xinhao said with a chuckle. Have a say? I'm the one carrying and giving birth to them. Isn't that involvement enough? Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes. You, on the other hand, only contributed for an hour, so the least you can do is pick their names. Xinhao laughed awkwardly. After some thought, he said, I'll think about it and let you know. All right, Luo Qingxue replied. The two continued walking hand in hand, drawing admiring glances from passers-by. Some people envied them, thinking they've been married for years, and their relationship still seemed so loving they even hold hands while walking. Others were struck by how good-looking they were as a couple. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, they looked perfect together. Neither Qinhao nor Luo Qingxue paid any attention to these gazes. Even if they noticed, they wouldn't care. There's a skewer shop over there. Want to grab some? Xinhao asked, spotting a food stand up ahead. Sure, Luo Qingxue agreed. When they reached the shop, they overheard a group of young people talking. Dragon Country is unveiling a new missile, and the entire launch will be live-streamed. This missile must be something special. Let's watch tomorrow and see what kind of missile it is, another said. Hearing their conversation, Xinhao smiled faintly. Turning to the shop owner, he ordered 2 fried chicken skewers, 2 wheat gluten skewers, and 2 squid sticks. Got it, the owner replied, quickly preparing the food. Hubby, which do you think is harder, curing cancer and AIDS or developing advanced missile technology? Luo Qingxue asked curiously. If it's an upgrade to existing technology, it's less difficult. But developing entirely new technology is challenging in both fields, Xinhao said. She nodded thoughtfully. A moment ago, she had been wondering whether her husband or the scientists working on missile technology were more remarkable. Now she realized both were equally impressive. Once the skewers were ready, they walked along, eating and chatting. They strolled for a long time before heading back to pick up their daughter from school.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.